Chapter 151. Qingnyo Market. A weapon refining room. There is no ground fire at the foot of Qingnyo Mountain, so the market spent a lot of money to engrave a ground fire array, which can use spiritual energy as a material to ignite a flame that is enough to melt gold and forge iron. However, the grade of this ground fire is not high, and at most it can process materials of the spiritual weapon level. In a large pool about 3 meters long and wide, red molten magma rolled and dark red bubbles emerged. A tall human-shaped armor was bathed in the magma, and the original blue-black color appeared dark red under the magma. This armor was cast very tightly, and it was impossible to see through the situation inside. Only wisps of black mist-like substances could be vaguely seen from the joints, and there were painful low moans coming from the armor, as if from hell. "Is this the big treasure you mentioned?" Dongdong's face showed astonishment. Hearing this, Fong Chong's excited expression froze, revealing a strange expression. "Why do you look disappointed? Isn't this a great treasure?" But he was a man, and he suddenly realized, "Okay, I'm talking to you about business, and you're messing with me?" Dong blushed. "I'm not." But under Fong Chong's teasing eyes, Dong finally gave in. "Oh, it's because you're so frivolous all day long that I've learned bad things from you. Hurry up and tell me what this is." She changed the subject abruptly. "I just stimulated your potential a little bit, don't blame me." Fong Chong muttered softly. Seeing that Dong was about to get angry, he coughed twice and said seriously, "This thing is the golden elixir combat power I told you about." Of course, because his birth was purely accidental, the right time, right place and right people are all indispensable, so it is definitely impossible to mass produce like the white tiger puppet. But with him in charge, our market will be stable for a long time in the future. With the help of Taoist Hulong, some of his missing materials, and processing went very smoothly. It didn't even take 10 days to cast the prototype of this armor. After getting the armor, Fong Chong began to let Dong Tianbao, and the armor received the earth fire for melting and began to merge. It has been almost 20 days today. Dong Tianbao's soul has been initially integrated with the armor. His originally resentful and evil power, with the help of this humanoid armor designed with the third-level puppet blueprint that can withstand the attack of the Jin Dan monk, has produced the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. "Dong Tianbao, how do you feel now?" Fong Chong asked. After a while, Dong Tianbao's suppressed painful voice came from the armor. "It hurts, I'm in so much pain." "Ahem that." Fong Chong coughed twice to cover up. "The soul is inherently fragile, and afraid of the positive power. This earth fire is positive, and burning the soul is 10 times more painful than burning the body. Otherwise, there's a saying that the pain reaches the depths of the soul. When God gives a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer and work hard. Your current pain will be the source of your future strength. Think about your family, think about how you died. You are an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. What is this pain?" "My family?" Yuan Qinghua. The aura of the armor suddenly increased, and the dark red armor was instantly covered with black light, like the color of night, swallowing all the light. It was a strong resentment that could not be dissolved. Fong Chong flipped his palm and a bone staff appeared, which was the spiritual weapon of the shadow demon killed by Li Hu. When he saw the shadow demon summon the soul-devouring wind, he was interested, and this thing seemed to be very suitable for evil spirits. So after the shadow demon died, Fong Chong asked for this spiritual weapon from Li Hu. At this moment, he input his magic power, and the mouth of the skull in the bone soul-devouring staff spit out a wisp of black wind, which was the soul-devouring wind. However, Fong Chong was not attacking, but wanted to feed Dong Tianbao with the evil spirits in the cold wind. As the cold wind blew past, the painful wailing in the armor gradually weakened, and turned into a comfortable breathing sound like soaking in a hot spring. Not enough, not enough. As the evil spirits in the dark wind were devoured, the armor had completely changed color, the whole body was as black as ink, and the whole body seemed to be entangled with indissoluble black mist, and a wisp of green flame was burning in the helmet. "If it's not enough, I have no other tricks." At this moment, Fong Chongfu came to his mind, and threw the white bone soul-devouring staff into the armor. A wisp of black mist stretched out, and completely wrapped the white bone soul-devouring staff. The two seemed to have a strange resonance. The skull on the white bone soul-devouring staff melted little by little, and the green soul fire inside turned into wisps of smoke, and was sucked away by the armor. The white bone staff was reshaped, and the staff body extended, turning into a white bone magic sword that looked like a sword but not a sword, and a knife but not a knife. The armor fell into silence. "How is he?" Seeing this, Dong asked. Fong Chong's eyes flashed, and the information about Dong Tianbao's advancement has been revealed. Dong Tianbao, Evil Ghost General. Introduction. An evil spirit, who is unwilling to die in vain, with the help of a magic puppet master, merged with a puppet body and became a ghost general full of evil power. Note 1. He is merging his new body. Note 2. He has undergone a small mutation. He is fine. Fong Chong was relieved when he saw the evaluation of the appraisal technique. But there was a small accident. It will take some time for him to be born. It should be about half a month. Dong Dong was hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Fong Chong asked, "What do you want to say?" Dong Dong whispered, "Fong Chong, I think we are like the behavior of magic cultivators. If we raise evil spirits and are discovered, there may be problems. Although the order of the cultivation world has always been chaotic at this time, everyone tends to be chaotic and orderly. The only difference is that most of the demon monks are chaotic evil, a group of guys who harm others for their own benefit. There have been several cases of demon monks causing trouble in Annan Road. Each time, there was a large-scale massacre and blood sacrifice, which caused a lot of disasters. According to Taoist Qingyou, the Annan Dao war that made Fong Chong an orphan was caused by a big shot who wanted to sacrifice a magic weapon. However, the Tian's mansion was not powerful enough in the local area, so it was left unresolved in the end. But everyone tacitly agreed that there was still an unspoken rule that if they met a magic monk, they would kill without mercy. The last time Yuanjua Temple was expelled from the sect alliance, one of the reasons was that it harbored a magic monk. Of course, even if they were real magic monks, as long as they were not caught in the act or did too much, generally no one would bother them. Pure justice only exists in an ideal state. These people will be classified as evil, and the representative figure is the shadow demon who has passed away. But everyone is naturally wary of these people. Just like prisoners who have been released after serving their sentences, regardless of whether they are truly repentant, they are naturally biased. Although Fong Chong's behavior was not a big deal at first, once he showed signs of weakness, he could easily be used as an excuse to attack others. Hearing Dong Dong's concerns, Fong Chong laughed. "I didn't say I wasn't." Fong Chong held Dong Dong's shoulders and teased, "It's too late to know now, so just be a happy demon cub with me in the future." Dong Dong? Question mark. In the end, Dong Dong still had no conclusion on whether Fong Chong was really a demon cultivator, and whether he had done bad things such as massacring cities and villages in private. Although she felt that a man who liked to stay at home all day and didn't go out was definitely not related to a demon cultivator. But what if? Even if it was, she couldn't escape, so she could only be an ostrich, burying her head, and not knowing if she couldn't see it. And Fong Chong never cared about his identity, he just needed to have a clear conscience. Although he wanted to be a great and glorious immortal monk at the beginning, who would have thought that fate would play tricks on him, and the treasure that was destined for him would have a bit of demonic nature. Chapter 152. There is no Jiazi in the mountains, and no years in cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In the 17th year of Yongtai, on the 14th day of the first lunar month, it happened to be the twice-yearly fair of Qingyou Market. On Qingyou Mountain, the market is now more prosperous. The misformation that once prevented mortals from entering by mistake was removed at some point, because the matter of cultivation has long been widely known with the emergence of more and more cultivators. More and more mortals began to search for immortal fate all over the mountains and plains, and I don't know how many tragedies and comedies in the world have been caused by this. Qingyou Market entered the vision of others in such a blatant way. Today's Qingyou Market is divided into two areas, the inner and outer areas. The inner area is still covered by the formation, and you need to buy a ticket to enter. The outer area is connected in all directions, and immortals and mortals are mixed. You only need to pay enough rent to the market to get a shop or a small stall to do some small business. Some people get adventures here and soar to the sky. Some people also spend all their wealth here and finally leave in loneliness. There are more cases of the crime of holding a treasure, which leads to the disaster of death. Although under the order of a certain second master, the area within a radius of 50 miles of Qingyou Market is a forbidden fighting area, he has no control over the area beyond 50 miles. If you control too much, you will easily become a public enemy. On this day, 2 young men and women came to Qingyou Market. "Brother Zhu, is this Qingyou Market? It's so lively." The woman has a pretty face and a good figure. She looks at the sky of the market where magic weapons, birds and beasts fall and fly from time to time, with a look of longing in her eyes. "Well, you come with me this time. The boss doesn't know yet. When you meet the boss, don't say those words as you do at home, otherwise Miss Dong will be unhappy." The young man is a man with a stiff face and slightly dark skin. He is the first assistant of Fang Chong Zhugui. 10 years have passed, and the years do not seem to have brought him too many changes. Only a touch of vicissitudes between his eyebrows can prove that his 10 years have not been wasted. And the woman was none other than Li Xiuxiu, the younger sister of the Li family. Her root bone is too low. Even with the help of her elder brother Li Hu, she can only break through the qi refining stage. She is one step away from breaking through the middle stage of qi refining. It will be more and more difficult to make progress. Unless she finds a treasure that can cleanse her root bone in the future, her limit in this life is probably the late stage of qi refining. This is still the case with sufficient resources. In comparison, Zhu Gui, who took the blood of the silver zombie and transformed into a zombie bloodline, got rid of the limitation of his root bone after getting the Corpse King tactic specially exchanged for him by Fang Chong. Now he is cultivated to the peak of qi refining, and he is only one step away from taking another step and achieving the body of Iron Zombie. He came here this time, in addition to reporting something to the boss. Another thing is to find the blood of a powerful creature through the channel of the market, preferably the blood of the same kind. Just like the blood of the silver zombie at the beginning, for him, the effect is better than the foundation building pill. Over the years, under the care of the boss Fang Chong, he has also saved a little. Although the boss often uses his subordinates to take the blame, as long as they do their job well, their treatment will never disappoint. Especially for subordinates like him who do private things for the boss, the treatment is even better. I know, Brother Zhu, you know that what I said at home before was to fool my parents. Otherwise, they would force me to get married every day, which would be annoying. Although she said so, Li Xiuxiu's eyes still showed a bit of loss. She has not married yet, not because she is still waiting for Fang Chong, but because she has not met the man she is willing to marry. So it is best for girls not to meet two amazing men when they are young, especially men they have invested in. Otherwise, when they meet other men in the future, they will unconsciously compare with that man, and then a man with good conditions will become a chicken rib. The final result is to become a person's loneliness. Although Fang Chong is not very handsome and cannot make girls fall in love with him at first sight, his sunny humor, cheerfulness and generosity, as well as his outstanding achievements among his peers, are enough to make him the dream of some ignorant girls at night. Zhu Gui nodded and said nothing more. He was actually quite polite to Li Xiuxiu. Li Xiuxiu was Li Hu's sister after all, and now everyone in Annan knew the reputation of Ba Jianzhenren. By the way, Li Xiuxiu herself didn't know. She only knew that her elder brother was a cultivator and had some skills, but she didn't know that her elder brother was already a well-known big shot. After all, Li Jianchun and Li Hu were a whole street apart in terms of their status. Let's go, I have a token given by the boss, and I can directly enter the inner district market. Zhu Gui called out. At this moment, there were exclamations from the crowd in front, and they all moved away. Li Xiuxiu and Zhu Gui saw a young man in his 20s being kicked to the ground, his robes covered with ashes, and he looked miserable, but he gritted his teeth, propped himself up and chased after the cultivators in front. Don't leave, give me back my stuff. The man held out his hands to stop several monks, with a determined look on his face. Either give me back my stuff or kill me. Boy, don't seek death. The leading monk's eyes turned cold, and his gaze stabbed at the man like a knife, causing the man to tremble. As an ordinary mortal warrior, facing a monk who controls his life, it is like a little white rabbit facing a big bad wolf, with a natural fear. But the man tried hard to overcome this desire to retreat, and the voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Give me back my stuff. The leading monk did not dare to really do it, and only sneered. What? I don't know what you are talking about. It's totally incomprehensible. Don't stop me, the rules of the market are just not to kill people, but you are just a mortal, dare to stop us. Even if we break your legs, the market will not bother us. The man did not expect this monk to be so shameless. He shouted, It's my elixir. You promised me that if you took my elixir, you would help me join the Xianwu sect, but you took my elixir and didn't do anything and disappeared. I have been looking for you for 3 months. If you don't return the elixir to me today, you can't leave. The monk saw that the man was not giving up and pointed out that he took money but didn't do anything, so he became angry. What status does Xianwu sect have? You want to join it. I also want to join. You said I took your elixir. Do you have any evidence? In the past 10 years, Jin Danjinren appeared one after another, showing a blowout trend, almost one per year on average. On Annandao alone, there are nearly 20 Jin Dan in the open. The current leader of Xianwu sect is a Jin Danjinren. It is said that he was originally a secular warrior, with the sky as a blanket, the earth as a bed, and the 4 seas as his home. Later, he had a chance encounter, and entered the Tao through martial arts, and even smelted the martial arts Jin Dan to become a martial arts Shinran. Martial arts Shinran, martial arts are close to Tao, and every punch and kick has great power. If physical cultivation is the pursuit of the ultimate physique, then they are the pursuit of the ultimate skills. With a Jin Dan Shinran sitting in the seat, Xianwu sect can be regarded as a first-class sect in Anandao, and many martial arts practitioners. The cultivation sect that one dreams of entering. In today's world where independent cultivators are everywhere, and the pressure of competition is increasing day by day, it is conceivable that having a sect as a backer is the dream of many people. When they heard that the man wanted to join the Xianwu sect, the others laughed, even though they knew that what the man said was very likely to be true. Evidence? The man's eyes suddenly lit up. I have evidence. Our agreement was carried out under the witness of Yo Feng, the captain of the third team of the Fanshe law enforcement team. As long as he is called, everything will be clear. If it weren't for this person as a middleman, he would not easily believe the cultivator in front of him. The leading cultivator sneered, if someone stops me and drags me to confront, will I still want to practice and live in the future? When you find someone, we will confront again. Now get out of here. The cultivator slapped him, and the magic power spurted out, turning into an invisible big palm. For ordinary chi refining monks, this palm is the simplest release of mana, and it does not even have the technical content of spiritual power flicking fingers. But for a secular warrior like the man, it is a martial arts secret of releasing true chi. The man was hit by the palm and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground, with a few sunken chests, obviously broken ribs. The man lay on the ground, his mouth and nose were full of blood, he was breathing hard, but the monk did not even look at him, and was about to leave with his companions. Who is making trouble? The law enforcement team of the market arrived late. When the monk saw the law enforcement team, he immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. It's Captain Zhao. It's me, Xiao Ma. No one is causing trouble. It's just an ordinary mortal who is looking for trouble. I have sent him away. Why is it you again? Captain Zhao of the law enforcement team frowned, but suddenly remembered something and said, since it has been resolved, then everyone should stop gathering around. Let's disperse. Come on, throw him out, and don't block the road. Oh, there's no more show to watch. Disperse, disperse. Mortals don't fight immortals. If you don't have good eyesight and recognize the wrong person, who can you blame? Everyone wants to seek immortal fate, but where is immortal fate easy to seek? We, the living immortals in the eyes of mortals, still have a hard life. Seeking immortal fate is not necessarily a good thing. Amid the discussion, the crowd was about to disperse. Stop right there. With a cry, the crowd that was about to disperse gathered around again, like a cat smelling blood. Li Xiuxiu walked out of the crowd angrily. She pointed at the man on the ground and said to Captain Zhao of the law enforcement team, he is obviously a victim. Why don't you care? Aren't you the law enforcer of the market? When you saw someone injured, you let the assailant go. That's how you do things in the market. Li Xiuxiu, who has been a rich lady in the county for 10 years, has developed a kind heart. When she sees injustice, she naturally wants to speak up, and when she sees the weak, she wants to help. Of course, the main reason was that she knew who the owner of this market was. Otherwise, she would have to hesitate whether to speak out or not. She was just kind-hearted, not brainless. But now, she was not afraid at all. Captain Zhao was stunned when he saw Li Xiuxiu so aggressive, but he glanced at her and realized that she was not the person he could not afford to offend in his memory. Looking more carefully, the aura was so low, and his cultivation level was probably not even in the late stage of chi refining. He immediately acted in a business-like manner. You also know that I am a law enforcer, so what I say is the law. If I say he is fine, then he is fine. If I say throw him out, then throw him out. You have any opinions, but hold them back. Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to do it myself? Hearing his urging, the law enforcement team immediately took action. Don't touch him. Li Xiuxiu stretched out her hand to stop him, but with her cultivation strength, even if she was just a small follower of the law enforcement team, she would not be a match for the other party once he made a move. But a bright light appeared on Li Xiuxiu's body, and then the light flashed, and the subordinates who attacked her were involuntarily knocked away. Second-level robes? Captain Zhao was also a person who knew the goods. He never thought that the ordinary-looking clothes this girl wore were actually second-level robes worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Captain Zhao knew that he had hit a wall. Li Xiuxiu's expression was still a little confused. The clothes her brother gave her were so powerful, and she seemed to have 2 such clothes in her storage bag. She had complained several times that the style was too ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that it was not affected by cold and heat, and automatically cleaned dust, she would not want to wear it. She thought that all monks wore such clothes. But judging from the expressions of others, her clothes seemed to be really powerful. Miss, our law enforcement team will handle this matter properly, so don't interfere. Captain Zhao thought about it, and ordered his men to help the man up, saying that he would take him to heal his wounds, and to control the monks who had just injured the man. Li Xiuxiu found the fun of chivalry and justice. Seeing Captain Zhao give in, she took advantage of the situation and said, "No, who knows if you will release the person behind our backs? Didn't he just say that your law enforcement team has a captain named Niu Feng? Go and call him over, and let's confront him together. I suspect that someone in your law enforcement team is colluding with them and harming an ordinary person. Do you agree?" "Yes, yes. Call him to confront him, confront him, confront him, confront him, confront him." The onlookers are not afraid of big troubles, and the law does not punish the masses. If a few people start to make a fuss, the others will follow suit. Captain Zhao's face was heavy. How did this accidentally become a mass incident? If he doesn't handle it well, his clothes will be stripped off. Without these clothes, what's the difference between him and these casual cultivators who are watching the fun? Fortunately, his savior is coming soon. "What are you all doing here?" Along with the voice came a heavy aura, which was the pressure of a foundation-building cultivator. The people who had just started the noise shut up immediately, and some of them slipped away first. The crowd dispersed on their own, and a middle-aged man in a law enforcement uniform led 2 law enforcement officers in. "Nyoto." Captain Zhao hurried forward to greet him. The man was his immediate superior, Nyo He, the captain of the law enforcement squadron who managed this area, a foundation-building cultivator. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said to the crowd, "If there is anything, our law enforcement team will handle it. Don't worry about it. Let's disperse." Once the middle-aged man spoke, the others did not dare to stay. Although foundation-building cultivators are not as rare as before, it is actually the same for ordinary casual cultivators. Whether there are 10 or 100, none of them can afford to provoke them. Watch the fun, but don't make yourself the fun. No one is allowed to leave. Li Xiuxiu yelled angrily, and said stubbornly, "I just want to show everyone how you bully people." But her words were not intimidating at all. The middle-aged man just looked at Li Xiuxiu and triggered the automatic body protection magic of the robes on her body. "So you have some background. No wonder you dare to intervene in the affairs of our law enforcement team. But even if you are a real person, it won't work in our Qingyefeng city." He raised his hand, the air was agitated, and it turned into a magical hand, grabbing Li Xiuxiu. "Take you first, and then let your elders come to pick you up." Chapter 153. Seeing a big hand wrapping around her, Li Xiuxiu felt like a mountain was pressing down on her. Her spirit seemed to be frozen, and she stood there in a daze, unable to move. She had never experienced actual combat, and had never fought directly with a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Seeing that the magical hand was about to take her down, a pair of iron fists attacked from behind her and broke the magical hand. "Brother Zhu." The pressure was shared by someone, and Li Xiuxiu seemed to be alive again. I saw a young man with slightly dark skin standing in front of Li Xiuxiu, and it was Zhu Gui. He had already reached the peak of qi refining, so it was not difficult for him to take such a casual attack. "Is this what the market taught you? You can attack others casually without asking the reason?" Zhu Gui's expression was still stiff for thousands of years, but the words he said were somewhat condescending, implying a lesson. As an old man who has followed Fang Chan for more than 10 years, although his cultivation level is not as good as the other party, he does not need to fear anyone just based on this qualification. The middle-aged man's face sank. "A young qi-refining cultivator, who was lucky enough to block my move, dares to teach me?" He opened his palm, a ray of light bloomed in his palm, and a breeze was generated under his body, and his momentum forced the people around him to retreat one after another. He was going to be serious. But Zhu Gui then threw out a token. "We are the people of the second master." The middle-aged man stopped, grabbed the token, and looked up and down. It was indeed the pass token from the second master. It was just a pass token. There were at least 800 such tokens released in the market. At this time, in the public eye, if he showed weakness because of such a token, how could he convince the public and manage the rules of this area in the future? The middle-aged man took the token and snorted coldly. "Even if you are the guest of the second master, you cannot disturb the order of the market. You should follow me to the law enforcement team first. I will find out the truth. If you are not a problem, I will let you go." "You don't even give the second master face?" Zhu Gui shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man with pity. Since you have seen the second master's token, we are wrong. Now you should apologize. If you have any grievances, you can worry about it later. Someone will do justice for you. Not to mention that we are not wrong. It seems that you are a cultivator who has just joined Qingniu Market in recent years. You don't even know the temper of the second master. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a newcomer who joined Qingniu Market in the past 2 years. With his foundation building cultivation, he was soon reused and became the captain of the law enforcement team. He managed one of the 4 districts of the outer district market. He can only be regarded as one of the new middle-level people in the market. The real core of the market is still the foundation building cultivators in the inner district. What do you mean? Zhu Gui did not explain, but waited quietly. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt a sense of anxiety inexplicably. Mysterious, take him down first. He made a hand gesture, and saw the spiritual energy surge, and there were clear lights that turned into ropes, and were about to tie up Zhu Gui and Li Xiuxiu. But before the ropes got close to the two of them, they exploded in the air, and turned into broken spiritual energy. Who is it? The middle-aged man looked at the direction where the spiritual fluctuations came from. The other 3 captains of the outer district market came together, looking at the middle-aged man with a trace of pity. Captain Zhang, Captain Wang, Captain Liu, what do you mean? Are you going to enforce the law beyond your area? The middle-aged man said coldly, but he didn't even notice a tremor in his voice. The main reason was that the eyes of these 3 were too scary. It felt like he had a terminal illness and was about to die. Captain Yo, you actually dared to attack the second master's guest. You are in big trouble. Captain Yo, for the sake of our past friendship, I will help you take care of your sister-in-law. The 3 squadron leaders talked back and forth, scaring the middle-aged man, but he still tried to remain calm. What are you talking about? This is my law enforcement area. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Seeing that the middle-aged man was still stubborn, the squadron leaders were about to say something, but suddenly their faces changed and their expressions became extremely respectful. Miss Fong. A young girl with a cold face appeared in front of everyone at some point. She just stood there quietly, like an ice lotus that was isolated from the world, with a transcendent temperament. Her appearance made the air quiet. The middle-aged man's face finally changed, and he saluted the girl in a dry voice. Miss Fong. Miss Taizhu. Zhu Gui nodded and greeted. Sister Taizhu. Li Xiuxiu showed a kind smile on her face. This girl was the sister of Fong Chong Taizhu, but now she has changed her name to Fong Taizhu. After all, girls always grow up. The girl nodded slightly to the 2 of them, as a greeting, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a cold look. Which hand did you use just now? It broke by itself. I spare your life. The middle-aged man wanted to explain. Miss Fong, I'm just maintaining the order of the market. I have no other intentions, and I have no intention of offending the second master. The girl said, it seems that you want to spare your hand, not your life. She raised her slender white hand, and a cold light appeared on her fingertips. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he directly sacrificed a magic weapon, which was a green leaf-shaped spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon burst into a faint green light and protected his body. But what was visible to the naked eye was that a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the green protective shield around him, and it was still spreading inside. The middle-aged man shouted, Miss Fong, I am Zheng Lao's man, you can't kill me. But the girl was unmoved, and just tapped lightly with her fingertips. The light of the spiritual weapon shattered directly, and the middle-aged man turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture, and it seemed that as long as he was pushed lightly, he would turn into countless ice chips. Sister Taizhu, don't kill him. At this moment, Li Xiuxiu shouted. The girl stopped moving, and looked at Li Xiuxiu with a cold gaze. Under such a gaze, Li Xiuxiu swallowed hard, and the feeling of suffocation was relieved. Sister Taizhu, although he did something wrong, he is not guilty of death. Give him a chance. Zhu Gui also stepped forward to persuade. Miss Taizhu, he is a person from Fangzhi anyway, so it is better to let the boss deal with him. If you kill him, the boss may be unhappy. The previous words are almost inferior to the latter one. Hearing this, the girl snapped her fingers. The ice on the middle-aged man melted, but from the frost on his eyebrows, and the trembling all over his body, this injury is probably unforgettable for life. Then the girl said to the other 3 squadron leaders, you guys deal with it here. Yes, Miss Fong. The 3 squadron leaders hurriedly agreed in a trembling voice. The girl then looked at Zhu Gui and Li Xiuxiu. You guys follow me. The 2 did not dare to refuse, and Li Xiuxiu pointed at the man on the ground who had been ignored for a long time and reminded him when she left. Remember to help him heal his wounds. Until the three of them left, the three squadron leaders, who had remained silent and dared not speak, straightened their backs and restored the dignity of the foundation building monks. Miss Fong's aura is stronger than before. I didn't even dare to breathe. I would rather face Lord Yarmer than Miss Fong. Who wouldn't? Just now, Miss Fong's eyes made me sweat, and I felt like I was going to die. Don't say it, Miss Fong is very gentle in front of the second master. Last time, I was fortunate enough to be summoned by the second master, and Miss Fong happened to be there. She smiled at the second master, and it was so beautiful. Gulp. Brother, don't say that. To be honest, as long as it doesn't involve the second master, Miss Fong is usually very gentle, except for being a little cold. What kind of ability do you think our second master has? Not only does he have the master's red sleeves to add fragrance, but he also has a peerless fairy like Miss Fong, who is willing to serve him. TSK, it's a skill we can't learn anyway. Let's do what Miss Fong told us to do first. As they said that, the three walked to the middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground and had not recovered yet, helped him up, and felt his palms cold, and a piercing chill entered his body. Even they were like this, you can imagine what the middle-aged man is like now. Captain Yo, you are unlucky, you just happened to meet Miss Fong. Don't blame us for not thinking about the friendship between colleagues this time. We have to do things impartially. The middle-aged man trembled his lips, and almost cried, Brothers, save me. I didn't mean to offend the second master, I really didn't know it would be so serious. The three captains shook their heads and smiled bitterly. How to save? If it was someone else, it would be fine, but today you met Miss Fong, there is no saving. The middle-aged man trembled and grabbed the storage bag, wanting to find something in it, but after thinking about it, he directly took off the storage bag and handed it to the three captains. I was wrong in the past, and didn't know the kindness of the three brothers. This is my apology. Please show me a way out. Captain Liu took the storage bag and weighed it. He scanned it with his spiritual sense, and smiled with satisfaction at the other two. Since you are sincere, I will show you a way out. In fact, this matter can be big or small. The key is that you were caught by Miss Fong. The person who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. You have some relationship with Mr. Zhang, so you can ask Mr. Zhang to plead with the master of the temple, and then the master of the temple can plead with the second master of the temple. With the second master of the temple speaking, Miss Fong will not bother with you. By the way, you have to deal with the cause of this matter properly. Otherwise, if the higher-ups find out that you are pretending to obey but disobeying, even the gods can't save you. In order to apologize, the few people quickly found a way out for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, brothers, for your advice. Then his tone became serious. Come here, take this little brother back and treat him well, and these bastards, arrest them all. Also, let Niu Feng, that bastard, come to see me. The middle-aged man's position has not been relieved, and he is still the captain of the law enforcement team at this moment, which is why the other captains are willing to help him. Although Miss Fong is a transcendent existence in the market, she does not have any position. Seriously speaking, the only identity that can be related to the market is the identity of the second owner's sister. Inside the market. Cave number 1. Boss. Zhu Gui stepped forward to greet him. And Li Xiuxiu on the side also shyly called, Brother Fong. 10 years later, Fong Chong's appearance has matured a little, probably from 20 to 23 years old. A Xiu is here too. Now she is not hiding from me, and dares to come to see me. Fong Chong teased. Who hasn't said a few silly words when they were young? Don't always keep them in mind. Do you have a sweetheart now? My gifts are ready, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Li Xiuxiu forced a smile. Not yet. If you don't have one, then don't. Anyway, you are still young. A girl in her 20s is in the prime of her life. You can live comfortably alone. Don't worry about the eyes of others. Since you are in Fansha this time, play for a few more days. It just so happens that it is a big market in Fansha now, and there are many interesting things. I will introduce you to a friend whose name is similar to yours. Sister Wen. Fong Chan called a quiet girl and introduced. Her name is Wen Xiu. This time, she will arrange your life in Fansha for you, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Thank you, Sister Wen. Li Xiuxiu is still very polite in front of outsiders. Wen Xiu also acted like a caring older sister. Sister Xiu, you are so beautiful. Wen Xiu was the female disciple that Fong Chong brought from Lingjian sect. She was originally a private tutor for Taizhu, but later gradually became Taizhu maid. Of course, because this maid was quite popular, she successfully used 3 foundation building pills to build the foundation 3 times, and finally broke through the foundation building realm last year. Originally, Winchell planned to resign after breaking through the foundation building realm, but later, she really couldn't bear to give up this benefit and regarded it as a lifelong goal. After Winchell left with Li Xiuxiu, Fang Chong looked at Xu Gui. "Xu Gui, what is the matter with you coming here in person this time?" Xu Gui replied, "Boss, Mr. Su is dying, and he wants to see you again before he leaves." "Why is he dying?" Fang Chong frowned. "Didn't the elixir I gave him work?" As the first benefactor Fang Chong gave him for free medicine after traveling through time, he never forgot to take care of this old man. Xu Gui said helplessly, "I just found out not long ago that Mr. Su didn't eat the pills you gave him. He said that he would not accept anything without merit. You have taken great care of him. He can't repay you, and doesn't know how to repay you. As for the pills, he kept them all and asked me to return them to you." As he said that, Xu Gui held a storage bag in both hands and presented it. Fang Chong took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. Sure enough, he had sent quite a few bottles of the elixir over the years. "Why bother? These elixirs are just a drop in the ocean for me, but they can keep him alive for another 10 years. And I've never asked him to pay them back." Fang Chong pondered for a moment and said, "I go see him." Suddenly, he looked at Xu Gui and asked, "I see that your aura is harmonious. You are not far from the foundation building stage, right?" Xu Gui said, "That's right. I came to the market at this moment, and I want to seek things for advancement." Fang Chong smiled and said, "What a coincidence. We have made a new partner in the market. You will never think of it. Do you remember the drop of silver zombie blood you took before?" Xu Gui breathing became a little faster. "Of course I remember. Our new partner is a silver zombie, who makes a living by selling his own blood. You can go find him. With his help, I think your breakthrough will be very smooth." Fang Chong never thought that there were such honest zombies in the world, who were obedient and law-abiding. When the silver zombie boss first descended on the secret palace, he merged a drop of flying zombie blood by chance and transformed himself into a zombie body. Then, in order to merge the blood, he was buried in the ground for decades. When he was born again, he was a silver zombie, on the same level as the Jin Danjinren. As a result, he did not rely on his cultivation to bully others, but secretly began to sell blood. The freshly baked silver zombie blood was sold at a low price, and he was honest. According to him, he could produce blood by sucking some cow blood and pig blood, so why couldn't he sell it? So a protagonist who should have achieved enlightenment, after more than 10 years, did not make any progress in cultivation, but lived a life of luxury and extravagance by selling blood. After hearing this, Fang Chong was very upset. He finally knew where the silver zombie blood in Haisha's hand came from. Chapter 154. After dealing with Li Xiuxiu and Xu Gui, Fang Chong finally looked at the girl, who had been acting like a good girl. At this moment, Fang Taiju no longer had the indifference she showed in front of outsiders. She only had a pair of innocent big eyes, and a seemingly innocent little face. "Brother," she called out in a soft and tender voice, like a young girl in the water town of Jiangnan. If Fang Chong had just come here and encountered such a situation, he would have surrendered and taken his sister to the mountains and forests to have 8 children in 10 years. But Fang Chong, who had long been accustomed to the girl's attitude, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "I heard that you went to teach someone a lesson again." The girl wrinkled her nose and said unconvincedly, "He offended my brother first, and I didn't kill him." "You are quite proud." Fang Chong had heard about what happened a long time ago. If Xu Gui hadn't advised him, everyone would have started the feast now. However, seeing that the girl would dare to do it again next time, Fang Chong could not say anything to blame her. "Okay, you did it right," the girl said happily. "Then I did it right. How are you going to reward me, brother?" "Reward you with your favorite slap." Fang Chong complained in his heart, and then rubbed the girl's hair. "You still want a reward? I'd be lucky if I don't spank you." Unexpectedly, the girl really raised her perky buttocks and twisted them deliberately, bringing out a beautiful arc. "Brother, if you want to spank me, just spank me, I won't object." Fang Chong, The air was quiet for a while. Fang Chong gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell are you and Winchell researching recently?" Ever since Taiju broke through the Jindan realm and his body grew again, becoming the current 17 or 18-year-old, she began to try to break the brother-sister relationship. Fortunately, he abides by his principles. Although he let her take advantage of him a lot, he always sticks to the bottom line. It's just that Taiju has been getting more and more excessive recently. "Do you really think he is not angry?" The girl still looked ignorant, and even blinked her innocent eyes. "Brother, what did you say?" Fang Chong took a deep breath. "Get out of here." Fong Chong sat down heavily after the girl left with disappointment. God knows how he has been through these 10 years. First, there was Dong Dong, a beauty in the world who could only be seen, but not eaten. Although they could play some small games to relieve boredom, the more they played, not only could they not suppress their impulses, but they became more angry. After all, scratching an itch through a shoe is not as satisfying as a real fight. So a long time ago, he started a long-term, high-frequency retreat, just to reach the boundary of the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. Later, when Taiju grew up, this sister not only did not care about him as a brother, but instead relied on the beautiful girl's youthful and beautiful body to try to ruin his Taoism, which was simply repaying kindness with enmity. It's all tears to say too much. He has it easy. It's almost there. Fong Chong muttered, I won't have to endure it soon. Then he silently chanted the heart purification mantra, summoned a heart demon full of evil desires, and threw it into the eye of the demon as a snack without saying a word. Thanks to the heart demon brothers for carrying the burden forward these years, otherwise it would have been really hard to endure for 10 years. Sure enough, his boiling impulse was swept away with the heart demon, just like a saint in the world, but it was a bit too mentally damaging. Identify. As the golden finger lit up, the familiar character panel appeared. I still need 200,000 experience points to break through the Jinden realm. At my current speed of accumulating experience points, I can get about 7,000 experience points every day, which will take about a month. But it will be another bottleneck by then. Fortunately, Dong Dong has broken through the foundation building realm. With her help and the trump card I prepared, it should not be difficult to break through. In fact, it would be even better if there was another Jin Yuan pill to assist in breaking through the Jinden realm. It's a pity that no one in the entire Anan Dao can refine this thing. I heard that it appeared in the capital, but now Taoist Qingyo has been imprisoned in the abandoned prince's mansion with the female prince because of my trick. I want to ask him to help find it, but it's impossible. Fong Chong did not expect that the future empress would have such a long low period. It has been 10 years, and almost no one mentions the voice of the female crown prince. Because Zhou Zhao was deposed. But the Tang dynasty did not select a new crown prince. It was rumored that the Tang emperor was obsessed with cultivation and wanted to become the emperor of immortality. So those who defected to the female crown prince's mansion betrayed or ran away. Many of them wanted to buy at the bottom, but they all bought at the ceiling. I don't know how many people cried because of this potential stock of the female crown prince. Now, people like Qingyo Taoist who have no worries are still holding on, but they are all imprisoned in the abandoned crown prince's mansion and cannot go out, like prisoners. For this reason, Fong Chong could not raise his head in front of Dong Dong for a long time. In addition to the level, there are upgrades of various professions, which are all regular upgrades, without any waves. Among them, the hegemony profession has risen greatly, and it can almost be said to be a latecomer. Because he would go to Lingyanmen for 2 months every year to use the Golden Pagoda gravity field and refine his body with the Golden Pagoda's evil spirit, he has been maintaining a steady upward trend. However, he has just caught up with Li Hu's level of domineering body 10 years ago, and can barely block the ordinary attacks of the Jinden early-stage cultivators. The boy's body has been steadily improving, but he will say goodbye to it next month. It's only 7%, and he has long been dissatisfied with it. The root bone and fortune have not changed. The improvement of root bone can be encountered but not sought. As for fortune, because he did not take the initiative to kill himself and almost stayed at home, there was no ripple. Only the karma reached a breakthrough of 0. After all, he personally refined an evil spirit and gave birth to another ghost general in the world. In terms of lifespan, because he broke through the middle and late stages of foundation building, he gained a total of 20 years of growth. So after 10 years, his lifespan balance has increased by 10 years, which can be regarded as getting younger and younger. Due to the improvement of his cultivation profession, each of his attributes has been nearly doubled. Only the spiritual aspect has remained stable at 6.0. Just now, he fed a heart demon, and it dropped by 0.1. His strongest attribute has now become his weakness. But it is all worth it. The progress of refining the eye of the demon has been maintained at an improvement of 5% to 6% per year, and now it has been refined to more than 60%. He is almost half the owner of the eye of the demon. Now he has initially unlocked some functions of the eye of the demon. The obvious manifestation is that the exchange of the internal skills of the eye of the demon can be discounted, and the use of mature demon seed eyes, as demon energy does not need to squeeze his spiritual power all the time. Theoretically, with enough demon eye seeds, the power of the eye of the demon can exceed the limit of his current level. In other words, although he is in the foundation building stage, the eye of the demon is well fed. Not to mention the golden elixir. Even if the Yuanian great cultivator comes, he can stare him to death with one glance. Of course, Fong Chong had never encountered a nascent soul cultivator, so this power only existed in theory. However, Fong Chong would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Because the demon, IC could replenish the energy of the magic weapon spirit of the heavenly demon eye. If he used it without scruples, it would only speed up the awakening of the heavenly demon eye. In addition, there was progress in the cultivation method and spiritual arts. Although the cultivation method and spiritual arts also had bottlenecks, Fong Chong always found a new way when cultivating, calling on the tool heart demon for help. He also gained experience from the heart demon fragments, so he encountered almost no obstacles. Chapter 155. I marry you when I come back. Before leaving, Fong Chongru said to Dong Dong. Compared to 10 years ago, Dong Dong's appearance has hardly changed. It's just that her clothes and makeup tend to be conservative, but the charm from the inside out can't be concealed. With the precipitation of time, it's like a fine wine stored for many years, which makes you addicted to it and obsessed with it. To describe it in one word, it's pure and lustful. No wonder Fong Chong needs his good brother, the inner demon, to take the blame when facing this beauty. If the inner demon didn't take away his lust, he would probably be full of color in his head, and he wouldn't have the mind to practice again. This is the calamity of his practice. Dong Dong, who originally came to plead for help from his subordinates, was stunned and didn't react. What? Fong Chong stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, facing Dong Dong, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a melancholy temperament. I will marry you when I come back from this trip. Dong Dong finally reacted. Seeing Fong Chong's flag-raising behavior, she couldn't help but feel terrified. What do you want to do? Is it dangerous? I won't let you go. Fong Chong turned around and said helplessly, I finally made a passionate confession. Can't you cooperate a little? No tacit understanding at all, bad review. Dong Dong, She immediately knew that the premonition of danger, just now, was her own illusion. Her biggest danger is the man in front of her. She gritted her teeth and asked, Do you want me to act with you again? Fong Chong fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Dong Dong felt that he seemed to have hurt Fong Chong's heart. Perhaps he had prepared these words for a long time, but she acted unromantic. How can this happen again, then? Fong Chong turned around, and a low, hoarse, magnetic voice sounded. If I can come back this time, I will marry you. Dong Dong was silent again. She was wrong. Fong Chong had no intention at all, but she still cooperated with the performance and said, When will you come back? Fong Chong sighed. Maybe soon, or maybe never. If I can't come back, don't wait for me. You will meet a better man than me. Dong Dong blurted out. Then you will die outside. Fong Chong, Okay, we are an old couple. Let's not talk about this. It's easy to break up. Fong Chong hugged Dong Dong with a grin, and there was no trace of melancholy just now. But I really have to go out for a while. An old man who has done me a favor is going to meet the ancestors, and I'm going to see him off for the last time. When I come back, I will really marry you. Who wants to marry you? Dong Dong angrily slapped the big hand that was playing tricks on her chest, and finally reacted, surprised and happy. Are you going to break through? Fong Chong said that he would marry her after breaking through the Jindan realm. As a result, she waited for 3 years and 3 years, but she didn't see the shadow of Fong Chong breakthrough. On the contrary, Fong Taiju, who was almost riding his ambition to steal her man on his face, broke through the Jindan realm quietly and became the real person sitting in King Yifeng City. And he became more and more beautiful, which made her feel very stressed. People's emotions are so strange. If there was no Fong Taiju, Dong Dong would not feel how much she loved Fong Chong. But every night, she tossed and turned in bed, thinking of Fong Taiju, her competitor. She instantly felt that her love for Fong Chong was like a surging tide, uncontrollable, and reached a peak state. Fong Chong nodded modestly, a little proud. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but there is this possibility. You still have me, it will definitely succeed. Dong Dong said happily, Don't forget your promise to me, I want to be the most beautiful bride in the world. Fong Chong smiled and said, A real man should keep his word, 100 miles of red makeup, and a dragon and a phoenix to lead the way. If we say 100 miles, it is 100 miles. If we lose 1 meter or half a centimeter, it is not 100 miles. But as for the dragon and the phoenix, we don't know where to find them, and we can't beat them even if we find them, so we can just get a big dragon and a firebird. Yeah. Dong Dong nodded continuously. The two of them were in love with each other for a long time, and Dong Dong finally remembered something. I almost forgot that I have something important to talk to you about. What? It's not a big deal. It's just Sister Taiju. She almost killed someone again. The other party is the captain of our Fansher law enforcement team, and now everyone is panicking and thinks it's too dangerous to work in our Fansher. Dong Dong sighed and said, even if our Fansher is big and powerful, it can't stand such a toss. I don't want to blame Sister Taiju. It's just that she is too impulsive and wants to kill this and that in a moment. Who would dare to come to our market in this situation? Besides, in our market, only harmony can bring wealth. She has come to me now, and she doesn't like to listen to what I say. As her brother, you should help persuade her more. Fong Chong said indifferently, did Uncle Chong ask you to come to me? Uncle Chong's name is Zeng Chong, and another cultivator named Li De are both old people who followed Taoist Qingyou. They are also one of the assets left by Taoist Qingyou to Dong Dong. Dong Dong nodded without hiding anything. Well, the man that Sister Taiyu wants to kill is the one who was invited to join our market by Uncle Chong. Fong Chong continued to ask, do you know why Taiju took action? Without waiting for Dong Dong to speak, Fong Chong asked himself and answered, because he dared to take action against the person holding my pass token, he dared to touch my people. Fong Chong's eyes turned cold. Dong Dong, the old man left by your grandfather has become more and more arrogant recently. Do you think that I, the second master, am just a gigolo, so you don't need to give me face? Although Fong Chong advised Fong Taiyu to be less aggressive, and not to dispose of other people's lives at will in front of her, Fong Chong still defended his sister in front of Dong Dong. Even if his sister was wrong, he was the only one who could punish her. Dong Dong was startled by Fong Chong's gaze, and quickly explained, no, Uncle Chong and the others didn't mean that. Only they know whether it was true or not. Fong Chong said calmly, I give you face this time, so that you, the master of the temple, won't be embarrassed in front of him, and Taiju won't do it again. But in the future, you have to discipline the old people left by your grandfather. I have given them enough face. They said that I was too controlling and undermined you as the master of the temple, so I stopped managing things. I have been living in seclusion these years and practicing in seclusion most of the time. But this doesn't mean they can get more than they want. After you and I get married, let them retire to the second line and find an idle job to live in their old age. Dong Dong opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But facing Fong Chong's dominance, she could only nod. I know, I will find a chance to tell them. After that, she thought for a while, held Fong Chong's hand, and said seriously, no matter what others say or think, in my heart, you will always be the best man. Fong Chong raised his head proudly. Of course. Dong Dong laughed. You are fat and you are out of breath. Can't you be more modest? I can't be modest, because you are telling the truth. I can't deny the truth and deceive you. That goes against my life principles. Fong Chong looked like an honest man. Then, they both couldn't help laughing. Chapter 156. The next day. Qianju County. Luxiang Medicine Shop. A young couple was busy in front of the hall, and two cute children were helping in the white aprons of the medicine shop. If you look closely, you can find that the children's eyes are a little dull. Although their movements are neat and tidy, they have a mechanical taste. What's the matter? The woman packed the herbs she had picked up, and was about to put them down when she saw a long shadow on the ground. She knew someone was coming, and raised her head to ask. Then her hand trembled, and the medicine bag almost fell. Why are you here? She unconsciously put her hair behind her head, wanting to show her best appearance. Fong Chong walked in with a smile. I came to see Uncle Su. The woman was Su Xinlan, the granddaughter of Uncle Su and Fong Chong half-child. Xiaolin, who is he? At this time, the man approached and asked with caution. Hello, I'm Xiaolin's husband. You can call me Su Zhigao. I know your name, but I didn't expect you to marry into the Su family for Xiaolin. To be honest, I admire you. Fong Chong seemed not to see the wariness in the man's eyes, and greeted him with a smile. You can call me Fong Chong, Xiaolin's former neighbor. No one will wait for someone forever. Su Xinlan, the seemingly weak girl next door, actually has her own ideas in her heart. After discovering that Fong Chong really had no interest in her, and her grandfather was old, he wanted to see her get married so that someone would take care of her in the future. So she didn't insist on anything, and found a man who loved her to marry. The man obeyed her in everything and took good care of her. She lived a very happy life in the past few years. Besides, this man was able to change his surname and marry into the Su family for her, which was better than 90% of the men in the world. When the man heard Fong Chong's name, he didn't react for a while, then his expression changed, and he said with some surprise, Boss Fong. He seemed to know Fong Chong's identity, and was very surprised by his arrival. Who is Fong Chong? Especially after reaching the master level of the Heart Demon technique, he is very sensitive to people's emotional changes. Yes, it's me. Fong Chong's smile faded at some point, and he nodded lightly. Take me to see Old Man Su. This way, please. The man was very enthusiastic. Xiaolan was mostly silent. As the two arrived at the house behind the medicine shop, Fong Chong just approached and seemed to smell a rotten smell, which was the old man's old age. The man was still talking about Old Man Su's condition. Since the beginning of the year, Grandpa's condition has been getting worse and worse. I don't know if he can survive this spring safely. Today the sun is good, Grandpa is in a much better state, and he is basking in the sun in the yard. Under a big tree that had just grown a few green buds, an old man with completely white hair was lying on a rocking chair, covered with a blanket, facing the sun, squinting his eyes, and sleeping peacefully. There was also a little boy guarding him. It seemed that the arrival of several people brought a noise, and the old man slowly opened his eyes. Fong Chong? Are you here? The old man spoke in a weak voice, with a feeling of being powerless. It's me, Uncle Su, I'm here. Fong Chong smiled and nodded. Seeing that the old man seemed to want to sit up, he stepped forward to support him and help the old man. As soon as he touched it, he found that the old man's palm was slightly cold, and it was obvious that the blood had been lost. Xiaolan, Jigao, you guys go and do your work first. I have something to say to Fong Chong, the old man said. The man glanced at Fong Chong, and then was pulled by Xiaolan, and then nodded and said, Okay, Grandpa, if you have anything, ask Xiaolan to call me. Xiaolan was the little boy standing next to the old man. It was a puppet specially made by Fong Chong and given to the old man. It has a certain intelligence. The two little boys in the hall before were also puppets. After the two men left, the old man looked at Fong Chong for a long time. Fong Chong was not in a hurry. He moved a stone bench and sat next to the old man. The old man was still watching him with a gentle smile on his face. Fong Chong. The old man spoke slowly. I'm here. Fong Chong replied. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The old man said with emotion. You are still as young as before, but I am about to die. Fong Chong smiled and said, If you are willing, I can cleanse your meridians and marrow for you now. I can't say that I can change my body and live a new life, but I think it won't be a problem for you to live another 20 years. But the old man refused. No. Life and death are all predetermined, so why should I force it? If I can live for 20 years today, I will want to live another 100 years in 20 years. What should I do then? Rather than dying in pain and unwillingness, it is better to accept my death calmly like now. But I still have one regret, so I shamelessly asked Xiao Shu to pass on the message, asking you to come and see the old man. Fong Chong said, Uncle Su, I have always remembered your care for me in the past. If you have anything, please tell me, and I will do it. The old man smiled and said, You are a sly guy. People who don't know would think you owe me a great favor. It's just a few prescriptions, not to mention that you paid me back later, and you paid too much. I have been taken care of by you for these years, and this little favor has been repaid. Fong Chong said, As the saying goes, a gift of goose feathers from 1,000 miles away is more valuable than a token of affection. For the boy, at that time, your medicines were not just medicines, but also a kind of love in the world, which made me feel the reality of this world. You have refused to accept my elixir in these years, probably because you thought that I wanted to use these elixir to cut off the worldly relationship between you and me. The old man smiled embarrassedly like a child who was caught stealing candy. You have seen through all the old man's thoughts. We only have this little affection between us. If you use a little less, you will be a dragon in the sky, and we are just ants on the ground. But the old man wants to leave some good karma for Xiaolan, so he has to do this. Fong Chong was silent for a while, but did not deny it. He just asked, What do you want me to promise you? The old man was silent for a while, and replied, I want you to help me take good care of Xiaolan, so that she can live a peaceful and happy life. Fong Chong said lightly, Xiaolan already has her own family and her own life. She will live a happy life. The implication is that he is only responsible for the old man's life, and for his granddaughter, at most, he can take care of her. This kind of promise for a lifetime is too heavy, and he doesn't want to give it. The light in the old man's eyes gradually extinguished as Fong Chong spoke, and he smiled bitterly. I am asking for too much. Fong Chong said, Why don't you change your request? The old man thought for a long time before saying, Then please give me this old man's last face. If Xiaolan asks you for help in the future, please help her. Fong Chong nodded, Of course. That's good, that's good. The old man laughed happily. The old man has no regrets. Finally, I have another question. Please tell me the truth. Chapter 157. In early spring, under a tree full of vitality. The old man was old, his eyes were full of memories, and there was a little unknown regret in his heart. If you came to buy medicine that day, I stopped you and fulfilled my promise to your father to let you marry Xiaolin, would you agree? Fong Chong didn't expect that Mr. Su would ask this question. But he didn't answer hastily, but thought about it carefully and recalled it, and then slowly answered, no. I just regarded Xiaolin as my sister at that time. He answered very confidently, because this was his true thought. At that time, he was dying and could not protect himself. Even if Mr. Su really wanted to marry Su Xilan to him, he would refuse. Because he couldn't even take care of himself, how could he delay the girl? How dare a clean-handed man miss a beautiful woman? Besides, Su Xilan was not his type. If he was really the type who is impulsive at first sight, like Dong Dong, he might choose to possess her selfishly. Then even if he died, there would be a woman in the world who would miss him. But the key is that she is not. The old man asked again, but what if I force you to marry her? This is your father's last wish. Fong Chong laughed, Uncle Su, I didn't listen to my father when he was alive, let alone when he died. I just don't listen to him. Can he still send me a dream? Besides, there is no if in this world. As long as something has not happened, there are 10,000 answers. What answer do you want? In fact, you shouldn't ask me, but ask your heart. If this is not the answer you want, then I will agree. Maybe I was empty and lonely at that time, and I happened to see Xiaolin smile, which instantly filled my heart, and I have never forgotten it since then. Then the two of them happily gave birth to a large litter of white and fat boys. Maybe in this way, you won't worry about it, and you can live a few more years. Hearing what the old man said just now, he realized that the old man probably felt sorry for his granddaughter all these years. Because according to the old man, he seemed to have a relationship with Xiaolin, but it was cut off by the old man without his knowledge. Later, he became very successful, but he had no chance to renew his relationship with Xiaolin. So the old man felt that he had delayed his granddaughter's happiness, so he secretly felt regret and guilt. However, feelings are something that cannot be forced. Of course, if he has a wife and dowry like Dong Dong, then just treat him as if he didn't say anything. A forced relationship may also be extra sweet. The old man was silent for a long time before he smiled bitterly. Maybe I shouldn't have asked you this question. I have rarely made mistakes in my life as a doctor and pulse-diagnoser, but my old eyes are cloudy and unclear, and I can't see people well. Thank you for coming to see me off for the last time. Xiaolin, go and call Sister Xiaolin. I want to say a few last words to her. The puppet boy who had been standing in front of him, and was silent, turned and ran to the front of the hall. At this time, the old man's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and the fire of life was about to go out. It seemed that his arrival had inspired the old man's last moments. Fong Chong couldn't help but say, Uncle Su, I can save you. The old man still shook his head. His attitude was a little stubborn. I know you were a good child. Just think of it as the selfishness of an old man like me. Su Xilan soon ran over in a hurry, followed by her current husband. Fong Chong stopped him and turned to walk out. Let the grandfather and grandson be alone for a while. About a cup of tea later. Grandpa. There was a burst of crying in the yard, like a cuckoo crying blood, full of sadness. Fong Chong sighed silently in his heart. When he saw Uncle Su again, he closed his eyes peacefully and lay on the rocking chair. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body, dragging the shadows of people and chairs on the ground. From a distance, it looked like he was sleeping soundly. Su Xilan held Mr. Su's hand tightly with both hands, lowered her head and sobbed, her voice full of sadness. Old man Su finally left. The old man who had given him warmth when he first arrived in the alien world, and had no relatives, left this world quietly. After a person dies normally, the soul will soon dissipate, perhaps entering reincarnation or returning to heaven and earth. Only those souls who suffered torture before death and whose hearts were full of resentment and pain, under chance, could return as evil spirits with the help of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. But this also means that there is no possibility of reincarnation. People live in the world of the living, and ghosts live in the underworld. This is the rule of heaven and earth. If people and ghosts coexist in the world, it will mess up yin and yang. Therefore, Fong Chong did not force old man Su's soul to stay. He just watched his soul smile quietly in the air, and then the soul dissipated into tiny white light spots and melted into the sun. There was also an inaudible sigh and a take care. Mr. Su was an old man in Chomlu Street. When the news of his death spread, all the neighbors and friends came to pay their respects. Mr. Su, like Mr. Fang, fled here, but his son and daughter-in-law died on the way, leaving only an orphan girl to him. He relied on his medical skills to gain a foothold in Chomlu Street and opened a Luxiang medicine shop. He saved people over the years and accumulated a lot of good karma. But people die and their karma fades. Mr. Su was worried that after his death, Su Xinlan, a girl, would be helpless and easily bullied, so he asked Fang Chong to take care of her. The night gradually deepened. Fang Chong stood in front of Mr. Su's coffin and stood vigil for him instead of Su Xinlan. Su Xinlan fainted from crying at her grandfather's funeral, and with her physical condition, if she stayed up a few more nights, she would probably be able to pursue her grandfather's soul in no time. As for Su Zhigao, he was taking care of Su Xinlan. Fang Chong took the initiative to take care of her in the end. Although he knew that Mr. Su's spirit had long since dissipated, it was a custom, so he didn't say anything to spoil the mood. In the copper basin, paper money was burning, and the bright yellow flame was rising and falling. Fang Chong squatted down and added paper money to the copper basin. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Fang Chong knew who it was without turning back. "You are too impatient. Please help me, Boss Fang." The person behind him knelt down suddenly, and his forehead hit the floor heavily, making a bang. "If I am not mistaken, your ultimate goal of marrying into the Su family is me." The person behind him wanted to explain, but Fang Chong interrupted him. "I said, you are too impatient." He stood up, turned around, and looked down at the kneeling person. "Old man Su has not yet rested, and you come to disturb him. Aren't you too impatient?" The person who came was Su Xinlan's husband Su Zhigao. Su Zhigao raised his head, his forehead was blue, and it was obvious that this head was really knocked. "After Grandpa's funeral, Boss Fang will leave. If I don't seize the opportunity, I don't know when I will see Boss Fang again. Please forgive me, Boss Fang." Fang Chong asked calmly, "What do you want to ask for?" Su Zhigao's eyes were bright, and his voice was full of desire. "I want to ask for a chance to be immortal. Boss Fang, please fulfill my little wish for Grandpa's sake." Su Zhigao's head slammed again. Fang Chong neither agreed nor refused. "How did you target me?" You should understand that it's easy for someone like me to hear the truth. Don't let me do it myself." Su Zhigao saw Fang Chong in different eyes, just like seeing the Buddha statue in the temple, just as lofty and ruthless. He was shocked and chose to speak honestly. "I am originally from Tanjia Town, Luoshui County, Jinshan Prefecture. Since I learned about the existence of immortals 8 years ago, I left my hometown and wanted to seek immortality. But all the immortals I met treated me as a slave. I worked hard for them, and was often beaten and scolded by them, but they refused to teach me any skills. So I ran away. At that time, I was penniless and disheartened. I wandered all the way to Qianshu County. I should have starved to death on the streets, but my grandfather was kind and gave me a few bites of food. I became a beggar and lived a life of mediocrity. Then one time, I accidentally found a thief trying to break into the medicine shop to steal. Just as I was about to warn him, I heard a fight inside. I was curious for a moment, so I secretly climbed over the wall to watch. Only then did I find that the 3 little men in the shop were not only extremely powerful, but also able to speak human language and control water and fire. Their abilities were 10 times higher than those of the immortals I had met before. I knew that the immortal fate I was looking for was right in front of me. At that moment, I regained my confidence. Later, I saw that my grandfather wanted to recruit apprentices. I had a little knowledge of medicine and some boxing and kicking skills, so I entered the Luxiang medicine shop. But after a while, I found out that Grandpa and Xiaolan didn't know the magic, and the 3 little fairy children were actually given by Boss Fang. I asked Grandpa and Xiaolan about Boss Fang, but they didn't want to talk in detail. After a long time, I had given up. Later, Grandpa wanted to find a son-in-law for Xiaolan. I was taken care of by Xiaolan every day, and I had long admired her, so I begged Grandpa to marry Xiaolan to me, and I was willing to marry into the Su family for this. Because my life was given by Grandpa, it doesn't matter if I return it to the Su family. Grandpa saw my sincerity, and Xiaolan also gave me a chance for Grandpa's sake. Until Boss Fang came again today, I knew that this might be my last chance in this life. Ask Boss Fang to help." Su Zhigao cowed out again, and he was determined not to stop until he had a concussion. Fang Chong looked at Su Zhigao, but there was no wave in his heart. "What you are asking for is just to start practicing, and to have a chance to live forever in the future. Such a request is just a trivial matter to me." Su Zhigao showed a happy face. Thank you. But Fong Chong stopped him. Don't be too happy too soon. I didn't promise you. Ah? Su Zhigao said anxiously. Why? I give you a chance to become an immortal, but what about Xiaolin? Fong Chong asked. Will you leave Xiaolin alone after you ask for a chance to become an immortal? Su Zhigao quickly explained. When I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will definitely come to help Xiaolin cultivate. By then, my husband and I can become a pair of immortal lovers. Fong Chong said with a mocking look. Why don't you ask for a chance to become an immortal for Xiaolin? Wouldn't it be good for you two to cultivate together? Su Zhigao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, Boss Fong is thoughtful. I thank Boss Fong on behalf of Xiaolin. Fong Chong asked again, then do you know why Mr. Su didn't ask me for a chance to become an immortal? Of course, he is old and confused. Su Zhigao roared in his heart. He didn't know how many times he had asked that old guy, but he just wouldn't give in. The older he gets, the more confused he becomes. What's the use of face? If he can become an immortal, what's the point of having face? I thought that Mr. Fong would speak up this time, but the old man died, and Mr. Fong didn't show any expression to him. For this reason, he had to seize this last opportunity to ask for a chance to become an immortal in front of the old man's spirit. But he still replied respectfully on the surface, maybe Grandpa has his own considerations. Fong Chong answered for him, because Mr. Su knows that this road is not as bright and beautiful as outsiders say. He hopes more for the peace and happiness of his family. You ask me for a chance to become an immortal? Fong Chong sneered. If I agree, I will be sorry for Mr. Su's spirit in heaven. Hearing this, Su Zhigao's face changed drastically, and he kept kowtowing. Please, Mr. Fong, give me a chance for my sincerity. Bang bang bang. The kowtows rang one after another. But Mr. Fong had already turned around and squatted in front of the copper basin to continue adding paper money. The flame suddenly jumped up, reflecting his face, and the light and dark were uncertain. For a long while, Su Zhigao's head was bleeding, and he was dizzy, but Fong Chong didn't say a word and just stood with his back to him, like an insurmountable mountain. His sanity finally collapsed, and he said frantically, Mr. Fong, don't think I don't know that Su Xinlan, that bitch, has always been thinking about you, even dreaming about your name. I've been married to her for 3 years, 3 years. I slept on the ground for 3 years, and she didn't even want me to touch her. I've raised your wife for so long, don't you want to give me a chance? I've been a slave for so many years, and endured humiliation for so many years. Why is God so unfair? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Fong Chong listened to the incompetent roar behind him, and his eyes seemed to see the peaceful expression of Mr. Su through the coffin. Is this why you used your life to invite me back? But even you can't make up your mind to solve it, and you expect me to solve it for you, you are too greedy. There are 3 puppet children, listening to orders. Even if Su Zhigao has some martial arts hidden in him, he is just as fragile as a chicken in front of Mr. Su. But he had just helped his granddaughter reject him, and then he made the wrong choice of love, allowing Su Zhigao to marry into the Su family. He must be in great pain, not knowing how to deal with Su Zhigao. Fong Chong turned around again, looked at Su Zhigao, pointed at the people in the yard and said, Look. Su Zhigao turned around, and saw Su Xilan's pretty face with tears in her eyes. Xiaolin, it's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. Su Zhigao's voice was full of panic. Although he was so crazy just now, he still had some rationality, trying to expose his pain and make Fong Chong feel guilty, and then soften his heart and give him a chance. All his confidence came from his relationship with Su Xilan. That's why old man Su didn't know how to deal with him, fearing that he would hurt his granddaughter's heart again. At this moment, Su Xilan appeared, proving that all his support was instantly shattered. Fong Chong's decision was beyond his imagination. He burst all the beautiful illusions without any hesitation. Look, Uncle Su, solving the problem is so simple. If there is an abscess, you have to pick it. If you keep it, it will only get bigger and bigger. Fong Chong said to Uncle Su's coffin, even though he knew that Uncle Su couldn't hear him at all. Su Zhigao was completely crazy. He cursed again, cursing himself, Uncle Su, Su Xilan, Fong Chong, God, and this damn world. Finally, he knelt in front of Su Xilan, crying bitterly, asking her to let him go. Su Xilan hesitated. Brother Fong Chong, just let him go. Click, on the floor tiles. Su Zhigao opened his unwilling eyes angrily. What did you say? Fong Chong asked with a smile. Su Xilan stared at the corpse in front of her, forgetting even to cry. No, nothing. Fong Chong raised his hand. A storage bag opened in the air, and Su Zhigao's body disappeared. I will let people spread the news that this guy took advantage of the store's emptiness and absconded with the money. You don't have to worry. After that, he looked at the morning hall. Uncle Su, this is my solution for you. He walked out. Su Xilan shouted behind him, Brother Fong Chong. Fong Chong stopped, but did not look back. Can you take me with you? Fong Chong waved his hand back and shouted, Come to me if you need anything. His back disappeared into the depths of the night. Behind him, Su Xilan slumped on the ground, facing the direction of the morning hall, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, Xiaolin misses you. Chapter 158. After handling the funeral of Mr. Su, Fong Chong seemed to have taken off a layer of restraints, and his heart of Taoism became clearer. There was no one in the mortal world that could make him miss him. After all, Su Xilan was just a passerby in his life. Giving her unrealistic expectations was the greatest harm to her. Perhaps decades later, when Su Xilan's descendants came to him with a token to seek help, he suddenly realized that he was so far away from the secular world. The path of cultivation is a process of constant gain and loss. In another 100 years, he can still walk with him now, and how many familiar faces will remain? After returning to Qingyefang City, Fong Chong started his regular cultivation life again. In less than a month, he successfully reached the level before the Jindan realm. With the experience bar showing, he could clearly see the gap between himself and the Jindan realm. Just a few dozen points of experience. Once it passes, it will be like swallowing a Jindan into the stomach, and my life will be determined by me. If you don't get through, well, then think of another way. Failure is the mother of success. Inner District Market, Chuanfang Pavilion. This is a very stylish and noble service club, with handsome men and beautiful women who work in the service industry for various reasons. The artists here are proficient in various talents and have cultivation, which can bring spiritual pleasure to the guests. Of course, if both parties are willing, physical pleasure is not impossible. Of course, this thing is not opened by Fong Chong, and it is not an industry of the market. But it has a certain relationship with Fong Chong. Because the background of the emergence of Chuanfang Pavilion is after Fong Chong puppet building became popular. Especially when the private customization service of the puppet building is widely circulated among the cultivators, and has received good reviews. It is the choice of the market that makes a professional art gallery serving cultivators appear under the exploration and reference of some people with intentions. As for the market, being able to charge high land use fees and higher commissions, or taxes, then ordinary industries will naturally not prevent the rise of brands such as Kunfang. Speaking of which, the salted fish zombie who made a living by selling blood was attracted by the reputation of Chuanfang Pavilion. Later, because he could not afford the overnight fee, he had to go back to his old business, and was discovered by Fong Chong. Fong Chong was quite welcome to this kind of law-abiding salted fish. After a few visits, they became friends and joined the chariot of Qingnyo Fangshi, becoming business partners with deep cooperation. The Fangshi was responsible for collecting all kinds of delicious blood for him, and he was responsible for producing his own blood. After the sale, the Fangshi only charged the labor and material costs, and a 20% service fee. Because Fangshi settled the bill quickly, and the price was high enough, this salted fish zombie settled down in Fangshi. Brother you should take it easy, your face has turned pale recently. In the lobby on the second floor of Chuanfang Pavilion, Fong Chong teased a young man, with a pale face, and swollen bags under his eyes in front of him. The man was wearing a gorgeous robe that was as smooth and soft as flowing water. At a glance, you could tell that the clothes were expensive and full of high-end feeling. His appearance was not handsome, but ordinary, 2 levels lower than Fong Chong. In addition, his temperament was a little vulgar, which made him look like a prince who didn't look like a prince even if he wore a dragon robe. The man's name was Yu Xian, and he called himself Wu Zhuang. He yawned and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, the consumption has been a bit high recently. I drew a little more, and I will make up for it later by drawing more blood." "Good guy, you are really hard on yourself." Fong Chong was very impressed, and gave a thumbs up. This guy almost invested all his income from selling blood in the consumption of Chuanfang Pavilion. It can be said that he alone supported half of the consumption of Chuanfang Pavilion. Therefore, he has been treated as a super member for less than 2 years. He is the only guest who can stay overnight on credit since the opening of Chuanfang Pavilion. Yu Xian clicked his tongue and said with emotion, "You get what you pay for. How can you save money on something like this? You don't understand. Stop talking nonsense. No one comes to see me for no reason. What do you want to do? If you want me to draw blood, I have to wait a while. If I draw more blood, it will hurt my essence. Fong Chong fell silent. You have already drawn the essence? You can't get it for free. If you want to be a worshipper of the Chuanfang Pavilion, you can choose any girl you want, and you don't have to pay. But this Chuanfang Pavilion really caught a fat sheep, and tried its best to grab it. No, they will have to increase taxes next month. It's too much. Well, I did come to ask brother you for advice. Fong Chong smiled politely. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. Ask? Oh, the sun is rising from the west, and you want to ask me for advice. Ahem, you go ahead and ask. Yu Xian sat upright, looking like a teacher. Fong Chong organized his words and asked, How did brother you break through the Jindan realm? I have recently gained some insights, and feel that I am not far from this realm. In fact, he not only asked Yu Xian, but also Dong Tianbao, Fong Taizhu, and even went to his good brother Li Hu. It's just that Dong Tianbao is a puppet fused with evil spirits, using painful resentment as material, and forcibly broke through the barrier of the third-level puppet. And Fong Taizhu is even more so, just eat and eat. In short, eat all kinds of things, under strong faith, fuse a spiritual material called Xianming Divine Stone, and naturally break through. Li Hu breakthrough is a normal performance of a genius. According to him, he saw the hidden power deep in his body, under the strong pressure of the Golden Tower, and then broke through without paying attention. As for the bottleneck, he didn't know what the bottleneck was. Fortunately, the inheritance of Beiyu Dao sect obtained by Li, who has various records of the experience of predecessors, and Fong Chong has benefited a lot from it. Yu Xian was the fourth Jindan Fong Chong had found, and his answer could be used as a reference. But the next moment Fong Chong knew he was wrong. This guy was even more outrageous. How did I break through the Jindan realm? Yu Xian's expression was confused. I don't know, I just remember that I slept and woke up like this. Fong Chong was stunned for a long time before slowly saying, I humiliated myself, it seems that I am the only normal person. Do you have anything else to ask me? Yu Xian looked expectant. If not, please help me settle the bill for last night. How much? Fong Chong asked conditionally. Not much, just 1,000 spirit stones, and they gave me a discount, 888, auspicious. Did they inlay spirit stones? Why charge so much? Fong Chong was surprised. Back then, he had to fight wits and courage with the air for a few spirit stones, and he was terrified. Although the environment is different now, spirit stones are more circulated, and the value has depreciated compared to the past. But the price of 1,000 spirit stones makes those who work hard to cultivate feel bad. It's said that you get what you pay for, and last night was a special set meal, which was different. Yu Xian would not allow Fong Chong to insult those lovely young ladies like this, because they were all the people who brought him joy and happiness. At most, I will put it on my account and deduct it from my service fee next time. Fong Chong waved his hand and went downstairs cursing. 1,000 is 1,000, you charged me 1,000 for a problem and got nothing in the end, I'm losing a lot. Behind him, Yu Xian's voice came out loudly. Sister Bai, I want to order a song of drunken tour of the Moon Palace, put it on my account, and by the way, I want Miss Xiaoyao to dance. Chapter 159. The moonlight was cold, like a layer of gauze falling through the window. On the bed, Dong Dong was wearing a thin gauze. Her snow-white skin and the moonlight complemented each other, so white that it seemed to be glowing. She sat cross-legged with a holy look on her face. Fong Chong was naked on the upper body, and had something to cover his lower body, but there was no trace of lewdness on his face, only the calmness and seriousness of being ready for battle. Are you ready? Although he had been prepared for a long time, Dong Dong's face was still a little nervous at this moment. Yes, I'm ready. His slender fingers gently untied the ribbon around his waist, and the clothes peeled off like eggshells, revealing the delicate egg white inside. Then I'm here? Come on. Fong Chong pinched his fingers, and a wisp of white mist emerged from his palm, and soon filled the entire room. He silently practiced the skills. Yang Bu Lu. This extremely evil magic dual cultivation method was finally exchanged for by him to practice and deeply criticize. The effect was really good. The cold feeling gradually turned into wisps of warm breath flowing through the whole body as the technique was running. As the breath flowed, the hidden injuries and tiny meridian breaks that he had never found even when looking inward seemed to be magnified. Fong Chong guided the breath to heal these hidden injuries one by one. He could feel that his body was increasingly tending towards a pseudo-perfect state. Gold is a hard and permanent thing. Dan is a perfect, bright and pure thing without any flaws. The word Golden Dan originally means a kind of perfection. As the third major realm of cultivation, the Golden Dan realm can be regarded as the beginning of entering the room and is the first major checkpoint on the road to immortality. At this realm, from the physical body to the soul, it has entered a state of life evolution. Therefore, the lifespan of the Jin Dan has more than doubled compared to the 200 years of foundation building, reaching 500 years. Some even reach 800 years. The Jin Dan cultivators can call themselves ancestors because at this level, as long as they don't commit suicide, they can become ancestors. The breakthrough of the golden elixir can be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step is the essence, which is the perfection of the physical body. Only a dust-free and spotless physical body has the potential to breed the golden elixir, and has the foundation to carry the golden elixir. Of course, perfection has always been a false proposition. There has always been only relative perfection, not absolute perfection. So it is enough to meet the first condition as long as the physical body reaches a relative strength. This strength choice generally depends on the grade of the golden elixir. Just like the breakthrough of the foundation building realm has 3 foundation building methods, heaven, earth, and man, each foundation building method will bring different benefits. The golden elixir also has grades, which can be divided into 9 grades, from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, and there is also the legendary supreme golden elixir, the leak-free golden elixir. The grade of the golden elixir not only means the potential of the cultivator himself, but also means the strength of the magical power that can be carried on it. You must know that the strongest trump card of the golden elixir cultivator is the golden elixir magical power, so each grade of the golden elixir represents a real difference in combat power. High-quality golden elixir has a nearly overwhelming gap with low-quality golden elixir, so the golden elixir realm is also the realm with the largest gap in combat power. Among them, the top talents can fight against the level with the golden elixir magic power, and suppress the Yuaning with the golden elixir, while the weak ones are slightly higher than the foundation building realm and are nailed on the golden elixir's pillar of shame. Of course, most low-quality golden elixir pursues longevity, so the golden elixir realm has become the realm where cultivators are most likely to fall. The general idea is that a few hundred years are enough, and it is time to enjoy after practicing hard when you are young. And Fang Chong got the help of Dongdong Xin Yuan, and the first step of breaking through the golden elixir was very smooth, and the physical body quickly entered the perfect state. The originally huge true energy cyclone in the Dantian slowly returned to a point, and an illusory elixir-shaped object was born, with a series of equally illusory elixir patterns on the elixir, and each elixir pattern represents a gap of 1 grade. These lines represent the defects of the golden elixir, which are also the defects of the Tao. The more lines there are on the elixir, the greater the defects of the golden elixir. 1 pattern is 1 grade, 9 patterns are 9 grades. If there is no pattern at all, it means that the golden elixir is flawless and is of the best quality. At this moment, there are 3 lines of nothingness on the elixir, which means that if Fang Chong succeeds in breaking through, he can become a 3rd-grade golden elixir. In the inheritance of Beidou Dao sect, if you want to reach the standard of an immortal, you must do your best in every step. The foundation of heaven, the leak-free golden elixir, and the immortal grade Yuaning are the immortal foundation. Of course, there are no immortals in Beidou Dao sect, so this statement is just a legend. And Fang Chong still has a number in his mind. He can't afford these things. He is just an ordinary person, and most he has a little cheat. If he pursues perfection in every realm, then he is still in the chi refining realm, suffering for his lifespan. Besides, legends are legends, whoever believes is an idiot. The 3rd grade is pretty good, not as good as the 1st and 2nd grades of geniuses, nor as good as the top geniuses, but it can barely reach the edge of geniuses. He makes a living by his brain. Fang Chong was about to make the 2nd step of the golden elixir in 1 go. At this moment, the warm breath circulating around his body seemed to be attracted by the illusory golden elixir, and gathered together. I saw a Dan pattern on the illusory golden elixir looming, and then quietly disappeared, reaching the 2nd pattern. 2nd grade? Fang Chong's mouth almost laughed crookedly. This was a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that Dongdong's physique could help him improve his golden elixir by 1 grade. Don't get excited, it's not over yet. Fang Chong quickly calmed down and made the 2nd step of the golden elixir breakthrough, which was Qi. Qi refers to breath, spiritual energy, and magic power. It is the bridge between the physical body and the soul. To break through the golden elixir, it is almost the same as breaking through the foundation. Compress and refine your own magic power again, turn it into golden elixir magic power, and reach the point where the elixir is self-generated, so that you can accommodate the supernatural power. The 5-turn reverse Yuan Gong that Fang Chong practiced was specially prepared for this step. 1 turn compressed once, and the 5th turn compressed 5 times. His mana strength had long surpassed the mana strength of ordinary foundation building cultivators. At this moment, the mana flowed and poured into the golden elixir. That small golden elixir was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing his mana. Until all the mana and true essence in his body were returned to a small golden elixir, the illusory golden elixir began to gradually solidify, as if it was turning virtual into real. In the golden elixir, there were drops of golden Dan Yuan like dew, constantly produced. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. In the end, a total of 15 drops of Dan Yuan were produced. Then the Dan Yuan dissipated one by one, and the solid golden elixir became more vivid, and there were wisps of golden light blooming on it. Wait a minute. Fong Chong saw that there was a small dim strip on the golden elixir, which was the Dan pattern that was just smoothed out. At this moment, all the Dan Yuan has been integrated into it, but it still has not been transformed into a physical body. Don't play with me. Fong Chong wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was clearly upgraded to a higher level, but now it seemed like a big pit was dug. Chapter 160. Fong Chong didn't cry after all, because when he felt that he was going to die, the outside world sent another cold breath, which was the Yin Yuan in Dongdong's body. Dongdong's Xianyin physique is worthy of being a top-level cauldron, and can help him every step of breaking through the golden elixir. As the last dim part of the golden elixir was completed, a golden, round golden elixir has appeared in his dantian. However, this golden elixir still only has its shape, not its essence. Because the most important reliance of the golden elixir cultivator, the golden elixir supernatural power, has not been recorded on the golden elixir. This is the third step of the golden elixir breakthrough, that is, the spirit. The spirit is the spirit, soul, and will. It is opposite to the flesh and represents nothingness. This is also the most mysterious step in the breakthrough process. Fong Chong only felt that his spiritual consciousness seemed to be pulled by something and touched an unrecognizable and unknowable place. There was nothingness there, small and vast. He was rising and falling. Space and time were all messed up here. He felt sick and wanted to vomit. Until a ray of light appeared. That light was familiar. It was his own spiritual light, which was the most amazing ability of the puppet spirit in his opinion. At the moment when the spiritual light appeared, his will fell rapidly and entered a soft and hard object. He turned into a ball. No, this is my golden elixir. Fong Chong suddenly realized. He was like an outsider at this moment, watching the golden elixir swallow his spiritual consciousness. As his spiritual consciousness turned into a pen tip, the outer shell of the golden elixir began to move like a dragon, and a mysterious breath was covered. It seemed that someone was using his hand to record something on his golden elixir. However, Fong Chong felt something was wrong the more he looked at it, because under the breath, a word was faintly outlined. A word kue written in small seal script. As the word kue was written, a mysterious message came into my mind. This is the second-grade Jin Dan magical power, heart kue. A superb mental illusion that can silently erode the souls of others and turn them into your own puppets without knowing it. Once it is turned into a puppet, it can also possess the spirit, just like a clone. What is this? A powerful combination of the heart demon technique and the puppet master? The second-grade golden elixir magic. I don't know how powerful it is. Fong Chong has an urge to try it. And as the recording of the golden elixir magic is completed, the three elements of spirit, energy and spirit are united, and Fong Chong finally has a sense of perfection. He opened his mouth and spit out a golden, round golden elixir from his mouth, born in the room, like a sun. When his eyebrows moved, the golden elixir moved suddenly, and drilled into the sea of consciousness, that is, the Niwen Palace, the upper dantian. I saw that the sea of consciousness, which was originally gray and only had the faint light of spiritual consciousness, suddenly became bright. The golden elixir turned into a sun and dispelled all the darkness. Fong Chong's mind became clear, and he had a sense of enlightenment that he knew who he was today. His soul seemed to be sublimated and was about to leave his body. But his body sent a pulling force, holding his restless soul tightly. In the dantian, a new cyclone of magic power was being born, and drops of fresh Dan Yuan were born from the cyclone. His body and soul began to merge in the pulling. This floating feeling lasted for an unknown period of time. Fong Chong slowly opened his eyes, and felt the power surging in his body. Identification. Swallow a golden elixir into your stomach, and you will be the ancestor from today. Fong Chong laughed at first, and then laughed loudly. After breaking through the golden elixir, his spirit and spirit were transformed and united. From then on, the body was no longer his weakness. Even if his head was cut off, as long as it was reattached in time, he could still be resurrected without injury. Even if the heart was blown up, it could grow back again. As for the broken hands and arms, it goes without saying. With enough energy, you can replace whatever you want. If you want to kill him, you either have to completely blow up his body, leaving nothing behind, or destroy his spirit and soul, leaving his body in a dead silence. Apart from that, it was hard for him to die. This was the Jin Dan realm, the ancestor cultivator. Before, Li Hu was able to killing Mo, the Jin Dan real person, because the eye of the heavenly demon first destroyed his spirit, and then Li Hu crushed his body, so he died beyond death. As Fong Chong laughed, a whimper came from the side. Fong Chong looked down and saw Dong Dong curled up on the side. His long black hair fell like a waterfall, and there were dry tears in the corners of his eyes. At this moment, his eyelashes were trembling, as if he was about to wake up. Fong Chong couldn't help but look at it, and his index finger moved. He had lost his virginity. Then what was the difference between once and 100 times? Dong Dong opened her eyes, and saw Fong Chong staring at her with a burning gaze. "Don't look." Dong Dong was about to pull her clothes shyly. But Fong Chong pulled her hand, and directly pulled her over. This is life. No wonder so many people in the Jin Dan realm have fallen. When he thought that he still had hundreds of years to live, why should he work hard to cultivate? We have been married for so many years. Why are you still shy? Dong Dong felt a warm current stirring in her heart. She shyly grabbed Fong Chong's hand, but she did not lose her mind. "How are you? Have you broken through?" Hearing this, Fong Chong's impulse was slightly suppressed, and a bit of pity appeared in his eyes. "I broke through. It went smoothly. Thank you for your hard work." "What grade is the elixir?" Dong Dong asked again. Fong Chong sighed, pretended to be depressed in Dong Dong's nervous eyes, and said, "Alas, the performance is a little poor. It's only the 2nd grade." "Second grade? Ah! It's the 2nd grade." Dong Dong grabbed Fong Chong and shook him, cheering loudly. "The 2nd grade is so powerful. My grandpa is only a 4th grade golden elixir." Fong Chong was so confused that he was attacked by the excited Dong Dong from both sides, and his face was hot from the two weapons. "This is too much. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't." Fong Chong pressed Dong Dong on the bed, and was about to correct her husband. Suddenly, he felt something and his face changed. Fong Chong grabbed his pants, and smashed through the roof above his head. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and as Fong Chong rushed up, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm hit his head. Golden Elixir Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 161. Theoretically, there is no thunder tribulation when a Jin Dan cultivator breaks through, otherwise there would be no hidden Jin Dan Jinren in Anandao. Every time a Jin Dan Jinren appears, he will be struck by thunder. Anandao is such a small place that it is impossible to hide. However, there are exceptions, that is, people with heavy karma. As the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning intertwined, and pressure came down like a mountain. But it just didn't rain. In the market, many people's attention was immediately attracted. The inheritance of casual cultivators has always been fragmented and jumpy. Therefore, someone soon recognized the origin of the sudden thundercloud. Thunder tribulation. This is the thunder tribulation that all cultivators face. Which master is going through the tribulation here? Someone shouted, excited, and looked more excited than going through the tribulation himself. This Taoist friend is polite. May I ask what this thunder tribulation is? Soon someone stepped forward to ask. The person who just shouted was happy to answer, and make a name for himself. This is a thunder tribulation, a test and punishment of the heaven for practitioners. Someone must have made a breakthrough here, which attracted the thunder tribulation. What? We will also attract thunder tribulation when we break through. How can we withstand it? The person who asked the question sighed repeatedly when he saw the thunder in the sky, and was afraid that he would die if he was hit by it. Is cultivation so difficult? But the person who answered rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, You want God to strike you, but he may not be happy. If you want to attract thunder tribulation, you must at least break through the nascent soul realm. However, I see that the intensity of this thunder tribulation is far different from the 39 thunder tribulation recorded when the nascent soul breaks through. Isn't it a breakthrough? As he said this, a bit of doubt appeared on his face. The person who asked the question did not care about the ridicule of this person. After embarking on the path of cultivation, I thought I was a child of destiny, but in fact I was just a lucky boy. I encountered many setbacks along the way, and being able to get some cultivation knowledge for free was nothing compared to this ridicule. At this moment, they saw a figure wearing only pants rushing up to the sky cursing. The long brewing thunderbolt fell. The man punched in the air, and the thunderbolt was shattered, causing an uproar. Who is this person? Even God can't do anything to him? I know him. He is the second owner of Qingniu Market, the luckiest man in the market. Only the person who recognized the origin of the thunderbolt suddenly woke up from a dream and exclaimed, "That's right. It's not the 39th thunderbolt. It must be that this person did something that angered the heaven and the people, which aroused the anger of the heaven and sent down the thunderbolt. Please tell me in detail, brother." The person just now came up again. "This is all secret new knowledge. I just said that this thunder tribulation is divided into tests and punishments. This is neither a test nor a punishment. He is actually the second master of the market here. It was probably when he broke through the golden elixir that his own karma triggered the thunder tribulation." At some point, more and more people came over. After hearing this person's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the second master of the temple looked so handsome, but he actually did so many bad things behind the scenes. I've heard that the second master of this temple is the most mysterious. I have a friend who is an internal staff member of the temple. He heard from him that the second master of the temple enjoys the essence of virgins every day, so the women who go in and out of his cave are different every day, and they are all beautiful. It seems that even God can't stand it. "Oh," I said, "how could the beautiful lady master give herself to him? It must be that the second master used some tricks." "Bah! You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. Those who know will know it." Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more outrageous, the man just now hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. It's not like that. Heavy karma and heavy sins are two different things, not the same." But the others had already fallen into the gossip plot, so how could they listen to any explanation? In the end, even the person who was explaining couldn't squeeze in, because everyone gathered around the monk who said, "I have a friend," and asked all kinds of gossip. "My little brother, you just said that your karma is heavy. Can you explain it in detail?" A man in gorgeous clothes, with a slightly vulgar temperament, suddenly appeared behind him. The man said helplessly, "Have you ever heard a saying, 'Heaven and earth are unkind, and treat all things as straw dogs'? The meaning of this sentence is not that God treats us as pigs and dogs, but that all things in heaven and earth are the same in God's eyes. No matter how many people we kill or how many bad things we do, it is a sin, but in God's eyes, it is nothing. Because the so-called definition of bad things is our human standard, not the standard of heaven. But karma is different. Karma is when someone disrupts the rules of heaven and earth and violates the will of the operation of heaven and earth. Such people will be entangled by karma. Then his path of cultivation is destined to be difficult step by step, which is the so-called abandoned person." "Karma?" the man in gorgeous clothes asked. "Do zombies have karma?" The man was stunned for a moment, but still replied, "Zombies are reincarnated from corpses, born aliens, with karma, and they will suffer thunder tribulation every time they break through a realm. No wonder I was struck by thunder as soon as I woke up." The man in gorgeous clothes cursed, and then patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, I see that you are a kind-hearted person. If you have time, let's go to Qianfang Pavilion together. I will treat you." The man was stunned. But the legendary Qianfang Pavilion with 300 fairies and a great reputation? Of course, is there another Qianfang Pavilion besides this? The man in gorgeous clothes said proudly. People who don't know would think that he opened this Qianfang Pavilion. Then why not today? The man said bluntly. The man in gorgeous clothes was stunned. After a long while, he replied dryly, "No problem, let's go now. By the way, what's your name, brother?" "My younger brother Yan Fei. I'm here to make a name for myself this time." Fong Chong knew this information, but he never thought that he had a little karma, so how could he be considered to have heavy karma? He broke the thunder with a punch. For him who is now at the 33rd level of the tyrant body, he doesn't even need to show his real skills. This thunder can't deal with him at all. But the legendary thunder tribulation is stronger than the last one. The first one is just an appetizer. He just quietly waited for the second thunder tribulation from the heaven. But he waited and waited. More and more people gathered below, but the second thunder tribulation did not happen. Not only did it not happen, but the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Fong Chong, So it seems that the heaven made such a big scene just to warn him, making him pose for a long time. Fong Chong checked himself again. Sure enough, his karma has been cleared. The punishment is so small. Who are you looking down on? Isn't this encouraging people to make mistakes? Fong Chong felt that he had gotten a bargain and was still being ungrateful. The clouds dispersed and the sky cleared. The news that Fong Chong, the the second master of King Yifeng City, had broken through the golden elixir, and would get married in 3 months spread throughout Annan Road with a thunder. Chapter 162. With Fong Chong breakthrough, and the legendary background of being struck by thunder, Fong Chong name has become famous in the entire Annan Road. Of course, if it was 10 years ago, it would be known to all cultivators. But now with the increase in the number of Jin Danjinren, people are not so deliberate to remember the names of every Jin Danjinren. Only when they need to know. In this context, almost everyone has a consensus that the great era of cultivation is not far away. But no one knows that this great era will come so quickly. At the same time as Fong Chong breakthrough, Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, thousands of miles away from Annan Road, the original prince's mansion. Now it is deserted, with moss growing on the corners. Only a few of the small courtyards are still popular. This was originally the special care of the Tang emperor for the female crown prince Zhou Zhao, who was allowed to build a mansion when she was still a minor. But with Zhou Zhao's performance, the female crown prince began to live up to her name. Until 5 years ago, when the emperor of Tang broke through the Jin Dan realm and lived for 500 years, he found the position of the crown prince more and more annoying. Under the continuous petitions of the ministers, the emperor of Tang half-heartedly abolished Zhou Zhao's position as the crown prince and imprisoned her in the former crown prince's mansion, now the Princess Zhaoyang mansion. He also ordered 300 guards to guard her and not let her step out of the mansion for the rest of her life. The former eunuchs of the crown prince's mansion also scattered. Only a few people accompanied Zhou Zhao to take care of him, and one of them was the most special, named Cheng Kai, a member of the side branch of the Cheng family of Duke Lu, who called himself the Taoist Qingyo. Because most of the others had no choice to stay, and if they left, their bodies would be hung at home the next day. Only Cheng Kai. As a member of the Cheng family, he had served in the Tian's mansion, and he had the cultivation of the Jinan realm. If he chose to leave, there would be many people willing to accept him. Even after the Cheng family found out, they sent people to invite him back home many times. But he refused all of them. This makes people wonder what Zhou Zhao gave him to make him so devoted. Zhou Zhao was also asking him, "Sir, 2 more people left the mansion yesterday. Now, apart from you and me, there is only one big cat left. And big cat is a dog that cannot choose its own fate." In the small courtyard, Zhou Zhao and Cheng Kai sat opposite each other. On the small red stove, a pot of water was boiling. Zhou Zhao reached out and picked up the kettle, poured it into the teacup, alternating between hot and cold. With a hissing sound, the tea leaves swirled from the bottom of the cup to the surface of the water, and a faint tea fragrance emerged with the water vapor. Zhou Zhao, 21 years old, has already grown into a charming girl. But she prefers to wear men's clothes. Under a green long gown, she hides a beautiful figure. Her face without makeup is clean and natural, with a faint and calm smile on her face. It seems that nothing can move her. Even when the Emperor of Tang issued the decree to abolish his position as crown prince, she was indifferent. She quietly accepted the decree, and watched the huge crown prince's mansion fall apart. She stayed in this desolate and silent crown prince's mansion for 5 years. Cheng Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. He also had a kind of unshakable demeanor. Why didn't he leave? Maybe it's because of habit. After 5 years of confinement, the two of them were almost both teachers and friends. It was a bit silly to care about the status between the monarch and the minister. Cheng Kai's face showed a look of reminiscence. In fact, it's not bad to stay here with His Highness. If I go out, I'm afraid I can't control myself. Zhou Zhao knew that Cheng Kai had other intentions in joining her, but with her downfall for so many years, this intention was more or less questionable. "Oh, sir, don't you want to go out? With your ability, why bother to waste time with a useless person like me?" Cheng Kai smiled faintly. "Your Highness, the best answer to this question is that I want to take action. If I wanted to leave, I would have left 5 years ago. Thank you for the tea, Your Highness. What can I do now? I was wrong in my mind, and believed the nonsense of a little bastard and got on the wrong boat. Then there is only one way to go. At least, for the sake of his being cheated, he should be nice to his granddaughter. But based on the news he has received in recent years, that kid is still quite obedient." Cheng Kai picked up the teacup and took another sip. The slightly bitter tea swirled in his mouth and swallowed down his throat, and there was a faint sweet aftertaste. The servants of this clan mansion are getting better and better. The tea sent to the mansion is getting better and better. In the past, you could taste a little spiritual energy. After getting Cheng Kai's answer, Zhou Zhao also picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Sir, you are right. This tea is getting better and better, so I want to find my father to discuss the Tao. Sir, do you dare to accompany me? Cheng Kai was stunned. At this moment, he saw a light in Zhou Zhao's eyes that he had never seen before. It was like a stone embryo cut open, revealing the peerless jade inside, like a peerless sword that has been hidden in the sheath for 10 years, showing its edge for the first time. Why not? He laughed. It's just a death. But I have a question for your highness. Sir, please ask. Your highness has been hiding for so many years. Why don't you hide today? Because the sky has become higher. Zhou Zhao pointed to the sky and stood up. Sir, please follow me to the sky. She took a step forward, and the air shook, and infinite spiritual energy gathered from all directions. 10 meters, 100 meters, 10,000 meters. The spiritual energy within 100 miles was driven, and the celestial phenomena changed with the mind. In Chang'an City, all the hidden masters were alarmed, looking at the huge spiritual vortex in the sky in surprise, and a shadow suddenly fell on their hearts. What happened? Why, I have a bad feeling. What a domineering method, who is practicing here, and can cause such a celestial phenomenon. Cheng Kai looked at Zhou Zhao in the center of the storm, but a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Is that kid really right? It's just the first step. Zhou Zhao, who was originally a mortal, broke through the qi refining realm. One more step. Zhou Zhao soared up into the air, as if an invisible staircase appeared in the air, and advanced from qi refining to foundation building realm. Then, there was the third step. A flawless golden elixir was swallowed by Zhou Zhao. Zhou Zhao had reached the golden elixir realm. One step at a time, one breakthrough. The realm barrier that ordinary cultivators have cultivated for a lifetime seemed to be non-existent in front of Zhou Zhao at this moment. Then the fourth step, the golden elixir broke open, and the nascent soul left the body. Then the fifth step. Until the sixth step, Cheng Kai's body shook, and then shook wildly. Damn, it's going to be a success. Cross 6 realms of cultivation in an instant. Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, transformation of the soul, and void. Chen Tiangang, the director of the Imperial Observatory, who is known as the #1 cultivator in the Tang dynasty, is only at the peak of the nascent soul, and is still one step away from transformation of the soul. But in just a moment, Zhou Zhao was already 2 realms higher than him. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Cheng Kai would never be willing to believe that something that challenged common sense would happen in front of him. But this is the fact. No wonder she never seemed to care about anything. Cheng Kai finally understood where Zhou Zhao's calmness came from. Because she has always had the strength and confidence to dominate everything. Sir, please follow me to heaven, Zhou Zhao said again. She was seen dancing in the wind in a green shirt, her soft long hair drooping like a waterfall, and a few strands of hair on her temples with a bit of chic. Her voice was light, her expression was light, as always. But in Cheng Kai's heart, she had turned into a mountain. He flew up and landed 2 positions behind Zhou Zhao, but anyone knew who was the protagonist. Outside the prince's mansion, the 300 guards were all elite in the palace. If it was the cultivation era, everyone here would be a good fighter who could fight 10 enemies at once. After forming a military formation, any top master would be killed on the spot. With the advent of the cultivation era, the imperial court, as the biggest beneficiary, naturally also received various inheritances. Among them is the cultivation method of cultivating Taoist soldiers, which was originally a kind of tool for the cultivation of the big sect to protect the mountain gate. People with average qualifications are selected, and they practice special skills uniformly, supplemented by special magic tools, and take special elixirs every day. When everyone can have the same energy and origin, as if they were one body, they are put into the special magic array for refining. Those who can survive are Taoist soldiers. These Taoist soldiers naturally obey the orders of the soldiers, and they are connected by the same energy and branches, and can be superimposed on their cultivation. According to the different types of Taoist soldiers, they have various magical uses. However, the cultivation of Taoist soldiers is very expensive. Even if the Tang Emperor sits on the world, he only cultivates 800 Taoist soldiers for himself. These 800 Taoist soldiers are called the 4 symbols Taoist soldiers, which can be further divided into 4 types: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. These 300 guards are naturally not all Taoist soldiers, and there are only 20 Black Tortoise Taoist soldiers among them. At this moment, Zhou Zhao left the house without permission. 20 Xuanwu Dao soldiers formed a military formation, leading the rest of the Imperial Guards, and transformed into a Xuanwu beast that looked like a black turtle. The leading lieutenant raised his head and said, I, the Cavalry Lieutenant Luowen, Have met Princess Xiaoyang. Without the order of His Majesty, Princess Xiaoyang, please do not step out of the palace. Mr. Cheng, please do not embarrass me. He thought that the princess could fly because of the help of Cheng Kai, the Jin Danjinren. At this moment, Zhou Zhao had already restrained all his auras. Luo Wen was just a small lieutenant, and his cultivation was only at the foundation building stage. How could he see through his true and false? But Zhou Zhao did not even look at him, but just walked towards the direction of the palace with Cheng Kai step by step. The leisurely stroll seemed to be interested and wanted to find a place to take a walk, that's all. I'm sorry. Luo Wen's face changed slightly, and he waved his hand behind him. Start the formation. The black tortoise roared to the sky, and with it 100-meter wave, it pressed towards Zhou Zhao. However, before the attack got close to 100 meters, it seemed to hit an indestructible mountain wall. Boom! The black tortoise scattered, and the 300 guards vomited blood and fell to the ground. The leading Captain Luo Wen was even more dizzy, thinking that he had just offended a fairy god. He was filled with fear, and he had the urge to end his life because he could not bear the pressure. Fortunately, he was connected to the aura of other Taoist soldiers. After sharing this fear with everyone, he finally gave up the idea of suicide. But there was still a look of horror in his eyes. In this life, he probably would not dare to offend Zhou Zhao again. Cheng Kai was also full of awe. That was the Imperial Guard. 300 Imperial Guards guarded the prince's mansion, more to guard against him, a Jin Danjinren. Otherwise, Zhou Zhao was an ordinary mortal before, and a strong and clever maid could be sent to watch him. Why would 300 Imperial Guards be guarding him? It was because in the eyes of the Tang Emperor, 300 Imperial Guards were enough to suppress a Jin Dan cultivator. But such a force easily collapsed in front of him, but he did not even notice the fluctuation of mana on Zhou Zhao. This gap was like a difference between heaven and earth. He lowered his head silently and served as a good companion to His Highness. Although he didn't know why Zhou Zhao was so powerful, he understood that no matter what kind of Renwang, they were all his younger brothers now. He knew that when the decree to abolish the female crown prince was first issued, it was the civil officials of Renwang's faction who shouted the loudest. The crown prince's mansion was only 5 miles away from the imperial palace, but Zhou Zhao walked for a full 5 minutes. She even had the leisure to comment. Sir, you haven't been out of the mansion for many years. Do you feel any changes in the city? Cheng Kai no longer had the calm mood he had just when he sat and talked with Zhou Zhao and drank tea leisurely. He smiled dryly. I think it should be more lively. There are more and more people in Chang'an City. Yes, it's so lively. Zhou Zhao looked at him leisurely, as if he was casually saying, if they died like this, it would be a pity. I still like the vulgarity and liveliness of the mortal world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Above the imperial city, figures rose into the air, holding various magic tools, blocking the two of them. Princess, please stop. Cheng Kai, how dare you hold your highness hostage? What do you want to do? Your highness, please go back if you are not summoned by His Majesty. At this moment, a sharp voice came from a young eunuch holding a whisk and with a pale face. Your Majesty has ordered Princess Xiaoyang to come to the court. Zhou Zhao suddenly asked Cheng Kai beside him. Sir, if there is a rebellion, what should I say? Cheng Kai, ? After a while, he reacted and asked tentatively, how about coming to the rescue of the king? Rescue? Zhou Zhao nodded, yes, a good excuse. The next moment, her cold voice spread throughout the capital. Qin Tiangang, the director of the Imperial Observatory, controls the government and confuses the emperor. Today, I, Zhou Zhao, come to the rescue of the king. If you open the city gate and welcome me into the city, you can still survive. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. The imperial guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They looked at Zhou Zhao and Cheng Kai with some pity for the fools in their eyes. Maybe he was locked up and went stupid. My dear disciple, what nonsense are you talking about? At this time, a young Taoist priest with an immortal look flew in from the depths of the palace, and everyone greeted him. Greetings, master. Master. Zhou Zhao's eyes showed a rare variety of emotions. Disciple today specially came to see you off. She covered her palm, and the wind and clouds suddenly moved, the world changed, and infinite pressure spread down. At this moment, the space seemed like a toy in her hand, and everyone was like a mosquito sealed in amber, unable to move. Even Qin Tiangang, who was known as the first cultivator in the Tang dynasty, was no exception. At this moment, he had no ability to resist. The guards of the imperial city, and those offering monks all became little people in her hands. Zhou Zhao closed her palm, and all these people disappeared. Chung Kai's forehead was throbbing with blue veins. This magical power? This magical power? Chapter 163. Imperial City, Yong'an Palace. Chung Kai felt like he had become a witness of history. Even after experiencing the impact of the wave of cultivation, the supremacy of the Tang dynasty's imperial power is still rooted in the hearts of many people. It's just that at this moment, what imperial power, what emperor, has become meaningless in the face of the absolute power that suppresses everything. So what if you own the world, and have millions of troops under your command? One person is enough. This is extraordinary. This is cultivation. Even though he once said that the imperial power is not to be feared, he was still shocked when he really witnessed it with his own eyes. The huge palace gathered the most essence of the entire Tang dynasty, but no one could stop Zhou Xiao's light flip of her palm. She seemed to hold the world in her hands, and no one could fight against heaven and earth. This was when she had not hurt any grass or tree in the palace. Chung Kai believed that if she wanted, the entire palace would be in her hands as a plaything. Zhou Xiao walked through the Qingyan steps, which were known for their rapid rise to fame, and entered the palace. The once bustling Yong'an Palace was now as quiet as a coal palace, without a trace of people. In the palace, the throne, which symbolized supreme power, was empty. The Tang Emperor was gone. As the king of the Tang dynasty, he had escaped. The person waiting for Zhou Xiao was a young Taoist priest with a complicated expression on his face, who was Chen Tiangang, who had just been captured by Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao greeted him indifferently. "Long time no see, master. My dear disciple, why do you need to do this?" Chen Tiangang looked helpless. Chen Tiangang, who was just taken away by Zhou Xiao, was just his second Yuanying. As the first cultivator of the Tang dynasty, Chen Tiangang's strength and trump card far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, just as no one knew that he had already quietly broken through the realm of transformation. But in front of Zhou Xiao, who had broken through the realm and ascended to heaven in one step, all of this became extremely pale and powerless. Zhou Xiao said, "Master, you can't stop me." In front of Chen Tiangang, who had occupied the top position of the Tang dynasty for decades, she seemed to be saying a normal fact. Chen Tiangang's face fell. "We are all family. Why can't we talk it out nicely? Yes, your father was a little confused and did something wrong to you, but he is your father after all. Just forgive him once. Your father has already told me that he can issue an order to restore your position as the crown prince, and also grant you the position of regent. How about the Tang dynasty giving it to you after he dies 100 years later? Master, let me call you master again." Zhou Xiao's eyes showed a rare gentle light. "When I was a child, it was your exclamation that changed my fate, and made me the most favored person in the world. It was also your words that made me suffer the pain of having my bones cut out day and night." He was able to dig out my immortal bones to complete his cultivation, and the father-daughter relationship between him and me had long been severed. But you are right, he is my father after all, so I will not kill him. If he wants to imprison me in the prince's mansion for life, I will also build a small cave for him so that he cannot go out for the rest of his life. Why did her cultivation disappear when she was 8 years old? In fact, it was only because her immortal bones were dug out by the Tang Emperor and planted in his body that he later achieved the golden elixir cultivation. So what if she is a biological daughter? It can't compare to the opportunity of immortality. This happened secretly. At first, she didn't even know it herself. She only remembered that her cultivation kept disappearing after she slept. The harder she practiced, the more painful her body became. It was not until later that her constitution awakened and the spirit treasurer recognized her as its master that she recovered her memory of the past. "Master, there is no point in saying more. Considering our past friendship, you are free to go or stay today. I will not kill you. As for after today, I will not show mercy." She waved her sleeves, and a figure was thrown into the hall. It was Chen Tiangang's second Yuanying. Chen Tiangang looked apologetic, and he knew Zhou Xiao had made up his mind. "I will persuade your father to admit defeat. The more you practice, the more you know how huge the gap between each major realm is. 1 and 2 are 1 times the gap, and there is only 1 difference between them. 100 and 200 are also 1-fold difference, but there is 100 difference between them. The larger the base number, the greater the improvement of each point. Even if all the people in the capital city, including him, were tied together, they would not be Zhou Xiao's opponent now. All that the Emperor of Tang did was just a dying struggle, and a waste of innocent lives. But who could have thought that a girl whose immortal bones were dug out would have such a peerless cultivation silently under their noses? If the Emperor of Tang had not been greedy at the beginning, she would not be like this now. She would be the pride of the entire Tang dynasty. No. Qin Tiangang smiled bitterly. Without them, Zhou Xiao would still be the pride of the Tang dynasty. He put away his clone, nodded slightly to Zhou Xiao, and his figure had disappeared. After Qin Tiangang left, Zhou Xiao walked up the steps step by step, and slowly sat on the throne. Sir, please help me invite some people over. This hall is still a little empty. Zhou Xiao flicked his finger, and a scroll and a token fell in front of Cheng Kai. The scroll contains the list I prepared, sir, just follow the map. Hold my token, no one in the capital can stop you. The token contained a split of her spirit, and in the entire capital, except Qin Tiangang, there was no enemy who could match her. Cheng Kai had been a transparent person for a long time, and now he got the task. He felt relieved. He quickly took the scroll and token, bowed to Zhou Xiao, and said, I will not let you down. After that, he hurriedly retreated. After retreating outside the hall, Cheng Kai's back gradually straightened, and he felt like an old man with a youthful arrogance. As a minister who follows the dragon, he will definitely not run away now. Although he did nothing, just chatting and drinking tea with His Highness, he was not responsible for the battlefield fighting and the counselor's tactics. At this moment, he went to find them according to the list on the scroll, without any discussion. Whoever dared to disobey would be served by Davidu. Those who could not be killed would stand up and speak again. As for the lack of people, there was no need to worry at all. In the huge capital, the most abundant thing was ambitious people. After Cheng Kai left, Zhou Xiao opened his palm, and a scroll flew out. The scroll slowly unfolded in the air, and the mountains, rivers and veins of the sky and the earth were all depicted in it, with clouds and mist on it, as if it would flow. And this was the magical object she got in her childhood, the Tontian Lingbao Jinshu Mountain and River Map. Jinshu Mountain and River Map is a space spiritual treasure that contains a small world. The flow of time is different from reality. Her cultivation was gained through experience in the small world. That's why she rebelled and became the emperor alone, and didn't care about the fate of her subordinates. Her real team was never in this world. And her breakthrough was not a breakthrough, but just a return to cultivation, but she was limited by the environment of heaven and earth before, so she simply didn't expose it. At the same time, this treasure is a spiritual treasure of luck, which can suppress the luck of the day and absorb a trace of the spirit of the mountains and rivers in reality into the map. The larger the territory of the country, the more spirit, and the more powerful this treasure is. When it recovers to its full strength, it can still use this treasure to influence reality, even thousands of miles away. It can control the trend of mountains and rivers and extract spirit veins. As for exploring mineral deposits and monitoring spiritual fluctuations, they are all basic functions. Chapter 164. The power of the Tang dynasty changed overnight. The empress destroyed 100,000 troops with one palm, which put a perfect end to the change of power. Since then, the flag on the wall has changed. Emperor Yongtai has officially become a thing of the past, and the majesty of the empress of the Tang dynasty has come to the world. It was a month later when Fang Chong received the news. He could hardly hold back his smile. Although he and Taoist Jingnyo still had a personal grudge to avenge, as his only grandson-in-law, with Cheng Kai's promotion, his official status is much higher than that of Yuan Gongzi before. A new emperor, a new minister. Now Cheng Kai has been promoted to the chief of Tian's mansion, the second person in name, but the first person in reality, because the boss of Tian's mansion, named Tian's general, is usually concurrently held by the emperor. However, along with the information came a sentence from Cheng Kai, which made Fang Chong quite puzzled. The sky has become higher? Fang Chong looked up at the blue sky, white clouds passing by slowly. Has the sky become higher? Theoretically, everyone should live on a ball. But Fang Chong knew that science cannot be used in the world of cultivation. Anyway, in the era of immortals and demons 100 years later, the whole world will be a continent with a round sky and a square earth, and it is a continent that is constantly growing. There were players who were not afraid of death, who used various means to try to explore the limit of the sky. Once you exceed the limit of 100,000 meters, you will encounter the gale layer. The higher it is, the more powerful the gale is, and almost no one can fly over the gale layer normally. After the gale layer is the lost layer. Some people have finally managed to force their way through the gale layer with the help of various assistances, and then they will reach another area. It is said that once you enter, you will lose your direction and sense of space, and eventually get lost, and you can only die and log off to revive. As for what is the universe and starry sky after the atmosphere, don't even think about it. Of course, from the player's point of view, the universe map has not been programmed yet, and the mainland is enough to play with anyway, so they have lost their enthusiasm. At first, This activity of breaking out of the universe was very popular, and many videos were on the hot search. Fong Chong followed and watched many suicide journeys. It's none of my business whether it becomes taller or not. At most, there will be another wave of spiritual energy to change the environment of heaven and earth. Fong Chong temporarily put this news behind him. Now he is busy with his wedding, and other things have to be put behind this matter. The wedding night is one of the 4 happy events in life. Although he has already got on the car, it doesn't matter. He promised Bailey Hongzhuang, Dragon and Phoenix pulling the car, even if it is just a low-end version, but the intention must be in place. At this moment, he is looking for a dragon to pull the car. Don't dawdle, tie this pair of horns, and you will be a dragon. In the purple bamboo forest, Fong Chong's storage ring flashed, and he threw a pair of copper dragon horns to the ground with a bang. Opposite him was a purple snake about 60 centimeters thick and more than 30 meters long. Even if it was just coiled in a ball, it was still several meters high, but now it was bowing its head to submit to the tyranny of the great demon king. This snake was not a snake from another family, but the purple blood king snake that guarded the purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest is now the supply base for low-level puppet materials of Fong Chong Puppet Building, and the group of purple blood spirit snakes in it is the best guard. More than 10 years have passed, and the purple blood king snake has been protected by the Qingniu market, and with the help of the accompanying purple dragon spirit bamboo, it has broken through the foundation building realm, spoken human language, and mastered the ability to control the wind. As for the purple dragon thunder signature skills, he didn't learn them at all. At most he could spit out a small arc of electricity, which was a loss of face for his bloodline. The purple blood king snake lowered its head and drilled under the dragon horn, and with a push of its head, the heavy dragon horn was worn on its head. My lord, do you think the little snake is wearing it? The purple blood king snake's attitude was humble, and his tone was also a little cautious. Well, not bad. Fong Chong looked at it and nodded. Don't say I treated you unfairly. This is a top-grade magic weapon that I specially asked the weapon refiner to make for you. It is also a reward for you for guarding the purple bamboo forest for these years. As he said that, he touched his chin again. But I still feel something is missing? Oh, it's the claws. As a dragon, where are your claws? The purple blood king snake wanted to cry, but had no tears. My lord, I am a snake, a snake. Can't snakes have claws? Fong Chong said in a tone of regret. You are already a big snake in the foundation building realm. Where is your demonic power? Is it difficult to turn into a claw? From today on, you are not allowed to crawl. Learn to walk with claws. Show some professionalism. Remember, you are a snake that wants to turn into a dragon. To become a dragon, you must start from childhood, and first learn how a dragon walks. The purple-blooded king snake said cautiously, My lord, do you think it is possible? Dragons fly, and they don't need to walk. Fong Chong glared at the purple-blooded king snake. But are you a dragon? Stop talking nonsense. If you make a mistake during my wedding, don't blame me for not giving your master face. Under Fong Chong's malicious eyes, the purple-blooded king snake shuddered and straightened up conditionally. Suddenly, the earth trembled and made a rumbling sound. Please rest assured, the little snake will complete the task. I have told you so many times, don't look up when you talk to me. It's tiring for me to look up. Fong Chong slapped the purple-blooded king snake to the ground, smashing a big hole. The purple-blooded king snake has been used to being beaten. After all, it has been beaten since childhood. Good brother Zhu Gui told him that beating is love and scolding is love. The Lord beat him, that is close to him, otherwise who is the Lord? A slap would have killed him long ago. Although the purple-blooded king snake felt that there was something wrong, it could not find a reason to refute. Now that he was taught a lesson, he knew that the adults were still close to him. That was why his master never beat him, although he had not seen his master for a long time. My lord, I have a small request. The purple-blooded king snake's head led a section of its body to stand upright, just at the height of Fong Chong's chest, and the snake's face was a little embarrassed. Fong Chong solved the dragon problem and was in a good mood, so he said, You tell me. The purple-blooded king snake spit out its snake tongue and said, My lord, I heard that you all have names. Can you give the little snake a name too? Fong Chong was stunned. Then he patted the purple-blooded king snake's head, thought for a while, and said, Your master's surname is Li, so you should be called Li Snake. Fong Chong's naming ability was as stable as ever. The purple-blooded king snake repeated twice, Li Shiba, my lord, do you want me to become the king of snakes? I didn't expect you to have such high expectations for the little snake. The little snake had misunderstood you before. Woo woo, The little snake will be called Li Shiba from now on. The purple-blooded king snake was very moved. Fong Chong, The emotions were already here, and if he said no again, it would be a bit disappointing. So he nodded and said, yes, you can see my good intentions at a glance, which means you are not lazy and study hard. Being a snake also requires dreams. Believe in yourself. Even if you can't become a dragon in the future, you will definitely become the king of snakes. The purple blood king snake, also known as Li Shiba, cried loudly, and there were tears in his light golden snake pupils. My lord, I am so moved. Ahem, okay, don't cry first. Fong Chong coughed twice and asked, you are the local snake in this area. Do you know any big bird monsters? It's better to be beautiful. The low-profile version of the dragon is now available, and now it's time to find a low-profile version of the phoenix. Li Shiba thought about it seriously and said, no, the little snake has been staying in the forest, and doesn't know the big bird monster. But recently a monster came to the mountain next door. It's a big mountain turtle. It likes to sing at night, and its singing is particularly bad. Last time the little snake went to fight him, he hid in his turtle shell, and couldn't get out no matter how hard we fought. Big mountain turtle? Fong Chong's first reaction was to think that there were some natural treasures in the mountain next door. Otherwise, it had only been a short time since the last wave of spiritual energy appeared. If Li Shiba hadn't had the help of the spiritual object Purple Dragon and Spirit Bamboo, it would have been impossible for him to break through the foundation building stage now. So at this time, there are many ordinary little monsters, but there are fewer monsters in the foundation building stage than the human race's golden elixir. It can be said that every monster in the foundation building stage can be regarded as a genius among monsters. After all, it is difficult for monsters to practice, especially ordinary monsters. They have no blood inheritance memory, no practice method, and can only rely on the crude way of swallowing and exhaling spiritual energy, and the speed of strength improvement is extremely slow. Although Li Shiba only inherited part of the purple dragon bloodline, the concentration may not be as high as his master's bloodline, but after breaking through the foundation, he still awakened a monster clan skill called Purple Spirit Transformation Dragon in his mind. Fong Chong felt that this thing might be destined for him. This time it was a serious encounter, without relying on any external means. After all, he is a person with 3 points of luck. A spiritual item of the spiritual level is also reasonable. After all, Zhu Gui, who also has 3 points of luck, got it with spirit essence and helped Fong Taiju break through the foundation building stage. Thinking of this, Fong Chong felt a little hot in his heart. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time he had encountered an opportunity by himself, which was of special significance. Sure enough, men who were about to get married were different, and their luck was better. Let's go! Fong Chong jumped directly onto Li Shiba's body, looking like they shared a common hatred for the enemy. Your master is my eldest brother. Hitting you is like hitting your master's face, and hitting your master's face is like hitting me. If you don't teach him a lesson, I really don't know who is the boss in this land. Li Shiba corrected in a low voice. Sir, it was the little snake that hit him last time. It's the same. Fong Chong stomped his foot and commanded, target the mountain turtle. Li Shiba suddenly felt that there was some truth. Although he hit the mountain turtle last time, the mountain turtle's shell was too hard, and it hurt his tail a lot, so it was also considered that the mountain turtle hit him. Well, Sir is really powerful. Li Shiba carried Fong Chong on his back and climbed towards the next hilltop. Of course he could fly over. But he finally found such an opportunity to show off in the market, and if he didn't circle around a few times, he would really let down the adults' appreciation of him. Then he saw a huge purple snake, twisting its body, dragging a deep snake path on the ground. About half an hour later, Li Shiba came to the territory of the mountain turtle and shouted, Mountain turtle, come out. Master Snake is here to find you. As the voice fell, he saw a big turtle head sticking out from a black boulder more than 2 meters high not far away. The whole body was black, pointed, and the skin was wrinkled. He opened his eyes, and his big black eyes turned left and right, and saw Li Shiba, who came to cause trouble. It's you again, little snake. I, the ancestor, have said that I don't want to cause trouble. Don't force me to teach you a lesson. At worst, you can sing softly next time. The mountain turtle looked old and arrogant, but he didn't have the confidence to speak. Li Shiba snorted coldly. My master has arrived today. I can't do anything about your tortoise shell, but how can the master do anything about it? The mountain turtle then saw Fong Chong on the purple snake's head, and his voice was obviously a little more nervous. Young man, the ancestor advises you not to meddle in other people's business. Fong Chong smiled and said, Your Excellency bullied my spirit beast, is it just like this? After saying that, a strange thought flashed through his mind. It stands to reason that even the demon beasts that have established their foundation are now in a state of spiritual enlightenment. After all, civilization needs an environment. If there are savages around, civilization will also degenerate. But this mountain turtle is old-fashioned. If it hadn't transformed, it would be fine to be regarded as an old oil stick. Seeing this, the mountain turtle snorted, "All right, I'm afraid of you. At worst, I just move away." Fong Chong made a prompt move. "You'd better stay and make things clear." But the mountain turtle stopped talking. A layer of earthy yellow light flashed on his body, and half of his body had sunk into the soil. It was the mountain turtle's innate spiritual skill, burrowing underground. "Want to run?" Fong Chong was full of energy, and threw a master-level magic trick. The mountain turtle froze, and its head shook a few times, and the burrowing underground skill was interrupted. But to Fong Chong's surprise, with his current strength, the magic trick he used did not hurt the mountain turtle. You have to know that the monster's body is strong and its spirit is the weakest. He attacked its weakest point, but it didn't work. This time, he was more interested. Fong Chong did not stop, but threw his hand, and 4 white tiger puppets were thrown out. They grew in size in the wind, and directly divided into 4 directions to grab the 4 corners of the mountain turtle, and then lifted it up with all their strength, and the mountain turtle was dug out of the pit. The mountain turtle's voice became a little more angry. "Don't go too far. The ancestor also has a temper." On his tortoiseshell, dark chains appeared faintly. These chains intertwined and locked the body of the mountain tortoise, and the lock head was a skull-like pattern. A light flashed in Fong Chong's eyes. This mountain tortoise is not wild, and its momentum is not weaker than his golden elixir pressure. This is a golden elixir monster. How is it possible? What is your origin? Fong Chong's mind moved, and the spiritual line connected to Sister Taiju in the sea of consciousness jumped like a string. The opponent's strength is beyond expectations, and calling for help first is the kingly way. After he broke through the golden elixir realm, the connection with the spiritual puppets under his command became closer. Yes, several. 10 years is enough for Fong Chong's spiritual light to recover several times. He enlightened the puppets 5 times in total, and succeeded twice. So now he has 2 more puppet tribes under his command. But her status is naturally not comparable to that of Taiju Girl. They are all tools, and have been released long ago. She has to find a way to upgrade herself. It can be regarded as starting her own business. Anyway, with him as a backup, as long as the spiritual fire is not extinguished, she can find a way to revive even if she dies. When the mountain turtle saw Fong Chong stop, the surging momentum on his body slowly stopped, and the chains also disappeared. Chapter 165. I think we can talk. Fong Chong restrained his momentum, and showed a harmless smile on his face. The mountain turtle shook its head, flapped its 4 short legs, and suddenly dived down. The ancestor doesn't want to talk to you. At this moment, the earth seemed to have turned into an ocean, and the mountain turtle was swimming in the ground. Fong Chong's mind moved. Psychological differentiation technique. The 4 white tiger puppets all roared. Tiger roar soul-capturing sound, but it was still the same as his little magic of the inner demon. The mountain turtle just shook its head again, and its whole body sank down, and it also made a mocking sound. The ancestor is leaving. Then, boom, I saw a beam of cold light coming, and the surface of the earth within a radius of 100 meters froze into a layer of white frost, and a huge bulge appeared on the ground, which was similar in shape to the mountain turtle. Fong Chong turned his head, and saw a cold girl in a white dress, as white as snow coming with the wind. When meeting Fong Chong's sight, the girl did not show a sweet smile as usual, but snorted, fell to the ground, and punched down. With a loud bang, a big crack appeared in the ground. The bulge flew out, and a big pit appeared on the ground, and it could be seen that the pit was also full of frost. The bulge was a lump of ice, and inside it was the embarrassed mountain tortoise. Fong Chong touched his nose, and his expression was also embarrassed. Ever since she knew that he was going to officially marry Dong Dong, the girl's attitude towards him has never been good. Of course, attitude is attitude. In terms of action, this good sister is still honest. Knowing that he was going out, she followed him silently without him saying anything, otherwise she would not have come so quickly. Fong Chong also fell to the ground, looking at the frozen mountain turtle and said, "You are a bit unkind. Why are you leaving without saying hello?" The mountain turtle rolled its eyes, and kept looking at the girl, his eyes full of awe. Was it Xian Mingling Wang just now? The girl naturally didn't answer. Fong Chong was ignored again, and he was so angry. You are a turtle. Why do you know so much? Fong Chong punched over, and the whole mound of earth shook, and ice and broken soil fell down. Be honest, I'm asking you now. The mountain turtle rolled his eyes, and silently retracted his head and feet into the shell, obviously unwilling to answer Fong Chong. Damn, I'm so angry. Fong Chong punched several times in succession, and the power of the 33-level tyrant body was fully exerted. But the mountain turtle shell was harder than a magic weapon, and it was not a big deal. Instead, the soil blocks frozen on his body fell off one after another, as if the mountain turtle had a beauty treatment. For the first time, Fong Chong found that his means of attack were so lacking. It seems that except for the heavenly demon light, he doesn't have any high-intensity, powerful means that can decide the outcome with one blow. The main reason was that he had only experienced a few direct battles since his debut, and he had always played a supporting role on the side. The battles that required him to fight personally were basically life-and-death crisis. So, Taiju. Fong Chong's voice was drawn out, with a hint of flattery. The girl turned her head, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but she still forced herself not to speak. Fong Chong knew that he had done it. This big turtle actually dared to look down on me. Help your brother teach him a lesson, and make him beg for mercy. The girl nodded silently, and then a cold light flashed at her fingertips. The beams of light were as thin as silver needles, but they pierced the turtle shell that Fong Chong's fists could not hit just now, and smashed out tiny holes. Visible to the naked eye, there was cold air coming out of those holes. And after each small hole was connected together, it became a honeycomb-like shape, densely packed, as if it had been corroded. This is the new skill that the girl gained when she broke through the Jindan realm, the mysterious cold light, which has a huge single-point lethality. This is a skill that she accidentally gained when she merged with the mysterious divine stone to increase her physical strength. Her true innate skill is the 5 elements rotating divine light, which is in harmony with the 5 elements. As for the purple bone blade, it damaged the image of a beautiful girl, so the girl rarely used it. Of course, these small holes were only a drop in the bucket for the huge mountain turtle, but it was really painful. Especially the coldness that seemed to pierce into the soul, which made the mountain turtle shiver with pain. He had secret techniques to resist mental attacks, but this kind of attack from physical pain to mental pain was impossible to defend against. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The mountain turtle cried out, and stretched out its head and short legs from its shell. Let's talk it out. Want to talk it out? Fong Chong smiled coldly. What were you doing just now? However, he did not let the girl continue to attack, but said, remember, this is what you said, talk it out, there is no second chance. The first question. What is your cultivation level? The mountain turtle said honestly, Golden Dan. It is indeed a Golden Dan. Fong Chong nodded secretly in his heart. Continue, second question, how long have you been practicing? The mountain turtle blurted out, more than 300 years. After saying that, he remembered that something was wrong and hurriedly said, wrong, it's more than 30 years. Fong Chong just looked at him. The girl stepped forward and did not release the mysterious cold light, but a black light came out of her fingertips, full of destructive breath. The mountain turtle's face was bitter. No. But the black light had already hit the mountain turtle's shell, and there was no movement. Only a black light spot was attached to it. But the mountain turtle begged for mercy. Because the black light spot was getting bigger and bigger, the mountain turtle shell became soft where the light spot was attached, and a pool of black pus was slowly dripping down. The turtle shell was melting. The 5 elements rotated the divine light, and as Fong Taiju advanced to the golden elixir realm, it had initially developed the characteristics of destroying the 5 elements. No matter how hard the mountain turtle shell was, it was still in the 5 elements. 2 immortals, please spare my life. I was wrong. I won't lie anymore. It's 300 years. I've been practicing for more than 300 years. The mountain turtle begged bitterly, and his attitude changed very quickly. It's okay. It's still a while before it completely rots. Let's continue the question and answer. If you don't tell the truth, this thing will follow you forever. Fong Chong said with a smile. Yes, I will answer the immortals truthfully. The mountain turtle responded quickly. You are not a local turtle, right? Fong Chong asked again. After getting the answer of more than 300 years of practice, Fong Chong had a guess in his mind. The Tang Dynasty's cultivation world has only appeared for more than 60 years. How could there be an old turtle who has practiced for more than 300 years? Then, there is only one answer. He comes from a secret realm. A place that does not belong to this world, but is closely connected to this world. In the future, The entire fairy and demon continent can continue to grow, and the territory of the Tang dynasty can expand so fast because there are secret realms integrated into the main plane. Chapter 166. The mountain turtle wrinkled his face when he heard Fong Chong's sudden question, but he had to obey because his life was in someone else's hands. At the same time, he cursed those bastards who had put a ban on him. If they hadn't put a ban on him, with his strength, he could always run away even if he couldn't beat them. Yes, Xiao Yao is not a local turtle. The mountain turtle answered honestly. Fong Chong asked again, "Where are you from? What do you want to do here?" The mountain turtle said with a bitter face, "Please spare my life. There are restrictions on Xiao Yao that others have put on me. I can't say these. If I say them, Xiao Yao will die." Fong Chong stared at the mountain turtle carefully for a while. However, you can't tell what emotions a turtle's face has. But he believed half of what the mountain turtle said. Because when the mountain turtle tried to resist before, the layers of chains on his body were not fake, and it must be the restrictions that others put on him. Fong Chong said, "Since they don't believe you, why did they send you out?" The mountain turtle sighed and said, "I was sleeping peacefully at home, but a group of bad guys came and said that my turtle shell was the hardest. After taking me down, they threw me out. The immortal is wise. I am a peace-loving turtle. After coming here, I have never hurt any grass or tree. I just like to sing occasionally, but I will be beaten and scolded by the immortal's pet. If the little demon wants to fight back, the immortal will not see his pet. This is true." According to the momentum shown by the mountain turtle before, it must be that Li Shiba, a newborn snake, is not afraid of turtles, otherwise he would have become the mountain turtle's spicy strips. Fong Chong immediately developed a lot of good feelings for the mountain turtle. Sure enough, salted fish are everywhere. Although the mountain turtle did not say it clearly, he also roughly thought of a picture after adding the guess of the secret realm. This mountain turtle was originally hibernating. As a result, a group of monks came over and said that the gate to the secret realm was about to open. His tortoiseshell was the hardest, so they sent him over to explore the way. In addition, in order to make him behave, they even planted a restriction on him. As a result, after being thrown out, the turtle did not go to find out the situation, but found a mountain cave to continue sleeping. When it woke up, it howled twice, which attracted the attention of Li Shiba. No. Those people may not want to find out anything from the mountain turtle. They only need to know whether the current world is suitable for them to survive by his life or death. If even the mountain turtle with the hardest shell can't survive, maybe they dare not come out. Fong Chong said, "Since you can't say it, you can always nod and shake your head, right?" The mountain turtle nodded. "You come from another world?" The mountain turtle looked horrified, but nodded. "That world is about to appear." The mountain turtle nodded again, with a look of doubt. "Could it be that there are other fellows who have come out first? How long will it take? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years? The mountain turtle said, "I really don't know. I am just a turtle exploring the way. Who is the strongest person in your world? What is his cultivation?" "Yin Mozi, the cultivation of the peak of the golden core." The chains on the mountain turtle reappeared, and wisps of light and flames emerged from the skull and began to burn. "No, I didn't say anything." The mountain turtle howled. For a long time, a layer of carbon ash appeared on his tortoise shell, and the flame gradually died out. The mountain turtle was weak, and looked at Fong Chong miserably, and said, "Shangxian, you have seen it too, I really can't say anything anymore." But after Fong Chong heard Yin Mozi's cultivation, his heart was relieved. "That's it? A secret realm with an upper limit of only the golden core realm. It is just SOSO in terms of size." The secret realm, also known as the small world of the cave, is an independent space artificially created by cultivators above the cave realm. The functions of the secret realm vary. Some alchemists use it to cultivate spiritual medicines, stay at home for a lifetime, and never ask for help from others. Some food cultivators use it to cultivate food ingredients to satisfy their appetite. Some open up spiritual fields, plant spiritual plants, and become farmers. Some are dangerous places specially opened up by the big bosses of the sect for their disciples to train. Some are used as space equipment and carry a large army at any time, such as puppet masters, beast masters, and other big bosses who follow the summoning style. Some are used to open a harem, a small world filled with descendants. Some control a world, establish themselves as gods, and use a small world to satisfy their own selfish desires. In addition, the secret realm also has various upper limits based on the cultivation and physical reasons of the creator. For example, some cultivators are water-friendly. Then, in the secret realm he created, the fire-attributed spiritual energy will definitely be suppressed, and the cultivators, who are water-friendly, will naturally become geniuses. At the same time, because the rules of the secret realm are not perfect, there is an upper limit to the strength of the secret realm, which is generally 2 realms lower than the founder. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, those inherited secret realms. Thanks to the efforts of generations of monks, the upper limit of the secret realm has been broken, and its space rules have been improved and developed better. For secret realms with an upper limit of only the Jindan realm, it means that their secret realm rules are collapsing and may dissipate into nothingness at any time, which is the so-called end of the world. After all, the secret realm is just a small world, and it must be attached to the main plane to be nourished by the rules of the main plane and not degenerate. In the era when Feng Chong entered the game, the fusion of the secret realm and the main plane was already a common thing. As a player, he did not explore the reason for the fusion of the secret realm and the main plane, but just regarded it as a setting. But now that he has experienced this personally, he only regrets that he did not read the background settings twice. If he had remembered more at the beginning, he would not be so blind now. You will regret not having read enough books when you need them, and you will learn everything by paying attention. A girl is not yours even if you read it 100 times, but if you read a book 100 times, the knowledge is yours. Feng Chong's thoughts drifted far away for a while. The long legs that once filled the screen were really hateful, and now thinking about it, they were really hateful, and greatly delayed his study time. Damn it! Feng Chong secretly cursed himself for being full of low tastes at that time, and said to the mountain turtle expressionlessly, "Do you have anything else to add? Pick what you can say, take the initiative to confess, and you will be treated leniently." The mountain turtle thought for a while, and said, "No more." If he said something he shouldn't say again, the taste of being burned by the fire would be unpleasant, and he didn't want to become a grilled turtle. Feng Chong asked again, "Can the restrictions on you be removed?" He has never been a person who kills all. Since the mountain turtle has not made any mistakes, he cannot accuse it, mainly because he thinks that the living mountain turtle is more valuable. This kind of honest and unambitious character, even if a little bit of a veteran, but not bringing him to work is really a waste of talent. The mountain turtle's face was bitter. This restriction is connected to the little demon's mind. If it is forcibly broken, it will definitely hurt the little demon's life. Only the person who planted the restriction can remove it. However, if there is a Yuaning Jinjuan with high cultivation, he can use his spiritual consciousness to forcibly suppress the connection between the little demon and the restriction, and then break the restriction, and it may be possible to remove the restriction. Spiritual consciousness suppression, breaking the restriction. Feng Chong thought for a while and asked, "I will break the restriction for you. What benefits can you give me?" The mountain turtle did not react for a while. "Huh?" Feng Chong said, as a matter of course, "We don't know each other. I can't help you for no reason. You have to give me a reason." The mountain turtle said helplessly, "But the little demon only has a turtle shell. He did swallow a lot of treasures in his stomach before, but they were all looted by Yen Mozi before he left, and he almost vomited his turtle bile. No money." Feng Chong looked at the mountain turtle meaningfully. "Then you have to work to pay off your debts." The mountain turtle immediately felt that Feng Chong's eyes were very dangerous. In his more than 300 years of turtle life, he had seen this kind of eyes several times before. It was called a profiteer. The little demon sells his art but not his body. The mountain turtle said weakly. He is a turtle that yearns for freedom and happiness, and will never be someone else's turtle slave. Feng Chong waved his hand and said, "I don't want you to sell yourself. How about this, work for me for 2 years, and I will help you get rid of the restriction." The mountain turtle's eyes were full of doubt. Only 2 years? Just 2 years. Feng Chong's face was full of sincerity. "I never like to force others. Work for 2 years first. If you like it, and continue to work for a long time, I won't object. I don't force people, but I didn't say I won't force turtles." The mountain turtle nodded doubtfully. The little demon agreed. "Our business is about integrity. I won't use any means for you, and you don't break your promise." Feng Chong gave Taiyu girl a look. The girl pointed her finger, and all the ice on the mountain turtle melted away, including the circle of black spots on the turtle shell. "Force out the restriction on your body," Feng Chong ordered. The mountain turtle was freed from its restraints, and its momentum suddenly increased after hearing the words. Thick barbs grew on its black shell, and its 4 short legs also grew sharp claws, making its overall image extremely fierce. The shadow of the chain on his back turned into a solid entity, tightly binding him in circles, and the skull on the lock was red and hot. "Goddess, I'm ready." There was a hint of pain in the mountain turtle's voice. It was obviously very uncomfortable for him to show his true form when he was under the restriction. Don't resist. Fong Chong asked the mountain turtle to give up resistance. A few drops of Dan Yuan quietly dispersed from the Dantian cyclone, and a glimmer flashed in Fong Chong's eyes. Golden Dan magic heart puppet. He couldn't suppress the connection between the mountain turtle's mind and the restriction, but he could try to control the mountain turtle's mind. At that time, the restriction would be indirectly connected to him, and he would have the means to directly cut off the connection between the two. As for whether it would succeed, let's try. Anyway, he wasn't the one who got hurt. As the heart puppet magical power was performed, Fong Chong only felt his spirit move, and he appeared in a gray space. In the center of the space, there was a shadow of a mountain turtle floating, with a fiery red skull on it, and strands of fire wrapped around its body. His sight turned again. Fong Chong had turned into a mountain turtle, and he could still hear the panicked voice of the mountain turtle in his ears. How did you get in? I can't move my body? Fong Chong suddenly felt waves of resistance, like tides coming from the mountain turtle's body. That was his instinctive will, almost driving him out. Don't resist. If you want to kill me, I would have killed you long ago. This was also the first time Fong Chong used it on a creature in the Jindan realm, and the resistance was indeed not comparable to that of ordinary kittens and puppies. As his voice came out, the resistance of the mountain turtle was indeed weakened a lot, but there were still waves of resistance trying to drive him away. This was the body's instinctive self-rescue. Even the mountain turtles could not suppress it. Sure enough, with his current strength, it was still a bit difficult to control the Jindan Jinren for a long time. Fong Chong thought to himself. The next moment, his mind was invested in the shadow of the mountain turtle, feeling the burning of the fire line, as if the pain was also transmitted to him. It's you? Fong Chong's shadow suddenly stretched out from the mountain turtle, grabbed the skull mark, and pulled it out. The fire line under the skull was like the root of a plant, holding the mountain turtle tightly. As he pulled, the mountain turtle howled in pain. At the same time, the body's resistance to him surged again. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. You will thank me. Fong Chong pulled hard, and the shadow of the mountain turtle shed golden blood, and the skull was finally temporarily pulled out. And Fong Chong was also ejected from the body of the mountain turtle by a huge force. Taiyu! On the other side, Fong Chong gave an order, and a cold light appeared on the girl's finger, shooting down at a high speed and hitting the lock. Boom! The skull suddenly shattered, the chains broke, and a human figure condensed from black flames rushed out of the skull, turned left and right a few times, and then shot towards Fong Chong. Fong Chong, watch it carefully. A black line appeared between his eyebrows, and a black divine light shot out, directly wiping out the black flame man. This pure spiritual imprint has no ability to resist under the divine light of the demon. The ancestor is free. The mountain turtle's mouth and nose were full of blood, but his body grew again, turning into a huge black turtle as tall as 2 stories. The bone spurs on the turtle shell protruded like a hedgehog, with the texture and coldness of black metal. Fong Chong coughed twice. Old turtle, don't forget what you said. The mountain turtle shook its body a few times, and immediately turned back into a round stone. It stretched out its head and said carefully, Don't worry, immortal, I remember it. Just now, Fong Chong demon, I was only a flash, but the mountain turtle still felt a great sense of threat, not to mention Fong Chong's method of forcibly controlling his body. As a turtle, it is almost his instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Otherwise, fortune tellers like to use turtle shells to calculate the secrets of the world. Moreover, Fong Chong had just violently broken the ban. Although he looked strong and healthy, his soul was actually seriously injured, and he needed to seek protection from a certain force. The two hit it off immediately. He even thought that 2 years was too short. Of course, he soon realized that these 2 years were not short at all. Seeing that he was so sensible, Fong Chong asked again, Do you have a name? The mountain turtle raised his head. I gave myself a name, called One-Show Turtle Ancestor, because I want to live for 10,000 years. What a great ambition. I will call you Little Turtle from now on. Fong Chong said so. The purple blood spirit snake on the side suddenly said, You are the turtle tyrant, I am the snake tyrant, then we are of the same generation. The mountain turtle, I saw that you are a bit stupid, and it is really good. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. After all, this kind of little demon, who looks a bit stupid at first glance, but can break through smoothly, is most likely to have a backer. This is the difference between domesticated and wild. Fong Chong smiled and said, It seems that you get along very well, little turtle. Since your restrictions have been removed, it should be okay to say what you should and shouldn't say now, right? Mountain Turtle. No problem, no problem. The little demon comes from a small world called the Flame Demon Realm. Chapter 167. With the introduction of the Mountain Turtle, Fong Chong learned what kind of existence the Flame Demon Realm is. A small world that is said to have existed for tens of thousands of years. In recent years, as the environment has gradually deteriorated, its style has completely turned to the cannibalistic magic. In order to wait for the legendary time point to reintegrate with the main plane, everyone is trying to increase their lifespan at all costs. The strongest among them, Flame Demon, is an antique-level strongman who has lived for thousands of years, far exceeding the lifespan limit of the normal Jindan realm. It is said that when he was young, he inherited the legacy of the creator of the Flame Demon realm, the 9th Flame Demon Lord, and had extremely high talent. If it were not for the limitation of the small world, he would have been promoted to a higher realm. Originally, his lifespan should have been exhausted hundreds of years ago, but he transformed himself into an alien-life flame demon, and fell into a deep sleep in the mouth of the living fire to delay the death of his vitality. Until a few years ago, the small world moved abnormally, and discovered the rumored passage to the main plane. Flame Demon was awakened by the backhand left behind, and reunified the entire Flame Demon realm in a short time with bloody means. Even the old turtles hiding in the wilderness, and turning into stone mountains, were dug out to explore the way for him. Fong Chong then felt the difficulty of this person. An old monster who has lived for thousands of years. This person's strength is probably not much worse than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, and there is also a legacy left by a demon lord who is at least in the void realm. If the two meet, it is very likely that both will suffer. Fong Chong inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Moreover, the style of the demon path is brutal. If the secret realm really appears in Annan Road, it will be another bloody storm. With the strength of the local cultivation world in Annan Road, it may not be able to defeat that small world of the Flame Demon. So, this marriage must be concluded earlier. Fong Chong felt a sense of urgency. Even if the sky falls, it cannot stop him from getting married. Fong Chong asked the Purple Blood King Snake to practice the dragon form well, and then took the Mountain Turtle back to the market to settle down as a mascot. Apart from other things, with such a fierce guard turtle, anyone who wants to cause trouble will have to think twice. Fong Chong then rushed to Luyun Mountain Range without stopping. He remembered that Jingqi Villa raised a mountain guardian beast, a big bird. Although it has nothing to do with the phoenix, it should be similar to add a few more colorful feathers. In addition, he wanted to tell the news of Yinmo Realm to the people of the Sect Alliance, so that everyone could prepare early. On paper, the strength may not be better than others. If they are caught off guard again, then everyone will wait for death. And Nandao lost, which is not good for him at all. He might as well use this news to earn some favors. On the side of the Sect Alliance, he, the newly promoted Jin Danjinren, came in person, and Ling Jianmen helped to wave the flag and shout. Even if it was just for face, other sects sent important figures to gather at Jingqi Villa. In the meeting hall, everyone sat together. I won't talk too much. I got the news that a small world will be integrated into Annandale soon. The key is that this small world is of the magic style, so there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. As soon as he sat down, Fong Chong threw out a bombshell. Everyone else was shocked. Deacon Fan, what do you mean by small world? What do you mean by integration into Annandale? Please explain it clearly. Ling Xiao, the real person of Jingqi Villa, asked as a representative. So Fong Chong explained the concept of small world. Everyone here has inherited the secret house, and more or less has learned about the sporadic information of high-level cultivators. In addition, Fong Chong's words are very convincing, so they believed most of it. What Deacon Fan said is of great importance. Do you have any evidence? It can't be groundless. This time, the question was asked by an elder in the foundation building stage of Bian sect. Ever since Patriarch Bian revealed his late Jindan cultivation at the third sect conference, in the past 10 years, 2 Jindan true immortals have been promoted in succession in Bian sect, and there are no less than 24 people who have broken through to the foundation building stage. The current Bian sect has a large number of people and a strong power, and has surpassed the Huolong sect. Many people call it the first sect of Annan Road. This also delayed Fong Chong's request for compensation for his father. Of course there is evidence. The reason why I can get this news is because I accidentally met a golden elixir monster from the Flame Demon Realm. He was originally a spy from the Flame Demon Realm, but under the influence of my love and peace, he has turned over a new leaf and worked for my Qingyou market. If you don't believe it, it will only take half a day to go to Qingyou market and return. I can wait for you. But the next time I come, I hope that the real people from each sect will come. After all, what we are going to discuss next is related to the life and death of the entire sect alliance. I don't want to talk to someone who can't make the decision. Li, who sat next to Fong Chong, his eyes swept over the representatives of other sects, full of pressure. My second brother's meaning is my meaning. 10 years have passed, and no one knows how strong the real Beijian is now. Anyway, no one dares to provoke him. No problem, Deacon Fong. Immediately, another person stood up and saluted. It's not that I don't believe Deacon Fong, but as Elder Lin said, this matter is of great importance. I will go back and report to the sect master immediately. This is the representative of Lian sect. This hodgepodge sect was forcibly put together under pressure. 10 years have passed. Not only has it not merged, but the 4 mountains in the sect are in a turmoil. 2 late foundation building cultivators, who have the hope of breaking through the Jindan realm, have been possessed by demons, and seriously injured when they broke through. Now the people in the sect are in a panic, and the Jindan Jiren has not come out yet. He will probably be expelled from the sect at the next sect meeting. I still believe what Deacon Fong said. I will invite the Supreme Elder to come. This is a new sect that joined the sect alliance, called Wangshu sect. Because the elder of the sect broke through the golden elixir, he was promoted to a quasi-formal member. But the cake is only so big. If someone eats more, someone will eat less. Wangshu sect naturally wanted to grab the cake from Lian sect, the soft persimmon. One wanted to continue to occupy the position, and the other wanted to get promoted, so the 2 sects had been at odds for a long time. Some people expressed their opinions one after another, and the others all said goodbye and left in a hurry. Fong Chong didn't say much. Anyway, the words have been said, and there is nothing others can do if they don't believe it. And he has something else to do at this time. Master Ling, please stay. Fong Chong stopped Ling Xiao, who stood up, and said with a smile, Fong has something to ask you. Ling Xiao didn't ask what it was, but asked, Deacon Fong, is the flame demon realm you mentioned really so terrible? His strength is not strong. He was able to break through the Jindan realm. In addition to the assist from the heaven and earth, he also had a little more luck and only formed the 6th grade Jindan. So when it comes to fighting hard, he can't help but worry. He has only had a few days of peace. Fong Chong smiled and said, Master Ling, don't worry. There are tall people watching us when the sky falls. Don't we still have Master Biyun and Master Huolong? Ling Xiao thought about it, and it was true. Generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What does Deacon Fong want to ask me for? As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. Fong Chong said, It's not a big deal. I heard that your villa has a mountain guardian beast, the cloud brocade bird, which looks like a phoenix and is very noble. I want to borrow it for use. Borrow a bird? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. May I ask why Deacon Fong wants to borrow my colorful bird? Fong Chong replied, Master Ling must have heard about it. I will get married soon, but I haven't found a carriage yet, so I want to borrow the cloud brocade bird of your villa to help lead the way for my wife. Ling Xiao fell into thought. This is called leading the way, isn't it just pulling the cart? But his spirit animal named Kike has a proud personality. If he refuses to agree or causes trouble in the middle of the journey, it will hurt Fong Chong's reputation. Then he will not only not get any favor, but also offend others. He thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. Fong Chong frowned. Master Ling, how can you sweep the world if you can't sweep your own house? How can you manage the whole village if you can't manage a bird? You are still too soft-hearted. If you trust Fong, hand it over to me, and keep it for me after the wedding. I will give you an obedient bird. It doesn't matter. If she really ruins my marriage, it's my incompetence. Seeing Fong Chong's expression, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Deacon Fong, that's my daughter's childhood playmate, don't hurt her. No problem, Master Ling, Fong owes you a favor. Fong Chong said with a bow. Ling Xiao smiled immediately. No problem, Ling will be there in person to congratulate you. Fong is waiting. Fong Chong was also very satisfied. The low-end version of the dragon and phoenix were all done. As for the wedding car, the market refiner has been working overtime day and night, and the style is still chosen by Dong Dong himself. As for the 100-mile red makeup, just make it colorful all the way. Add some petals, some ribbons, some colorful bubbles, and finally some messy things. It looks very high-end. The sense of ceremony is not out. Wait until the evening. Outside Jingqi Villa, streams of light streaked across the night sky and quickly landed in the villa, and Ling Xiao, the elder of the alliance, personally received them. Because these streams of light are all Jindan Jinren. The lights in the meeting hall are bright. A small lighting technique is enough to make the whole room as bright as day. Since everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. With the arrival of the old Jinren, the old Master Biyun, the host naturally fell on him. According to the information obtained from the Deacon Fong Chanfong of Lingjiamen, a secret realm will appear on the territory of Annan Road, and it is an enemy, not a friend. What do you think? Old Patriarch Biyun directly skipped the question of whether the information was true or not. Because it is meaningless. If it is false, at most it can be treated as an emergency drill. If it is true, then it will be a big profit. Of course, it is mainly due to Fong Chong's status and strength. It is impossible for him to make up such a ridiculous topic to tease them. It does not benefit him in any way, but it will offend people greatly. Besides, the golden elixir monster turtle sleeping in King Yafeng City is not fake. What else can we do? Fight. The Taoist fire dragon still spoke his mind, showing full aggression. Don't care who they are, we have to fight this war anyway. What's the situation now? The entire Annan Road has been divided up, and the territories that we used to look down on have to fight to the death. No matter how small the secret realm is, the resources are enough for us to develop for another 20 years. Master Hulong is right. Annan Road is still too small. It's already a bit difficult to support more than 20 Jin masters. The Luyun spirit mine alone has been infiltrated so many times in recent years that we have to go there to guard it in person. If there is a small world with resources to supplement it, we don't have to fight each other. I suggest that we can also bring in Jin masters outside the alliance. This can be done. The question is when their small world will come. Do we have to wait for 10 or 8 years? How to convince them? Then we should ask Deacon Fong. Since Deacon Fong is the first to know about this, he should know some other news. Fong Chong was stunned when he saw everyone looking at him. He was thinking about asking everyone to prepare for defense, but he didn't expect that these guys wanted to fight back like hungry wolves, which was outrageous. Don't look at me, I know this much. But I think everyone should not be so optimistic. The other party is not a soft persimmon, and we will not still control them. Ancestor Biyun was calm and waited until everyone's discussion came to an end before he said, I propose to speed up the mining of Luyun Spirit Mine to maximize your strength. Otherwise, as Deacon Fong said, you will be outnumbered and lose your life in vain. But the current mining speed of the Spirit Mine is already the maximum. If it is faster, it may damage the foundation of the Spirit Mine. In serious cases, the Spirit Mine is likely to become a waste mine. Some people were also worried. Only what you eat can fill your stomach, otherwise you can only watch the food go away. But we can't kill the fish in the pond. What should we do if the spiritual mine is destroyed? If the Alliance really can't stop it, what does it have to do with us whether the spiritual mine is destroyed or not? Let's vote. I agree. Agree. Against? I abstain. The 5 sects have voting rights according to their share of spiritual stones. Generally speaking, if the Biyun sect and the Hulong sect agree together, it is equivalent to execution. But this time, with the consent of the Biyun Patriarch, the Hulong Taoist cast a dissenting vote. Finally, everyone looked at Li Hu. The Lingjian sect's 15% share is usually insignificant, but when the two sects disagree, everyone remembers this third sect. Li Hu had a blank expression, and others were used to the coldness of this Beijian Jinren. After all, among those who have a record of life and death in the hands of the Golden Core, Li Hu is the only one in the Annandao area. And Li Hu was about to cast his vote as usual, but suddenly his ears moved and he said, I object. The Fire Dragon Taoist laughed. Well, since everyone objects, don't think of fishing in a dry pond anymore. It's easy for everyone to enhance their combat power. Prepare the materials, and come to my Fire Dragon sect. I will personally help you improve your magic weapon at a 20% discount. If a Golden Core true person wants a magic weapon, but doesn't know how to refine it, the best way is to choose a spiritual weapon, nourish it with his own Danyuan, and turn it into his own life magic weapon. As a master of refining, the Fire Dragon Taoist can help speed up this process. The Biyun Patriarch glanced at the Fire Dragon Taoist, said nothing, and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Everyone left unhappily. The Fire Dragon Taoist stayed behind. Fong Chong stretched out his hand and said, Master Hulong, please excuse me. The money and goods will be settled. The God of Death is taking souls. We have to wait for the person to die. Master Hulong threw a sign, with a look of disdain on his face. With this sign, you can go to the Fire Dragon sect to refine a spiritual weapon for free. Fong Chong put away the sign, and threw it to Li Hu. Brother, keep it. Next time, we will support whoever offers the highest price. We, the small sects, will will only eat the leftovers of their big sections. Li Hu put away the sign, and shook his head and laughed. He would not do such a thing as raising the price. But why don't you agree, Fire Dragon Master? If the spiritual mine increases its mining efforts, everyone will benefit. Fong Chong asked curiously. Fire Dragon Taoist shook his head and said, we do have some benefits, but the biggest benefit is the old guy Biyun. Others don't know, but I have been at odds with him for a lifetime, so how can I not know? He is now only one step away from the nascent soul realm. He needs to use the spiritual marrow in the spiritual mine as medicine to refine the infant pill. If he succeeds, the Biyun sect will be the only one in the Luyun Mountains. The spiritual marrow is the essence of the spiritual mine. If the spiritual marrow is damaged, the output of the spiritual mine will also be damaged. Infant transformation pill? Fong Chong was surprised. Can Patriarch Biyun refine the infant transformation pill? This is a precious elixir that can help Jindan cultivators break the elixir and transform into infants. Its value is measured in top-grade spiritual stones. At least a master of alchemy can do it. As for top-grade spiritual stones, the huge Luyun spirit mine can only mine a handful of them a year, and most of them have to be divided between Biyun sect and Hulung sect. It was only in the past few years that the Lingjian sect rose up, and only 1 or 2 pieces were allocated. In 10 years, only 5 top-grade spiritual stones were allocated. The Taoist Fire Dragon sneered. I refine weapons, and Biyun refines pills, otherwise how could his cultivation level improve so quickly? Forget it, I won't say it. In short, the unknown enemy is scary, but I am more afraid of Patriarch Biyun, this silent guy. The Taoist Fire Dragon secretly gave Patriarch Biyun a few eye drops, bowed and said goodbye. Fong Chong remembered something at this time and hurriedly called out, Master Hulung, I will be getting married soon, please come and watch. If you don't have time to come, you can give the gift money. Master Hulung's footsteps froze, and then he left quickly. Chapter 168. 3 days later. Fong Chong left Jingqi Villa carrying a bird cage. As for the sect alliance, the situation became clear after Patriarch Biyun revealed his identity as a master of alchemy. After all, few people can resist the temptation of the infant pill, especially when everyone present is a Jindan Jinren. When Patriarch Biyun promised to help refine a furnace of infant pills in the future, of course, the materials must be provided by themselves. The Jindan who were originally flirting with Hulung Jinren agreed to Patriarch Biyun's proposal on the spot. This Luyun spirit mine must be mined more vigorously. If they don't dig out more spiritual essence, what will they do with the infant pills in the future? As for Hulung Taoist's competition with Patriarch Biyun for the first person in Luyun Mountain Range, why should they get involved? And Fong Chong naturally followed suit and persuaded Li Hu to agree. However, his request was a little higher. If Patriarch Biyun's first furnace of infant pills produced more pills, they would take one. Because while outsiders were watching Patriarch Biyun and True Man Hulung fighting for the first place in the sect, Li Hu had already quietly reached the late stage of Jindan cultivation. Dao-level skills are not trivial. If Fong Chong is used as a standard, Li Hu's normal cultivation speed is at least 10 times that of Fong Chong, not to mention the ancient treasures such as the Disha Jinyu Golden Pagoda that assist in cultivation, the efficiency can be doubled. If it weren't for the insufficient energy supply of the Golden Pagoda, he would have been able to break through the Yuaning realm a few years ago. In fact, Li Hu is too kind. If he was a little more selfish, he would have kept the spiritual stones harvested by Lingjianmen every year for himself, instead of leaving them in the sect's warehouse as funds for the sect's development. Now he is already the first Yuaning in Anan Dao. After all, although Fong Chong's sect contribution system is involuntarily involuted and has greatly improved the strength of disciples and the sect, it also consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, increasing the speed of mining spiritual ore is also a great benefit to Li Hu. But he always followed Fong Chong's advice. Unless necessary, he always keeps a low profile. Most of the affairs in recent years have been handled by his disciples, and he will only come forward to communicate when he reaches the Jindan level. He is no longer like when he first took over the Lingjian sect. There were only 2 or 3 big and small cats in the sect, and whenever there was a fierce battle, the sect master had to personally participate. Therefore, no one really knows how strong Li Hu is now. For Li Hu, the breakthrough is just a few years slower. What he wants to see more is everyone's common progress. If he gets a Huaying pill, maybe Li Hu can break through earlier than Biyun Patriarch. Even if there is no Huaying pill, with enough spirit stones, and with the help of the Disha Jinyu Golden Tower, Li Hu can also break through. For Fong Chong's request, Biyun Patriarch agreed after a little consideration. In his opinion, his own breakthrough is the most important thing. As long as he breaks through, the benefits given now can be taken back in multiples in the future. Taoist Wulong saw that the situation was hopeless and people were not interested, so he walked out on the spot, cursing a group of people for being short-sighted. So the temporary meeting of the sect alliance called by Fong Chong came to an end temporarily. After the meeting, the major sects began to send foundation building cultivators to the mines, started the overdraft mode, and even asked their disciples to enter the mines, calling it training. For a time, the output of spirit stones increased several times. And Fong Chong had returned to Qingnil Market. At this time, the market began to decorate with lights and lanterns, and the lights were on day and night, and the festive atmosphere became stronger day by day. There were less than 50 days left before the wedding. Cave number 1 in the market. Fong Chong was training birds. He sat in front of a stone table and threw a feather crown similar to the dragon horn style on the table, but the color was red. Put on this feather crown, and from today on, you are a phoenix. On the table in front of him stood a colorful skylark the size of a palm, with soft and shiny feathers that felt cool and comfortable to the touch, like brocade. This is the origin of its name, the cloud sparrow. Can I not wear it? The voice of Kaik is that of a little girl, soft and with a hint of pity, totally different from the arrogant and domineering lady she was when she first came a few days ago. Fong Chong knocked on the table, expressionless. What do you think? This voice without any warmth reminded Kaik of the chickens, geese, ducks, pigeons, quails that Fong Chong had eaten in front of her these days. She shuddered suddenly, and a few feathers fell off. This was the first time she had seen so many ways to cook birds since she had intelligence. Frying, deep frying, roasting, skewering, roasting, stewing, braising. She didn't want to choose any of them. I wear it, I wear it. Kai quickly got her head into the feather crown, and the feather crown, which was larger than her body, automatically shrank and turned into 3 long and flowing colorful hairs. Not bad, still pretty. Fong Chong took out a mirror and stood in front of Kai K. Look, how can my vision be bad? Kai K looked at herself in the mirror curiously, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I'm so beautiful. She walked around the table arrogantly, showing her appearance in the mirror from all directions and angles. Be good when the time comes, don't make me angry, otherwise, you have to think about how to apologize to me. Fong Chong smacked his lips. I heard that eating raw K brain can nourish the brain. No. Not at all. Kai K hurriedly said, my brain is very small, only a little bit, and I'm so stupid. If you eat my brain, you will become more stupid. Woo woo woo, miss, come and save me. Kai K missed the days in Jingqi Villa very much at this moment. The man in front of her is simply a devil. Fong Chong did not comment. It depends on your performance. Come, meet your partner. Fong Chong called out, and saw a purple snake as thick as a bucket poking its head down from the clouds in the sky. Although it had a pair of purple dragon horns on its head, and a pair of dragon claws under its belly that looked uncoordinated. But Kai K recognized it as a big snake. Because when she was in Jingqi Villa, her favorite snack was snake gull. Hello, my name is Li Shiba. The big snake swallowed and spit out the snake shape, and there was a bit of stupidity in its voice. The purple blood snake did not have the ability to change size as it wished. In fact, this is the normal state of monsters. For example, the big mountain turtle is also huge in its normal state, and its fighting form is even more ferocious and terrifying. And Kai K is a rare monster that can become small. Hearing the big snake's greeting, Kai K raised her head proudly and did not answer. Grow big and fly up. Fong Chong called out. Kai K reluctantly turned into a big bird with wings covering the clouds, a pair of colorful big wings, which were more than 10 meters wide when spread out. Fong Chong threw out a simple bronze frame again, and 2 bronze chains spread out from the frame to wrap around the feet of a snake and a bird. As for the real wedding car, it is still being made. Try running a few laps first. Fong Chong sat in the car, and a long whip appeared in his hand. He flicked it in the air, and a snapping sound was heard in the air. A snake and a bird flew swiftly around the sky above Qingyefeng City. It must be said that it was still very intimidating. Fong Chong watched the dragon and the phoenix fly. I thought that I had to add another set of skins to the purple snake, otherwise this slippery look would make people think of loaches instead of dragons. The colorful bird looked good, but the tail feathers had to be lengthened, and it would be best if it had some rainbow effects. Well, anyway, the demand had been given, and if it couldn't be made, it would be the fault of the weapon refiner. From then on, the disturbances in the outside world had nothing to do with Fong Chong. He was only concerned about his wedding. This was his first wedding in 2 lifetimes, so it was not too important to attach too much importance to it. Although the integration of the flame demon realm was a hidden danger, as Fong Chong said to Ling Xiao, there was always someone taller when the sky fell, and he was still behind. In addition, since he broke through the Jin Dan realm, his lifespan has been nearly 500 years, and Fong Chong naturally became lazy. He was a person who was easily satisfied. At the beginning, his original dream was to be a local rich man who lived a life of idleness and waited for death. As a result, the reality forced him to take the path of cultivation. The limit of his life forced him to move forward blindly, and he did many things that now seem very despicable. But when his basic demands were met and his life became visibly better, he had no motivation to move forward. Although immortality is good, it is like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water, and no one has really become an immortal. If you spend your whole life for such an illusory goal, it would be too boring. Now he has a beautiful wife, a cute and capable sister, a daily income of a lot of money, and a sworn brother with explosive force. Going a step further, the empress of the Tang dynasty, who is now dominating the world, is his aunt. Why can't he just lie down like a salted fish? Perhaps this is why he can make friends with Yu Xian, a zombie without dreams. The land of Gilgamesh, the tomb of heroes. Not to mention that Fong Chong is not a hero, he has always been a petty citizen who likes to brag. The belief that he once gritted his teeth and fought against God and fate was gradually buried in the past with the beauty and tenderness of time. On the eve of marriage, after a battle, Fong Chong hugged Dong Dong, who was panting and still savoring the past, and said with emotion, "If we can continue like this, it's actually not bad." Dong Dong, eh. The air was quiet for a while. Seeing that Fong Chong was a little depressed, Dong Dong hit him with a stick and gave him a red date. At worst, next time. She whispered something in Fong Chong's ear that could not be said openly. Fong Chong's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Speaking of this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Fong Chong was immediately revived and became energetic. Various difficult postures that required double cooperation flashed through his mind. Dong Dong blushed but refused to say anything. Seeing this, he took the initiative to change the subject and asked, "We are getting married in 2 days. Won't your grandpa come back?" Dong Dong sighed. Grandpa said that he can't leave the capital, and he also said that you got married suddenly without discussing it with him. Next time you come, he will teach you a lesson. Fong Chong's neck stiffened and snorted. I haven't settled accounts with him yet. This time I have broken through the golden elixir. Next time I see him, I will break his horns. Dong Dong smiled and covered his mouth. Grandpa said that His Majesty gave him a protective treasure, and the gods can't hurt him for a while. Yuan cultivators are even more invincible, so I don't have to worry about his safety. Fong Chong coughed twice and said unconfidently, "It doesn't count as a hero to use external objects to help. Besides, I had just broken through at that time and was too excited to think of him. Now that I've said it, can I still regret it?" Dong Dong said, Okay, I don't blame you. Grandpa also said that when you and I get married, there will be a big gift for us. But what gift is, Grandpa didn't say. Fong Chong's eyes also showed some expectation. Now Qingyou Taoist can be said to be the most popular person in front of the queen. His status is not even comparable to that of Yuanian cultivators. Even he said it was a big gift, so it goes without saying that it must be a good treasure. Forget it, next time we meet, let him make 3 moves first. Fong Chong thought so in his heart. Don't think that sending a little gift can resolve the hatred between me and him. That hatred almost killed me. Without 1,000 or 800 top-grade spirit stones, this matter cannot be resolved. Fong Chong still insisted. Dong Dong laughed again. Fong Chong's face turned annoyed. Damn it, you dare to laugh at your husband. Dong Dong cried out repeatedly and shrank back. You just promised me not to come over. Asshole. A fragrant day passed. The day of marriage came inadvertently. On this day, the entire Anan Dao cultivation world turned its attention to Qingyefeng City. With Fong Chong's breakthrough to the Golden Core, the number of Golden Core cultivators in Qingyefeng City, plus the Qingyou Taoist, who had not shown up for 10 years, has reached 4. Even compared with the Bian sect, which is known as the first sect in the Anan Dao cultivation world, there is still one more person in number. Moreover, with Fong Chong marrying the current owner, he will most likely become the real owner of Qingyefeng City, and will also take over the human resources of Qingyefeng City for so many years. Fong Chong is also an important figure in Lingyanmen, and a sworn brother of Beijian Jinren. If the power of Lingyanmen is added, the power that Fong Chong can mobilize is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Before, Fong Chong kept a low profile, and not many people knew him. But with his Thunder Tribulation breakthrough, and this grand wedding, Many people began to take the initiative to study him. The result was unknown without research, and it was only after research that I was shocked that Fong Chong had become the top boss of Annandale. So his wedding can be said to be grand and grand. According to statistics from interested people, this time, there were as many as 11 Jin Danjinren, who clearly expressed their intention to come to congratulate the wedding, almost gathering the essence of the entire Annandale cultivation world. Chapter 169. Since Her Majesty has not yet established a reign title, the old calendar is still followed. The 17th year of Yongtai, the 337th year of the Tang calendar, May 21st, an auspicious day in the calendar. White clouds float in the sky, and the wind beside my ears is a little noisy. Fong Chong is wearing a red wedding dress, with a smile on his face. Anyone who sees him can feel his happiness from the bottom of his heart. He got married. To put it in a more fashionable way, today is his double cultivation ceremony. The master of ceremonies is calling out the names in front. Every name can cause exclamations from the people present, and they are all big shots in their eyes. King Yifeng City is completely off limits today. Those who have not received an invitation cannot even go up Qingyao Mountain. After all, there are so many people and things, and it is inevitable that there are people who are not afraid of death, who want to make trouble, and finally ruin everyone's good mood. But in the end, there are still hundreds of guests, who come to the wedding banquet. There were also thousands of unknown cultivators gathered outside Qingyao Mountain, many of whom were still looking forward to the plot in the story books, where the masters accepted disciples. After all, there were many senior masters from various forces among the guests, who came to attend the wedding. If they were noticed by others, they would soar to the sky. There were even more people who came purely to witness history. Although this wedding was Fong Chong's personal affair, it was also a major event in the cultivation world of Annandale. If you don't come to see it in person, you won't even have an appetite for food. Dong, with a bell ringing. That was the welcoming bell at Qingyao Market. Then a giant firework exploded in the air, with a clear sky, bright sun, trees, and silver flowers, and a crisp sound of thunder and lightning. "Look, what is that?" a cultivator exclaimed. In the distance, the sky was filled with rosy clouds, paving a wedding passage, and the rain of flowers fell with the rosy clouds, turning into flowers of spiritual energy. Along the way, the grass and trees are reborn and the flowers are blooming. There is a rosy road in the sky, and a flower path on the ground. Countless animals with spirituality flock to the place, swallowing the spiritual flowers along the way. A casual cultivator discovered this scene, and immediately transformed his magic power into a big hand to pick up a piece of spiritual energy flower. He felt the pure spiritual energy merge into his body, which was almost equivalent to several days of hard practice. "Grab it. This land is all mine." When the Qingyao Taoist held the golden elixir ceremony, I heard the golden lotus blooming all over the ground. I didn't expect to see this scene again today. "What are you talking about? Get out of my way. This place belongs to me. What are you grabbing? Such a wide road, you are still missing one." "That's right, it's a big day, I want to move to another place desperately. By the way, this is within 50 miles of Qingyao Market. If you dare to do it casually, aren't you afraid of the law enforcement team?" "Haha, thank Fong Zhu." "Why call me Fong Zhu? Call me brother-in-law." "That's right, thank you brother-in-law." Many casual cultivators swallowed and exhaled spiritual energy flowers, laughed, and did not forget to thank Fong Chong. And more. Just when everyone was enjoying the free benefits, someone looked up and saw a huge monster flying from the sky. It was a purple dragon of nearly 100 meters. "Fuck, is that a dragon?" Some people were stunned. "And there is a phoenix." Along with the purple dragon, there was also a giant colorful phoenix with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters, which was complementing the purple dragon and circling in. What else are they dragging behind them? What a big boat! Behind the purple dragon and colorful phoenix was a flower boat as high as a 5-story building, covered with colorful petals. Just one look at it seemed as if you could smell the fragrance of the flowers on it. Behind the building ship was a long rainbow, and dozens of huge flying swords followed behind to escort it. I'm convinced. Is this the wedding of a big shot? What kind of strength is this? Woo, I really want to join King Yifeng City, even cleaning toilets is fine. Cleaning toilets is mine, don't fight with me. I'm going to be a dog. Fuck, you are still willing to sacrifice, brother. I give you the seat. Everyone, wait a moment. I'm going to pick up my wife first. Fong Chong couldn't help but smile when he saw this strange scene. As the chief director of this wedding, he also gritted his teeth and was generous. Now it seems that the effect is good. The purple blood snake is of course not so big. He just put on a layer of inflatable skin, which is no defense. It is purely a showpiece, but it is enough to scare people. The same is true for the colorful phoenix. As for the huge building ship, well, it is made of clouds. The raw materials are water and air, which are glued together by spiritual arts. They will disappear after one use, but the petals are real. The same sentence. Big is beautiful, big is strong, and good looks are the kingly way. Practicality and other things must give way to good looks. Fong Chong took off into the air. A huge roar was heard outside the market, and then a stone turtle raised its head and transformed into a giant war turtle, releasing the momentum of the golden elixir monster unscrupulously. Fong Chong stepped on the war turtle, just like riding a huge black warship. The golden elixir at the banquet saw Fong Chong fancy and started to talk. Young people are young people, they like pomp and circumstance, and a double cultivation ceremony is so grand. Haha, we are also his pomp and circumstance. If you have the ability, don't come. The invitation has been delivered to me, how can I not come? I can't afford to offend others with my small family and business. Okay, stop being jealous. If I had this foundation at his age, I would be more arrogant than him. On the other side, the golden elixir of the Luyun Mountain Sect Alliance was also talking. Is that the golden elixir monster that Deacon Fong mentioned? It has a very powerful aura. Stronger than the old Qingniu back then. TSK, the old Taoist Qingniu refined the blood of the bull demon and was able to turn into an old cow. His son-in-law has a big turtle under his feet. I don't think the relationship between them is very good. Is the old Qingniu in seclusion or missing? He didn't even show up at the wedding of his goddaughter and son-in-law? If I didn't know Deacon Fong a little, I would have suspected that the old Qingniu was killed by him. Wan Qing, you are so beautiful today. Fong Chong landed gently on the cloud boat and whispered to Dongdong, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress and delicate makeup. Dongdong's eyes were slightly red, and she was moved. Thank you, I am very happy today. Fong Chong was responsible for the planning of the wedding. He said he would give her a surprise. He did everything for a wedding that everyone was looking forward to. Fong Chong chuckled and said, "Why are you thanking me? We are still separated. Okay, if you have any private words, go back to your room and talk. Now is your big day, and the guests are waiting." Li Hu smiled. Beside him were his wife Qin Qing and mother-in-law Qin Madam. They took care of Dongdong all the way. Dongdong came from Lingtiamen this time and married in Qingyefang City. It should have been the other way around. But Fong Chong finally decided to hold the wedding in Qingyefang City. After all, this is where Dongdong grew up, and he didn't care, he had no home long ago. Listen to my brother. Fong Chong took Dongdong's hand. With a wave of his other hand, the whole cloud ship exploded with a bang, and countless petals floated down with the wind and fell all over Qingniu Mountain. Today, Qingniu Mountain is also full of flowers for them. Suddenly, the wind started. Chapter 170. The wind was hot, just like a sudden heat wave blowing by the crater. At the same time, the air suddenly sank, as if some huge monster was pressing down from the sky, bringing heavy pressure. It's the breath of the flame demon realm. The mountain turtle suddenly sent a message to Fong Chong, with a hint of panic in his voice. Fong Chong's body froze. Is it such a coincidence? He was getting married on a good day to do this. Before he could react, he heard a burst of exclamations. What is that? A secret house? Many Jin Danjinren and Foundation building cultivators were not polite at this moment. They all rose into the air and looked up at the mirage that suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a dark red world. The earth was dark red, mostly stone, with scarce soil, and there were stone cities with a retro style, craters with flowing magma, and a vast ocean with dark colors. When the camera zoomed in, they were terrifying monsters. Some of them were covered with totems, which looked scary. Some were covered in black robes, revealing only a pair of red eyes. Some were completely skeletons, with flames dancing in their eye sockets. There were also huge monsters, firemen with flames dancing all over their bodies, and lava giants made of stone lumps. And a young man, with an evil smile standing on a lava giant surrounded by them. They were all looking up at the sky without exception. It was as if they were also looking here. Separated by an invisible space channel, everyone looked at each other. He is Yen Mozi. The mountain turtle quickly pointed at the other boss. They are coming. Dongdong beside him grabbed Fong Chong's hand. What should we do? Fong Chong pretended to be relaxed and comforted. Let's think positively. The whole world is celebrating our wedding. Who else's wedding can be so grand? It's just a pity that I didn't give you a perfect wedding after all. Dongdong smiled and said with satisfaction, It's already good. I will remember everything that happened today for the rest of my life. Deacon Fong, the situation is urgent. We are sorry that we can no longer attend your wedding. On the other side, someone immediately said goodbye. This is someone from the Sect Alliance, who knows about the Flame Demon Realm. Looking at the current situation, it is known that the other side is an enemy, not a friend, and they have to go back and make preparations early. Fong Chan did not force them to stay, and said to be careful on the road. Seeing this, the others also said goodbye and left. The affairs of the Flame Demon Realm were not deliberately concealed. As long as the Jindan cultivators, who have a slightly good relationship with the Sect Alliance, have heard about it. Only the casual cultivators, who did not know the situation, were still looking up and looking at the strangeness, thinking that it was another secret palace coming to the world, wondering how many lucky people would be born. In a blink of an eye, the wedding scene that was originally very lively was deserted, and it was inexplicably a bit messy and deserted. Only the staff of the market had a little confusion on their faces, not knowing what happened. At this time, Li Hu suddenly spoke. Second brother, please take care of Qinger and mother. I brought all the elite disciples of the sect with me for the wedding. Now the sect is weak, I must take people back first, and I want to take the remaining disciples with me. Fong Chong hesitated. Brother, the situation is unclear now, and the Flame Demon Realm may appear at any time. If you leave now, I'm afraid. Mrs. Qin also advised, Jian Chun, since Qinger and I are here, you better not go back. Over at the mountain gate, Elder Tang and Master Duan Feng are taking care of them. Li Hu shook his head and said, they are also my disciples. Since I am the master of this sect, I have to be responsible for them. Second brother, mother, don't persuade me. In addition, second brother, I want you to help me take my parents and little sister to the market. I'm afraid that if something unexpected happens, they will be in danger. Seeing that Li Hu had made up his mind, Fong Chong couldn't persuade him anymore, so he nodded and agreed. No problem, I go pick up Uncle Li and the others right away. Brother, you should go and come back quickly. As for the Sect Alliance, if anyone comes looking for you, you don't have to worry about them. Let's get started without further delay. All disciples of Lingjin Sect, listen to my orders, follow me to pick up other disciples. At Li Hu command, the 6 foundation building monks, who came with him to send off the bride, followed him. These 6 foundation building monks include 3 who have recently made breakthroughs in the main line of Lingjian Sect in the past 10 years, and 3 from Chansong Sect that have been merged into Lingjian Sect. Half on each side, no one will be treated unfairly. Wait until Li Hu disappears in the sky. Fong Chong thought for a while, and shouted to a corner, Taiju, follow me. After all, he was a little worried about his actual combat ability, so it was better to have his sister by his side. Besides, Fong Taiju was originally a part of his strength. As for the market, there were evil spirits transformed by Dong Tianbao, a Jindan monster, 2 foundation building monsters, and a dozen white tiger puppets in the puppet building, as well as a dozen foundation building cultivators in the market, hundreds of cultivators in the middle and late stages of Qi training, and a market formation that was built with a lot of money, and could withstand the attacks of Jindan cultivators. Even if there was any danger, it would be no problem to hold on for an hour or so. As the voice fell, a girl in white and indifferent came out. The girl unconsciously glanced at Dong Dong, who was standing next to Fong Chong in a wedding dress. There was some envy in her eyes, but she didn't say anything, just stood behind Fong Chong silently. Dong Dong, the market is left to you. Fong Chong took Fong Taishu, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly spread out behind him, and flew towards Qianzhou County. Qingyou Mountain is 300 miles away from Qianzhou County. At his current speed, it can actually be reached in a cup of tea. A round trip only takes half an hour. Of course, this is under ideal conditions. Not long after Fong Chong left, the world suddenly shook, and everyone felt unstable, and there was a rumbling sound from the ground. Those monsters in the sky are coming out. Someone exclaimed. Looking up again, I saw that the originally somewhat illusory world was gradually solidifying. Red meteors broke through the boundary between reality and illusion and fell from the sky, like meteorites falling from outer space. At the same time, the illusory world suddenly dispersed and turned into a dark red light falling. Farther away, cyan, blue, yellow, endless light fell on this world. It turned out that there was more than one small world that merged with this plane, and the Flame Demon Realm just happened to coincide with the location of Annan Road. The mountains are getting bigger. The sun is getting smaller. No, it's the sky. The sky is getting higher. Everyone shouted. As the light fell, the whole world seemed to have taken a tonic pill. In an instant, the mountains roared, the sky was surging, the submarine volcano erupted, and the distance between heaven and earth quickly rose. The sun in the sky looked like a furnace at first, shining brightly, but it had become a small night pearl, dim and without light. It seemed that the distance between it and the earth had been infinitely improved. The world suddenly darkened, as if it was night in an instant. At the same time, earthquakes, strong winds, heavy rains, thunder and lightning, heavy snow, hail. Different disasters occurred simultaneously in the same area. This is the end of life, and the rebirth of the world. In the face of such a great force of nature, the invasion of the demon monks is just a minor problem. Some low-level monks are actually no different from ordinary people. They are also powerless, and can only kneel down and pray to the sky. How could this happen? Fong Chong's face changed when he saw the world change drastically. It's not that he has never experienced the fusion of secret realms, but he has never had such a drastic performance. This is not the fusion of the secret realm to the main plane, it is simply the end of the world. He also made an empirical mistake. In the era when he entered the game, the size of the immortal and demon planes was already so huge. The fusion of a few secret realms is like a few more leaves on a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. If it weren't for the little bugs living next to the leaves, who would find it? But now the whole world is like a newly sprouted seedling. Each leaf is extremely heavy, bringing about a huge change in appearance. Not to mention that dozens of leaves grew out at once, almost crushing the new seedling. He was thinking about dealing with the demon cultivators in the flame demon realm, but found that the environment was the biggest enemy. What stood in front of him was no longer the distance, but various natural disasters, as well as the expanding earth, mountains, and direction. As the earth expanded, he could no longer tell the location of Qianzhou County. Going back now? Fong Chong looked hesitant. If he went back like this, the lives of Li Hu family would all depend on God's will. How should he explain to Li Hu? Although these were all non-human factors, with a few explanations, Li Hu character probably wouldn't blame him, and it would not be a problem to fool him. But Fong Chong didn't hesitate much, and the wind-chasing wings behind him fluttered, and he took Fong Taiju into the wind and rain together. This kind of question shouldn't be hesitated. He had no choice before, but now, he just wants to have a clear conscience. A black line appeared between his eyebrows. He was trying to communicate with the eye of the demon, and several directions suddenly appeared in his mind. Those were all the places where he buried the seeds of the demon eye. Qianzhou County was no exception. An hour later, Fong Chong walked and stopped along the way to determine the direction of the seeds of the demon eye. The land was still expanding, as if there was a pair of big hands, pulling the land like a piece of gumdrop. The seeds of the demon eye that were originally in the east suddenly ran to the west, and some were getting farther and farther away from him, and the induction became weaker and weaker, as if they were racing with him. In 10 years, even if only 4 seeds of the demon eye could be produced in a year, there were still as many as 40. Fong Chong could only be thankful that for the sake of convenience, many seeds of the demon eye were buried in the same city. Otherwise, with the 7 or 8 seeds before, he didn't know how many laps he would have to fly. Found it, the first city. Fong Chong stopped in front of a ruin. The original city was now torn apart, as if it had suddenly experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. Looking around, there was hardly a single intact house. The land was filled with wailing. Under the dim light of heaven and earth, it seemed as if everything had lost hope. People were like ants, facing such natural disasters with only despair, struggling to find a glimmer of hope. Fong Chong couldn't help showing a bit of melancholy in his eyes. This was the upgrading of heaven and earth, the prosperity of cultivation, and the carnival of cultivators. But for ordinary people, they have always only passively endured, and those benefits, which they can enjoy, are very few. But Fong Chong didn't stay for long. This is not Qianzhou County. It's a place called Black Rice City, named after the rich production of a kind of black millet. He dug out the magic eye seeds he buried here, a total of 8, and now they are all full of energy and mature. You know, he just recovered it once about a year ago. And if he doesn't deliberately ripen it, the magic eye seeds, even if buried in the downtown area of the world, generally mature once every 3 years. But because of a natural disaster, all these magic eye seeds matured ahead of time. Fong Chong could feel the huge negative energy that was still left in the city, and his ears seemed to be echoing with the howling of countless wronged souls. Fong Chong was silent for a moment, and then a black line opened between his eyebrows, and an invisible suction force suddenly appeared above Haime's city. The eye of the heavenly demon was rarely excited. After a while, he saw a black agate-like magic sea crystal generated in front of him. These are the magic seed crystals that can only be produced after the magic eye seeds mature, a total of 9. Adding the 8 magic seed crystals produced after the magic eye seeds matured before, just relying on this Jaime city, he has harvested 17 magic seed crystals. And he only needs to spend 5 magic seed crystals to exchange a spiritual level technique 5-turn reverse Yuan Gong in the eye of the heavenly demon. In other words, in just a short while, he got more than 3 spiritual level techniques for free. Converted again. With his current level of refining of the eye of the heavenly demon, these 17 demon crystals are enough for him to cast a golden elixir level heavenly demon divine light once, with a little left over. With the sharpness of the eye of the demon, ordinary Jindan cultivators simply cannot resist this level of the demon light. And to do all this, you only need to destroy a small city. It is not difficult to understand the deeds of those demon cultivators, who massacred cities and exterminated clans. In fact, the magic skills are to harm the world and serve one person. Fong Chong put away the seed of the demon eye and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he still threw a white tiger puppet. As a second-level low-grade puppet, the white tiger puppet has a weak combat power in the foundation building realm, but it should not be difficult to use it to protect some ordinary people and let them rebuild their homes here. The natural disaster is still continuing. In such a heavy loss, there may not be ghosts and monsters. There will even be attacks by monsters and monsters in the secret realm soon. Human life is only fragile in such an environment. But they are also like weeds. As long as they are given a little sunshine, they will grow again in patches in a short time. The most immediate benefit of this great change in the world for ordinary people is also the basis for their survival. As long as you work harder, you will basically not go hungry. Because the land contains infinite vitality, crops that used to be harvested once a year or twice a year can now be harvested in a month or half a month. With food, there is life. But Fong Chong can't save anyone. Brother. As if sensing Fong Chong's somewhat depressed mood, the girl's soft palm silently held Fong Chong's hand. She looked at Fong Chong with a firm look, as if to say, I will always be with you. Fong Chong smiled and touched the girl's head, saying, Don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet. Let's go. I hope the next place is Jianshu County. Sensing the location of another buried demon eye in his mind, Fong Chong and the girl quickly flew across the sky. In the distance, the storm continued. Chapter 171. Jianshu County. The sudden earthquake also destroyed most of the buildings. In just a moment, half of the tens of thousands of people in the county were buried under the houses. Fortunately, most of the houses were low-rise wooden buildings. Although they collapsed, they were much easier to rescue than those houses with several floors. But what worried people the most was the continuous heavy rain. Due to the blockage of the ruins of the houses, the drainage system was damaged, and the rain was too heavy, which was not something that the simple drainage system of a small county could handle. In less than half an hour, the water level was waist deep. Looking around, under the gray sky, the world was vast, as if it was raining everywhere, and the water had no way to drain away. If it continues like this place may become a large lake. This unknown small town will always be submerged in water, and it will not be discovered until someone finds it many years later. The survivors stood on the ruins of the collapsed house, holding half a bag of food, gold and silver jewelry, or a few chickens and ducks rescued from the house, looking at the increasingly deep water level, at a loss and helpless. Li's house. Is there anyone alive? All come to me. The sound of rain was heard everywhere. Li Tian found a high ground and shouted hard. Beside him was his wife, holding his crying little son, his daughter, who was still in shock, and a maid in the house. A transparent air mask protected them above their heads, blocking the heavy rain outside. When the earthquake came, they were eating and had no reaction at all. Fortunately, they all had automatically activated protective treasures, otherwise the family would really be considered intact at this time. Li Tian shouted for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. Dad, stop shouting. The rain is so heavy that all sounds are washed away. Besides, it's so dark and the water is so deep. Even if they hear us, how can they come over? Li Xiaoxiu calmed down. Li Tian shouted, more to release the fear in his heart. He was not afraid, but the whole family was watching him, so he could only pretend to be strong. When Li Xiaoxiu called him, his voice stopped abruptly, and then his eyes turned red, and he murmured, the earth dragon turned over. This is the earth dragon turning over. With such a heavy rain, can they still survive? Both of them valued feelings, and the servants in the family were old people who had been together for more than 10 years. Now that such a big thing has happened, I am afraid that it is more likely to be bad. Li Xiaoxiu said, Dad, now is not the time to worry about this. What should we do? The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The water is flooding. Should we find a high place to hide first? Li Tian thought about it, but shook his head and said, with such a heavy rain, we can't go anywhere, and if we leave, what if your brother can't find us when he comes back? With such a big thing, your brother will definitely come to find us. Li Xiuxiu looked at the water stains that were about to spread to her feet. But if we don't leave now, there will be no place to stand. Li Tian made a quick decision. Pull out all the wood, let's make a raft first, so that your mother, brother and Xiaolu can stand safely. Hearing this, Li Xiuxiu was about to move, but her face suddenly changed. Father and mother, be careful. She flipped her hand and threw out a fiery red talisman, and a fist-sized fireball hit the water, and suddenly there was a sizzling water vapor. A scream came out, and a black shadow quickly shrank down. What is that? Several people were scared. It's a monster in the water. Li Xiuxiu looked annoyed. Just now, she was in a hurry and used the most convenient fireball talisman, but forgot the environment here, which greatly reduced the power of the fireball talisman. If it was replaced with other attack talismans, such as water arrow talismans and ice thorn talismans, the monster in the water might have been killed by now. Monster! Both Li's father and mother were horrified, and the maid screamed and almost fainted. Little miss, don't scare me. The maid Xiaolu trembled. Li Xiuxiu still stared at the water, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It hasn't left yet. Everyone be careful, parents, you must hold me tightly, and hold the jade pendant given by Big Brother. Xiaolu, stand behind me. She was just a rookie in the early stage of Qi training, and she hadn't experienced any actual combat. It was very rare for her to keep a clear mind at this moment. Suddenly, there was a splashing sound from underwater. Everyone felt their feet slip and almost fell down. The monster is destroying the building under our feet. It wants to drag us into the water. Li Xiuxiu quickly discovered the purpose of the underwater monster, and her face was ugly. It seems to have wisdom. At this moment, Aunt Zhang said, Ah Xiu, if we can't escape, don't worry about us, you must escape and find your brother, he will definitely avenge us. Li Xiuxiu turned her head suddenly, looked at Aunt Zhang, and said in disbelief, Mother, what are you talking about? If you want to leave, let's go together. Just when Li Xiuxiu was at a loss, the building under their feet suddenly collapsed, and a slippery, webbed hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the foot of the maid Xiaolu. Miss, save me! Xiaolu screamed in panic. Li Xiuxiu reacted quickly, monster. She suddenly hit the ice spike talisman that had been in her palm for a long time. The ice blue talisman exploded, and the ice spikes exploded in the water. After a while, black and smelly blood gurgled out. Xiaolu was frightened and took up a broken hand covered with ice. Miss. Xiaolu kicked hard and finally kicked the severed hand away. The arm was enlarged and green in color, with a layer of greasy sticky substance on the surface, and webbed fingers. The monster that was killed just now also surfaced. It was a monster that looked like a human, but its skin was green, and its body was riddled with holes from ice spikes. It was also frozen, and its original appearance could not be seen. What on earth is this? How could there be such a monster in the city? It's probably brought by this strange rain. It's not safe here anymore. If there's one monster, there will be 2 or 3. Father Li stopped talking about waiting for Li, who had bent over to pull up the beams of the house under his feet. Xiao, come and help me. We must leave. Li Xiuxiu nodded. Although she was a novice in Qi training, she had also been tempered by spiritual energy. In terms of strength, she was no weaker than any adult man, and was much stronger. At this moment, shouts came from the depths of the rain curtain. Uncle Li! Aunt Zhang! Xiao! The voice was like the sound of metal and stone, and even the sound of rain could not cover it. Li Xiuxiu's face lit up. It's Brother Zhu's voice. Brother Zhu, we are here. She shouted in the direction where the voice came from. Li's father and mother were also surprised. Little Zhu is here. Over the years, Zhu Gui has taken good care of the Li family. He comes to visit every now and then, and is closer to them than their son. Although Zhu Gui often says that this is the boss's instructions, in the eyes of Li's father and mother, they have long regarded this honest young man as their own nephew. And Zhu Gui is much more capable than their daughter. No matter what problems they encounter, as long as they tell Zhu Gui, they can guarantee that it will be handled safely. But Li Xiuxiu's voice was also buried by the sound of rain. The voice was getting farther and farther away. Li Xiuxiu was quick-witted and took out a lighting talisman and threw it into the air. The light of the lighting talisman was like a small sun at this moment, illuminating the entire sky above the Li residence. Xu Gui, who was looking for someone, saw the light and was delighted. He said to Su Xinlan, who was holding a spirit tablet beside him, "Miss Su, the person is over there. Let's go over there." Su Xinlan nodded slightly and said to the puppet holding her behind her, "Shaoan, let's go over there too." Fong Chan left 3 puppets for the Su family, 2 of which were cheer-fighting puppets, which had been destroyed by the earthquake and rainstorm. The other one was this second-level 5-element puppet named Shaoan. This was the same model of Xiao Jin Gang made by Fong Chan according to the puppet drawings left by Fong father. It was more powerful than the Xiao Jin Gang back then. He gave it to Mr. Su for protection, and did not take it back afterwards. After all, the Xiao Jin Gang back then was only a first-level top-grade puppet, which was definitely inferior to the second-level puppet. So the 2 of them, and the puppet flew towards the light. That's right, they flew. While Fong Chan was busy preparing for his wedding. This inconspicuous guy had quietly broken through to the realm of iron zombies, with the help of the blood essence of a salted fish zombie, and the spiritual level skills such as the corpse King Ju, and had the ability to fly with a flying weapon. Without such strength, he would not dare to take the risk of looking for someone under such circumstances. About a cup of tea later, when Li Xiuxiu was thinking whether to place a lighting charm, 2 blurry figures flew over in front of her. At this time, the rain had already reached their ankles. "Brother Zhu, we are here." Li Xiuxiu waved frantically. Soon, the figures approached, and they were Xu Gui and Su Xinlan. Seeing Su Xinlan, Li Xiuxiu's face froze. "It's you." It's always awkward for former rivals to meet. Although neither of them has ever gotten someone. "Sister Xiu." Su Xinlan smiled slightly, and at this moment she seemed a little generous. Perhaps it was her life alone that made her think a lot of things clearly. People always learn to grow up alone after they have no one to rely on. Okay, let's talk about the past later. Let's find a safe place first. This rain won't stop for a while. When I came here just now, half of the city was flooded. Xu Gui's eyes suddenly moved and saw the ice corpse in the water that had not yet melted. "What is that?" Li Xiuxiu quickly replied. "It was an underwater monster that I killed with the ice thorn talisman." Underwater monster. Xu Gui didn't have time to investigate. Among the 7 people here, apart from him, only Li Xiuxiu counted as half a combatant, and there was also a puppet who took care of Su Xinlan. But that was the boss's puppet, and he couldn't command it at all. Xu Gui threw it in his hand, and saw a green vine armor spinning around, and a layer of green light armor spread out, just like a small green bamboo raft. It was the first magic weapon Fong Chan rewarded him, the green vine armor. Fong Chan has given him a lot of rewards over the years, but he is a zombie body, and the body is the best magic weapon, so well, to be honest, anyway he is poor. After all, his cultivation can improve so quickly, and resource consumption is inevitable. Especially the drop of silver zombie essence blood, even if it is purchased at an internal price, it will consume all the savings he has accumulated over the years. If it weren't for the commemorative significance of this green vine armor to him, he would have exchanged it for spirit stones and spirit pills for cultivation. Fortunately, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find a magic weapon in such a hurry. "Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, you all come up, I will take you out of the city first and find a safer place." Xu Gui called everyone to board the temporary spaceship. Li Tian hurriedly took his wife and children up, and Li Xiuxiu also pulled the maid up. "Miss Su, you come up too." "No, I have Shaoan to take care of you, so as not to add burden to you." Su Xinlan clearly felt that as the number of people on the green vine armor increased, Xu Gui breathing tightened. Obviously, it was not an easy task for him to carry so many people at once. "Xiao Zhu, thank you for your trouble." Hearing Su Xinlan's words, Li's father, Li's mother and others realized that it was such a burden for Xu Gui to bring people, and they felt a little embarrassed. Li Xiuxiu even took out a bottle of cheer-recovering elixir in a hurry. "Brother Zhu, this is the elixir my brother gave me. Do you think it is useful?" Xu Gui hesitated for a moment before taking the elixir and said, "If this elixir is useful to me, I will be very rude to refuse it. I will return it to you when we get there." He is now a poor zombie, and he has no right to say no. For the sake of so-called self-esteem, he would let himself lack mana and put everyone in danger. That is what a fool would do. Li Xiuxiu smiled and said, "It's okay. I still have some in my storage bag. If Brother Zhu finishes eating, I will get it for you." Xu Gui, what a silly girl. "Hold on tight, let's go." Xu Gui pinched his fingers, and the green vine armor swayed and flew out of the city. After all, this is not a special flying magic weapon, and it is even just a low-grade magic weapon. It can't withstand a slightly larger storm attack. At this time, under the interference of heavy rain, the speed is not much faster than a normal person running. Before walking 10 miles, Zhu had already swallowed the first elixir. Facts have proved that the flight of so many people at once, and the invasion of wind and rain are much more consuming than Zhu expected. Flying with a flying device is still a bit difficult for a zombie. There seems to be something underwater? Li Xiaoxiu suddenly said uncertainly. In order to reduce consumption, the green vine armor did not rise very high, about 5 or 6 meters from the water surface. Although the light was weak at the moment, with the light of the green vine armor itself, Li Xiaoxiu seemed to see a few black shadows flashing underwater. Reminded by Li Xiaoxiu, Zhu, who was concentrating on controlling the flight of the green vine armor, probed out his spiritual consciousness. As a zombie, he is strong in physical defense, and has always been weak in spirit. The strength of his spiritual consciousness at this time is probably not as high as when Fang Chong was refining qi. But there is also a detection range of hundreds of meters. So Zhu quickly discovered what was hidden under the water. He remained calm and pinched the formula again to raise the green vine armor. Don't be afraid, they are just a few weak water monsters. Xiaoxiu, hold the talisman. If any water monster dares to jump out, you can hit it. Li Xiaoxiu nodded quickly, and took out a stack of talismans from the storage bag. No problem, brother Zhu. Zhu swallowed his saliva and reminded, you don't need so many. The situation is unclear at this time. You should use the talisman sparingly. It's really different to have a good brother. Oh, okay. Li Xiaoxiu put away most of the talismans, but also held 5 or 6 at the same time. Miss Su, you come up too. Zhu didn't wait for Su Xilan to refuse, and said, now I want to control the magic weapon. After you come up, you can let Xiaoan free up his hands to protect everyone. Su Xilan nodded. Okay then. She let Xiaoan take her to the green vine armor. Sit next to my parents. They have the protective treasures given by my brother, and they can protect you together. Seeing Su Xilan wanted to sit alone in the other corner, Li Xiaoxiu hurriedly reminded her in a low voice. But when she saw Su Xilan's eyes were about to turn around, she quickly cast her eyes down to the water, looking like she was going to be seriously alert. Seeing this, Su Xilan smiled slightly and whispered, thank you. Chapter 172. Just like that, Zhu controlled the magic weapon to fly. Li Xiaoxiu was cautious, and the puppet Xiaoan coordinated on both sides, and everything seemed to be fine. They flew about 20 miles. Zhu didn't know whether he had left the city. The rain was too heavy, and he couldn't see the scenery in front of him at all. He could only fly out according to the direction of the water flow. Suddenly, the rain increased again. The crackling sound exploded in front of the shield outside the green vine armor, like firecrackers. It seemed that it was not rain, but a knife. Zhu figure swayed with it. He only felt that his mana consumption increased several times, and he quickly swallowed another magic pill to restore his mana. In just a short while, he had swallowed 3 pills. Something's wrong. He increased his flying speed, and a shadow suddenly fell on his heart. What's wrong, brother Zhu? Li Xiaoxiu asked when he saw this. Zhu replied, it's okay, hold on for a while, and you find a safe place soon. At this moment, the water level in front suddenly rose, and a huge wave that was more than 10 meters high suddenly rolled up and hit. On the wave, several green-skinned weirdos held harpoons and shouted, Brother Zhu, be careful. Zhu didn't need Li Xiaoxiu's reminder, and he had already manipulated the green vine armor to rise hard, trying to avoid the wave. But the harpoons in the hands of those weirdos had all been thrown over. The harpoon was shining with a faint green light, and its speed was obviously much faster than Zhu flying speed. At this moment, Zhu couldn't dodge at all in order to protect the people standing on the green vine armor. He moved forward to block. Dang dang dang. Zhu exposed skin suddenly turned black, and a layer of wrinkles like scales appeared. The harpoon hit his body, making only the sound of metal colliding. But Zhu was blocked by this, and the speed of the green vine armor suddenly stopped. The wave had already hit it, and although it only grazed the edge, it still broke the protective shield on the surface of the green vine armor. The green vine armor fell all over, and almost flipped over. Zhu had no intention of caring about the strange men, who suddenly disappeared. He devoted himself to the task, opened the magic shield again, and quickly controlled the green vine armor to stabilize. At this time, ordinary people such as Li's father and mother became soaked, and their faces turned pale with fear. Fortunately, they still understood their situation. They all covered their mouths, and did not dare to shout to distract Zhu. But their eyes were still wide open, their breathing was rapid, and their hearts were pounding. "Go to hell!" Li Xiuxiu suddenly shouted, and the talismans in her hands that were unconsciously clenched with sweat all exploded backwards. The strange man who had just disappeared appeared behind them without knowing when, and was rushing over with his teeth and claws. The talismans all exploded, water arrows, wind blades, golden light. But these strange men were obviously not the kind of monsters she had dealt with before. They were grinning, showing their sharp teeth, and there were green fish fins on their cheeks that were shaking violently. When these talisman attacks hit them, a layer of water shield appeared around them, splashing only a few ripples. They were about to pounce. A small figure flashed by, and the fist shining with golden light seemed like the sharpest divine weapon in the world. One punch, 3 blood-colored flowers bloomed in the air. When the figure stopped, it was Su Xilan's guardian puppet Shaoan. He kept the appearance of a young child, floating on the side stupidly, and there was no trace of the brutal momentum just now. Li Xiuxiu turned her head to look at Su Xilan, who was also pale, and said nothing, just nodded, then swallowed a pill, and turned out a few more talismans in her hand. Zhu Gui saw that the attack behind him was resolved, and before he had time to catch his breath, he saw a huge shadow swimming under the water. A premonition of danger throbbed in his heart. His face was grim, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. "What's wrong, Brother Zhu?" Seeing that the green vine armor suddenly stopped moving, Li Xiuxiu asked hurriedly. Zhu Gui said, "We are being targeted." "What are you targeting?" "There is a big one under the water. It may have been following us all the way." Zhu Gui looked at the rain outside the shield, which had not weakened at all, and suddenly felt powerless. He was just a small zombie. "What should we do? Keep going?" Li Xiuxiu asked. Zhu Gui sighed. "I am afraid it will not let us go." The huge waves that suddenly appeared just now were deliberately created by it. He tried to control the green vine armor to fly forward, and saw the water surface gurgling as if boiling, as if there were more waves to rise. When he stopped, the movement on the water surface also stopped. Zhu Gui stared at the shadow under the water with a solemn look. "It seems to want to kill us. Can't it fly higher?" Su Xilan also saw the huge shadow under the water, which was almost as big as a house. "It's under the water. We have to fly higher. It may not be able to find us." Zhu Gui sighed. "The higher we fly, the more my mana will be consumed. It will keep staring at us and interfere. I'm afraid I can't protect you." "And who said that the monster in the water will not fly to the sky?" Zhu Gui suspected that the monster under the water was a demon beast in the foundation building realm, or something else. It was just afraid of a fight to the death with them, so it deliberately consumed his mana and wanted to solve them at the lowest cost. This made him more certain that the monster under the water had wisdom that was not inferior to that of humans. Seeing that Zhu Gui was helpless, everyone fell silent. The air became dead silent for a while, with only the sound of rain rustling in the ears, as if it would never stop. Zhu Gui was silent for a moment and said, "Miss Su, let Shaoan take you away first. There is only one monster. We stay here and be its target." Su Xilan shook her head firmly. "I won't leave. I'm the only one. What's the point of surviving?" She stroked the tablet in her arms. "At least in the end, I was still with Grandpa." As she spoke, she showed an optimistic smile on her face. "And what if the rain stops? Since the monster dare not attack us directly, it must be afraid of something. Now it is just relying on the environment to consume us. When the rain stops and the sky clears, then none of us will die. But will the rain stop?" The rain continued for a day and a night. Not only did it not stop at all, but the water level rose by several meters. Zhu Gui had to grit his teeth and raise the magic weapon again. This time, he had to swallow a pill to restore his magic power almost every half an hour. Thanks to Li Xiuxiu, the little rich woman, otherwise he really didn't know how to hold on at this moment. But rich women also have limits. After all, Li Xiuxiu is just a chi refining rookie. No matter how good her brother and sister-in-law are to her, they will not prepare too many spiritual pills for her in the foundation establishment realm. Zhu Gui emptied the pill bottle, but he didn't pour out a pill. This action made the hearts of the people in the green vine armor tremble. They knew it was time to make a choice. When Zhu Gui really died, there would be no chance to choose. Father and Mother Li, who had been silent all the time, looked at each other and finally said, "Xiao Zhu, forget it. You have done well enough. It's all our fault that we are useless people who drag you down. Don't worry about us anymore. I only ask you to take Ashio and my younger brother away. Even if we die, we can rest assured." "No!" Li Xiuxiu shook her head violently, her eyes full of tears. "Dad and Mom, we still have hope. Brother and Brother Xiaofeng will come to save us. As long as we hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. Father Li sighed, touched his daughter's head, and secretly stuffed his and his mother's protective jade pendant into his daughter's pocket. Ah Xiao, stop making trouble. Go with Xiao Zhu, and take good care of your younger brother. You have to learn to grow up in the future. You are all big girls in their 20s. Don't laugh and joke all day long. Then he said to the bloodless maid Xiaolu, Xiaolu, I'm sorry, you have to accompany us two old guys to die together. Xiaolu cried and wiped her tears. Master, madam, Xiaolu is not afraid of death. When we get to the underworld, Xiaolu will serve you. Although she said so, her body was still shaking, and she was very scared. Good child. Father Li suddenly pointed to the sky and screamed, What is that? Everyone turned their heads to look, but there was nothing, and Father Li had already pulled Ed Zhang and Xiaolu to jump down. Live well. Before the last word was shouted out, the three were thrown up one by a small figure. It was the puppet Shiran. Su Xilan was careful. When she heard Father Li asking for death, she had asked Xiaoan to watch several people to prevent them from doing something bad. And the puppet would not be distracted by Father Li. Sure enough, it was successful in one fell swoop. After a while, the agitated father and mother of Li and the confused Xiaolu all sat on the green vine armor. Li Xiuxiu held her sleeping brother and stared at her parents expressionlessly. The originally tragic atmosphere was awkward for a moment. A Xiu. Neither father nor mother dared to look up at their daughter. She wanted to be a hero, but was kicked back. Only the maid Xiaolu touched her body to confirm that there were no missing parts, and then she seemed to turn on a switch, crying, laughing and shouting, Ah! I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead, I'm not dead, woo woo woo, I'm not dead. After a long while. What is that? Father Li said in surprise. It's useless, this trick is no longer effective. Li Xiuxiu snorted coldly. But she heard Su Xilan's slightly excited voice. There is really something. Li Xiuxiu turned her head, and saw a ball of fiery red light flashing in the heavy rain. Even the continuous rain could not block the radiance of this ball of light. Xu Gui, who was about to collapse, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. A dark eye suddenly appeared in his palm. It's the boss. The boss is here. A new strength suddenly rose in his body. Xiu, your lighting talisman, hurry up and use it like last time. Li Xiuxiu quickly released the lighting talisman. A beam of snow-white light exploded. There was a splashing sound under the water. The monster that had been waiting for a long time finally couldn't hold back when it saw the change. The water surface was boiling, and waves were rising without wind. A black shadow rose into the air along the waves. At this moment, a clear voice came. A fathead fish dares to touch my people? Faster than the voice was a beam of cold light. As the cold light fell, the waves that were already 7 or 8 meters high and more than 10 meters wide were frozen together with the water surface below. From a distance, it looked like a giant ice sculpture. In the middle of the ice sculpture was the head of a giant catfish, with 2 long tentacles like whips, entwined together. The head alone was 4 or 5 meters long, and the other half of its body was still frozen under the water. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared above the ice sculpture. The man was naturally exhausted, and he traveled for 2 days and 1 night, looking for 3 buried places of the magic ice seeds, and finally found Fang Chong in Qianju County. The woman had a good figure, a plain white dress, a girlish face, but a rather cold temperament. She was Fang Chong's good sister Fang Taiju. Boss! Seeing Fang Chong, Zhu Gui tense mind finally relaxed, and the green vine armor that had been unable to support it for a long time suddenly fell down. Fang Chong stretched out his hand, and a huge magical hand held everyone. It seems that I came at the right time. The storage ring in Fang Chong's hand flashed, and a tattered flying boat landed in front of everyone. Let's get on the boat first. The clouds and mist swirled around the powerful man's hand, transforming into steps. Everyone helped each other onto the flying boat, and in a moment, the small flying boat was packed to the brim, leaving almost no room for people to stand. Zhu Gui was lying in the cabin, looking at the spiritual stones inlaid on the control panel of the flying boat, and suddenly he felt a great envy in his heart. This flying magic weapon is different from ordinary magic weapons. It is powered by spiritual stones, and hardly consumes any mana of the cultivator. If he could have such a flying boat, he would not have to wait for death helplessly before. Here, Fang Chong picked up the green vine armor. After a long period of wind and rain, plus overdraft use, this low-grade magic weapon was almost broken into pieces. It's hard for you to use a defensive magic weapon as a spaceship. Fong Chong threw the green vine armor to Zhu Gui, and also a pill for nourishing qi and restoring essence. Zhu Gui swallowed the pill, just like the dry earth ushered in a spring rain, and his vitality was rejuvenated. His heart moved, and he slowly closed his eyes. The nails on his fingers turned black and grew rapidly. At the same time, a suction force suddenly emerged from his body, and all the spiritual energy around him gathered. Seeing this, Fong Chong moved it out of the flying boat and placed it on the giant ice sculpture. What's this? Destroy and then build. This is an opportunity that costs one's life. Fong Chong doesn't envy it at all. He personally still likes to practice well step by step. Hundreds of years are so long, why risk one's life? After solving Zhu Gui's problem, Fong Chong looked at the frightened Li family. Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, are you okay? Father Li swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. It's okay, thanks to Boss Xiao Fong for coming in time, otherwise my parents would jump into the water and commit suicide. Li Xiuxiu said unhappily on the side. I told brother Xiao Fong that he would come to save us. If you really jumped into the water, what would you let me do? Father Li smiled awkwardly and apologized to Fong Chong. This, that, haha. He didn't know what to say, so he had to laugh. Fong Chong didn't ask any more questions, otherwise this matter might not be resolved. He quietly raised the temperature in the flying boat, took out food from the storage bag, and said, Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, you guys take a rest first. When you're well rested, we set off again. Qianzhou County is destroyed, so you can live with me from now on. Chapter 173. After comforting the Li family, Fong Chong turned his attention to the frozen fathead fish. Can you understand human language? Fong Chong knocked on the ice and asked. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The immortal and demon planes use human characters. At most, there are dialect differences in different regions, but in the final analysis, they are from the same source. This commonality includes the small worlds and secret realms that have merged with them. Only some alien races have their own native languages, but they also practice human languages, so there will be no language barriers. Fong Chong didn't think much about it when he played the game before, just thinking that the game planner was lazy. Now that he knows the truth about another great world of cultivation, he can't help but have a guess in his mind. Perhaps most of these secret realms that merged with the immortal and demon planes were originally dependent on the secret realms of that unknown great world. When that great world of cultivation was destroyed, it left the last traces in the immortal and demon plane by chance. Therefore, these countless secret realms lost in the void, following the last traces left by that great world, merged with the immortal and demon planes. In other words, the immortal and demon planes are likely to be the reincarnation of that great world of cultivation, and it is even possible that the immortal and demon planes are originally a seed left by that great world of cultivation. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the whole world uses the same writing and speaks the same language. Writing is the carrier of a civilization. So before this, perhaps there was an extremely powerful human civilization that ruled the entire great world of cultivation. The same track for cars, the same writing for books, and the establishment of standards belonging to the human race. Well, it's a bit off topic. Fong Chong pulled his thoughts back. The fathead fish tried to open his eyes wide, and his somewhat timid voice came from the transparent ice layer. I am the patrol Yikshaw appointed by the Baibo Dragon King himself. Which sect are you from? We in the Baibo Palace, and the human cultivators have always kept our distance from each other. Hurry up and let me go, and don't bring disaster to your sect. Dragon King? Yikshaw? Fong Chong frowned and looked at the rather funny look of the fathead fish, which looked like a Yikshaw at all. His heart moved and he asked again, which aquatic world are you from? Fathead fish saw Fong Chong's doubtful tone, and didn't know what the Bibbo Mansion was. He immediately said angrily, Where did you come from, a wild cultivator? You haven't even heard of the Bibbo Mansion? Listen carefully, our Bibbo Dragon King is the ancient Dragon Clan's inheritance, a Dragon Clan cultivator in the nascent Soul Realm. Why don't you let me go quickly? It's irrelevant. I asked what your world is called? Don't scare me with your master. Forget it, I do it myself. A drop of Dan Yuan spread out from Fong Chong Dantian, and his eyes suddenly became deep. He stared at the fathead fish, and his spirit had already invaded. Jin Dan Magic Power Heart Puppet. Such a drop of Dan Yuan can only be replenished after at least 10 days of practice. But the situation is unclear at the moment, and only magical powers can give him a correct answer. The fathead fish felt confused and his thoughts seemed to be frozen. I don't know how long it took. When the fathead fish woke up, Fong Chong had already shown a look of realization. So you are from Tianshui Realm, a world where humans and demons coexist, And even the demons have a slight advantage. Is there more than one secret realm that merged with Anandao? Because I was sucked in by a huge vortex while patrolling with the river patrol team, and I don't know why I came here. Unlike the flame demon realm, they don't seem to have the concept of secret realms and main planes, so they are not prepared for the fusion of secret realms. Or is it because the status of this fathead fish is too low? I like human blood food, the higher the cultivation level, the better, so I targeted Li Xiuxiu and others. These days, you have devoured thousands of human beings. In other words, the surviving human beings in Qianzhou County were basically eaten by this so-called river patrol team. Maybe there are other monsters who will take action, but they must be the main culprit. Fong Chong's face turned fierce. You deserve to die. He punched out. Although he thought he was not a good person, he saw a demon eating people, so he killed them one by one. You can't kill me! Feeling the threat, the fathead fish screamed and struggled. The ice layer was constantly turbulent. Only the upper half of its body was frozen, and a small part of it was hidden under the water. Fong Chong stopped moving suddenly. Seeing this, the fathead fish said with lingering fear, "It is wrong for me to eat the human race. At most, I will compensate you for your losses according to the agreement between humans and monsters. If you kill me, the Bibbo Dragon King will be furious. At that time, the number of people who die in your race will not be thousands, but tens of millions." Fong Chong sneered. It is too easy for you to kill you with just one punch. Since you eat humans, we can naturally eat monsters. I want you to watch your meat being cut off piece by piece. I will taste it carefully. Fong Chong dived into the water suddenly. In just a moment, large pieces of blood appeared under the water. The fathead fish stared with bloodshot eyes and roared, "The Bibbo Dragon King will avenge me." Splash. Ripples appeared on the water surface, and then a fish tail that was 3 or 4 meters long was pulled out by Fong Chong. Fresh blood flowed along the water and poured on the ice, dyeing it a little bright red. Fong Chong suspended the fish tail in the air, his sight level with the fathead fish. Then he swiped his finger, and his magic power turned into a sharp blade, scraping off the greasy mucus on the outer layer. This thing can be regarded as the natural shield of the fathead fish. If you hit it with 100% force, at least half of it will be removed. But facing Fong Chong, who used his realm to suppress others, it would be useless. In front of the fathead fish, he removed the scales with ease, and with a few strokes of his hand knife, the thin slices of sashimi flew into the air, and then fell neatly into a pile. Fong Chong raised his hand again, and put all of them into the storage bag. After a while, a fish tail several meters long was reduced to a jade-like tailbone. After such a slow torture, Fong Chong's depressed mood was finally relieved. Along the way, everyone he saw suffered misfortune. Qianzhou County was even more miserable. It was directly submerged by the flood. The few people who survived with great difficulty were swallowed by aquatic monsters such as fathead fish. He was unable to save the world, so he had to release some pressure in this way. Brother. At this time, Fong Taiyu was probably the only one who understood Fong Chong's mood the most. But she didn't say anything, just stood silently beside Fong Chong like she did several times before. Fong Chong rubbed the girl's hair and exhaled lightly. It's okay, maybe it's because the good days have been too long, and I've been too kind. Don't let it die so easily. Fong Chong left a word, broke through the shield, and the rain poured down, hitting him, extremely cold. But he had no defense. Just following the throbbing from the eye of the heavenly demon, he searched for the place where the seeds of the demon eye were buried. 8 more mature seeds of the demon eye produced 8 demon seed crystals. In addition, there was resentment that could not be washed away by heavy rain in the sky, and the eye of the heavenly demon had another meal, producing 12 demon seed crystals. So far, Fong Chong has recovered 24 seeds of the demon eye and 54 demon seed crystals in this trip. Even if the Bibbo Dragon King of the nascent soul realm came, with the demon seed crystals accumulated over the years plus the newly harvested 54 demon seed crystals, there would be more than 100. It should be no problem to send him to see his ancestors with one blow. As for the 16 seeds of the demon eye buried in the other 2 cities, they were located on each side, and were quite far away. He did not plan to take them away for the time being, but first sent the Li family to Qingyefeng City to avoid any accidents if they were delayed for too long. When Fong Chong appeared in front of everyone again, the hostility in his eyes had disappeared, and he returned to being the gentle, honest and sunny otaku he used to be. Here, fatherly, motherly and others just took a short nap and suddenly woke up. They were not brave enough to fall asleep in this situation, and they were always nervous. It was just that they were too tired before, so they just closed their eyes for a while. Ba Xiaofang? I'm not dreaming. Fatherly looked at the fluorescent cabin of the flying boat and the warm air, and couldn't help but slap his face. He felt a little pain and laughed in surprise. Then, snap! Hiss, mother of the child, why did you hit him so hard? Fatherly complained while touching his face. Motherly felt the recoil and pain on her palm and smiled in surprise. Hearing this, she was very confident. If you don't hit harder, how do you know it's not a dream? Fatherly felt very wronged. Then hit yourself. Even if you want to hit me, don't hit my face. Motherly rolled her eyes and ignored him. She happily wanted to hug her little son, but was stopped by Fatherly. After so much trouble, my brother is already tired. Let him sleep a little longer. Okay. Motherly stood up and looked outside the flying boat with Fatherly. Only then did they realize that the flying boat was docked on a huge ice layer, with a transparent shield above it, blocking the heavy rain that had not stopped. There was a fire on the ice layer, and the daughter, Miss Su, and the maid Xiaolu were all around the fire. No one knew where they found the firewood. Seeing father and motherly, Li Xiuxiu, who was eating grilled fish fillet, waved and said, Dad, Mom, come down and eat grilled fish. It tastes delicious. She had a childish temper, and her anger came and went quickly. Although she was angry with her parents and wanted to commit suicide before, she seemed to have forgotten about it now. Father and motherly got off the flying boat, and there was a slight chill on the ice under their feet. Where's Ba Xiaofang? Fatherly took the grilled fish fillet from his daughter and passed it to the child's mother. Then, with his daughter rolling her eyes, he took the second skewer of grilled fish fillet and took a bite. Shush, so sweet, what kind of fish is this? Li Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at the old couple's affection. Which question do you want me to answer first? Ask first, answer first. Fatherly chuckled and ate the grilled fish fillet. He felt his body warm as the fish went down his throat, and the ice underneath was no longer cold. Brother Xiaofang is looking at the scenery over there. Sister Taizhu is accompanying him, and Brother Zhu hasn't woken up yet. As for this fish, Li Xiuxiu patted the ice under her butt and said proudly, That's the big monster fish that Brother Xiaofang shot down, the big water monster that bullied us before. It wants to eat us, so we eat it first. Fatherly lowered his head and saw a huge black shadow through the transparent ice. Humble mortal, what are you looking at? The fathead fish was furious. It was going to die anyway, so it was just a fathead fish with backbone. It was just a pity that I didn't know where this place was, and couldn't even contact the water palace. Otherwise, once the Bibbo Dragon King arrives, it will eat this abominable human cultivator piece by piece. At this moment, it completely forgot the excitement of eating people with a little demon when it thought it was free after it could not contact the water palace. Fatherly shuddered and almost dropped the fish in his hand. It can talk? Li Xiuxiu said, as a matter of course. It is a demon, of course it can talk. Dad, don't be afraid of it, it can't make waves now. Fatherly looked at the fish in his hand and said in amazement, Then this is the meat of the demon fish. I didn't expect that I could eat the meat of the demon fish after hunting for a lifetime. At this moment, roar! There was a noise not far away. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhu Gui's murderous aura, howling to the sky, his face covered with spiderweb-like black lines, sharp teeth exposed in his open mouth, and black nails about an inch long growing on his rough hands. He looks quite evil, and his whole body has turned black. Why is Xiaozhu like this? Fatherly swallowed his saliva, his expression somewhat horrified. Li Xiuxiu looked as if she was used to it. Brother Zhu is a zombie, of course he looks like this. Zombie? Fatherly was confused. After a natural disaster, his worldview was overturned as never before. After a moment, Zhu Gui put away his abnormal transformation and turned back into an ordinary young man with dark skin. Thank you, boss. He bowed to Fang Chong, who had come to him at some point. Fang Chong smiled and handed over a jade bottle. It's all your own efforts, no need to thank me. This is the essence and blood I extracted from the fish monster. You just broke through, replenish it. The fathead fish naturally has more than just meat, but also blood. If Zhu Gui hadn't held on this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have arrived. Fang Chong also remembered his contribution. Thank you, boss. Zhu Gui took the jade bottle and drank it without even looking at it. The rich blood sublimated in his stomach, and his face suddenly flushed red. This fathead fish is a monster, with a huge body and strong blood. Even if it is just the essence of a big tail, it is almost equivalent to most of his own blood. Fang Chong walked to the campfire and grabbed a piece of half-cooked fish and ate it. Uncle Li, since you are awake, Let's get ready to go. Father Li remembered something and asked hurriedly, Ba Xiaofeng, is Xiaohu okay? Fong Chong smiled and said, Brother is fine, but he was delayed by something, so I came to pick you up. But the world has changed too much, Uncle Li. You and Aunt Zhang will have to adapt well in the future. If Qianzhou County has always been a paradise, Li Hu's previous idea would naturally be fine, letting his parents be ordinary people for a lifetime and be rich for a lifetime. But now that there has been a huge change, it would be meaningless to keep it secret. As for what the change is, Xiao. I'm here. Li Xiaoxiao responded quickly. Your brother actually has another name in the cultivation world, Li Jianjun, and some people call him Ba Jianjunren. Then you can explain the rest to Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang. Fong Chong stood up and asked a group of people to get on the flying boat. Li Jianjun? Ba Jianjunren? My brother? Li Xiaoxiao, who got on the flying boat in a daze, had a red and white face, as if she had opened a dyeing workshop. You dead child, tell us about it. Li's father and mother watched their daughter giggle, and didn't say anything, and they were so anxious that they almost taught her a lesson on the spot. Oh. Li Xiaoxiao woke up from her dream, probably similar to the feeling of an ordinary little sister who had been ordinary all her life, and suddenly learned that her brother had become a super rich man. It's like this, my brother, haha. Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but giggle. Chapter 174. Finally out. After a day, Fong Chong and his group finally flew out of the rain cloud area. Luckily, the world had just changed, and the monsters they encountered on the way were about the same level as the fathead fish. I don't know which secret realm they accidentally drifted from. Fong Chong had no intention of exploring their identities and origins. If you encounter them, avoid them if you can, and if you can't avoid them, turn them into food like the fathead fish. Looking back at this moment, the rain clouds in the distance are stacked up like a big black quilt, and the water underground is already unknown. This low-lying area has completely turned into a large lake. With the speed of the flying boat traveling 8,000 miles a day, even after being damaged and repaired, and with the interference of various environments, there is still a speed of 5,000 miles left. But at this speed, it still took a day to fly. In other words, in just a few days, a vast ocean with a diameter of more than 5,000 miles was created here. The power of heaven and earth is nothing more than this. The entire Annan Road used to be smaller than the area of a lake today. Perhaps only such a magnificent world can support higher-level cultivators, otherwise a few gods can smash the world into pieces. Fong Chong thought. The flying boat stopped, and everyone looked at each other in silence. Can we go back? Probably not. Even now, even if they were asked to return by the same route, it would not be easy for them to find the original Qianzhou County ruins. Because the rain has not stopped, the terrain will continue to change. Take one last look. Fong Chong said to everyone, and at the same time he bowed silently to the big lake. Uncle Xia, I wish you peace. Uncle Xia was Fong's father's life and death friend, who had given him 3 spirit stones, but was suspected by him of embezzling his father's relics. Because of shame in his heart, Fong Chong just silently let Zhu Gui take care of him. It seems that if I don't see people, I won't think of my ugly deeds. This time, the world changed drastically. Zhu Gui went to look for Xiao Wu as soon as possible, but when he found Xiao Wu's house, it was empty. After Fong Chong arrived, he also looked everywhere, but found nothing. He did find dozens of people who were lucky enough to survive. They were able to hold on for several days in the attack of the water monster, which was really a blessing. He sent these people to the mountains and rivers near Qianzhou County, which is now an unknown island. Then he left a white tiger puppet and a few basic cultivation techniques, as well as some food. What luck they would have next, whether they lived or died, was up to them. It was these people who gave Fong Chong a comfort that was not comforting. After all, Xiao Wu was a cultivator in the qi refining realm. Even some ordinary mortals could survive, so his hope of survival should be greater than these people. Of course, it may also be because of his cultivation that he attracted more attacks than ordinary people. But as long as there is no body, it can only be considered missing. The group waved goodbye to Days. Fong Chong controlled the flying boat, chose a direction, and sped away. Did I go the wrong direction? The scorching sun above his head was no longer as dim as it was on the first day, but it seemed to be getting bigger. Fong Chong just breathed into the sun, as if he had inhaled a stream of scorching yang energy, probably the so-called power of the sun. The sun before was just an ordinary sun, but now it has extraordinary properties. After all, in some myths and legends, the sun and stars are all serious totems, and they are alive. But now Fong Chong didn't want to study the difference between the sun and the past. He just wanted to know in which direction King Yifeng City was. Only those who are lost know the value of a map. Before, he used the connection between the demon eye seed and the eye of the heavenly demon to find the location of Qianzhou County in a hurry. But when he returned following his memory of the way he came, he always saw landmarks that he had no impression of. For example, a mountain that towers into the clouds, a barren rocky beach, a river that winds around the mountains. In theory, if he had passed by these iconic sites before, he should not have forgotten them. The more he walked, the more he doubted himself. He even wondered if King Yifeng City was still in the west of Qianzhou County. What's wrong? Feeling the flying boat stop, the group of people who were beginning to get tired after flying for a few days poked their heads out. Fong Chong's shabby flying boat only had so much space. It was originally designed for one person, so it was spacious for 2 or 3 people. But now, the 4 members of the Li family, a maid, Zhu Gui, Su Xinlan, plus Fong Chong and Fong Taizhu. With 9 people squeezed in at once, the space became stretched. It was bearable for a while, but after a long time, everything started to feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Fong Chong found a flat open space and controlled the flying boat to land. It's okay, everyone take a rest first. The group got off the ground and felt alive instantly, especially the ordinary people without cultivation, such as Li's parents. They seemed to be unable to rest, and walked around with the flying boat as the center. Especially their youngest son, he rolled on the grass, shouting and yelling, looking liberated. Brother Xiaofang, when can we see my brother? Li Xiuxiu came over and asked. She couldn't wait to see her liar brother, and she said she was a nobody. What a nobody. Fong Chong was squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Hearing this, he sighed and said, at least half a month at most. I don't know. My newly married wife. I haven't had my wedding night yet. Ah? Li Xiuxiu was stunned. What? Don't tell your parents about this, so they won't worry. Take good care of them on the way. Fong Chong casually pulled out a dogtail grass and stuffed it into Li Xiuxiu's mouth. Watch your mouth. If you say something wrong, I won't give your brother face. The terrain has been changing, and he doesn't know how far Qingyou Mountain is from here. Fortunately, his magic eye seeds are also hidden in Qingyou Market. With the other 2 places, if he chooses one of the 3, it should be no problem to choose the longest one. After all, he has been away from Qingyou Mountain before, and he should be the farthest away now, so he chooses the one with the weakest connection. The Eye of the Sky Demon is still intelligent, knowing that he is being used as a radar, and now he has to jump out and spit in his face. A dignified ancient treasure, only 1 level lower than the Tongtian Lingbao, was actually ruined like this. In fact, if Fong Chong can completely refine the Eye of the Sky Demon at this moment, he would find that he could actually control the vision of each demon eye seed, and could even transform into a demon and possess a demon seed when necessary. This was originally a method used by the demon eye to control the demon monks under his command. As a result, Fong Chong really used it as a seed. Fong Chong naturally didn't know this, thinking that even if he made the wrong choice, he would just have to make 2 more trips. It was this distance that Fong Chong began to miss the teleportation arrays that the future Tang dynasty would set up in every prefecture city. How did his cheap little aunt lay the teleportation array throughout the entire Tang dynasty in such a short time? 100 years? Even if he traveled 8,000 miles a day, he might not be able to leave the Tang dynasty in 100 years. Didn't they use the same time? Fong Chong thought aimlessly. Soon, after the people finished their walk, they used their rations, solved their 3 urgent needs, and boarded the flying boat again, starting a journey without knowing whether the destination was right or not. Chapter 175. The sky is blue, and the white clouds are floating. A tattered flying boat is soaring in the sky. This is the 10th day since Fong Chong and his party left Days, a journey of nearly 50,000 miles. The journey was relatively smooth, and they occasionally encountered attacks from flocks of birds that were not very intelligent, but they were all resolved one by one. Because the secret world supplements the plane, this world is increasingly taking shape as the future fairy and demon plane. Not only does it have a rich and diverse species group, but the current spiritual environment is only slightly worse than the standard spiritual environment by 20%. The power of the spiritual arts that Fong Chong casually performed has increased by nearly multiples, and the small fireball technique has the powerful power of melting gold and forging iron. Not to mention the power of other spiritual arts, which should not be underestimated. The era of spiritual arts is quietly coming. Well, except for the soul-type spiritual arts that Fong Chong is good at. It's not that this kind of spiritual arts is not strong, But this kind of spiritual arts relies much less on the spiritual environment than non-spiritual spiritual arts. Now that non-spiritual spiritual arts have been strengthened, according to the theory of spiritual relativity, isn't it a weakening of spiritual arts? Fong Chong wondered whether he should practice a high-level spiritual art as a trump card. Finally, after careful consideration, he decided to give up. Time really doesn't allow it. It's difficult to get started with high-level spiritual arts, and it takes a lot of time to master them, but the results obtained in this way are not as good as a girl's punch. Besides, he is not going for a one-on-one fight, so he doesn't need to pursue superior personal combat power. Just enough is enough. As a puppeteer, he has to be kicked in the head by a donkey to fight with others, and it is normal for more people to fight one person. Soon, Fong Chong convinced himself. No words along the way. At this moment, a blue stream of light passed in front of him. It is also another manifestation of the increasing abundance of spiritual energy. That is, when the monks fly, the protective magic power radiated from their bodies rubs against the external spiritual energy, and the colors become more colorful. Fellow Taoist ahead, please walk slowly. The light faded away, revealing a white-faced monk, about 30 years old, dressed like a scholar, and looking a little embarrassed. Fellow Taoist, someone is chasing me from behind. Can you let me get on the flying boat to escape? The white-faced monk flipped his palm, revealing a transparent bead with a watery color, and there seemed to be water waves flowing in the middle. I am willing to use this water spirit bead as a reward. Fong Chong stood on the flying boat and waved his hand. There are families on the boat, which is inconvenient. You should run away quickly. The other party's accent was a bit strange. Although he could roughly understand it, it was most likely a cultivator from the secret realm. Fong Chong refused directly based on the principle of less trouble than more. Besides, a low-level water spirit bead is just to send away a beggar. The white-faced monk wanted to say something, but Fong Chong had already controlled the flying boat to pass him. Your Excellency, rather than wasting time entangled with me, you might as well leave early, otherwise I will really catch up with you. The white-faced monk stopped where he was, and when he saw the flying boat going away, he showed a bit of sneer on his lips, and then left with a wave of his sleeves. It was only half an hour. Fong Chong had to stop the flying boat again, because someone blocked the road ahead again, and the person who blocked the road was holding the white-faced monk who had just been rejected by him. At this time, the white-faced monk was weak and had many injuries on his body. When he saw Fong Chong, he was even more surprised and shouted, "It's him! It's him! Why did you stop me?" Fong Chong asked patiently. When he was out, he was unfamiliar with the place and couldn't get anyone to come, so he didn't want to cause more trouble. And the other party was not weak either. Even if he didn't deliberately show his momentum, a Jindan monk couldn't run away. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stop him. After all, he did not hold back his momentum, otherwise the journey would not have been so peaceful. He said to hide the treasure on your flying boat. Give it to me, and I will let you go. The man who blocked the road was a tall and strong man, like an iron tower, holding the white-faced monk like a chicken. Fong Chong frowned. What treasure? The white-faced monk shouted, Fellow Taoist, don't deceive this gentleman. It's the treasure I just gave you. For my life, you should hand over the treasure. Fong Chong sensed something was wrong, and his momentum rose. I don't have any treasures in my hand. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. The Iron Tower man sneered. Since you say you don't have any, let me search the boat. In addition, hand over all your storage tools. Otherwise, you will hide my treasures. Don't blame me for being unreasonable. Fong Chong stopped talking nonsense. He didn't care where this unfounded treasure came from, or whether the white-faced monk was trying to divert the trouble. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they would fight. Identification technique. Fong Chong's eyes flashed. The basic information of the big man in front of him had been revealed. 32nd level, early stage of Jindan cultivation. Fong Chong took another look at the white-faced monk, and this look made him exclaim in his heart, 34th level, middle stage of Jindan cultivation. If he couldn't see that the two of them were in the same group, he would have wasted this identification technique. Well, let's not fight for now. What are you doing? With this glance, the big man and the white-faced monk were shocked, as if something had seen through them from head to toe. A huge fear suddenly emerged in their hearts, and then they were extremely angry. You're looking for death. The big man raised his fist and hit him. With this hit, a layer of silver-white armor suddenly appeared on one of his arms, and the cold white light was instantly activated. Boom! A huge arm shadow appeared in the sky, and the fist as big as a water tank suddenly smashed the air at a very fast speed. A distance of hundreds of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Fong Chong silently transmitted a few words, suppressed Fong Taizhu who wanted to attack, and then controlled the flying boat to fly somewhere else. The fist rubbed against the outer shield of the flying boat, only causing a slight ripple. Want to run? The big man showed an angry look on his face, and he crushed the air with one foot. He fell down like a meteorite, and a bright white light appeared on his body. On the other side, Fong Chong encountered trouble while controlling the flying boat. He saw a huge magic net appearing in the sky at some point. A huge formation flag appeared in front, behind, left and right, and dozens of small formation flags surrounded it. In a blink of an eye, the formation covered an area of several miles. The magic net was flashing with lightning, which seemed to have extraordinary power. He did it on purpose. Fong Chong reacted. No wonder the white-faced monk had to go to such lengths to stop him, and said someone was chasing him. He probably said that on purpose to make him detour from the original route and plunge into this trap formation. If he had been soft-hearted and let the white-faced monk enter the boat to avoid it, he would have been let in as well. Fong Chong didn't have time to think carefully, and wanted to control the flying boat to rush forward while the power of the formation had not yet been deployed. Crackling. But since it was a trap that had been prepared long ago, how could he leave so easily? The arc of electricity penetrated everywhere, and he could still hold on, but screams were heard from the cabin. Brother Xiao Fong. What happened outside? Mom and Dad, I'm in pain. Boss Xiao Fong. Boss, Uncle Li, and the others can't bear it anymore. Fuck. Fong Chong landed the flying boat. In just a few seconds, Father and Mother Li in the cabin were slightly injured, and this was because most of the power was borne by the flying boat. If he insisted on continuing, the flying boat would be damaged. If he hadn't been concerned about the few people in the cabin, he would have asked Fong Taiyu to come out and kill these two guys with him. Still want to run? The Iron Tower man also chased after him, and when he saw Fong Chong being stopped by the magic circle, he laughed even more. Fong Chong calmed down instead. I didn't want to waste it on you two stupid idiots, but you asked for it. Exchange. A black line appeared between Fong Chong's eyebrows, and 10 magic crystals appeared in front of him, like a row of dark eyes, and were instantly sucked into the eyebrows. This was the first time Fong Chong used the magic crystal to obtain the temporary authority of the Eye of the Demon. He felt like he was an eye in the void, looking down at the world indifferently. He saw the white-faced monk, who was controlling the formation flag with a sneer. The range of the formation was shrinking, and there was a powerful attack brewing in the center of the formation. So he is a high-level array master? Fong Chong's voice sounded in the ears of the white-faced monk. The white-faced monk's face changed immediately. How could you find me? He gave a warning in his heart, and with a pinch of his hand, another silver-white array appeared in the void, with the white-faced monk as the center of the array, guarding all directions. The void forms an array. This is the ability of a high-level array master, which is similar to the empty drawing of talismans by the talisman master, and does not require any auxiliary objects. The higher the professional level, the higher the level of the array that falls. According to legend, the highest level array master can form an array with a thought, and the array will last forever. Is it useful? A dark divine light seemed to penetrate the void, and hit the white-faced monk directly. The silver-white array instantly solidified, and turned into a solid silver-white wall. The white-faced monk sneered. This is the mithril wall. Any spiritual arts hitting it will be eliminated. With your strength, you can't hurt it. The divine light penetrated the mithril wall without any hindrance, and the voice of the white-faced monk stopped abruptly. Without the white-faced monk controlling the magic circle, the light on the array flag dimmed instantly, and the magic net gradually disappeared. The big man who was grinning and delaying time, waiting for the boss's ultimate move, saw this situation, and his face changed. Brother. Unfortunately, there was no response. Fong Chong looked at the big man with his dark eyes, and there was an evil smile on his face that he had never had before. Your big brother is here. A burst of black light swept past, and the body of the white-faced monk appeared in front of the big man. When the big man saw the body, he had no intention of revenge at all, and turned around to escape. But at this moment, a cold light shot out, and the big man's body automatically appeared on the silver-white armor. The cold light hit it, and there was only a small frost spot, which soon disappeared. Magic weapon? Fong Chong touched the ring, and several more magic crystals emerged. He was about to cast the heavenly demon light again, but suddenly he showed a look of struggle. Get out of here, brother. The girl appeared in front of Fong Chong and asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Don't worry about me, go catch him. Fong Chong hit his head hard. His face flushed. Go! Fang Chang roared. The girl then turned and chased after the big man. You want to seduce me with just the remaining demonic nature? Let me show you the ancestors of the demons. Bo Sun visualization method. Suppress it. Fang Chang sat cross-legged in the air, visualizing the Bo Sun demon Buddha in his mind. A dark eye blinked in the sky above the sea of consciousness. Facing the Bo Sun demon Buddha, it did not resist, and instantly turned into black fragments and sank into the sea of consciousness. When Fang Chang woke up again, his eyes finally regained clarity. That was close. Fang Chang didn't expect that the demonic nature in the eyes of the demons almost changed his mind. This has never happened before. Did you feed it too much? Fang Chang had the identification technique to know that the magic crystal was a thing that restored the magic spirit of the eye of the demon, so he was always very cautious when feeding the eye of the demon. If an ordinary demon cultivator did not know the cause and effect, he would think that he and the eye of the demon were mutually beneficial, and would continue to feed the eye of the demon to exchange for various skills and magical powers. In the end, it would only make the magic spirit of the eye of the demon revive early, and his own strength would be insufficient, and he would become a slave of the eye of the demon. Therefore, Fang Chang had obtained the eye of the demon for more than 10 years. In addition to the necessity of a magic crystal every year, he also exchanged for 3 skills, which probably cost less than 10 magic crystals. Because except for the 5-turn reverse energy, the other 2 were only exchanged for the entry stage. This time, he fed it 10 crystals, which was almost equivalent to its food for 10 years. No wonder it was so excited. But no matter how excited he was, if he dared to induce him to spend, that would be an overlord clause. Fang Chang identification technique gave it the eye of the demon again. Eye of the heavenly demon, damaged, ancient treasure, refined 67.56%. Introduction, unknown. Note, the terrifying cross-border power wiped out its magic weapon spirit. Note 2, its magic weapon spirit is recovering. Note 3, after eating many meals in a row, the recovery speed of its magic weapon spirit has been slightly improved, and it has begun to affect the main body. After eating many meals in a row, the recovery speed has been improved faster, and it can also affect the main body, so it has a stronger induction. Is it because it has absorbed the negative emotions of 3 cities these days to refine the magic seed crystal? Fang Chang looked at the prompt on the panel and muttered in his heart. I knew this thing secretly charged a handling fee. It seems that this heavenly demon light should be used less. If we can successfully return to King Yifeng City this time, the next thing is to do our best to find treasures that nourish the soul. I must refine it as quickly as possible. Although I haven't fed it too much food in these years, it has been nourished in my sea of consciousness, and has also recovered a lot. The magic weapon of the magic way is like this. Once used improperly, it is very easy to be backfired. It is not as honest as Li Hu Earthly Demon Prison Tower. It has not caused any trouble for such a long time. Well, except for the dispute between the Taoists. Fang Chang temporarily put away his thoughts, and recovered his spirit. With the magic crystal as a sacrifice, the eye of the heavenly demon did not absorb his mental power, so he recovered quickly. He came to the flying boat to give healing medicine to Li's father, mother, and others, and then put away the scattered flags in the air. This thing can stop him, and it is worth a lot at first glance. There is also the corpse of the white-faced monk. Let's wait for Taiju to come back, and then search the corpse together. About half an hour later, I saw Taiju returning smoothly with a piece of ice. Chapter 176. The flying boat landed nearby. A bonfire was lit, roasting the fish meat of the frozen bighead carp. But the faces of Li's father, Li's mother, and others did not have the same expectation and excitement as before, but were a little confused and panicked. It's not that they haven't encountered attacks before. Strange birds and birds are commonplace, and they can also add snacks. Grilled bird legs and braised wings are all good ingredients. But this time, they are really close to death. They may not forget the feeling of paralysis and pain for a long time in the future. Dad, Mom, little brother, eat meat. Li Xiuxiu handed over the roasted fish. Although she was a little scared, she was still a little excited after the fear. This can probably be regarded as living and dying together. She glanced at Fang Chang, who was interrogating the big man, and inexplicably felt a little happy. Seeing that her parents were not in a good mood, she pretended to be knowledgeable and comforted them. Actually, these are just minor incidents. You get used to it. When you get to Brother Xiaofeng's market, this kind of thing won't happen again. It's very safe there. Minor incident? Father Li glared and was about to scold her, but he remembered something and quickly suppressed his voice. We almost died, and you told me it was a small scene. What big scene do you want to have? Motherly sighed worriedly. No wonder Xiu didn't tell us about his outside affairs. If I knew that this world of cultivation was like this, I would never let him go out. Xiu also said that he had such a great reputation. Just imagine how much he suffered behind our backs. Li Xiuxiu rolled her eyes and said, if brother had stayed with us all the time, could we live in a big house? Would you have so many people to serve you? Maybe the whole family is buried in that big lake now, and you still have time to worry here. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. You are just full and have nothing to do. How can you talk to your mother like that? Fatherly glared at his daughter again, then turned around and said to Motherly with a smile, but I think what my daughter said makes sense. The child is grown up, and it's not something you can control just because you want to. We two old guys should stop worrying about it. Live well, and don't let the child worry, which is better than anything else. Come and eat meat, little brother. Is your body still hurting? Eat the meat, and it won't hurt after you eat it. He called out to everyone, slowly channeling the negative emotions of the accident. On the other side, Fong Chong weighed the silver armor on the big man, and the identification technique had given the answer. White Sea Silver Armor, a low-grade magic weapon. The main material is mithril, and refined with the demon soul of a white mother rhino in the Golden Core realm. It can be largely immune to the power of spiritual attacks, and has a high resistance to magic. Putting on this layer of armor is almost equivalent to blessing a level 30 tyrant body, and even in terms of resistance to spiritual arts, it is better than tyrant body. Even if an ordinary foundation building cultivator beats himself to the point of vomiting blood, he can never hurt the person in the armor. This is why Taiju mysterious cold light hit him with such low damage. At the same time, the silver armor can transform into a demon soul for a short time, with 80% of the combat power of the original body, and can also use the bloodline supernatural power of the demon soul. Just such a low-grade magic weapon is worth his effort. Although he was forced. Why do you want to force me? Fong Chong flipped his hand, and put the white rhinoceros silver armor into the storage ring, preparing to refine it after a while. This is the first magic weapon he got. After patching up the inner armor of his own high-grade spiritual weapon, it is time to retire. In the final analysis, the history of local refining is too short. Even Huolongzhenren, the first refiner of Annan Road, only relied on the magical power of the Five Dragons God Furnace to forcibly refine the first low-grade magic weapon. As for the big man, he was surprisingly cooperative, and seemed to have absolutely no dignity or backbone of a Jean Danjinren. This big man and the white-faced monk before were from a small world called Baiwaji, a pair of evil cultivators who specialized in robbery. Their experience was similar to that of the fathead fish before. They had just done a job, and while flying halfway, they ran into a space vortex that suddenly appeared and were sucked in. When they woke up again, they had already arrived in this world. At first, they lived in a low-key manner for 2 days. When they met someone and figured out the general situation of this world, they immediately thought of the legend of the main plane. It is said that Baiwaji was created by a powerful cultivator named Baiwa Fairy, who was from another big world. Until one day, the big world lost contact with the small world, and the Baiwaji gradually lost its vitality. But word of mouth said that sooner or later, the big world would reconnect with the small world. Once, Baiwaji could accommodate the most powerful people in the Dongxi realm, but in their generation, they only had the strength of Yuanying realm cultivators. It's not that they don't have the resources that they can't break through, but the shackles of the small world. If they want to break through, they must have the strength to break through the small world. But if they don't break through, where will the strength come from? Therefore, they are trapped in a vicious circle. According to the big man, there are more than 100 Yuanying realm cultivators in the Baiwa realm, and the number of Jin Dan realm cultivators has directly broken through to 4 digits. If other spirits and monsters are included, the number will be even greater. The abundance of resources gives them, such casual cultivators, the opportunity to break through the Jin Dan realm. But this is also the reason why the Baiwa realm has a strict hierarchy. The sects are high above, and the class is difficult to cross. The upper class's control over the top resources is so strict that it is outrageous. The skills, spiritual arts, and cultivation resources, as long as they are resources for the Jin Dan realm and above, are all tightly controlled, and no casual cultivator is allowed to covet them. Therefore, among these tens of thousands of Jin Dan cultivators, 80% of them will maintain the realm of the early Jin Dan for their entire lives. This also led to the sect forces crushing these golden elixirs. Their ordinary casual cultivators, the golden elixirs, were not as high in status as a direct descendant of a large sect, and some golden elixir cultivators were even driven by them, like slaves. At the same time, the Hundred Flowers realm was founded by the Hundred Flowers Fairy, and there was a tradition of respecting women, which made it even more difficult for ordinary male cultivators to make a name for themselves. The white-faced cultivator was also an ambitious person, who wanted to establish his own sect in the Hundred Flowers realm to pave the way for male cultivators in the world. As a result, he encountered setbacks one after another, and finally became a bandit, completely becoming a thief who made a fortune for 3 years. After arriving at the main plane, the white-faced cultivator's mind came alive again, and he wanted to establish a legacy in this world, but his many years of career as a thief made him think of the fastest way to accumulate resources. What is faster than a business with no capital? As a result, the first few days were relatively smooth. Although they only ate a few lost small fish, they firmly believed that the big fish would be caught sooner or later. Then came Fong Chong, the great white shark. Seeing Fong Chong speak, the big man showed a flattering smile on his face. Yes, it's all because we didn't recognize the great man, and we dared to offend you. If you like this magic weapon, just take it. I only ask you to spare my life for the sake of the magic weapon. Fong Chong snorted coldly. This is originally my trophy. Don't you think it's too shameless to bribe me with my trophy? The big man stood still for 3 seconds, and then responded quickly. I am shameless, yes, I am shameless. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be a slave and serve you in the future, even if it means death. It's not appropriate for a dignified Jin Danjinren to beg for mercy like this, right? Fong Chong said. The big man smiled and said, the living Jin Dan is called a real person, and the dead one is called a dead person. Since you have nothing to lose, why don't you accept me? Although I don't have any great abilities, I can still run errands for you. I will definitely be more valuable to you if I am alive than if I am dead. Fong Chong said with a distressed look, but I have always been a decent person. I don't have the means of controlling people like the devil. Now that you are controlled by others, naturally you are willing to say anything good to me. If one day I am not careful, you will run away, but I am afraid that you will be resentful and come to retaliate against me. Of course I am not afraid, but my friends are not as strong as I am. You see, if you die, I won't have these troubles. Don't die. The big man shouted hurriedly, I have a way, I have a way. Oh, what is it? Fong Chong asked. He also had the idea of trying to make a profit. The big man has his own uses when alive, and his own value when dead. Don't forget that he is still a magic puppeteer. As a magic puppeteer, it is normal to use the corpse of a Jin Dan monk as a material to refine puppets. In fact, he had thought of using the corpse of the shadow demon for experiments before. But firstly, his conscience was still beating in a cycle at that time, and he didn't want to go astray. As a traditional person, desecrating other people's corpses is always offensive. Secondly, the corpse of Shadow Demon was beaten too bad by Li Hu, almost to pieces, and it was of no value, and it was easy to lower other people's opinion of him. But now, with so many secret realms intruding, and small worlds like Flame Demon Realm completely merging, he really has no sense of security, so he can only slightly adjust his flexible moral bottom line. Instead of letting him rot naturally to fertilize nature, it is better to create another life to forgive past sins. After all, the puppet protected him, which is equivalent to saving people. Every time he is protected, it is a redemption of life. Buddhists must build 7-story pagodas. The big man didn't know that Fong Chong was already considering what shape to refine him into. He was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, My lord, just plant a restriction on me. If I dare to have second thoughts, my lord can detonate the restriction with a single thought, and I will never have the chance to make a mistake. Fong Chong spread his hands and said, But I don't know how to do it. The big man carefully pointed at the storage ring that Fong Chong had taken from the white-faced monk and said, There is my forbidden token in that ring. Brother, no, that evil thief uses this to control me. Fong Chong stroked the storage ring. Is your forbidden token here? The anti-theft method of the storage ring is relatively advanced. Even with his current strength, it would take a lot of effort to open the password of the storage ring. Unless he could open the storage ring like Li Hu, there is an insider inside. The big man nodded aggrievedly. I am called the sworn brother of the evil thief, but I am actually his subordinate. Fong Chong nodded, and the girl who was in tune with him pointed her finger. Wait a minute. The surprised expression on the big man's face froze directly, and another large group of human-shaped ice sculptures appeared. Before confirming the big man's words, it is best to restrict his ability to move. Very soon. After everyone had a good rest, they set off again. But unlike before, this time, a human-shaped ice sculpture was hanging under the flying boat, facing the wind all the way. 2 days later, Fong Chong finally successfully unlocked the password of the storage ring. Let me see what treasures are there. Fong Chong entered the storage ring with his spiritual consciousness excitedly, and then left in disappointment after a while. What kind of poor guy is this? Before, he didn't quite believe the big man's introduction to the 100 Flowers realm, but now it seems that he really didn't lie. The high-level resources of the 100 Flowers realm are all monopolized. If you say that the storage ring of the white-faced monk is poor, it's really not poor, because there are at least millions of spiritual stones piled up in it, and there are both decimals and wholes. But most of them are medium and low-grade spiritual stones. There are no double-digit high-grade spiritual stones, and there is only one top-grade spiritual stone, which is solemnly packed in a jade box, and there is also a sealing talisman, as if to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking. Then, there are some spiritual materials, but they are mostly low-grade, except for the large quantity. As for the elixir, there are several bottles of low-grade healing elixir, but there was not a single magic weapon or spiritual weapon. He saw quite a few spare formation flags. In addition, there were skills and spiritual arts. The white-faced monk seemed to have the idea of establishing a sect, and collected a large box of low-level skills and spiritual arts. And there were only 3 skills that could be recorded on the jade slips of power transmission. One of the jade slips recorded the skills, and the other recorded the inheritance of the formation master. According to the introduction, the skills were incomplete, and there were no skills after the gened end stage. The inheritance of the formation master was recorded by the white-faced monk himself. He also found the restriction token that the big man mentioned, and also found some inheritance about the restriction master. Similarly, there were only low-level restrictions. Most of them were small skills such as banning sound and banning speech. The slightly more advanced ones were banning fire and banning air. The 5 elements restrictions were not complete, and the inheritance was severely fragmented. The most advanced one was a soul ban, which was recorded on the last jade slip of power transmission. In general, there is no shortage of low-level resources, but there are almost no resources above the golden core level. Maybe there were some before, but they were all used up. Fong Chong quickly refined the forbidden token and dispelled the spiritual imprint left by the white-faced monk. As expected, he sensed the connection between the token and the big man. A trace of the big man's soul fire was left on the token, as if his thought could detonate the restriction in the big man's body and make his soul fly away. Oh, and there is also the magic weapon of the white-faced monk. The magic weapon of the white-faced monk is his main formation flag. He seems to have refined the formation flag into his own life magic weapon, so he can set up the formation around him with a thought. But facing the heavenly demon divine light, it was still destroyed in one blow. Now it has become a collection in Fong Chong's storage ring. Let's see if there is a chance to repair it in the future. Of course, even with the forbidden token, Fong Chong did not completely trust the big man. He spent a few more days casting a small magic trick on the big man, leaving a flaw in his mind, and then implanted a magic ice seed for monitoring. Finally, he released the big man from the ice, and used him to clear the way. He would not feel bad if he died anyway. Perhaps the big man was not destined to die, or perhaps his gene and cultivation was enough to protect himself. With the big man clearing the way, Fong Chong's flying boat did not even have the attacking birds. After flying smoothly for a few more days, Fong Chong was finally approaching his destination. At this moment, he had traveled tens of thousands of miles, and the journey to the west to obtain scriptures was about the same distance. In the distance, the mountains were in sight. Fong Chong stood at the bow of the flying boat, with his hands behind his back, his eyes leisurely, as if he was crossing the clouds, and his breath was leaking out. It seems that I am lucky, and have found the right place. Between the layers of mountains, a huge green bull could be seen lying on its side. It was the Green Bull Mountain, whose size was magnified nearly 100 times. Suddenly, a fiery red meteorite fell from the sky and hit Qingnyo Mountain heavily. There was a loud bang. The heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. A huge smoke and dust rose into the sky like a tornado, blocking the view. Who is stealing my house? Fong Chong was defeated in a second and immediately became furious. Chapter 177. Qingnyo Mountain. The ashes in the sky slowly dissipated. The figure of a young monk with an evil look on his face loomed. It was the lord of the flame demon realm, who had appeared in the sky through the mirage before, a golden elixir monster named Flame Demon Sun, who had lived for thousands of years. Flame Demon Sun had red hair, and wore a green and red outer robe. Under his crotch sat a tall and mighty black warhorse, with 4 hooves stepping on fire, and wearing horns. With a snort, 2 small fire dragons were spit out, surrounded by the surroundings, and then sucked into it. Behind him, there were 3 native monks of the flame demon realm who looked ferocious, but none of them looked like humans. One had totems painted all over his body, one was covered in a black robe, revealing only a pair of dark eye sockets, and one was bathed in fire, with only a human figure, as if burning all the time. Flame Demon's son held the reins of the warhorse, and waited quietly. He didn't say anything, and no one behind him dared to speak first. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, you can see that the small meteorite just now has been smashed into pieces, scattered all over, and countless small pits have been smashed. Tall trees have been broken in half, or ignited by the high temperature of the meteorite, and bursts of forest fires have been ignited. And the center of the meteorite just now was a long green vine that was so thick that it needed several people to hug it. It was 100 feet long, bit its body, and radiated a bright green light, protecting a small market below. The green light was weak, but it couldn't even penetrate the meteorite falling from the sky. But what can be seen with the naked eye is that the green light is much weaker than before. It seems that if it happens again, its light will collapse. In fact, when Yen Mozi smashed it 3 days ago, the green vine was in this half-dead state. It's always just a little bit short. Yen Mozi is almost unable to restrain his patience. He frowned, spurred his horse down, and landed above the market. His suppressed voice spread throughout the market. My patience is limited. If you leave now, I can still spare your lives. If you wait until I conquer the market, I will burn any of you to death. The market was silent, without any movement. It seems that you will not give up until you see Huang Quan bring people up. Yen Mozi waved his hand, and the fire monk laughed grimly, and the flames on his body jumped, and he turned and left. When he returned, he had a rope in his hand. 7 or 8 people were tied to the rope, like a string of candied haws, all hanging in the air, looking dusty and very embarrassed. 1 stick of incense, 1 person. Let me demonstrate first. Yen Mozi snapped his fingers, and the person tied at the bottom was ignited with gray-white flames all over his body. This flame was strange. Not even the clothes were burned, and the temperature did not seem to be very high. But as the flame burned, ah! The monk, who was originally in a low breath, suddenly screamed. He kept struggling, but the flames on his body seemed to be able to burn the soul. He could clearly feel the pain of every pain piercing his soul. His pupils contracted, his muscles swelled, he was shouting and roaring. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. Even the hatred of his fellow disciples being killed couldn't quench his pain, and he began to beg for mercy from the evil demon in his eyes. Kill me, please kill me, Yen Mozi said coldly. Kneel down. The man actually bent his legs with difficulty, and knelt down towards Yen Mozi. Please! 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. Ha ha ha! Yen Mozi laughed. Did you see it? This is someone's junior brother, someone's disciple, who was quite brave when he stood in front of me last time. He was caught by me to protect you. Are you just going to watch him die? There was still no movement in the market. It seems that he has entrusted his trust to the wrong person. Yen Mozi smiled, and snapped his fingers again. The flame suddenly increased. The monk screamed miserably at the beginning, and his voice gradually became lower and lower until it was inaudible. Finally, his body suddenly caught fire, and turned into a gray-white fireman, with a slightly illusory body. The fireman still had some of the appearance of a cultivator, but his expression was completely dull. This is the punishment of fire. You cannot live or die. For generations, you will be transformed into a fire soul for me to drive. Junior brother Fong, senior brother Hong, elder Chen. In the market, a beautiful young woman covered her mouth and lost her voice, tears streaming down her eyes. They are still alive. Chinger, don't be impulsive. Don't fall into the enemy's trap. Next to the young woman was a beautiful woman who looked 50% similar to her, but with a more mature temperament and full of charm. These 2 people were Qin Qing and Madame Qin, Li Hu daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. And the cultivator, who was burned to ashes in public outside the market was, needless to say, a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. Li Hu luck has always been much better than Fong Cheng. He returned to Luyun Mountain smoothly, and met some disciples, who were willing to leave with him. But he encountered trouble when he came back. He met Yen Mozi. Lucky is just that good. The Flame Demon Realm is a kind of secret realm that is completely integrated with the unknown, so when they came here, the space of both sides was extremely unstable. And Flame Demon was injured by the unstable space force, and his strength was damaged, and it took some time to recover. When Flame Demon met someone, he cleverly changed his appearance to a righteous person. Although he didn't know that his image was broadcast live, the old shady never showed his true face. If Fong Chan was here, no matter whether this person was Flame Demon or not, Dong Zhangsuang was not a good person anyway, and he would definitely take his life while he was sick. Even if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't let him go easily. This kind of thing of a big treasure chest falling from the sky. If he didn't take it, it would be a shame to God. Because Li Hu was with his disciples at the time, he didn't try to test it out, based on the idea that it was better to have less trouble than more, and he actually avoided Flame Demon. Besides, he was not the kind of person who would kill with a sword if he didn't agree with him. On the contrary, whenever he killed someone, he always believed that the other person deserved to die. As for Yen Mozi, he was old and cunning. Seeing Li Hu avoiding him, he also pretended to be harmless and retreated secretly. In fact, he followed Li Hu and others, began to recover his strength along the way, and contacted his old subordinates, who were scattered all over the place. The next development was logical. Yen Mozi would never let go of a piece of fat meat in his mouth. Eating Li Hu and others would not only replenish his body, but also give him the opportunity to understand the situation in this world. Besides, he didn't think that Li Hu with 2 or 3 cats and dogs would be his opponent. After Yen Mozi recovered his strength, he rushed out with a few old subordinates. He thought that with his strength, he would be able to easily defeat Li Hu, but Li Hu's strength was beyond his expectations. He had been immersed in the Jin Dan realm for hundreds of years, and he could easily use various spiritual arts. If it weren't for the restrictions of heaven and earth, he would have caught up with the footsteps of the sages. But the first bite he took in the new world was a hard bone. But Yen Mozi soon saw where Li Hu's weakness was. In order to protect his disciples, Li Hu was soon injured. At the critical moment, half of the disciples took the initiative to attack and hold Yen Mozi back to cover the others' departure, while Li Hu fled with the remaining disciples. In the end, Li Hu and about 1/3 of the disciples returned to Qingyao Mountain smoothly. There was no trouble that Fong Chan didn't know the way. Li Hu just felt the hope of life in the dark, and found Qingyao Mountain very smoothly. And Qingyao Mountain was indeed his hope of life. After 2 days, Yen Mozi led more and more people to surround Qingyao Mountain, but found that he couldn't attack it at all. And Yen Mozi's target also shifted from Li Hu to the long vine that was protecting Qingyafang City at the moment. It was a companion spirit of the spiritual vein of the land. Yen Mozi had only heard of it in the inheritance he got from Yen Mozin. The spiritual vein is the source of vitality for a place, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, and its companion spiritual objects are the key to the spiritual vein. As long as you refine the spiritual objects, you can try to control the spiritual vein. And the power of the spiritual vein is the most important key for cultivators to advance to the realm of Cave Void. In the inheritance, the Flame Demon Lord mentioned that it was only after he obtained a trace of the power of the spiritual vein that he successfully refined the secret realm of the Cave Heaven and advanced to the realm of Cave Void. If a single spiritual vein can be so useful, then what kind of achievement would it be to be the master of a spiritual vein? The realm of the void is definitely not the end. Even though Yen Mozi is a 1,000-year-old demon, he can hardly hide his excitement at this moment. It's a pity that the people below are too stubborn. It's rare for him to be kind, but they don't know how to sympathize with his kindness. Another stick of incense is up, Yen Mozi announced coldly. Wait a minute, wait a minute. A slightly flattering voice sounded from the market, and under the subtle green light, a huge turtle face was smiling with wrinkles all over it. Longevity, old turtle? Yen Mozi frowned. You are still alive? No, where is the restriction on you? Who has lifted your restriction? No wonder I couldn't sense your existence after I came to this world. The mountain turtle smiled flatteringly. Master Yenmo, please calm down. I am lucky to have met a master. I came here to lobby for you. Yen Mozi said. You want me to let them go? Okay, let them leave here, I can promise you. The mountain turtle shook his head and said, Master Yenmo, I am here to save you. What do you mean? Yen Mozi said coldly. The mountain turtle said, Master, do you know the identity of the people here? Yen Mozi looked at the mountain turtle coldly, as if there was a flame jumping. You think you can deceive me when I first arrived? Although this world is vast, it is just a newborn, and the strongest person is only a nascent soul cultivator. I don't think there is anyone in this world that I can't afford to offend. I was born with the 1,000-year luck of the flame demon realm. When I came to this world, I should open a path and become an eternal immortal. All those who stand in my way must die. The mountain turtle twitched his mouth and sighed in his heart. He was doing a good job as a gatekeeper, but he encountered such a thing in just 2 days. It really didn't give the turtle a way to live. If he didn't really know the identity of the people inside, he might have betrayed them by now. It's not shameful to be a fence-sitter. But he watched helplessly as the green vine was summoned out by a talisman and rose from the ground. Yin Mozi couldn't even break the protection of the green vine, let alone hurt the people inside. This was when he didn't know what the green vine was, otherwise, he would have dared to spit in Yin Mozi's face. The existence that could summon the spiritual vein companion spiritual creature with a talisman was not something that a little Yin Mozi could afford to offend. And the young man who returned a few days ago with a murderous aura. I swear on my tortoiseshell that this young man can't be provoked. Oh, and the master who invited him back to be the gatekeeper tortoise, the fleeting threat was no less than that of Yin Mozi. Master Yinmo, your intelligence is out of date. The strongest person in this world is the Empress of the Tang dynasty, who once destroyed an army of 100,000 with one palm and suppressed the fate of the country with one person. And right now in the market, there is the direct descendant of the Empress, a princess. De Shengui said with certainty. Yin Mozi laughed loudly. Your Majesty? I have played with at least 80 princesses and queens, but I have never tasted what it's like to be an empress. What can you do if you let the Empress come over? I can destroy an army of 100,000 with one palm, and I can burn an army of 1,000,000 with a breath of heavenly fire. The emperor of the fire-worshipping country was dissatisfied with me and secretly gathered 1,000,000 soldiers, but I only used a breath of heavenly fire to burn their country and family, and the emperor of the fire-worshipping country was even punished by 100 days of burning heart. Now that the world is reborn and everything is renewed, no matter how powerful the Empress is, she should find me first. One show old turtle, you should know my temper. If I let you break through this place, even you can't escape. He is determined to get the spiritual vein, and no one can stop him. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Yin Mozi's eyes. No, you are here to delay time. The mountain turtle quickly denied. No, Lord Yin-Mo, please don't misunderstand me, But Yin Mozi just snapped his fingers twice in succession. Paw! Two of the monks who were hung in the air were ignited with gray-white flames at the same time, and screams rang out. This little trick will only anger me. If you want them to live, you should leave this place immediately. I still have more than 20 people in my hands. Guess how long they can last. Yin Mozi's words made all the people of Lingiamen in the market indignant, and their eyes were red with anger. Fight! We will fight him! I would rather die than see my fellow brothers being humiliated like this. Madam, I want to fight. I want to fight. I want to fight. All the disciples knelt in front of Qin Qing and Madame Qin, asking for a fight to the death. It must be said that treating people with sincerity will be rewarded. Li, who treated his disciples with sincerity, rewarded and punished clearly, and never treated them specially, so the disciples naturally united as one and died for the sect. This is Li, who unique personal charm, which Fang Chan could never do. Of course, one uses personality charm, and the other lures people with benefits, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. As for Li Hu, he has been in seclusion since he came back. Seeing this, Mrs. Qin didn't dare to call him. If her son-in-law was angered and rushed out, it would be too late to regret. So Mrs. Qin held her daughter's hand tightly, and even though she was about to be killed by the excited eyes of the disciples, she refused to let go. Mrs. Qin's brother Juan Yiping, now the master of Chongsong Peak, stood aside and sighed silently. When did his disciples of Chongsong Peak have such courage? At this moment, a clear voice echoed in the mountains. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in my territory? Come down! A black divine light fell, and Yin Mozi's face changed instantly. He actually felt the great terror between life and death. You can't kill me! Chapter 178. Swish! The divine light fell, and the soul was annihilated. Yin Mozi and the warhorse under him all stood still. The divine light in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his breath dropped rapidly. The warhorse was even more unbearable, and the flames on his body quickly dissipated, and the scale seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years in an instant, turning into a ball of ashes, and dissipating with the wind, leaving only a pale horse bone falling in the air. It was originally created by Yin Mozi with the power of Yin-Mo, and with the death of his spirit, it also lost its majestic appearance. Then Yin Mozi's body became empty, a ball of fire dissipated, leaving only a set of clothes. Dead? The mountain turtle blinked its big eyes, under the protection of the green light. He was sure that Yin Mozi's breath disappeared in front of him. A peerless figure who ruled the Yin-Mo world for 1,000 years was so easily wiped out. Even if a man and a turtle stood on opposite sides, he could not accept such an ending for a while. Die! Fang Chong figure appeared in front of the mountain turtle. As for the Li family, Fang Chong temporarily placed them in a safe place, with a big man in the Jindan realm as a human shield, and Zhu Gui and his sister Tai Zhu, who held the big man's forbidden token to take care of them, so there should be no problem in the short term. He looked coldly at the empty space in front of him, and the dark danger had not disappeared. And the other Jin Dan in the Yin Mozi camp were not panicked at all. Obviously in their hearts, they believed that their boss was still alive. Shanxian. The mountain turtle showed a happy look. You are back. Did you attack just now? Fong Chong said unhappily. Besides me, who else can you count on? It would be better if he didn't say it, but it hurts a little when he said it. In order to have a perfect chance and kill with one blow, he just refined 20 magic seed crystals. Fortunately, the eye of the demon seemed to have learned its lesson this time, and did not come out to provoke, otherwise he would have to suppress it. Last time, he used 10 demon crystals to shatter the white-faced monk's natal magic circle, broke his formation flag, and killed him with one blow. This kind of powerful demon light is absolutely invincible in the Jindan realm, but the flame demon is still alive. Fong Chong thought it was a difficult problem. He is indeed an old demon who has lived for 1,000 years. How did we attract the flame demon in such a remote place? What's the matter with this green vine? Why won't you open the door when I come back? He was also isolated from the green light at this moment. Fong Chong was not stubborn enough to try to break the shield that even meteorites could not break. The mountain turtle looked embarrassed. He couldn't say that Brother Fong was a guide. He was just an outsider turtle. It was inappropriate to say these words. Let's wait for Miss Dongdong and the immortal to talk. The mountain turtle evaded the question. Fong Chong turned his head suspiciously and looked at the mountain turtle. His eyes became dangerous. Did you become an undercover agent and lead the enemy here? The mountain turtle was frightened at the time and swore to his shell. God in heaven, please don't kill the wrong turtle. I was just guarding the door. I definitely didn't lead the flame demon here. What a powerful magic. At this moment, the voice of the flame demon rang in the air, full of fear. I didn't expect there would be such a person as you here. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Fong Chong heart jumped, and he snorted coldly. You didn't expect too much. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out of here. I'm waiting to reunite with my wife, and don't have time to talk to you. Although he was panicking, it didn't stop him from talking loudly. This momentum can't be lost. To deal with a flame demon, he only has the heavenly demon light, and other means are slightly low level. But the heavenly demon light is powerful, but it's like a chronic poison. If you take too much, you can easily kill yourself. If the spirit of the magic weapon of the eye of the demon revives, he will become a slave of the weapon in a matter of minutes. A sizzling sound was heard in the air, and a ball of flame rose up, and the body of Yin Mozi walked out of it. I am Yin Mozi. Are you the master of this place? Yin Mozi looked at Fong Chong with fear. If he had not had the means to be reborn from the ashes, the divine light just now would have completely wiped out his traces in the world. Fong Chong raised his head slightly. Don't I look like that? Yin Mozi was not angry, but pretended to be calm and said, although your magical power is strong, the stronger the magical power, the greater the limitation. Can you use it a second time? Fong Chong looked at Yin Mozi with a look of a fool. Do you think I will tell you? Why don't you try it? I also want to see if your method of dying in place of death can be used a second time? Yin Mozi's eyes were full of doubts, and finally his figure slowly retreated. Can you leave your name? I will come to ask for advice another day. I want to know, if you can take my trick without dying, I will tell you. A black line appeared between Fong Chong's eyebrows. The familiar sense of threat emerged in his heart, and Yin Mozi was like a frightened rabbit. A ball of fire instantly dissipated in the air, and he actually escaped with fire escape. Leave someone behind. Fong Chong saw Yin Mozi running away, and he felt relieved, and then he hurriedly chased after him. Here you are? The hostages hanging in the air were thrown over, and the 3 golden elixirs brought by Yin Mozi also ran away. Fong Chong reached out to catch the hostages, stood in the air, and said shamelessly, you guys ran fast. As for really chasing, of course, he didn't dare to chase. If Yin Mozi reacted, he would run away and shout, sister, save me. After standing in the air for a while, Fong Chong landed above the market, and knocked on the green light. Where's my wife? Come and open the door for me. The mountain turtle saw Fong Chong chase Yin Mozi away, and felt that he was unfathomable, and hurriedly replied, please wait a moment, immortal, I will go to invite Miss Dongdong immediately. But with such a big commotion outside, how could Dongdong not see it? The next moment after Yin Mozi ran away, she had already flown out of the market, and looked at Fong Chong affectionately through the green light. Husband. Fong Chong raised his eyebrows. How is your husband? Was he handsome just now? Dong Nong turned around and fed the dog with deep affection. What a handsome ass. Hey, don't go, I haven't entered yet. After a while, Dong Nong brought an old eunuch with a white face and no beard, dressed in the clothes of an inner court servant. The old eunuch put his hand on the whisk and bowed slightly to Fong Chong in the air. I greet the county horse master, please come in now. He took out a talisman, hit it on the green light, and then opened a small hole. Fong Chong entered smoothly, and the group fell to the ground. What is this? I was just about to talk to the county horse master. The old eunuch cleared his throat, turned his palm, and a bright yellow scroll appeared, saying to Dong Nong and Fong Chong, Zhou Wanqing, Fong Chong accepts the order. Dong Nong knelt down and saluted, and Fong Chong cupped his hands. Kneeling is impossible, and it is impossible to kneel in this life. The old eunuch's principles are flexible and changeable, so he pretended not to see it. Your Majesty has issued a decree to confer Zhou Wanqing the title of Princess Qingqing, Fong Chong the title of Anan Development Envoy, and grant them the Great Tang Mountain and River Order. When the Great Tang is unified in the future, I will give them more awards. Great Tang Mountain and River Order? Fong Chong was stunned, but his heart was filled with shock. The order to confer the king. Damn! In the era when he entered the game, the Great Tang Mountain and River Order was also called the order to confer the king. Because at that time, there was only one way for the Great Tang to be crowned as a king, and that was through development and military merit. If you conquered a large territory for the Great Tang, you could be conferred a title based on your military merit. At that time, there were 3 kings of different surnames in the Great Tang, all of whom were extremely powerful. They each guarded a place and intimidated all the foreign races. It was said that their strength was only slightly lower than that of Her Majesty the Queen. And they started out by relying on this mountain and river order. It is said that the Queen would only grant this thing to the top talents she admired very much. With this token, they could command the mountains and rivers, get the help of heaven and earth, and be successful from then on. None of the players had ever obtained Shan healing. However, there were a few lucky ones who had the opportunity to become retainers of a Shan healing owner, and followed his family to rise to fame, from being an ordinary rookie to a top boss, holding great power. When they posted it on the forum, it didn't make people jealous. Because the leader of Shan healing had always performed mediocrely, and his fiancée broke off the engagement when his parents had just passed away. These players were just having a second-year syndrome, and they rushed up and shouted 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, but were killed to pieces. Decades later, when they were about to forget about it, they suddenly met the leader of Shan healing again. This time, the ordinary young man was already a marquis of the Tang dynasty, with a fiefdom and 1,000,000 soldiers, and he could flatten a small world with a wave of his hand. Several frustrated little players took off instantly. Then, the entire fairy and demon plane started a dog-licking activity to find the hidden protagonist. But they licked some life losers, who were about to lose hope, and made them full of chicken blood, and they really did some achievements. Of course, most of them will be useless, and no one will create myths again. So, Fong Chong swallowed his saliva. Can I be crowned a king, guarding a road? This road is not a small rural place like Annan Road, but a huge road with thousands of secret realms attached and a territory of tens of thousands of miles. There are only 12 roads in the entire Tang dynasty, 3 of which were conquered by these 3 kings of different surnames. It is not wrong to call it a country within a country. Master Juanma, Master Juanma? The call beside his ear woke Fong Chong up. Ah? Fong Chong woke up as if from a dream. What? It's time to receive the imperial edict. The old eunuch smiled, and handed over the imperial edict. Fong Chong took the imperial edict, rubbed it several times, and smiled foolishly before putting it away. Where is my Shan Ling? The old eunuch held the talisman in both hands, and bowed to hand it over. Please forgive me, Lord County. In order to protect the princess, I had to urgently activate the spiritual will of His Majesty in the imperial edict, with His Majesty's permission. This old servant, the mountain and river order, awakens the spiritual veins of this place, accompanied by this green vine spirit. After Lord County refines the token, he will be able to control the spiritual veins of this place. Fong Chong smacked his lips. So I missed the meeting with my aunt? The old eunuch lowered his head. Yes. Yin Mozi, I will not be a human if I don't kill you. Fong Chong gritted his teeth. At this moment, nothing is more regrettable than passing by Her Majesty the Queen. Fong Chong took the talisman and looked at it. It was a gray-white jade plate with a vivid image of mountains painted on it. Looking closely, it was 80% similar to Qingniu Mountain. Identify. Fong Chong couldn't suppress his curiosity, and threw an identification spell on it. De Tang Shanhe Ling, Superior Magical Instrument. Introduction. The sub-body differentiated from a certain spiritual treasure has the ability to suppress luck, control spiritual veins, and create a blessed land. When the ability reaches the extreme, it can become a world of its own. Note, this treasure can be upgraded. The stronger the control of the spiritual vein, the higher the treasure level. Note 2, this treasure is limited by the main body. Spiritual treasure sub-body? Feng Chong thought of two well-known spiritual treasures in the future Tang Dynasty. One is the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty, which enshrines all people. Anyone listed in the Golden Book is a citizen of the Tang Dynasty, and is protected by the Tang Dynasty. If others dare to hurt or kill them, they will be punished by the laws of the Tang Dynasty, and this applies to all realms. The second is the Mountain and River Map of the Tang Dynasty, which controls hundreds of millions of territories of the Tang Dynasty, harmonizes the spiritual veins of the world, and has unpredictable powers. It is said to be one of the most important spiritual treasures of the Tang Dynasty, and the most feared treasure by all sects in the world. So this thing should be the sub-body of the Mountain and River Map of the Tang Dynasty. Even the names are so similar. Feng Chong put away the Mountain and River order, feeling a little disappointed. After all, as a man, how can he be suppressed? Sub-body is really a bit embarrassing. However, this thought was only fleeting. With such a bad character, what else could he want? Her Majesty the Queen didn't despise him for being useless. With his level, even if he waited another 10,000 years, he would not be able to get the Mountain and River order. Even someone likely who had a chance, but only a chance. With a fusion of all realms, there were all kinds of geniuses. He was able to get this Mountain and River order, most likely because of Taoist Qingyou face, which is what Taoist Qingyou said was a great gift. If it is really a great gift, probably his merits in following the dragon have almost consumed this Mountain and River order. To be honest, Taoist Qingyou level can only be regarded as above average. As a subordinate of the future queen, he can only rely on his qualifications to get a position. I hope he can live smoothly until the day he is crowned king. I accept the token, but what about this Anan development envoy? Feng Chong asked. The old eunuch smiled and explained, Her Majesty has a great cultivation and has received the revelation from heaven, knowing that the world will change. Now the territory of the Tang Dynasty is divided into pieces, and the Junmei, as the Anan Road development envoy, is to find the lost territories of Anan Road and let the people of the Tang Dynasty return home. Good guy. From ancient times to the present, this place has been the territory of the Tang Dynasty. This familiar excuse. Feng Chong heart moved. Open up the Anan Road. As for the territories on the way, they are naturally part of the Tang Dynasty. No wonder the territory of the Tang Dynasty is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and they are taking the people who are stranded outside back home. However, Her Majesty actually knew the changes in the world in advance, and she is more of a time traveler than him. She is worthy of being the protagonist of the world and the son of the plane. And there are several such places in the entire fairy and demon plane. It's just that the Tang Dynasty is too big, and many people can't get out of it in their lifetime. Otherwise, it should be called the Tang Dynasty plane, not the fairy and demon plane. Feng Chong nodded. As a member of the Tang Dynasty, I have no choice. Then I won't disturb the reunion of the county horse master and the princess. The old eunuch nodded slightly, and left with a whisk, seemingly not worried about the threat of Yin Mozi at all. Feng Chong held Dong Nung, forehead to forehead. Okay, I'm back. Tell my husband what happened recently. Chapter 179. But before Dong Nung could elaborate, a group of people from the Spirit Sword sect surrounded him. They were certainly not here to welcome Feng Chong, but for the hostages from the Spirit Sword sect that Feng Chong brought back. In fact, as Feng Chong took the initiative to fade out of the power circle of the Spirit Sword sect, 10 years later, most of those who still remembered Feng Chong's name were already old people from the Spirit Sword sect. The old people from the Spirit Sword sect had practiced for a long time, and had high cultivation, so it was natural for them to block the gun and delay time for others. Therefore, a group of young disciples surrounded him in a fierce manner. Some of them went to help up the hostages that Feng Chong had casually thrown to the ground, and some even ran in front of Feng Chong. Why didn't you do it earlier? If you had done it earlier, Senior Brother Chen and the others wouldn't have died. That's right, you are also the murderer who killed Senior Brother Chen and the others. Woo woo, Senior Brother Chen. He is such a good person, he shouldn't be the one to die. The people surrounding Feng Chong were mostly young female disciples, and it was obvious that the senior brother who just died was the dream object of many female disciples. Feng Chong was stunned immediately. He was not angry, but thought of another serious question. Is he so harmless now? These young guys actually think he is a good person? It is well known that only good people deserve to be pointed at by guns. What are you talking about? Before Fong Chong could speak, Mrs. Qin came up screaming behind him, her voice a little distorted because of fear. 10 years later, Mrs. Qin thought she had long forgotten the humiliation Fong Chong had given her. But after another possible conflict with Fong Chong, she realized that some things could not be forgotten just by wanting to. This is a smiling devil. It is a good thing to be friends with him, but it is a nightmare to be his enemy. Madam, am I wrong? He could have acted earlier. Seeing Madam Qin, a female disciple was quite unconvinced. Madam Qin was so angry that she glanced at the smiling Fong Chong and slapped the female disciple in the face. Shut up, get out of here, you have no right to speak here. Then she forced an awkward smile and said to Fong Chong, Xiao Fong, they are all spoiled by your big brother. For your big brother's sake, don't bother with these little guys. Fong Chong laughed. It's okay, let them talk. What else can I do to them? I can't beat them all to death. Hearing Fong Chong say this, the female disciple, who was slapped, seemed to have someone backing her up. She covered her face and snorted arrogantly at Madam Qin, not realizing that the person who backed her up was the one she wanted to spit on. On the contrary, she felt that this person was somewhat reasonable, so she just asked him to apologize. She looked at Fong Chong and said magnanimously, As long as you apologize to Senior Brother Chen, I will forgive you. Yes, apologize. Apologize to Senior Brother Chen. It's better to kowtow in front of Senior Brother Chen's tablet, not only Senior Brother Chen, but also Senior Brother Wang and Elder Su. The other disciples saw that Madam Qin had no intention of stopping them, so they gathered around and talked at once. Hearing this, Fong Chong couldn't help but cover his face and laughed. After a while, Fong Chong looked at Madam Qin and asked, Where is my elder brother? I can't stop laughing. I go to Lingjianmen for a 2-month stay every year. I didn't know there were so many innocent girls in Lingjianmen. When did Lingjianmen change to teaching truth, goodness and beauty? I support being a good person, but you can't be such a stupid good person. Madam Qin was about to say something, but she saw Fong Chong's smile suddenly disappear, and he said lightly, As you said, for the sake of my elder brother, kneel in front of their dear Senior Brother Chen for 10 days and 10 nights. Xiao Fong. Madam Qin wanted to beg for mercy again. Is my words no longer effective now? Fong Chong's eyes turned cold. On the other side, Qin couldn't help but say, Second brother, these female disciples are still weak in cultivation. Kneeling for 10 days will cause trouble. People should pay the price for what they say and do. Since you are unwilling to teach them, I, the extra staff deacon of Lingjianmen, will teach them well. Life or death, it is the price they paid for this lesson. In addition, don't accuse me of partiality. Not only female disciples, but also male disciples have to kneel. If anyone dies, it happens that they are buried together with their Senior Brother Chen, and there is someone to accompany them. I think their Senior Brother Chen will definitely be very pleased. Facing Qin, Fong Chong still gave Li Hu some face, although it would be better not to give it. Master Duan. I'm here. Duan Yiping, who was envious of these disciples' heroic death just now, is not envious at all now. If the disciples of their Chansong Peak dare to be so stupid, he will have to clean up the mess himself without anyone else's help. These people are handed over to you. Fong Chong took Dongdong's hand and walked past the silent people of Lingjianmen as if no one was around, and whispered to each other. As for Taiyu and the others, he planned not to let them come back for the time being. Now King Yifeng City is protected by the spiritual object Green Vine that he has not yet figured out, but once he goes out, it will be gone. What if Yin Mozi is watching outside at this moment, and he wants to go out to pick up the Li family? Wouldn't he be giving himself a handle? He wants to see Li Hu first. After Li Hu fled to King Yifeng City with a group of disciples, he closed himself up directly, and even the scene just now did not force him out. His injuries seemed to be a bit serious. If he wants to deal with Yin Mozi, for the time being, the best way Fong Chong could think of was to let Li Hu take action. As for himself, that was a trump card, and he could not take action unless it was absolutely necessary. I hope that this mountain and river order can give him a little surprise, so that he can refine the eye of the demon as soon as possible. After Fong Chong left, Duan Yiping waved his hand back, and a group of disciples from Chansong Peak surrounded the disciples, who had just shouted at Fong Chong. What do you want to do? We are disciples of the main vein. Do you want to rebel against the superiors? It would have been better if he didn't say it, because even Duan Yiping was angry when he said it. The master of the sect has already said that the main vein and the side veins are all people of the Spirit Sword sect, but they have different inheritances and no difference in status. It seems that what Deacon Fong said is right. You have lived too well, and you have all lost your sense of awe. Catch them all, whoever dares to resist, will seal their cultivation. He still couldn't shout kill without mercy. With Duan Yiping in charge, about 12 or 13 young disciples, including 7 or 8 female disciples, were all arrested on the spot. Mrs. Qin walked up to Duan Yiping. Brother. Duan Yiping interrupted. Don't beg me for mercy. You know the temper of Deacon Fong. If I go against his will, I don't know what he will do to me. We are living under someone else's roof, and we are not behaving properly. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm not begging you for mercy, but you just don't really seal their cultivation. 10 days and 10 nights, if they don't have cultivation, I'm afraid none of them can survive. You risked your life to escort these children back. If they die like this, how will we explain if Jian Chun comes out of retreat? Mrs. Qin said. Duan Yiping paused and snorted. I know. As the crowd dispersed, the market suddenly became quiet, and only the hazy green light on the upper floor seemed to be thicker. Chapter 180. Fong Chong was not interested in trivial matters. The group of simple disciples of Ling Jianmen were just a farce in his eyes. After he learned from Dongdong about the big and small things that happened in the market these days, he went straight to Li Hu retreat to heal his wounds. I saw a golden pagoda standing under the green vines, and the bronze door was closed. No wonder the hostages of Ling Jianmen were so miserable just now, and no one came to inform Li Hu. It turned out that it was impossible to get in. So far, only Fong Chong and Li Hu have real authority in the Disha Jinyu Golden Pagoda. The rest of the disciples of Ling Jianmen, even those chosen by Li Hu, only entered the Golden Pagoda for a short time to practice, and had temporary authority. So once the bronze door of the Golden Pagoda is closed, no one can go in and disturb it. Fong Chong stood in front of the bronze door, and a mark lit up on his arm, and the bronze door opened silently. He strode in, and saw a vast expanse of white world, covered in silver. The world seemed pure white, and ordinary people would have their eyes burned if they stayed there for too long. He communicated with the tower spirit space, and quickly found Li Hu's location. Then a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes. The space changed, and Fong Chong had followed the tower spirit's traction to the center of the ice and snow world. He saw a tall snowman frozen by ice sitting cross-legged on the ground. The accumulated snow fell on him, but was quickly melted by a sudden burst of fire, and the snow water had formed a thick piece of ice under him. From the feet, it froze to the neck, leaving only a head wrapped in white snow. Although Li Hu's appearance could not be seen, the nose was the nose, and the eyes were the eyes, which were still very obvious. Fong Chong observed carefully, and found that there was no fluctuation of power on Li Hu's body. He just sat on the ground without thinking, like a thinker. The injuries on his body should have been left by Yen Mozi, but this ice and snow environment could only suppress them, but could not heal them. He wasn't healing at all. Fong Chong coughed twice. Li Hu didn't react. He seemed to be really frozen. Dong dong. Fong Chong knocked on the ice on Li Hu's body. The ice cracked, and the snowman finally opened his eyes. As he woke up, his blood began to flow, and the snowflakes turned into white gas and rose up before they could react. Second brother, you're back. Li Hu's voice was dry and hoarse, like a person who hadn't spoken for a long time, and he showed a deep sense of dejection, like an old man in his twilight years. Fuck. How did you become like this? Fong Chong was shocked by Li Hu's current appearance. Li Hu's long hair was scattered and fluffy, with some parts high and some parts flat. His beard was scraggly, and there were big black bags under his eyes. His eyes were confused and weak, without any of the toughness he had before. Me? Li Hu looked down at his hands, and suddenly burst into tears. I'm really useless. They call me the leader, but I can't protect anyone. I should have listened to Elder Tang. If I had listened to him, no one would have died. It's all my fault. No matter how strong he is in front of outsiders, Li Hu finally put down all his disguises in front of Fong Chong, who knows him inside and out. A man will save face in front of his wife, but in front of his brothers, he will cry loudly. Anyway, the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother, and everyone knows who's embarrassing. Fong Chong, Well, he finally understood. Li Hu's so-called retreat to heal his wounds is just hiding from himself. Physical injuries are nothing. What's important is the heartache. People who value emotions are destined to be hurt by emotions, because people will always lose in their lives. Then Fong Chong just watched Li Hu crying in front of him, without saying a word. It was not until Li Hu released all his negative emotions with tears that he raised his head in confusion and looked at Fong Chong and said, Second brother, Why don't you comfort me? Fong Chong glanced at Li Hu and said, I'm afraid I can't comfort you. Do you remember what I did this time? Li Hu reasoned slowly returned. Seeing Fong Chong's heavy face, he suddenly had a bad premonition. My father, mother, younger sister, younger brother, what happened to them? Fong Chong sighed, I'm sorry. Li Hu saw this, the tears that had just stopped flowing down, and his father's voice and smile suddenly appeared in front of him. Dad. I'm unfilial. Fong Chong interrupted. Your father is fine. Ah? Li Hu's voice paused, and there was a mixture of surprise and grief in his voice. My father is fine. What about my mother? Mother. I'm unfilial. Oh, your mother is fine too. Fong Chong said slowly. Could it be my younger sister? Li Hu's mind appeared the lively appearance of his younger sister, and he sighed silently. Thank goodness, my parents are fine. Second brother, how did my younger sister die? Fong Chong said with a strange look on his face. Who said Oshio died? She is alive and well, and has gained 3 pounds recently. Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as my parents and younger sister are fine, although my younger brother is gone, the 2 elders are still young, and it won't be a problem even if they have another child. He and the younger brother of the Li family have never lived together. At most, they hugged each other when they went back to see their parents. Apart from their blood relationship, if they really want to talk about deep feelings, it would be a lie. And with the previous psychological preparation, he suddenly found that the death of his younger brother didn't seem to be something he couldn't accept. Fong Chong interrupted him again. Your younger brother is alive and well, but he is not very obedient. He likes to cry at such a big age. I beat him twice, and he is much better now. Li Hu, He always felt that he was talking about him, but he had no evidence. He paused for a long time before staring at Fong Chong and asking, Since my family is fine, why are you apologizing to me? Fong Chong spread his hands and said, I did it on purpose. Li Hu glared and said angrily, This joke is not funny at all. Fong Chong snorted, Who is joking with you? Have you ever thought about what would happen if your parents really died? A grown man is so decadent for a little thing. Are you still the Li Hu I know? I call you big brother. Is this how you act as a big brother? I feel ashamed to tell others. Serious illness requires strong medicine. Fong Chong deliberately stimulated Li Hu, and this time he was indeed more energetic. Okay, you want comfort? Tell me what happened on the road. I will see if I can redeem your little heart. I am more tired than an old nanny as a younger brother. Li Hu's old face turned red, thought about it, and still hesitantly told what happened on the road again. This protagonist's first-person perspective is more detailed than Dongdong's third-person perspective, and it also makes Fong Chong understand Li Hu's mood at the time. When Li Hu finished speaking, Fong Chong's cynical expression on his face subsided, and he sighed again. It turns out that Old Tang is also dead. No wonder I didn't see him when I came back this time. Old Tang is Elder Tang, a famous fence-sitter of Lingjin's sect. He is an old man with sharp eyes, who can tell who the protagonist is at a glance. However, he did not expect that he would choose to stay behind on the retreat, which was quite unexpected. Li Hu's expression was low, and his voice was full of regret. Elder Tang clearly reminded me at that time, but I thought that I would not offend others if they did not offend me, and I did not catch the flame demon. If I had caught the flame demon at that time, everything would not have happened afterwards. Many of those disciples were recruited by me personally. They are still in their prime, and should not die. Fong Chong pondered for a moment, and said with some regret, So you don't want to take revenge, but want to run here to shut yourself up? It seems that you have been smooth sailing for too long, and even you have become lazy. No wonder the Spirit Sword sect has become what it is now. Have I ever told you the truth of being prepared for danger in times of peace? In this treacherous world of cultivation, has there ever been a truly peaceful time? Do you think that because you have the title of Ba Jianjinren, you think you are the #1 hidden golden elixir in Anandao, so you are proud and think you can do it? If you had listened to me before, you would have broken through the nascent soul realm earlier, instead of using a lot of spirit stones to give benefits to your disciples. Even if the flame demon is insidious and cunning, how can he hurt you? In the final analysis, it is still because of your lack of strength. Without the strength to suppress everything, it is not too much to be cautious, so as not to give yourself the opportunity to regret. What is the point of regretting after the problem really happens? It will only make the living unhappy and the dead uneasy. Stand up. Li Hu, don't let me look down on you, be a man. Anyway, it's just empty talk. Fong Chong said a lot of things, forgetting that he was almost ready to retire when he got married, and live a life with his wife and children. If we talk about slacking off, he is much laxer than Li Hu. He is strict with others and lenient with himself. but who made him have no time to get into trouble. Li Hu incident also reminded him that although the lifespan of the Jindan realm is enough, the combat power is far from enough. It's useless to live for 10,000 years if someone slaps him to death. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Today there is a flame demon son, and tomorrow there may be a flame demon lord. Before you have the strength to pick the sun and the moon with your hands and destroy a world with your palm, what about retirement? It's too early. Then set a small goal first, to become the 4th king of a different surname in the Tang dynasty. No. The other 3 kings of different surnames haven't come out yet. Maybe he will be the first one. Fong Chang's imagination ran wild. As for Li Hu's problem, in his opinion, it was that he demanded too high a moral standard from himself and blamed himself for too many faults. Just find an emotional outlet for him to slowly relieve himself. So people without morals are always happier than people with morals. Of course, everyone still likes to be friends with people with morals. And Li Hu really began to reflect on himself after Fong Chang's impassioned speech. If it were someone else, this would have limited effect. But Fong Chang is different. I am afraid that even Li Hu himself did not realize that because he was guided and arranged by Fong Chang too much during his growth, he unconsciously became a little dependent on him. Just like an ignorant child facing an authoritative teacher, he always thinks that everything the teacher says is right. And so far, everything Fong Chang said to him, without exception, has produced huge positive benefits in his life, which has further strengthened this dependence and conviction in authority. Li Hu suddenly thought that the hidden danger had been buried long ago, and today's bitter fruit is just the cause of yesterday. If he was a little harder on himself, and his cultivation was a little stronger. If he was a little stricter on his disciples, they would have stronger strength, and would not need his protection. Many disciples did not have to die, but they did not have time to escape in order to protect their junior brothers and sisters. It was the sacrifices of the disciples that made him feel so guilty, and even when the disciples fled in all directions, he did not think so hard. Li Hu stood up, his blood burning. Balls of black flames were forced out of his body, hitting the ground, and quickly ignited a small pit, like fire in water. Although I still don't understand, don't worry, second brother, I won't go on like this. When I heal my wounds, I will personally kill the flame demon and sacrifice it to the many heroes of the Spirit Sword Gate. A white light fell, and Li Hu followed the white light to the 2nd floor of the Golden Pagoda. Fong Chang breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly thought of something, and shouted to the white light, "In fact, I think it's better to suppress it." But Li Hu had already entered the 2nd floor, and I don't know if he heard it. After all, the landlord's family doesn't have any surplus food. Fong Chang muttered. The Disha prison Golden Pagoda has the function of suppression, and can use the prisoners in the tower as human batteries. The flame demon looked like a large battery, and maybe one battery is better than 6 batteries. The bronze door of the Golden Pagoda opened. Fong Chang walked out of the Golden Pagoda, and Dong Dong, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet him. "What's going on?" Fong Chang said proudly. "Can there be any problems with your husband's action?" "Don't worry, my elder brother will come out soon. When the time comes, he will deal with Yin Mozi, and we don't have to hide under this turtle shell. And with me in the lead, a few evil demons can't cause any trouble." Dong Dong liked Fong Chang's confident look and smiled. "Okay, I know you are the best. Hee, I have something even better. Do you want to know?" Fong Chang hugged Dong Dong and said with a sly smile, "I never thought I could become a county horse lord in my life, but your title is just..." "Aw, Princess Ching Ching, isn't that too low level?" Dong Dong said helplessly. "They almost didn't call me Princess Qingyou. It's just a fictitious title. Eunuch Wei said that my aunt casually gave me the title of Princess Qingyou, and it was my grandfather who helped to change it to Qingqing. And my title of princess is just a fictitious title, and my title will be changed again in the future. But it all depends on you to conquer it for me. So you must find a nice place for me when the time comes." Fong Chang said, "Are you kidding me? So stingy? I heard she is very big." Dong Dong nodded and said with a pitiful look, "So it all depends on my wise and powerful husband." Fong Chang suddenly burst into male power, and made a promise on the spot. "In that case, what territory do you need? I will build a small world for you in the future. You can name it whatever you want." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore." Fong Chang picked up Dong Dong like a princess and flew towards the cave. "When I think of you as a princess, I am inexplicably excited now. You must be responsible for me. Don't mess around." After a coquettish voice, a night of spring breeze. Chapter 181. Yin Mozi outside Qingyou Market was not as happy as Fong Chang. He was soaking in a pool of magma with a gloomy face. He had already transformed himself into a flaming demon, so after he was injured, the healing pills of the human cultivators were not as effective as the natural elements for him. There were no volcanoes around Qingnyo Mountain. This magma pool was temporarily formed by him using the power of earth and fire with his racial talent. What kind of magical power is that? Yin Mozi recalled the inheritance he received from Yin Imozun, but he had no impression. Between heaven and earth, there are countless magical powers and spiritual arts, as well as various strange races and bloodlines. How can the inheritance of Yin Imozun cover them all? It is common sense that he has no impression. But that person didn't take the opportunity to use it a second time. It's obvious that this magical power must be a heavy burden for him, otherwise he wouldn't waste time talking to me. But I don't have a way to block his magical power. The fire bathing technique will seriously damage my vitality after one use. Even if I try my best, I can only use it 3 times at most. After 3 times, there will be no more power to fight. If not, how could I retreat? Flame Demon's body gradually turned red with the baptism of magma, like solidified magma stone, and his face was wrapped in flames, with a purple flame on his head. The temperature of the magma pool decreased, and the heat in it was absorbed by Flame Demon. Delay will change. If time is too long, if they are allowed to refine spiritual objects and control spiritual veins, I will be even more helpless against them. It seems that this is the only way. Flame Demon slowly closed his eyes and sank to the bottom of the pool. After several hours, the pool had completely solidified, leaving only a dark red rock. Suddenly, the rock exploded, and Yin Mozi jumped out naked, already restored to human form. All 3 of his men surrounded him. My lord. Given Yin Mozi's temperament, he dared to bring his men with him, which meant that these 3 people had already been completely controlled by him, and he could decide their life and death with just a thought. What's going on? Yin Mozi asked as he put on his clothes. Although he hadn't fully recovered yet, it was only a matter of time. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but that person has not made any movement since he entered the market. I have set people to closely monitor the market. If there is any movement, we will find it. The black-robed man among the 3 said. Yin Mozi shook his head and said, he is more cautious than I thought, but this further proves that he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It seems that his magical power can't be used too much. Suddenly, he looked at the fireman among the 3 and asked, how many fire slaves do we have? Fire slaves are a kind of puppet-like existence that he transformed from living people by burning them before. It was also the basis for his previous rule in the Yin Mo world. Otherwise, with his practice of sleeping to prolong his life, how could he rule the world again so quickly after waking up? Of course, transforming fire slaves also has a certain burden and consumption for Yin Mozi, just like the Dan Yuan of Jindan cultivators. If too much is consumed, it is easy to cause stagnation in cultivation. But Yin Mozi is a 1,000-year-old demon with a strong accumulation. Before reaching a certain number, transforming fire slaves will not have much impact on him. Horan replied, there are about 300 more. Only 300? Yin Mozi looked dissatisfied. Horan explained, because of the previous few battles, we suffered a lot of losses, and most of the fire slaves have not been contacted. This world is too big. When they came to this world ambitiously, they brought an army of 100,000 fire slaves and dozens of Jindan realm fighters. As a result, who would have thought that the space changed and everyone was separated? The reason why the 3 of them were able to reunite with Yin Mozi so quickly. It was only because they had already regarded Yin Mozi as their master, offered soul fire, and formed a band, so they could contact across distance. If this method had not been a burden to Yin Mozi himself, and 3 were already close to his limit, he would have turned all the other golden elixirs in the Yin Mo realm into his slaves long ago. Yin Mozi frowned and thought for a while, then ordered, let them all come over. The fireman seemed to know what Yin Mozi wanted to do, and without asking any more questions, he turned around to gather the fire slaves. 300 fire slaves are far from enough, I need more fire slaves. Yin Mozi looked at the other 2 Jindan, a black-robed man and a totem man. Within 10 days, I want you to gather 10,000 fire slaves. The black-robed man and the totem man both changed their expressions, but they knew Yin Mozi's temperament and could not tolerate their refusal, so they nodded in response at this moment. Yes, Lord. The best material for fire slaves is cultivators, because only cultivators can resist the torture of fire for a long enough time. Otherwise, they can't be turned into fire slaves at all, and will only become a dry corpse. Of course, ordinary people can also be used as materials for making fire slaves, but often only 1 fire slaves can be produced for 10 people, and their strength and quality are not as good as those of cultivators. In a hurry, how can they find 10,000 cultivators? So they can only attack ordinary people. 10,000 fire slaves means 100,000 lives. Go hunting, don't let me down. Yen Mozi waved his hand. At this time, the firemen had brought 300 fire slaves. Most of the so-called fire slaves are firemen who look similar to firemen, without faces, only burning human outlines, and a few beast-shaped ones. The colors of the flames are different, some are grayish-white, orange-red, and mixed red and blue. And the firemen in the Jindan realm are black and red. Yen Mozi looked at some of the fire slaves with some disdain. The quality is really too poor. Many of these fire slaves were transformed by him, halfway, so the quality is naturally not high. He opened his mouth and sucked, and one of the dull gray-white fire slaves was like a bubble pierced by a needle, and it exploded with a bang, and a light red fire line was sucked away by Yen Mozi from the exploding flame. As the fire line was absorbed, Yen Mozi's breath suddenly became stronger. These fire slaves are not only his combat puppets, but also his human-shaped pills. Each fire slave contains a trace of fire spirit power. The 300 fire slaves exploded one by one quickly, and countless light red and light blue fire lines were like fireflies jumping in the air, all swallowed by Yen Mozi. Then Yen Mozi spit out a black and red bead. This is the Flame Demon bead, which is the power of the Flame Demon accumulated by Yen Mozi after sleeping in the crater for hundreds of years. It is also an indispensable material for the fire punishment. Yen Mozi slowly closed his eyes, and began to refine these fire spirit powers. After they come back, you will be responsible for presiding over the fire punishment. The fire slaves that I need cannot be cut off. This time, he wants to break through the nascent soul realm in one go. Since the golden core realm has no way to resist the divine light of that person, then he will break through the nascent soul. Originally, he planned to break through with the essence of the spirit vein, and perhaps there was a chance to achieve the legendary immortal product nascent soul, but at this moment, if he did not reach the nascent soul realm, he could not even touch the shadow of the spirit vein. Success or failure depends on this one move. Chapter 182. After a night of romance. Fong Chong held his waist, and immediately entered the state of sage, but then he remembered that he was facing a powerful enemy, and did not dare to indulge in the gentleness for too long. In the meditation room, Fong Chong held the Great Tang Mountain and River Order in his hand, and his mana poured into it as if it was free. His spiritual consciousness was also not idle, trying to leave his spiritual imprint on the mountain and river order. But the mountain and river order was like a stone, impervious to oil and salt, and his mana and spiritual consciousness did not leave any trace on it. Half an hour later, most of Fong Chong mana was consumed, and his spirit was gradually exhausted. But the mountain and river order in his hand was still motionless, like a cold goddess, not giving him any chance at all. Are you kidding me? Fong Chong wanted to get up and find that unique way to ask what was going on. But he quickly suppressed this thought. If he couldn't even refine the mountain and river order, what was he thinking about conquering the world and becoming a king? Besides, this was the queen's treasure, and Unique might not know about it. Maybe it was a test. Fong Chong touched his chin, and suddenly he had an idea. The Great Tang Mountain and River Order was a sub-body of the Great Tang Mountain and River map, and the Earth Demon Prison Golden Pagoda was a sub-tower of the Big Dipper Pagoda. Both were celestial treasures, and both were sub-bodies. Li Hu was able to become the owner of the Earth Demon Prison Golden Pagoda because he passed the test of the Golden Pagoda and was recognized by the Golden Pagoda. So should he also be recognized by the Mountain and River Order? However, even if the Golden Pagoda was broken, it was still an ancient treasure with an instinctive program, while the Great Tang Mountain and River Order was just a top-grade magic weapon with a ghost's instinct. So there must be a key to refining the Mountain and River Order. Fong Chong felt that the answer was very close. Key? Fong Chong flipped his palm, and a bright yellow scroll appeared in his hand. Unique only gave him these two things. If there was a key, it would be the Empress's decree. The next moment, Fong Chong knew that he had guessed right. As Shan Healing and the Imperial Edict approached, a chemical reaction seemed to occur between the two. The Imperial Edict suddenly flew out of his hand, and then unfolded in the air. The handwriting on it seemed to come alive, and all fell off. The ink gathered together, and turned into a palace-dressed woman who seemed to have walked out of ink. Even though she was only in black and white, she still made people feel inexplicably stunning. She landed in front of Fong Chong gracefully, and gently touched his brow with her finger. A sentence suddenly emerged in Fong Chong's mind. The immortal stroked my head, and I received eternal life after tying my hair. The light on Shan Healing shone brightly, turning into a stream of light, and whizzed into his brow. Fong Chong slowly closed his eyes and began to truly refine. After a long time, Fong Chong opened his eyes with some reluctance, and the previous ink beauty had already dispersed. He couldn't help but sigh with regret. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet the Empress of the Tang Dynasty for the time being. A black and white ink painting has such a style. I wonder what kind of style will the real person have after adding color, but, to be honest, it's not as good as my wife. He smacked his lips, and stood up, and walked out of the meditation room. As the mountain and river order was refined by him, he also learned the real use of the mountain and river order. This thing is a bit like the heaven and earth conferring in myths and legends, which can enlighten monsters and confer mountain gods and land. Of course, the function of the mountain and river order is not to confer, but to use the rules contained in the treasure itself to bind the invisible and intangible spiritual veins with the mountain and river order to achieve the purpose of driving the spiritual veins. A mountain and river order can only be bound to a spiritual vein in one place. Once bound, it cannot be separated and transferred. From then on, the fate of the two is closely related. Spiritual veins can evolve into main spiritual veins, and constantly transform spiritual veins in other places into branch veins. The stronger the spiritual vein system, the higher the grade of mountain and river order, the stronger its ability, and the more territory it can affect. Theoretically, if he is strong enough, he can control the spiritual veins of the entire world and become the master of mountains and rivers. The companion spirit is the center of controlling the spiritual veins. In front of a long, thick green vine, a flash of light flashed before Fong Chong's eyes, and the information of the green vine had already appeared in front of him. Spiritual vein companion spiritual object, spiritual grade middle grade, unnamed. Introduction. Under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, a special spiritual object that is associated with the Qingyo Mountain spiritual vein can attract the power of the spiritual vein, communicate with the spiritual vein, blend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transform itself into a blessed land. Note: the companion spiritual object can grow with the spiritual vein level. Note 2. The companion spiritual object can be refined into a special clone. Fong Chong glanced at the information, thought for a while, and said, since it is a spiritual object of Qingyo Mountain, let's call it Morning Glory Vine in the future. Well, not bad. I am really a genius in naming. The green vine, well, it is now called Morning Glory Vine. It seemed to be able to hear Fong Chong words, and as Fong Chong named it, pink morning glories grew on the vine. It's no use trying to please me. You still have to refine it. Fong Chong threw out the mountain and river token, and with a thought, the token sank into the morning glory vine, just like a stone thrown into the lake. The tough vine skin had no resistance at all. He immediately sat down under the morning glory vine, and the green light fell from the vine, wrapping him into a green ball. It would be better if it was replaced by golden light. The thought flashed through Fong Chong's mind, and then his mind sank into a mysterious green space. The next moment, he found himself as if he had turned into a stone, a tree, a grass, a flower, a stream. He seemed to have countless eyes at this moment, but he only felt a haze, and couldn't see what was in front of him. As he changed more objects, a simple picture gradually emerged in his mind. Is that a cow? Suddenly, Fong Chong's mind seemed to break through the constraints of space, and his sight rose high, overlooking the earth. It was an old cow lying on its side on the ground. No, it's Qingyo Mountain. The old cow noticed his gaze and mood. It seemed to want to escape, but there was a green rope on its nose. It kept twisting, trying to break free from the rope. But the rope became tighter and tighter, and it also forked along its nose, and began to tie up the old cow's mouth, neck, and hooves. An old cow collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a mountain. Fong Chong seemed to hear the old cow's painful groan. This is the spiritual vein of Qingyo Mountain. It is everywhere, covering the entire range of Qingyo Mountain. It is invisible and intangible. It can be a stone, a tree, a blade of grass, or even flowing water, wind in the air. But with the appearance of the companion spirit, it was tied with reins, and it could not break free from it. I accidentally called it right. That is the morning glory vine. What can I do then? Fong Chong seemed to hold the reins that bound the spiritual vein of Qingyo Mountain, and his mind suddenly moved. Outside, in Qingyafang Market. Because the exit of the market was blocked by Yin Mozi, the people who were in a state of anxiety suddenly felt cold in their hearts. A voice in the dark told them to go out. Then they walked out of the house and walked towards the street. There were thousands of people. There were staff members of the market, people doing business in the market, and some outsiders who were taken in by the market when the great changes came. There were cultivators and mortals here, accounting for about 40%. Most of these mortals were staff members of the market, and their relatives, and only a very small number were ordinary people who wanted to get immortal fate in the market. Qingnil Market is called a market, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small town. This is because Fang Chong cleared most of the outside cultivators for his wedding. Otherwise, there should not be thousands of people, and tens of thousands would be more than enough. On the day of his wedding, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the foot of Qingnil Mountain to watch the excitement. Now when they rushed to the streets, they found that there were so many people in the market. What happened? I just heard a voice telling me to come out. I heard it too. Who's talking? I want to go home. Wait a minute. Such a rich spiritual energy. A cultivator shouted in surprise, and sat down and began to practice without paying attention to the eyes of others. Flowers, so many lotuses. The ground is full of golden lotuses. There are also white and red lotuses in the sky, with so many petals. A group of people kept exclaiming. In the center of the market, a towering tree grew rapidly at an extremely abnormal speed. In a blink of an eye, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. A tree that was hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground, and the tree was full of flowers. At the same time, the green light that had been protecting the market disappeared. The wind blew. The flowers fluttered and fell down. What flowers? Some petals fell into the crowd, disappeared when they touched people, and then the crowd exclaimed, "My hand wound healed. My legs can move. My eyes can see again. Oh my God, what happened? The sky is falling. Golden lotus is gushing out of the ground. Who made such a big noise?" Dong Dong led several high-level people in the market out, looking at the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth at this moment, and they were also confused. Eunuch Wei followed behind Dong Dong, and saw this strange phenomenon. He congratulated Dong Dong and said, "Congratulations to the princess. I think it is because the county master successfully refined the mountain and river order that this happened. I will follow the order of his majesty. After the county master refines the mountain and river order, I will stay to serve the princess and the county master and wait for orders. Please take care of me in the future." Dong Dong showed a little relief on her face, and then said proudly, "That's right, except for my husband, who else has such great ability?" As she said that, she looked at Eunuch Wei curiously and asked, "Eunuch Wei, you seem to know a lot. Why didn't you say it before?" Eunuch Wei said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "It was all His Majesty's order, asking me not to say too much. If the county master can't even refine the mountain and river order, then it's useless for me to stay. But now that the county master has become the master of Shanhe order, I will tell you everything I know from now on." Dong Dong's eyes turned and he suddenly asked, "What is your cultivation level, Eunuch Wei? I have always been curious. When the flame demon attacked before, no one was a match for him, but you were calm and never seemed to worry." Eunuch Wei smiled faintly and replied, "I don't have much cultivation level, but just a small golden elixir. A disabled person is not worth mentioning. I am not worried, just because I am not worried about life and death, so naturally I am not worried." "Really?" Dong Dong looked at Eunuch Wei suspiciously. Eunuch Wei was still being looked at by Dong Dong, and he still looked calm. "I dare not deceive the princess." Dong Dong wanted to ask more, but Madame Qin and her daughter came over with the people from the Spirit Sword sect. "Miss Dong Dong, why did the green light in the market disappear?" Mrs. Qin looked worried and asked, "Where is Xiaofeng? Jianxun has not come out of retreat, and there is no green light to protect him. Now he is the only one who can stop the flame demon." Dong Dong frowned. "My husband is also practicing. If the flame demon comes, there will be someone to stop him." She didn't have a good impression of the people of Lingjiamen. They were accepted purely because Li Hu was Fang Chong's elder brother, and because Lingjiamen sent the bride. Otherwise, she would have to take it seriously for bringing Yin Mozi here. Now that Madame Qin came and asked her husband to take the blame, how could she have a good tone? "What's the matter? Your son-in-law is in seclusion and can't come out, so her husband deserves to fight for his life?" Mrs. Qin also noticed that Dong Dong's tone was wrong, and hurriedly explained, "Miss Dong Dong, I didn't mean that, don't misunderstand." Qin Qing on the side also chimed in, "Sister, my mother is just too worried, she has no ill intentions." Dong Dong shook his head and said, "No need to explain, now the market and Lingjiamen are on the same boat. I know Madame Qin is anxious, but my husband has just returned, and he forced Yin Mozi away yesterday. Now he is in seclusion to recover. If there is nothing important, don't disturb him easily. That flame demon was severely injured by my husband yesterday. Even if he found that the green light disappeared, he would not come easily. Instead, he thought it was our trick to lure the enemy. So Madam Qin, don't worry. At least we are safe for 3 to 5 days. In addition, Dongdong thought about it, and called a few managers in the market. Managers, spread the news. Now that the green light has disappeared and there is no cage, they can leave if they want to. The green light is both a shelter and a constraint. Outsiders can't come in, and they can't go out. But before, the only thing that could open the passage was the mountain and river order in the hands of Eunuch Wei, and Eunuch Wei never gave in, so even she didn't have any good solution. Therefore, many people have long complained that Qingniu Market wants to drag them to death together. Now that the green light has disappeared, it is giving them a chance to leave, and it can also be regarded as removing some impurities from the market. Now that Fang Chong has returned, Dongdong has the confidence. Yes! Several managers took the order and went down. When Madam Qin heard this, she felt as if it was said to them. She didn't say anything more, nodded awkwardly to Dongdong, and left hurriedly with her daughter and several disciples. It was really uncomfortable to live under someone else's roof and be protected by someone else. She couldn't wait for her son-in-law to come out. Eunuch Wei, please come with me to see my husband. Dongdong said to Eunuch Wei again. She always felt that Eunuch Wei was hiding something from her, but she couldn't ask, so she left it to Fang Chong. He had many ideas, and could definitely ask clearly. And the green light disappeared. She also wanted to know what countermeasures Fang Chong had. Eunuch Wei nodded slightly. Okay. He swept the whisk in his hand, and the two flew up. After a while, they saw Fang Chong sitting on the crown of the 100-meter-tall tree in the center of the town, with a divine light on his face. He seemed to notice the two people coming, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 183. How are you? Dongdong asked curiously when she saw Fang Chong like this. In her eyes, Fang Chong seemed to have merged into this world, like the clouds in the sky and the wind in the mountains, so high and distant, as if he would transcend at any time. Fang Chong smiled faintly. Very good, better than ever before. The spirit of the spiritual vein surrendered, and now he has become the master of Qingniu Mountain. If you want to describe it in one word, it is the domain. Wherever the spiritual vein of Qingniu Mountain is spread, it is the domain he can influence. He can control the Qingniu spiritual vein through the morning glory vine, and use the Qingniu spiritual vein to influence the flow of spiritual energy everywhere, the trend of mountains and rivers, and the formation of valleys and rivers. Let the changes that originally took thousands of years to form be completed in a very short time through his will. The sky was falling, and the golden lotus was surging from the ground just now was a small experiment of his. In a very short time, a large amount of spiritual energy and vitality were gathered, making this small place in Fansha a spiritual place for a short time. At this moment, if you practice in the market, the speed of practice will be greatly increased. The so-called blessed land is just like this. However, his way of using it is too rough, and it will cause certain damage to the spirit vein. If it is used too much, it may overload the spirit vein and kill the vitality, and then this place will become a dead end. The real way to use the spirit vein is to follow the law of the spirit vein operation. Just like Dayu's flood control, it is better to dredge than to block. Guide the accumulation little by little, and finally gather hundreds of rivers and rush into the sea, truly changing the water veins of the world. However, Fang Chong was most satisfied with the moment when he refined the morning glory vine. He seemed to have transformed into the green bull spirit vein, watering between the mountains and rivers, and his soul was greatly baptized by this. Identification. Within the range of Qingniu Mountain, his own strength is increased to a certain extent, and the enemy's strength is weakened to a certain extent. Root bone, fortune, lifespan, attributes are all increased. Fang Chong only knew that he was good, but he didn't know that he was so good. His physique increased by 5 points, getting closer and closer to the standard of a genius. Even if he practiced Dao level skills now, it would be a little more difficult, but it would not be difficult to even get started. His luck increased by 3 points, reaching 6 points. 6 points of luck. Before he got the Dao level inheritance from Bo Xuanguang, his luck was only reduced from 1 point to -5. If it happened again, he would easily accept this opportunity from heaven, and there would be no such bad luck as the eye of the devil coming to his door. So the most intuitive way of comparison is that he is now qualified to obtain a Dao level inheritance. In addition to his physique, it is more than enough to become the heir of a medium-sized sect with Dao level inheritance. His lifespan increased by another 100 years, but he didn't care too much. When his lifespan was not enough before, he thought of using 1 day as 2 days. Now that he has a few hundred years of life left, he feels that a few hundred years is too far away. As for the attributes, only strength and spirit have increased, with strength increased by 10% and spirit increased by nearly one-fold. It was obviously the effect of the spiritual baptism before. Finally, there was an additional title, the Lord of Qingniu Mountain. This was the first title he got in his life. The so-called title is not just a flower name, it has a real effect. In his previous life, the most memorable thing was the temporary title the Wrath of Single Dog sent by the official during the Qixi Festival event of the game. Anyone who has been a virgin for 100 years can get the temporary title of the Wrath of Single Dogs. This title has a 20% combat power bonus when piking with players with a relationship. Fong Chong still remembers that killing spree. The effect of the Lord of Qingniu is very straightforward and domineering, one strengthening and the other suppressing. In other words, when he stepped into the territory of Qingniu Mountain, it became a very normal thing for him to fight against the higher level. This wave is an epic enhancement. Fong Chong felt that his whole body was filled with strength. He stood up suddenly, feeling extremely proud, and chanted loudly. I have a pearl, which has been locked up by dust for a long time. Today, dust is gone and light is born, shining through thousands of green mountains. Ha ha! Such a posture, Dong Dong beside him was so happy that he felt that Fong Chong was so handsome that he seemed to glow. Fuck, I'm a genius. Fong Chong pretended for a while, muttered in a low voice, and then looked at Dong Dong and Eunuch Wei with a gleam in his eyes. What do you want to see me for? Dong Dong walked over, stood side by side with Fong Chong, hugged Fong Chong arm tightly, put it close to his ear, and then whispered. After hearing this, Fong Chong looked at Eunuch Wei with a strange look. Is Eunuch Wei sent by His Majesty to serve me and the princess? He asked. Eunuch Wei nodded. That's right. Fong Chong asked again. Does that mean that Eunuch Wei will listen to whatever we say? Eunuch Wei suddenly had a bad feeling, but continued to nod. That's right. Fong Chong said, Then I'd like to trouble you, Eunuch Wei, to return to the capital now and express my gratitude to His Majesty for the reward on behalf of me and the princess. It shouldn't be difficult, right? He didn't care about the mystery and purpose. He was so busy with cultivation. If he had to figure out everything, would he still enjoy it? So he just asked him to leave. It's not good for him to be a local emperor here. Eunuch Wei's calm expression froze. What? Fong Chong looked at Eunuch Wei strangely, and repeated what he had just said. Could it be that what Eunuch Wei said just now was just teasing me? Then I'm going to get mad. His eyes became dangerous. Eunuch Wei didn't dare to pretend to be an expert anymore, and smiled bitterly. Please forgive me, Lord Juima, but I don't know where the capital is now. How can I return? That's your problem, not mine. Fong Chong's attitude was arrogant and overbearing. Eunuch Wei didn't have much to do with such a tough guy. If he beat him, he might not win, and if he scolded him, he would easily get beaten. He was silent for a while, then he put his whisk back and frowned, saying, Then I have no choice but to return to the capital to report. It's a pity that I can't serve the county horse master. I originally wanted to build a teleportation array for the county horse master and borrow his way back. Alas, forget it. Wait a minute. Fong Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he asked hurriedly. May I ask what the eunuch means by the teleportation array? Eunuch Wei looked like he just remembered. I am also a formation master, and I happen to know a little about the teleportation array drawings. His Majesty sent me here because he thought the county horse master might need me, and let me serve him. Now the county horse master doesn't need me, so I'd better leave. Fong Chong was silent for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. You are being too polite, eunuch. I was just joking with you. Don't go, don't go. It's best if you stay. By the way, will you accept any apprentices? I have a few good ones under my command. Come on, let's go back and talk about it. Although Fong Chong knew that Eunuch Wei might have other purposes, it was a teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array could be built, even if Eunuch Wei wanted to marry a wife, he could get the job done. I didn't expect this old man to be a high-tech talent. Chapter 184. Time passed slowly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Flame Demon seemed to have disappeared. Even when the green light of the market disappeared, he did not appear, as if he was scared by Fong Chong last time. Therefore, many people left the market these days. Some of them were in a hurry to return home. The world had changed drastically. They did not know where their former home was now, so they could only go out and try their luck. Some were worried that Flame Demon would come back, and they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Some were thinking about going out to fight. Changes mean opportunities. If they did not seize the opportunities, when would they be able to make a breakthrough? Others simply wanted to stay away from right and wrong. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even if there was no harassment from Flame Demon, Qingyou Market was like a whirlpool now, and there were many people who did not want to get involved. Of course, more people left because the market was large, and it was not easy to live in it. The market could not support them for nothing. Since they were living, they had to consume food, clothing, housing and transportation, which one doesn't cost money. Naturally they can't be allowed to hide in the market. As more people walked out, the market suddenly looked deserted and lonely. Even the staff inside the market talked about it, and began to plan their own way out. Everyone fled when disaster struck. Now everything in the world is free. Why should we treat ourselves badly in a small Qingyou market? Maybe we can go further by going out. This side. Dong Dong was also very worried about this. Husband, everyone is leaving, don't you have anything to say? Although she took the initiative to propose the cleaning staff, she didn't think of driving everyone out. After all, the market is a business market, how can it develop without traffic? But Fong Chong stopped her and let the people in the market leave. Fong Chong sat under the spiritual tree he named Qi Shao Tree. A thick green vine wrapped around the spiritual tree, with several swings hung on it, all covered with flowers, and several wreaths were placed on Fong Chong's head. Hearing this, he said something completely unrelated. Wife, what do you think about us building a city here? He pointed at the Qi Shao tree and said, let's use it as the center of the city and build a Qingyou city. Well, Qingyou city doesn't sound good, so let's call it Qi Shao city. Rising straight up to the sky, the city of Lingxiao. Ah? Dongdong's mind was a little confused. She talked about the development of the market. How did it involve building a city? Besides, who would build a city on a mountain? Building a castle is more like building a castle. But she didn't discourage Fong Chong's idea, she just made some suggestions. But building a city also requires people. The most important thing is, why do we build a city? Is it just for fun? Fong Chong shook his head and explained, don't worry about the problem of people. The people who left the market now are seeds. They will sprout and bear fruit after they leave. More people will come naturally at that time. Did Qingyou Market worry about having no people before? Now that the reputation is out, there is no need to worry. Besides, your grandfather was able to build Qingyou Market from scratch, so I can also start from scratch and build a city. As for why build a city? Fong Chong glanced at Dong Dong and teased, of course it must be worthy of my wife's status as a princess. A princess of the Tang dynasty. Do you want to live with me in a mountain cave? What kind of princess is this? So we must build a city. And not only build a city, I will also use this city as a journey to conquer a great country for you. I want you to be known by everyone in the world from now on. Dong Dong felt her cheeks burning. She knew that Fong Chong was trying to coax her, but which woman could refuse such a promise? You only know how to coax me, she said coquettishly. Fong Chong laughed and did not object. I didn't expect you to find out. My wife is really smart. I knew it. Dong Dong pretended to be furious and rushed over with his teeth and claws bared. Fong Chong hugged her back and laughed. He wants to build a city, and his purpose is very clear. It's time to build some power for himself. Not the power of the second-in-command like Lingyamen and King Yifeng City, but a faction that belongs to him alone. As for not doing the inheritance of the sect, although it is faster and more convenient, of course, it is because he has obtained the Great Tang Mountain and River Order. A road to heaven is right in front of him. Only a fool would not go. That's the queen of the Great Tang. If he doesn't hold such a thick golden thigh, he must do it alone. Isn't that a brain injury? Now is the era when the great world is officially opened. As the pioneer of Annan, he may really become the king of Annan in 100 years. At that time, he really wants to see whether the Xianmo game will be open normally. Anyway, he no longer believes that Xianmo is a simple game. Just when the two were playing, the sky suddenly darkened, and then a red light shone. Finally here? But can you change this move? Fong Chong looked up, and saw that the red light was a burning meteorite. He didn't know how Yin Mozi summoned it. It was probably Yin Mo's innate skill. What should I do? Dong Dong grabbed Fong Chong's sleeves, and his face showed a bit of tension. Fong Chong patted Dong Dong on the shoulder, with a nonchalant look. It's okay, I've been waiting for him for a long time. Let him come to offer sacrifices for my new city. Then he made a sound in his heart. Go Li Husho. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook. A golden tower was seen like a rocket taking off, hitting the meteorite. The two got closer and closer, and then collided. Boom! There was another deafening bang, and the meteorite was smashed by the golden tower and exploded in the air, and most of it turned into powder on the spot. The remaining half broke into pieces, and countless broken stones fell like rain. The Qishao tree was slightly raised, and a ray of clear light passed by. Most of the potential energy of the stones was easily dissipated, and when they hit the ground, it was like rain hitting banana leaves, making a rustling sound. Yin Mozi's figure appeared in the sky, looking at Li Hu who was blocking him. His eyes were more playful. "It's you? Do you feel the taste of my burning heart black flame? I have practiced for so many years, and there are not many people who are willing to block for my disciples. You are one of them. What kind of magic weapon is this? Why didn't I see you use it last time?" Li Hu had no expression on his face, but a bit of pain flashed in his eyes. He didn't answer, but a layer of golden light shone on his body. "Die!" His body attacked like a cannonball. Yin Mozi's body was burning with black flames, and he also went up to meet it without showing any weakness. Anger can't change the outcome of your defeat. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them were like masochists, punching each other one after another, and each blow could cause a small mountain to collapse and a river to flow back. Not to mention ordinary people, even if it was an ordinary Jindan cultivator who came over, as long as he was not a physical cultivator, a punch from the front would be enough to break his body. But when it hit the two of them, it was like tickling. Golden light flashed from Li Hu's body, and sparks flew from Yin Mozi's body. Another fist collision. The two men passed by each other, seemingly evenly matched, but a trace of doubt flashed in Li Hu's eyes. "Did you find it?" Yin Mozi smiled faintly. "Your strongest physique is now only equal to my weakest aspect." He flicked the non-existent dust on his clothes with his fingers, and said like a cat playing with a mouse, "I will not bully you with my cultivation. Take my move, and I will spare your life." Yin Mozi's accumulation was enough, but he had been suppressing his cultivation in order to achieve the immortal grade Yuanying in one go. But facing the companion spirit of the spirit vein, and the opportunity to advance to the cave void in the future, it is not so important for the Yuanying realm to have a little flaw. After refining his Yin Maju with 10,000 fire slaves, he naturally broke through and became a third-grade infant. Yuanying is similar to Jindan. Both have 9 grades. Normally, the nascent soul achievement grade will not be higher than the golden core grade, which means that Yin Mozi's golden core must be above the 3rd grade. Li Hu said coldly, "It's just the nascent soul realm, I will kill him anyway." A golden light bloomed between his eyebrows, and endless brilliance surrounded his body. It was his 1st-grade golden elixir magical power, the immortal golden light. Under the cover of this light, life is endless, and it has a very strong recovery ability. As long as the golden light does not cease, it is equivalent to having an immortal body. If Yin Mozi had not threatened his disciples last time, he would have worn him to death. At the same time, his body swelled up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became a giant 7 or 8 meters tall, like a small mountain, but he did not look bloated, but very agile. If someone thinks that his body has become bigger and wants to bully him in terms of speed, they are wrong. At the same time, there are purple arcs on a purple scale on his chest flashing under his skin. Faintly, there are pieces of dark purple scales emerging under his skin. That is the power of the purple dragon in his body. As his cultivation improved, he was nourished by endless blood and energy. The purple dragon bloodline, that was originally obtained from the blood spirit fruit, was now growing stronger. At least when the purple blood king snake saw Li Hu, it would not be too much to call him ancestor, let alone master. Golden light and purple thunder surrounded his body. At this moment, Li Hu was like a giant spirit god controlling thunder, and the only thing he lacked was a Xianhua axe. But facing Li Hu, who was more powerful than before, Yin Mozi was neither slow nor slow. "You ignorant young man, you can't imagine the gap between the Jindan realm and the Yuanying realm. The law has Yuanling. Call the magic dragon." Yin Mozi stretched out his hand, and the black flames on his body seemed to be guided by something and poured out continuously. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious black flame dragon in front of him. This dragon was about 100 feet long, and its huge body was arched, which also made the originally huge Li Hu look like a child. It takes a long time to say all this, but it happened in the blink of an eye. From Li Hu transformation and rushing over to Yin Mozi driving the magic dragon, it happened almost at the same time. The two collided, just like a needle against a wheat spike. Neither of them gave in. The dragon roared and swallowed Li Hu in one gulp. The black flames it triggered even scorched the space and twisted it out of shape. But facing Li Hu's immortal golden light, it seemed helpless. Yin Mozi's expression changed. Li Hu's tenacity exceeded his expectations. Although he just said it lightly, in fact, this evil dragon of flames was a trick he had spent a lot of mana to use. The law of Yuanling is a spiritual realm that can make ordinary spiritual arts give birth to Yuanling, with unpredictable power. According to legend, some powerful people can even enlighten spiritual arts and turn them into other creatures that can live in the world in the form of spiritual arts. But this spiritual realm can only be used by those above the nascent soul realm. Because only the Yuanshan of the nascent soul cultivator has been initially manifested, and can give spiritual arts this spirituality. Yes, only such an opponent can show the power of my nascent soul. Yin Mozi's expression returned to calm, and he commented condescendingly. He secretly pinched his fingers, and a somewhat illusory little man appeared faintly in his dantian. The baby curled up and held a black bead. At this moment, the baby's body suddenly stretched, his eyes opened, and the black bead was thrown out, and it entered the body of the dragon in an instant. Then the baby looked very tired as if he had fought a big battle, and curled up again. Yin Mozi couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This baby was his Yuanshan that had just manifested, and now it was at a vulnerable time. If he hadn't been worried about the spiritual object being taken away by others, he would have to retreat for 3 to 5 months to let the Yuanshan be completely stable. This time he forced the Yuanshan to manifest, which would take several more months to cultivate. But the Yuanshan's power is self-evident. The demon dragon seemed to have obtained a pearl, just like a real dragon obtained a dragon pearl. Its power increased immediately, and its body, which was originally somewhat illusory, suddenly solidified. Li Hu, who was swallowed into the dragon's stomach and was wreaking havoc, also noticed this situation. He was about to rush out of the demon dragon's body, but he saw that the black flames in the dragon's belly were like chains holding him tightly. Finally, the fire surged up and completely surrounded him. Finally, just like refining an elixir, the dragon's body coiled and turned into an elixir furnace, turning Li Hu, the Iron Man, into molten iron. Stay here. Yin Mozi swung his sleeves and fell towards the market. Obviously, he also knew that Li Hu's body was strong and could not be dealt with in a short time. Sure enough, he broke through. Fong Chong was not very surprised by Yin Mozi's breakthrough. A 1,000-year-old demon was not allowed to break through only because of the restrictions of the world. He felt strange that he did not break through immediately after coming to the new world. At this moment, Yin Mozi dared to come and provoke again. Of course, he felt that he had full confidence. And what could be more direct than a realm breakthrough? Yin Mozi saw that there was a towering tree where the spiritual creatures originally grew. Fong Chong seemed to have expected it, and was waiting for him on the tree. Where is my spiritual creature? Yin Mozi looked at Fong Chong, his expression faintly fearful. Fong Chong spread his hands and said, "As you can see, it's gone." After being refined by him, the morning glory vine had no aura at all. Now it was wrapped around the Qishao tree, like an ordinary vine. Outsiders would never think that the Qishao tree, as the main trunk, was actually just a cover. After all, the general impression of people is that vines depend on big trees, so the big tree is of course the protagonist. It's gone. Yin Mozi's face changed drastically. Why is it gone? Fong Chong said nonchalantly, "It's gone, so why?" Yin Mozi said angrily, "You are kidding me." The momentum pressed down, like a mountain. Fong Chong seemed to be brushed by the breeze, and stretched out a hand. "Just want to ask." In an instant, his figure seemed to be infinitely elevated, the world was surrounding him, and the mountains were cheering for him. Title: The Lord of Qingniu Mountain. Chapter 185. What is this? At this moment, Yin Mozi felt as if the world was targeting him. It was as if he had a mountain on his shoulders, and the surrounding spiritual energy kept flowing back. He was like a body without spirits, and was hated by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When his mountain moved, the spiritual energy from the outside world that could resonate with him was less than half of the usual amount, and it was even more difficult to mobilize. He remembered the description recorded in the inheritance he got from Yin Mozi, and finally understood. "You have become the master of the spiritual vein?" Yin Mozi's expression was shocked and angry. He had obviously tried his best, but he was still one step ahead. How could it be so fast? The spiritual veins were huge and scattered. Even with the help of companion spirits, it would be impossible to subdue them in such a short time. But he didn't know that there was a special spiritual treasure body like Shan Heling. Fong Chong smiled faintly, and a faint light rippled from the Qishao tree under his feet. "Since you're here, don't leave." Taiyu. A girl in a white dress flew out from behind Fong Chong, holding a purple long sword and a pair of ice blue wings on her back, attacking Yin Mozi. Some people left the market, and naturally some returned. On the third day after the green light disappeared, Fong Chong notified Taiyu, and they quietly escorted the Li family back to the market. Facing Yin Mozi, he never thought of fighting him himself. He was a puppeteer. Although he didn't have many puppets now. Just a junior. Yin Mozi's face was furious. Seeing that the girl was just a little Jean Dan, he felt insulted. Are all Jean Dan cultivators in the world like the rough man he just met? Okay, I kill you today, and I can still take the spirit vein again. He suddenly burst out with countless black flames, and his body suddenly grew in size, turning into a black fireman more than 2 meters tall. His clothes burst, revealing skin that looked like black lava and flowing with red molten lava. All must die. The fireman roared, his aura surged, and the flames exploded like fireworks, and countless fire meteors fell into the market like missiles. Fong Chong just raised his hand lightly. The clear light that had just swung out was slightly brighter, and a layer of shield appeared under the market. The fire meteor hit it, leaving only a few ripples. Even the companion spirit creatures have the ability, so he can't disappear after refining it. With the help of the protective shield formed by the power of the Qingyo Mountain spiritual vein, all attacks on it will be borne by every blade of grass, every flower, and every stone in the entire Qingyo Mountain. The devastating attack hit the entire Qingyo Mountain, and after being evenly divided, it seemed quite insignificant. Unless someone can cut off the spiritual vein of Qingyo Mountain in an instant, and destroy the vitality of the entire Qingyo Mountain. And the entire Qingyo Mountain now lies across hundreds of miles. What a huge monster it is. Perhaps there is a powerful person who can flatten Qingyo Mountain with one blow, but it is definitely not Yin Mozi, who has just broken through the Yuaning realm. From the beginning, he was invincible. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he be so careless in confronting Yin Mozi? Above, the girl had already fought with Yin Mozi. The girl slashed with her long sword, and the purple arc of electricity passed through the space. Before it got close to Yin Mozi, it was eliminated by the black flames protecting his body. In response, Yin Mozi seemed to casually throw a fireball. Halfway through, the fireball expanded rapidly, but suddenly, Yin Mozi's hand trembled, and the rapidly expanding fireball was extinguished like a deflation, revealing the black lava stone that was slowly forming inside. The spiritual energy he was mobilizing was suddenly cut off. Although it was only a short moment, it still caused great interference to him. If he hadn't output his mana in time to stabilize it, I'm afraid that this fireball would have exploded in front of him. Yin Mozi glanced at Fong Chong, who looked innocent, and knew that he was the one who was playing tricks. This fight couldn't go on. But he had dominated the Flame Demon realm for 1,000 years, and the first thing he did in the new world was to return empty-handed. It was really hard to accept. Flame Demon was ruthless, and his magic power surged, and the fireball that was about to extinguish expanded again. She is an important person to you, right? She hates me. The fireball fell again, and hit the girl at a very fast speed. But the girl was not panicked. The ice blue wings behind her vibrated, and feathers like ice crystal shot out and turned into cold lights. It was Xianming Ling Wang. Fire and ice cannot coexist. But the girl's cultivation was too low after all, not even in the late Jin Dan stage. Xianming Ling Wang, who had been making achievements, was finally defeated. The fireball exploded in front of the girl. A pair of ice wings protected her in front of her, but still could not stop the blazing heat. The flame swallowed the girl in an instant. Yin Mozi exhaled hot fire and laughed with relief. I will guard outside you. From now on, I will kill one of you who comes out until you are willing to hand over the spiritual object in your hand. Facing the unbreakable turtle shell, he could only make such a threat. But Fong Chong was not worried at all, and just said lightly, Yin Mozi, take a closer look. Yin Mozi was stunned, and saw the green light flowing on the girl, who was about to be swallowed by the black flame. The place where she was injured by the explosion, just now, was healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her aura was slightly increased. The girl slashed with her long knife, and the flames wrapped around her body exploded immediately. What kind of magical power is this? Yin Mozi had been guarding against Fong Chong divine light that wiped out the soul last time, but he didn't expect that Fong Chong didn't even use the divine light, but a random girl had this kind of magical power that was almost resurrected from the dead. This is naturally not a magical power of resurrection from the dead, but the characteristics of Fong Chong's true essence to repair the puppet. After breaking through the golden elixir, his mana was purified, and it also had similar characteristics to the true essence. In addition, the unique environment at this moment, the mana is almost endless, so there is such a performance of resurrection from the dead. If it were in the outside world, it would take some time, and the home advantage should not be underestimated. The girl went up again. Yin Mozi snorted coldly. I don't believe you can recover infinitely. A quarter of an hour later. Seeing the girl being seriously injured for the 5th time, and then recovering quickly again, Yin Mozi no longer wanted to fight, turned around and left. Fuck freak. Enough Taiju, no need to chase. Fong Chong called the girl, who wanted to chase. Is it hurting you? He touched the girl's head that fell beside him with some pity. It doesn't hurt, brother. The girl said with a distressed look, it's all my fault for being useless and letting him run away. Seeing this, Fong Chong couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to defeat a Yuanying realm master. If I hadn't been there to assist you, he would have had more than a third of his attention to guard against my sneak attack, and Qingyou Mountain suppressed his strength. It would have been difficult for you to survive a round in his hands. You can't be so aggressive outside. But after this actual battle, his immortal puppet army seems to be on the agenda. Although Fong Taiju, the commander of the army, is still a commander without troops, he still has to have dreams. The girl was a little unhappy when she heard this. I will become stronger. When we meet next time, I can kill him without my brother's help. You may not be able to wait until next time. Fong Chong looked up at the sky and asked with a smile, have you ever seen a palm technique that falls from the sky? The girl tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Chapter 186. The next moment, the alchemy furnace transformed by the magic dragon exploded with a bang. Yin Mozi, who was about to take back his magic weapon, was caught off guard and was held down by a huge hand in the air, and then fell like a meteor. Stay here. The cold voice echoed in Yin Mozi's ears. You? Yin Mozi's 2-meter-tall body was like a baby at this moment. A huge hand pressed down on his chest tightly, and the weight of a mountain pressed down in the air, leaving him without any resistance. How could he not recognize that the one who was holding him down and falling to the ground with him was Li Hu, who he thought was going to be refined to death by the magic dragon? At this moment, Li Hu's figure surged again, reaching a height of 11 or 12 meters, and he was as tall as 4 or 5 floors just standing. Compared with him, Yin Mozi was like a baby, and there was nothing wrong with it. Li Hu stared at the flame demon under his palm, and said word by word, I told you that you will die. This was the fighting method he specifically requested from Fong Chong. Perhaps because of his damaged state of mind, the nascent soul realm that he was sure of suddenly became a flower in the mirror, and a moon in the water. His injuries healed quickly with the help of the golden tower. But even in the gravity field of 100 times, he could not feel the nascent soul barrier that was close at hand as before. The more anxious he was, the farther away from the nascent soul realm he was. In the end, he could only choose the most risky way to survive in the face of death. This is a breakthrough method unique to physical cultivation. Evolve in challenging the limit again and again, use the body's survival instinct, reach the peak of the physique, and achieve a leap in life. If it were a cultivator of other professions, when breaking through, he would wish to find a deserted place where not even a bird would disturb him. And the best way for him to experience life and death is the flame demon. Originally, Fong Chong's strategy to deal with Yin Mozi was not so reckless. Instead, he first showed weakness to the enemy, making Yin Mozi mistakenly believe that the protection of the market town had disappeared, and then stepped into the market town and then closed the door to fight the dog. With the absolute home advantage and 2 indestructible little strong men, it was enough to drag Yin Mozi to death. But at his request, Fong Chong finally agreed to him. Even though Fong Chong warned him that Yin Mozi might break through the nascent soul realm when he came next time. But the first step to defeat the nightmare is to face the nightmare. He will personally avenge his disciples in his own way. You can't kill me. Yin Mozi grinned, and then the mana in his body surged, and the temperature of his body's surface rose again, and the black flame burned along Li Hu's palm. The scorching flames were like ants, drilling into Li Hu's blood vessels along his skin and flesh, and then directly into his heart. This is Yin Mozi's scorching hard black flame, which not only has an extremely high temperature and hurts people's skin and flesh, but also can invade the blood vessels along the flesh, and even the human heart will be tormented, which is very insidious. The reason why Li Hu fell into a self-abandoning mood is the influence of the scorching hard black flame. As the flame demon child broke through the nascent soul stage, the temperature of the scorching hard black flame became even higher, and it even had the ability to hurt people's souls. Li Hu had the immortal golden light protecting his body, and he also had the supreme horizontal training body, so the high temperature of the scorching hard black flame could not hurt him. The only thing that hurt people's souls and caused people's mental suffering was his weakness. In front of Li Hu's eyes, the disciples who turned into charred corpses, and the voices of the sect master who shouted go away quickly seemed to appear. Ah, roar! He roared, and the wind whistled with it, faintly like the roar of a dragon. At this moment, the dragon blood in his body evolved again. The reverse scales on his chest suddenly broke and turned into a palm-sized purple dragon. Then the dragon grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it had climbed onto his shoulders and swam to his back. A huge purple dragon wrapped around Li Hu, and he seemed to have grown a second dragon head. The purple dragon opened its mouth and uttered a sound, and purple lightning sounded in the sea of consciousness, cleansing the impetuous mind. Li Hu's mind became clear, and his eyes suddenly calmed down when he looked at Yanmozi. Blood surged in his body, and the burning black flame was suppressed outside his body. Boom! The two men hit the ground heavily, making a loud noise that shook the earth. When the thick dust cleared, there was only a large pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 100 meters wide, and Li Hu knelt on one knee, with one hand full of black ash residue. "I said you can't kill me." The flames burned in the air, and Yanmozi walked out of the flames with a mocking look. Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. "Did you see my golden pagoda?" "What?" Yanmozi was warned in his heart, and was about to leave by fire escape, but a layer of clear light that he was familiar with lit up in the air at some point. The fire escape lost its effect instantly. Then a golden pagoda fell from the sky, suppressing the four directions, and the area within a radius of several miles was covered by a layer of golden light, like a huge cage. "You are finished." Fong Chong came on the wind, landed lightly outside the suppression range of the golden tower, looked at Yanmozi and said, "Why do you pretend to be cool? You have to stay and make a few taunts, now you can't escape. This is a bad habit, remember not to make it in the next life." He can mobilize the power of the spirit veins in the territory of Qingniu Mountain. Although he can't create a safe shelter like near the Morning Glory Vine, it is not difficult to interfere with the space. However, if he is not near the Morning Glory Vine, he will have to spend more power to mobilize the same spirit vein power. "You have half an hour," Fong Chong said to Li Hu. The Disha prison golden tower was too arrogant, and it put on an attitude of "I am not a combat magic weapon." Li Hu communicated for half a day, plus enough spirit stones, before he reluctantly lent some suppression power. As for the previous collision with the meteorite, it was purely borrowed from its own material. Li Hu nodded, "Enough." He gave Yanmozi a sinister smile. "Come on." Yanmozi's heart skipped a beat, and the familiar pressure came again. It was Fong Chong using the power of his spiritual vein to suppress him. He silently said, "Half an hour." Half an hour later, Yanmozi, who was forced to use the fire-replacing technique again, felt relieved. "Now we can go." He moved and hit the golden light with a thud. He felt that he had hit a copper wall, as unshakable as a mountain. He looked up at the sky. The huge golden tower still did not disappear. Fong Chong's gloating voice came to his ears. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I just renewed the subscription and added another half an hour." Yanmozi wanted to cry, but had no tears. He looked at Fong Chong and felt that the smiling face was particularly hateful. Damn it, he didn't take out such a powerful magic weapon earlier. If he had taken it out earlier, he would not have been so careless. Li Hu's fist attacked again, and he closed his eyes, and waited for death like a resigned person. "You won't die. I will keep you in the golden pagoda forever." Li Hu stopped his fists, grabbed Yanmozi, and prepared to take him into the golden pagoda to suppress him. Yanmozi never resisted until the bronze door of the golden pagoda was closed. Li Hu was still a little bit unbelievable. He was really caught like this. Fong Chong shook his head. "Of course not. I heard that the great cultivators in the nascent soul realm have already cultivated their souls, and can leave their bodies, and take over other bodies to be reborn. Do you think this Yanmozi will do this? I bet that the soul of Yanmozi, who is now in the golden pagoda, is no longer complete." Fong Chong stamped his feet. "Yanmozi, are you coming out by yourself, or do I ask you to come out?" No movement. The air was inexplicably awkward. Ahem. Fong Chong coughed twice, just a joke. Yanmozi, who was hiding somewhere, just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a hand grabbing him. "But this stone is quite unique. Keep it as a souvenir." How could Yanmozi not know that he was really exposed? "How did you find me?" His illusory soul emerged from the black stone. Fong Chong smiled with some pride. "Although you acted decisively in the battle and split the soul, it was very cool, but everything on the earth is in my eyes. If there is a stone on this land, a blade of grass can't hide from my eyes. The master of the spirit vein is really terrifying." Seeing that he had no way out, Yanmozi said lightly, "I have been a king for thousands of years, but I can no longer be a prisoner. Today, my fate is to fall here." His soul began to burn in the light. "Wait a minute." Fong Chong hurriedly stopped. Yanmozi paused, his soul still burning. How else do you want to humiliate me? Fong Chong said, I heard that you have been reincarnated as Yin Mo, and now you have broken through the nascent soul stage, and your lifespan is long, so why bother about the victory or defeat? How about this? We will lock you up for 1,000 years, and after 1,000 years, we will let you go. You walk your single plank bridge, and we walk our Yangwon road. Yin Mozi was stunned, and then blew the flames on his body. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ho. After an instant stick, Fong Chong successfully merged Yin Mozi's soul with his body, suppressed him in the lower level of the Golden Tower, and became the first nascent soul-level human battery to move in. Li Hu's face was complicated. Second brother, are you really going to let him go? Even if it was 1,000 years in prison, he didn't think it could offset his hatred. Fong Chong smiled and said, let him go. A real man keeps his word. Let him go if he says so. But we said we let him go, but we didn't say we won't catch him again. This? Li Hu was stunned. Can you still play like this? Chapter 187. 2 days later. I didn't expect to get 3 for 1. This deal is worth it. Fong Chong looked at the 3 Jin Dan imprisoned in the Golden Tower, and said with a smile. As Yin Mozi was suppressed into the Disha Jinyu Golden Tower, the 3 Jin Dan servants whose lives were linked to his were also sold by Yin Mozi. It didn't take them much effort to catch the 3 Jin Dan hiding 100 miles away, and rescued a large group of ordinary people and monks who were captured for unknown reasons, about 1,000 people. Yin Mozi was willing to sell out his men, and there were naturally benefits. The sentence was reduced by 85%, a full 150 years, and 50 years for 1 Jin Dan, which made Yin Mozi inexplicably more confident about his future life. Just think of it as a long nightmare. After waking up from a sleep, you can get out. Li Hu shook his head. His expression was quite complicated. He even sold out his own people. He is indeed a demon cultivator. Fong Chong did not comment. Staying alive is not a shame. He turned around and asked, now there is a nascent soul and 3 golden cores imprisoned in the Golden Pagoda. Can they meet the daily operation? Li Hu nodded and said, yes, it is enough to maintain the operation of the first level and support the continuous cultivation of 3 disciples. If there are more spirit stones will be needed. Fong Chong thought, does this mean that 1 golden core corresponds to 1 disciple? So 1 golden core, 2 nascent soul, 3 transformation, 4 void, 5 combination, 6 tribulation? Fortunately there is no 7th level, otherwise, we have to capture the true immortal. Wow, can this be suppressed? Li Hu shook his head again. It's not calculated that way. The later the level is, the more different a small realm is, and the highest level of the Golden Pagoda can only suppress the void realm. If it can really suppress a powerful person in the void realm, it is equivalent to suppressing a small world. Even if it meets the highest 6 levels of operation, it is more than enough. Fong Chong thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong. The Golden Pagoda also has its limits, and cannot escape the restrictions of its grade. If it can even suppress a true immortal, then it must at least be an immortal weapon. Anyway, now we have the initial ability to protect ourselves, and this Golden Pagoda can be rebuilt. Fong Chong glanced at Li Hu and asked, what are your plans for the future, brother? Li Hu was silent for a while, then sighed and said, I have indeed caused trouble to you, my second brother, these days. I also led the flame demon here, and it almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, my sister-in-law was lucky, and was not implicated by me. I am really embarrassed to stay. I was thinking of saying goodbye to you, my second brother, and then find a place to rebuild the Spirit Sword sect. Fong Chong said again, brother, have you ever thought of staying? Stay? Li Hu was stunned, but he was not a stupid person. He knew that Fong Chong wanted to keep him, not to treat him to a meal. Brother, do you want Ling Jimin to join King Niafeng City? Fong Chong shook his head and said, not King Niafeng City, but Qinshao City. I plan to build a city here. I told you a long time ago that in the great world of cultivation, millions of people will compete to survive. But the peaceful days of more than 10 years have made you, and I forget this sentence, and become lazy. I was originally thinking that if this great world came later, it would be good for me to live an honest life. But you have seen it, brother. Sometimes, we can't calm down just because we want to. This era is always pushing me in various ways. We move forward. Those who are unwilling to move forward will slowly taste the bitter fruit of the times. I don't want to wait until something happens to regret it. Brother, do you still remember your original dream? I also have a dream. Under my rule, everyone abides by the order, there is no more brutal killing, and ordinary people and cultivators can coexist peacefully. Everyone studies hard, works, and practices, strives for their goals, realizes their own value, and makes their lives full of hope. So, brother, I need your strength. Come and help me. Fong Chong stretched out his hand. Li Hu swallowed his saliva, and felt that Fong Chong seemed to be glowing at this moment, and he felt ashamed for some reason. When he was still thinking about being a hero, Fong Chong was actually thinking about changing the world. Although these words did not match Fong Chong's image, his heart began to beat violently, and his blood boiled. He looked at Fong Chong's hand, and shook it slowly and firmly. Although I still don't understand it, I know that it's always right to listen to you. I promise. The two hands were clasped together. Fong Chong smiled. You won't regret it. Lingyamen and King Yafeng City are both the team he planned to build Qishao City, so he will not let them go easily. As for changing the world, of course it's by the way. He knew Li Hu loved to hear this. And everyone honestly abided by the rules, and worked for him. How could he not want such a world? What? You just brought the entire Lingjian sect to join Fong Chong Qishao City? What Qishao City? We didn't even see a ghost. He is just lying to you. In the room, Mrs. Qin, who heard the news, stood up suddenly and said in disbelief. She didn't expect that her son-in-law would sell Lingjian sect after going out for a walk. She just imagined that her son-in-law would break through the realm and become a Yuanian cultivator. He would find a mountain and build Lingjian sect, which would be a first-class sect. If it was back in Liyun mountain range, she would have invited everyone to come and let them take a good look at whose son-in-law this was. But now, Mrs. Qin held on to a glimmer of hope and looked at Li Hu with hope. Jianchun, didn't you promise Mother that you would rebuild Lingjimen? Li Hu shook his head and said, Mother, this is a different time. At the beginning, I didn't know that my second brother needed me, so I promised you that I would consider it. But now I have found my goal. As for rebuilding Lingjimen, don't worry, I will pass the position of the sect master to Master Duan Feng. He has experience as a sect master, and will definitely be able to manage Lingjimen well. As he said that, he sighed again and said, I saw my second brother's punishment of the disciples in the sect before, and it was only at this time that I finally understood. Although I have been the sect master for so many years, I have never been a good sect master. I tried hard to make every disciple regard Lingjimen as their own home, but I forgot to tell them about the dangers outside. So it is better to choose another wise man for the position of sect master. Mrs. Qin, ? She was confused for a long time before she hurriedly said, Jianchun, don't be impulsive. Lingjimen can't leave you, and you won't leave if you don't leave. Lingjimen is just a name, and our family is together. Besides, you want to help Fong Chong. How can you do it without someone under you? Sure enough, what a daughter-in-law. Compared with the brothers, they have to stand aside. Thinking of it, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but glare at her daughter, who was sitting obediently on the side. It was all because of this belly that was not doing well. If she gave birth to a child, all the brothers would have to stand aside. Li Hu was stunned for a moment and asked, Mother, have you agreed? Mrs. Qin forced a smile. I have agreed. How can I not agree? You are the head of the family. Since you have decided, Qing'er and I will support you. But you said to build a city. What position will Fong Chong give you? Mother will think about it for you. If it is lower than the deputy city lord, I think Jianchun you should still consider it carefully. In fact, Mother thinks that you are his eldest brother, and you are qualified to be a city lord. Li Hu shook his head and said, The city lord belongs to my second brother. I am now the commander of the first army, mainly responsible for external development. Isn't that just a thug? Mrs. Qin was almost angry to death. She didn't want to be the head of a good sect, but had to be a knife in someone else's hand. Li Hu said seriously, Yes, I only need to be responsible for execution. I think it's good. My second brother will never hurt me. Forget it, it's up to you. Mrs. Qin was really tired and gave up on herself. Li Hu nodded and said, Then please inform the other disciples that those who are willing to stay with me will be citizens of Qishao City from now on. If they don't want to stay, I won't force them to stay. He knew his own character. If those disciples were kneeling in front of him and crying, he would inevitably be soft-hearted, which would only cause trouble. On the contrary, although Mrs. Qin was very kind to him, she was known as an old witch among the disciples in the sect and was very majestic. Mrs. Qin said helplessly, You, let me be the villain. Okay, I'm leaving. Qing'er, take good care of Jianchun. Remember what I told you before. You are not young anymore. Have a baby soon. Qin blushed immediately. This is not something she can have just because she wants it. Her husband needs to cooperate. Husband, it's getting late. Let's take a rest. Li Hu also has to consider the resistance of his disciples, and needs to ask his mother-in-law to help. Qingyou Market is also not easy to solve. There have been rumors in the market before, saying that Fang Chong is a freeloader, and is plotting to gain the market industry. Now Fang Chong wants to bring the market system under his command, which is a great market for such rumors. Even Dong Dong is a little annoyed, and can't help complaining to Fang Chong. In the evening, after a friendly match, husband, Uncle Li, Uncle Chong still disagree, saying that they want me to be the city lord. No matter how I persuade them, they won't listen. Huh? Fang Chong gently stroked Dong Dong's soft and smooth skin, and breathed a sigh of relief. They don't disagree, they are afraid that if I become the boss, they will be swept into the corner. They are so stubborn, because they know that you are sentimental, and will not do anything to them. Although everyone in the market was able to unite, and fight the enemy together, when the flame demon attacked, as the crisis was resolved, everyone's different thoughts emerged. Especially after Fang Chong expressed his intention to build a city. Who doesn't want to occupy a good position in this new city? Fang Chong thought for a while and said, but I don't have time to play these petty tricks with them. They are just eyeing a little profit, and always think that I will rob them. For your sake, I let them go. Go and tell them that they have two choices. One is to obey the next arrangement honestly. The second is that I will give them a subsidy of 5,000 spirit stones per year based on the number of years they have stayed in Qingyifang City, which is worthy of their hard work over the years. But after taking the spirit stones, they all have to get out of here. It's just layoffs. His price is already high enough. Ah? Dong Dong looked embarrassed. They have finally followed my grandfather and me for so many years. Wouldn't it be bad to let them go like this? Fang Chong knocked on Dong Dong's head and laughed. Why are you so stupid? I drove them away. Don't you still have a princess's mansion? If you take them back, they will only hate me and will be so grateful to you. Besides, this way we can see who is truly loyal to you and your grandfather. Don't knock my head, you are stupid. Dong Dong opened Fang Chong's hand and said angrily. But where did I get the princess mansion? I built it for you, and you have it. And that eunuch Wei is just thrown over to you as your housekeeper. Let them fight among themselves. Fang Chong said. What if they find out? There are so many ifs. Fang Chong said nonchalantly. If they find out, they have no choice. They are used to their current life. If they are asked to be a casual cultivator who is in danger of losing their jobs every day, few people will be willing. Besides, you are a princess. When the title is officially given, they will all be people with official titles. You know how difficult it is to have a regular position. Okay then. Dong Dong saw that Fang Chong had issued an ultimatum, so she could not plead any more. In her eyes, the market belonged to her grandfather. After her grandfather passed away, it was hers. She was willing to give it to Fang Chong, and that was her choice. Other people could only give suggestions at most, and they could not interfere with her decision. In a word, love made her lose her mind. The original forces of Lingjianmen and Qingyou Market were quickly smoothly incorporated into the system of Qishao City by Fang Chong after the boss took the lead in defecting. Although there were some minor conflicts and protests, under Fang Chong's gentle means, everyone accepted the result with conviction. As for those who were dissatisfied, well, no one was dissatisfied yet. Don't get me wrong, Fang Chong is not a bloodthirsty person, so he just gave them some money to let them go. Finally, on the original site of the original Qingyou Market, a huge city that will accommodate millions of people in the future has risen from the ground. Because of the help of many spiritual arts, in less than half a month, a slightly simple city has taken shape. Tall earthen walls, standardized wooden houses, and well-divided streets. With the Qishao tree as the city center, the inner city, the outer city, and the planned acropolis are like four rings, which are progressive. Although there is no difference now, in the future, as Fang Chong adjusts the spiritual veins and the blessed land is born, the environment of each ring will be greatly stratified. Although the population of Qishao City is less than 3,000 people now, standing in the huge city, even a corner cannot be filled. Fang Chong stood on the Qishao tree, which had grown a lot taller, overlooking the empty city, and said with high spirits, "This is my city, the heavens and the worlds, from now on." Dong Dong, who had been with Fang Chong for a long time, rolled his eyes. "My lord city lord, you built the city so big, will anyone come?" Fang Chong smiled and said, "It's not too small, it's too small. Once the Wudong tree is built, the phoenix will come to live there. We just need a little time." Chapter 188. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Under the Qishao tree, an ordinary cabin has been built. Ever since he knew the wonderful effects of morning glory, Fong Chong has lived here for a long time and designated the area around the Qishao tree as a forbidden area. At this moment, Fong Chong was sitting cross-legged, with rays of light falling on him, like bathing in the starlight, with a mysterious feeling. His breath was long, and a golden light appeared between his eyebrows, as if he had opened his third divine eye, opening and closing it, as if he was breathing. And with his breathing, the light surrounding him was sucked in little by little. At this time, Fong Chong's expression would become obviously comfortable. I don't know how long it took. Fong Chong slowly opened his eyes, with divine light radiating and shining brightly. He showed some excitement on his face, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in this spiritual vein. The essence of the spiritual vein is worthy of the essence of heaven and earth, and it can even make up for and repair my permanently damaged spiritual attributes. Eye of the heavenly demon, you will soon be mine. Originally, Fong Chong was in a state of groping for these spiritual veins. But he had a demon who was being reformed. In order to reduce his sentence, Yin Mozi, who had some confidence in the future, racked his brains and took the initiative to find opportunities to make meritorious contributions. So the records of the spiritual veins and accompanying spiritual objects in the inheritance of Yen Mo Zun became his proof of commutation. Fong Chong did not treat him unfairly, and directly reduced his sentence by another 100 years, leaving 750 years. Anyway, for him, there is no difference between 1,000 years and 100 years, and he has to give people hope. I just hope that he won't be too depressed by then. Well, I'm getting off topic. Fong Chong learned from Yen Mozi that this spiritual vein is invisible, but after the companion spiritual creatures are born, there will be tangible things. And this tangible thing is the essence of the spiritual vein. Every once in a while, the companion spiritual creatures are like plants rooted in the spiritual vein, using the spiritual vein as nutrients, and then blooming and bearing fruit. This fruit is the essence of the spiritual vein that gathers the essence of heaven and earth. Of course, the essence of the fruit is the essence of the spiritual vein, but the manifestations are different. For example, the morning glory vine bears a teardrop-shaped green fruit on the vine. Fong Chong named it the green tear fruit, as straightforward and simple as ever. The morning glory vine bears one fruit about once a month. But according to the information he got from Yin Mozi, if a certain overdraft method is used, it can also make it mature quickly in a short period of time. The effect of the spiritual vein essence is mainly aimed at the soul. For a Jindan cultivator like Fong Chong, taking the spiritual vein essence for a long time can even manifest the Yuanshan in advance and solve the biggest obstacle of the Jindan to the Yuanying realm. It is even very beneficial for the realm after the Yuanying. But Fong Chong discovered another wonderful use of the green tear fruit for him. The green tear fruit contains infinite vitality, which can restore his spirit that was damaged every time he refined the eye of the heavenly demon. You have to know that since he broke through the Jindan stage, his four-dimensional attributes have further improved, and the spiritual effect of the shared puppet attribute has become useless. The main reason is that the puppet level can't keep up. He can still use the loopholes of the first-level puppet in the foundation building period, but with the breakthrough of the Jindan stage, the first-level puppet completely lost its effect. As a result, the second-level puppet no longer has the same good effect as before. With the production speed of his puppets, he is destined not to use the assembly line operation. In addition, with the changes in the environment of heaven and earth today, many sources of materials in the past have also been interrupted. So it is a bit stretched to use the second-level puppet to restore the attributes. Therefore, Fong Chong has been thinking of other ways. He doesn't care much about the little attribute enhancement of the shared puppet now. In his opinion, the so-called shared attribute is more like an overdraft. He just has some characteristics of the high realm in advance when he is at a low realm. As the realm increases, this spiritual effect will become more and more useless to him. Because high-level puppets are destined to become less and less. Even if they are refined, it is best to refine them at critical times, such as when breaking through or healing. Refining puppets at this time is like swallowing a tonic elixir. But he was anxious to refine the eye of the demon. Although the eye of the demon was of great help to him, it was a time bomb, especially the way it tried to influence his mind from time to time, which made him fear it from the bottom of his heart. And the appearance of the green tear fruit was like a timely rain. Identification technique. Eye of the demon, damaged, ancient treasure, refined 77.88%. Introduction, unknown. Note, the terrifying cross-border power wiped out its magic weapon spirit. Note 2, its magic weapon spirit is recovering. Note 3, its magic weapon spirit is fully replenished, and the recovery speed is rapidly increased, which begins to affect the body. Note 4. The extremely high refining degree begins to stimulate the magic weapon spirit, allowing it to recover faster. Compared with the past, in addition to the increase in the progress of refining, there are two changes in information. Of course, they can also be combined into one. That is the accelerated recovery of the Eye of the Demon. Its magic weapon spirit had been wiped out long ago, which was confirmed when Fong Chong first met it. What is revived now is its new magic weapon spirit. But it cannot be underestimated just because it is a newborn. The backup left by such a powerful magic weapon is definitely not simple. For example, when he refined to 70%, the fourth prompt appeared. Obviously, this is the warning line set inside the Eye of the Demon. If he continues to refine, the magic weapon spirit of the Eye of the Demon is very likely to be revived in advance. But the bow is on the string, and has to be shot. Unless he is willing to give up the Eye of the Demon. I need more green tear fruit. Fong Chong flipped his palm, and it was a green fruit shaped like a teardrop, about the size of a thumb, exquisite and delicate. But the spirit veins of Qingyou Mountain can't stand my overdraft. In the past 3 months, he refined about 10 Qilei fruits, each of which provided him with 1% of the refining progress, far exceeding the normal result speed of morning glory. Fong Chong looked up through the roof of the wooden house, and seemed to see the yellow leaves mixed with the Qishao tree. Although the Qishao tree is only an appendage of the morning glory, a glimpse of the whole picture shows that if the Qishao tree is unlucky, how much better can the morning glory be? It's only 3 months, and my brother and the others should be back. After Fong Chong refined the mountain and river order, he also got the information on how to upgrade the mountain and river order. In fact, it is very simple, that is, to refine the qi of other spirit veins. The picture of Qingyou Mountain on the mountain and river order is not only a symbol, but also shows the scope of influence of the mountain and river order. When the mountain and river order has the scenery of thousands of mountains and rivers, it will truly command the mountains and rivers and live up to its name. At the same time, the spiritual energy of those refined veins will automatically connect with the Qingyou Mountain spiritual vein. At that time, the Qingyou Mountain spiritual vein will become the main vein, and other spiritual veins will become branches. In this way, the Qingyou Mountain spiritual vein can absorb spiritual energy from other spiritual veins and continue to grow stronger. But spiritual veins are hard to find. If it weren't for the special treasure of Shanheling, the Qingyou Mountain spiritual vein is still freely wandering in the mountains at this moment. How could it be easily suppressed and become a blessed place for Fong Chong to practice? During these 3 months, Fong Chong practiced seriously while waiting for the news brought to him by Li Hu and others. Chapter 189. Another 2 days. Li Hu returned exhausted. Second brother, this is the map you wanted. Li Hu didn't waste any words and handed a map to Fong Chong. Fong Chong took the map and unfolded it. It was the map of Qingyou Mountain and the surrounding thousands of miles. The map was very simple, just some simple lines, mountains and rivers, and there were many little people, beasts, and swords. Fong Chong pointed at the little people and beasts and asked, "Brother, I still recognize these mountains and rivers. What do these little people, beasts, and swords mean?" Li Hu showed emotion. The little people are the human settlements I encountered on the road. There are cities and tribes in it. I also went down to learn about it. They all came from different worlds. They all encountered a sudden natural disaster, and they came here inexplicably. I think it is the secret world you said, second brother. It turns out that it is not only those practitioners who can come to our world, but also ordinary people in their world. 2. The heads of those beasts were the monsters I encountered on the road. It was the first time I saw so many monsters gathered together. Fortunately, they all have their own territory, and will not leave easily, otherwise those ordinary people would be miserable. The place with the sword is the sect of the cultivators. But they are very xenophobic, so I did not force my way in. Speaking of which, I was in a hurry to escape with my disciples before, and I had no time to take care of these. I didn't know that this land had already been bustling with people. Fong Chong counted carefully. There are about 20 human settlements within a radius of 10,000 miles of Qingyou Mountain, 5 monsters, and 3 cultivator sects. Of course, there must be omissions. Li Hu just drew a rough topographic map. It is not something they can do now to get a complete satellite map. Fong Chong looked at the map carefully again, then carefully put it away, and then smiled at Li Hu. Thank you for your help, big brother. After 3 months of hard work, I only got this picture. Li Hu smiled and shook his head. What's the trouble? To be honest, I like this feeling now. I don't have to think about how to arrange my disciples, and how to develop the sect in the future as soon as I open my eyes every day. Now you give orders, and I be responsible for doing things without spending any energy. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. I can be regarded as going out to travel in your name. After this trip, I feel comfortable and feel that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. All the past depressions have dissipated, and the opportunity of the nascent soul is right in front of me. Li Hu did not completely break through the nascent soul realm. Because normally, breaking through the nascent soul realm requires being struck by lightning, which is commonly known as the 3-9 thunder tribulations. But in the eyes of some people, such as Li Hu mother-in-law, since Li Hu suppressed the flame demon in the nascent soul realm, he is in the nascent soul realm. The reason why Li Hu was able to defeat Yin Mozi last time was, first, the transformation of the giant spirit body, the evolution of the purple dragon bloodline, second, the suppression power of the prison golden tower, and third, Fang Chong drag on Yin Mozi. Finally, it was Yin Mozi who broke through in a hurry and wanted to seize the companion spirit before he had time to stabilize his realm, which led to his suppression. If Yin Mozi was given half a year to stabilize his realm and become thoroughly familiar with the mystery of the nascent soul realm, even if they could defeat him, it would not be difficult for Yin Mozi to escape. It can only be said that they were the human tribulation of Yin Mozi's nascent soul tribulation. Hearing this, Fang Chong's face was also happy. Congratulations, Big Brother. I wonder when Big Brother plans to break through. Li Hu thought for a while. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Ah? Fang Chong was stunned, then thought about it, and pushed his palm forward, pushing a green fruit shaped like a tear in front of Li Hu. I don't have any gifts to give to you, so I lend you a gift today. This is the green tears fruit, which has the effect of enhancing the soul and purifying the spirit, and is somewhat helpful in breaking through the nascent soul stage. Please take it, Big Brother. Li Hu didn't care, thinking it was just an ordinary spiritual fruit. He took the fruit casually, threw it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it directly. Thank you, second brother. One of the important reasons why he came back to break through this time was because he wanted to show Fang Chong a situation of a breakthrough of the nascent soul, so as to accumulate experience for his future advancement. There are some things that brothers don't need to say more. As soon as the Qinglei fruit entered his stomach, Li Hu realized that it was extraordinary. The fruit turned into a ball of clear air and spread into his internal organs. His mind became clear, and even the world became particularly clear in his eyes. What kind of treasure is this? Oh, what a pity, it's just icing on the cake for me, my second brother is so confused. But these words only flashed through his mind, and then he suppressed them all. He was not a fool. Fang Chong sincerely gave him the treasure, so it was fine if he didn't thank him, but how could he complain about him? He silently remembered this feeling. In an instant, boom, accompanied by thunder, dark clouds swept in, covering the sky, thunder dragons rolled, and spiderweb-like electric traces exploded in the sky. Li Hu smiled at Fang Chong. Second brother, I will go ahead. His aura was fully released, and the purple dragon shadow roared out, surrounding his body. With a step, he tore the air upwards like a cannonball. Boom, a white thunderbolt as thick as an arm fell first, and then countless tiny electric snakes swam in the void, as if they were fighting for food. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of meters around Li Hu turned into a sea of lightning. Fang Chong looked closely, and could no longer see Li Hu's face. There was only a clear human figure rolling in the sea of lightning. But seeing his calm posture, it was obvious that this first thunder tribulation was just an appetizer. Fang Chong took a step forward and rose into the air. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the air. All of them were foundation building cultivators from Qishao City. They all bowed to Fang Chong when they saw him. Lord City Lord. My husband, is this brotherly? Dong flew towards Fang Chong. She had already broken through the foundation, and had the ability to fly. Li Hu's thunder tribulation was so loud that it alarmed the entire Qishao City. Fang Chong nodded. Brother, you have broken through your heart knot, and this is the opportunity to break through. Watch with peace of mind. Although your realm is not enough, you will always benefit from it. Dong smiled bitterly. With my qualifications, it is wishful thinking to want to break through the nascent soul realm. If I can break through the golden core in this life, and accompany my husband for 500 years, I will be satisfied. Fang Chong knocked her head dissatisfiedly. You want to leave me after 500 years, I won't agree. Even if you are a stupid pig, I have to train you into a fairy pig. He has identified Dongdong's qualifications, and his root bone is 72, which is above average. Just to help him break through the Jindan realm, Dongdong's essence was absorbed by him, making her practice difficult. But he is Dongdong's human plug-in. You are the stupid pig, Dongdong complained, but a sweet smile appeared on his face. Don't talk, just watch. Fang Chong locked his mind on the sky. Li Hu has begun to experience the ninth thunder tribulation. Perhaps because 9 is the extreme number, this ninth thunder tribulation is a little different. It actually transformed. The originally thick thunder slowly condensed into a spear of ancient style. Although it was just a prototype, just looking at it, it seemed to sense the destructive breath on it. This attack has reached the power of the Yuanying realm. For ordinary Jindan peak cultivators, just this one may have to use their trump cards to deal with it. But Li Hu still did not dodge, but his body grew a little bigger. The thunder spear pierced his chest. Li Hu raised his chest instead. Boom! It was as if a huge drum was struck in the air. The thunder spear melted away bit by bit, and finally melted into the sea of thunder without any success. Li Hu's giant spirit body plus the horizontal training hegemony body, ordinary Yuanying attacks could no longer break his defense. Not to mention that he also has the protective purple dragon, which is the bloodline that controls thunder. Fang Chong's eyes flashed. Perhaps this is the reason why Li Hu did not dodge. He is feeding his purple dragon bloodline with his own nascent soul thunder tribulation. Boom! It seems that the war drums are beating in the sky. As the ninth thunder tribulation fell, several thunder tribulations fell one after another. 11, 12, 18. The second extreme 9, 3 thunder spears fell at the same time. But the powerful power could not hurt Li Hu at all. Soon, the thunder tribulation reached the number of 39. Unfortunately, even the 39 thunder tribulation did not have any new tricks. It was nothing more than increasing the number of thunder spears again to 9. The last 9 thunder spears enveloped Li Hu, and the blazing light exploded in the sky like the sun. Faintly, a golden pill greeted it. Wait until the white light converges. Li Hu stood there calmly, and at his feet was a huge purple dragon with a length of 100 feet, breathing out thunder and exuding a destructive aura. Finally, the purple dragon turned into a ball of light and returned to Li Hu. Behind him, no one could see, a purple dragon tattoo with bared fangs and claws was vivid. Is it over? Yes. Although Fang Chong had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, he had also benefited a lot from watching Li Hu's tribulation, and countless inspirations flashed in his mind. Suddenly, his body suddenly froze. 9 Nether Mysterious Demonic Scripture. This Tao-level technique that Fang Chong exchanged from the Eye of the Heavenly Demon 3 months ago actually had an opportunity to enter at this moment. As early as when he refined the mountain and river order, received the baptism of the spiritual veins, and his roots and fortunes improved, Fang Chong had planned to change his practice. Although the 5-turn Niyuan Gong is a spiritual level technique, it is only a low-grade one after all. For the Golden Core realm, it can only be regarded as the most ordinary practice technique. Even if he cultivated to the Grandmaster level, he would only gain over 10,000 experience points after practicing hard every day and enjoying the unique cultivation environment. But from level 31 to level 32, he would need 10 million experience points. He could upgrade one level every 3 years at first, then 6 years, 9 years, 15 years, 24 years. To reach the threshold of Yuanying, it takes at least 200 or 300 years, and this is the case when there is no bottleneck in the middle. But this is the normal cultivation speed of a cultivator. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who fall in the Jindan realm. There is no other reason. Instead of spending hundreds of years to gamble on a vain future, it is better to enjoy a few hundred years, which is not a waste of life. Fang Chong now has a grand goal, and the lower grade spiritual level skills certainly cannot satisfy him. So he went all the way and directly set his sights on the Tao level skills. So he spent 20 magic seed crystals to exchange the entry-level skills of the 9 Nether Mysterious Demonic Code in the Eye of the Demon. As for the other 2 Tao-level skills in the Eye of the Demon, the Dharma Body of the King of Hell, and the Soul-Devouring Demon skill of 10,000 Ghosts, Fang Chong chose to give up because the names were not pleasing. But perhaps because of his weak physique, Fang Chong studied hard for 3 months and borrowed the understanding of his good brother XINMO, but he still couldn't get started. But the past insights finally came into being with the explosion of the last thunder. If he gave himself an identification spell at this time, he would find that the name of the 5-turn Ni Yuan Gong on his list of skills had been replaced by the 9 Nether Mysterious Demonic Codex. Double happiness. Fang Chong consciousness quickly recovered, and a smile appeared on his face uncontrollably. Now, he didn't have to round off, and he could openly say that he was a genius. Husband, what's wrong with you? Dong Dong asked curiously. Fang Chong smiled and said, Good, You go and inform others that there will be a meeting in the city lord's mansion in an hour. I have something to inform them. Okay. Fong Chong didn't say anything, and Dong Dong didn't ask any more. An hour later. City lord's mansion. Government Affairs Office. Fong Chong sat in the main seat, and Li Hu and Dong Dong sat on both sides. As for other members, such as Fong Taiju, Madam Qin, Ikai, Duan Yiping, Zhu Gui and others were all sitting below. Qishao City is temporarily governed by a parliament, with a total of 12 seats, which will be increased depending on the situation. They are now all members of the parliament. Fong Chong, the city lord, naturally serves as the chairman of the parliament, with a veto and a decision-making power. Others have the power to decide the affairs of Qishao City only when he is not there. Well, very democratic. First of all, congratulations to Li Hu, the commander of the army, for officially breaking through the nascent soul realm and becoming the first nascent soul master in Qishao City. Clap, clap. Under the leadership of Fong Chong, everyone applauded very respectfully. Well, with the example of Li, the commander of the army, everyone should also work harder. Fong Chong suppressed the applause and encouraged a few more words. Qishao City was established not long ago, but the achievements are huge. Today, Qishao City already has 1 nascent soul cultivator and 7 golden core cultivators. Master Duan and Master Lu, say hello to everyone. Master Duan is Duan Yiping, and Master Lu is an old man from the former King Yifeng city, named Lu Zhenyan, who has reached the peak of foundation building. Both of them have reached the final stage of cultivation, but they are both missing an opportunity. After the opening of the Disha Jinyu Golden Tower, the two seized the opportunity and successfully broke through the Golden Core realm. Of course, for this, both of them need to serve Qishao City for 20 years. Now both of them are combat cultivators of the First Legion. After saying hello, the two sat down again. Fong Chong continued, "In today's world, the realm checkpoints are not as strict as they used to be, so you might as well set your goals higher." In addition, when Captain Li returned this time, he also brought back a map of the thousands of miles around Qingniu Mountain. "Please look, everyone." Fong Chong projected the enlarged version of the map in the air. This simple light and shadow spell is relatively simple, but it requires subtle control of magic power. The resources of Qingniu Mountain are limited, and everyone will agree on this. If we want to get better and faster development, we must go out. The world is reopened, and all things are reborn. The outside world is still unfamiliar to us, so our first 5-year plan is set conservatively. Fong Chong pointed his finger on the map. So, within 5 years, these thousands of miles of mountains and rivers will be brought under the rule of Qishao City. Do you have the confidence? Chapter 190. Changle City. A big city from the Flame Demon realm, with a population of about 300,000 people. The highest level of cultivation is the middle stage of foundation building, and there are dozens of Qi training cultivators. The cultivators in the Flame Demon realm are ruled by high pressure. 1% of the people occupy 99% of the cultivation resources, so it is almost difficult for the bottom-level casual cultivators to get ahead, and even to practice. He Huan is the city lord of Changle City, and the only foundation building cultivator in Changle City. He had never expected that the change in the sky, but he only got the news from his teacher that the world would have a big change. But he didn't expect that this big change would be the end of the world. He watched the sky crack, the continent sink, and the end of the world came in the blink of an eye. Then the sky turned dizzy, and when he opened his eyes, he had come to this new world. The entire Changle City came to the new world with him. Everything outside the city was so strange. A scene suddenly emerged in his mind. An invisible hand lifted up their entire city and threw it into the wilderness. Changle City has been here for more than 4 months. The food in the city has long been eaten. Fortunately, he organized the people in the city to open up wasteland and plant crops outside the city 2 months ago. The land is very fertile, and the harvest will be ready in just 2 months. But he couldn't be happy. Because Changle City was about to fall apart, a foundation-building monster set its sights on Changle City and regarded Changle City as its granary. He fought the monster several times, but could only repel it and could not kill it. More and more people fled from the city, and He Huan suppressed them several times, and even more people died under his hands than in the mouth of the monster. But the iron-blooded suppression can only maintain temporary peace. When the time comes, if the problem is not solved, people's hearts will still fluctuate. In this regard, He Huan can only secretly curse the ignorance of this group of people. Could it be that the outside of the city is better than the inside? How many of those who escaped from the city could walk back? He had already sent people out of the city to investigate. Except for the overgrown vegetation, there were no roads, no signs of human life, and it was completely desolate, as if their city was the only one left in the world. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they had not walked far. One day, Juan woke up from his big bed. Several young and beautiful girls with messy hair were holding a corner of the quilt, revealing a slender white thigh, sleeping very sweetly. He took out his underwear and put it on, thinking that he would be restrained in the future. But then he thought, the city was about to be lost. If he didn't enjoy it now, he would not be able to enjoy it in the future. The reason why he didn't give up Changle City was not because he had a deep affection for this city. But he knew that if he ran to the wild to be a casual cultivator, there would be no such good conditions. So he enjoyed it for one day. Damn horse monkey. If my master and I hadn't been separated, how dare you be so arrogant to me? His master was the top cultivator in the Flame Demon realm, a famous Jindan cultivator, and even the Demon King ancestor of the Flame Demon realm had to give him some face. Juan cursed the monkey that came from nowhere. His scolding woke up the sleeping girl. The girl woke up with sleepy eyes, and the silk quilt slipped off her body, revealing a large area of snow white. Juan's eyes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, there was a noisy voice outside the house. Lord City Lord. Juan was disturbed by his elegance, covered with an outer robe, and got up unhappily to open the door. What's going on? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, enter my 1,000-soul banner yourself. The 1,000-soul banner is Juan's signature magic weapon, which can capture other people's souls into the soul banner and turn them into ghosts for his use. If it can evolve into the 10,000-soul banner, it will be a first-level magic weapon. Unfortunately, not all souls can be transformed into ghosts, and Juan is actually not very interested in being a demon cultivator. But his master is a demon cultivator, so he could only follow him to become a demon cultivator. The guard in the mansion, who was targeted by Juan, immediately shuddered. He had personally seen Juan take a person's soul and refine it on the spot. In the end, the person's soul flew away with painful wails. Someone is coming, an outsider. The guard emphasized. Juan was surprised and delighted. Outsiders. Sure enough, there are more than just us in this world. Where are they? The guard replied, they are waiting in the hall outside. Lord City Lord, do you want to see them now? Yes, right away. Juan was a little excited. Wait a minute, I changed my clothes. When Juan saw Li Wangwang, he had already shown the majesty of the Lord City Lord. Your Excellency wants to see me? Although there is some accent, it can be roughly understood. Li Wangwang thought to himself. He was originally a disciple of Lingjin sect, and later followed Fang Chong to Qingyafeng Market to become the shopkeeper of the puppet building. Now the puppet building has been incorporated into Qishao City, so he has become Fang Chong, appointed diplomat of Qishao City. Are you the Lord City Lord here? Li Wangwang thought about Fang Chong instructions, sitting on the chair without getting up, with a somewhat arrogant look on his face. Seeing this posture, Juan's heart sank. The visitor is not friendly. Yes. But he still answered patiently. The other party's background is unclear, and he is weak now, and he can't even find a master, so it is not appropriate to start a conflict. Li Wangwang hummed and said, since you are the city lord, it will be easy. Let me introduce you. This is Jia Yi, the tax officer sent by our Qishao City. From now on, he will be responsible for collecting taxes, and you will be responsible for cooperating. He pointed to a man with a mustache beside him and introduced him. Juan was stunned, and then his face darkened. What do you mean? What Qishao City? What tax payment? Although he was happy to be able to contact outsiders, he never wanted to have an extra boss above his head. Li Wangwang said lightly, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. I have been to more than a dozen small cities, like you, that came from other small worlds. Since you are an outsider, you must abide by our rules. Otherwise, we don't mind changing the city lord. As for our Qishao City, you don't need to know too much. Just know that Qishao City will be your master in the future. Juan heard something. There are many small towns from other small worlds. They are not the only ones. Is Qishao City really a big force here? He was a little unsure. Therefore, although Li Wangwang said too much, his attitude softened. Sir, calm down. If you want to pay taxes in our Changle City, you must make it clear what taxes to pay, who to pay taxes for, and what we can get, right? Otherwise, how can the taxes be collected? Li Wangwang said, what taxes to pay, there will be a charter for you later. As for what you can get, it's very simple, you can get peace and the right to survive. Is this enough? Li Wangwang flipped his hand and threw a bloody, hairy head in front of Juan. It was a painful and hideous face. Horse monkey. He Huan recognized the owner of the head. It was the monster horse monkey that had been wreaking havoc in Changle City for several months. He spent so much effort to solve it, but the other party sent the head over as soon as he made a move. This means that if the other party wants his head, it won't be too difficult. He Huan's heart skipped a beat, but he showed some difficulty on his face, and said, "It's not that I don't want to join Qishao City, but Changle City is not my personal property. I have a master above me. Although there is no news about him, he is a Jin Danjinren. If he finds out that I secretly offer the city, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." Li Wangwang laughed. "You are from the Flame Demon Realm?" "Yes," He Huan replied, not understanding what he meant. Li Wangwang's smile faded. Not long ago, there was a demon cultivator named Yin Mozi, who was proud of his cultivation, and thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the nascent soul realm. Now he has been captured by our city lord, and suppressed under the golden tower of my Qishao city. As for your master, if he dares to hurt you, don't worry, we will avenge you. He Huan's heartbeat suddenly stopped. Yin Mozi was caught? And Yin Mozi, who broke through the nascent soul realm, was caught. That was a 1,000-year-old legend in their Yin Mo world. He was a figure that could make a child stop crying. His master had to bow his head to him when he saw him. But even such a person was suppressed. He Huan couldn't tell whether Li Wangwang's words were true or false, but the name Yin Mozi alone was enough. He bowed down. "I am He Huan, and I am willing to serve Qishao City at my utmost." Li Wangwang nodded calmly. "You are so aware of the current situation, which is good. You can avoid being killed like the stubborn leaders before. You should immediately prepare a notice to stabilize the people's hearts. Tomorrow, a highway will be built to Changle City, and you must not restrict the people from traveling." When He Huan heard that all the disobedient people were dead, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and said he didn't dare. Li Wangwang stood up, and told the man, with a mustache beside him, "Jia Yi, you are an old man, don't let the city lord down. I will remember your teachings." Jia Yi, who had been silent, replied quickly, "No need to see you off." Li Wangwang summoned a white tiger puppet, sat on it, and flew away. Watching Li Wangwang go away, He Huan smiled at Jia Yi. "This tax officer, please cooperate with me in the future. If you have any instructions, just use me." Jia Yi said politely, "The city lord is too polite. Just call me Jia Yi." Suddenly, the Changle City shook violently, like a dragon turning over, and countless rubble in the city lord's mansion was shaken to the ground. "What's going on?" He Huan looked shocked. "They have been here for more than 4 months, and have never experienced such a thing." Jia Yi, however, looked as if he was used to it. "Don't worry, Lord. This is our Qishao City marking the city. From now on, it will be ours." He Huan felt his throat was a little dry. Just by marking it, the whole city shook. What kind of magical power is this? For a moment, he looked at Jia Yi with a more intimate look. He must treat him well, and get him to tell him what kind of power Qishao City is. Outside Changle City, Fong Chong put away the mountain and river order, and saw that there was another small city in the scenery engraved on the token. The ground in Changle City just shook because he extracted the spirit vein energy to sacrifice the mountain and river order, which caused the spirit vein to riot. But in front of the mountain and river order that specifically restrains the spirit vein, the resistance of the spirit vein is useless. After bringing this spirit vein energy back to Qishao City, it will be injected into the spirit vein of Qingyou Mountain. By then, the spirit vein that was overdrawn by him should be able to recover a lot, and even be upgraded, commonly known as the heart of heaven and earth. I don't know if it is the will of the world. All the cities or tribes transferred from other small worlds are located on the spirit vein. There is a small spirit vein under Changle City. Therefore, the cultivation environment of Changle City is better than that of the wilderness, and even the food grown here is more spiritual than that in the wilderness. But this just saves Fong Chong the trouble of looking for the spirit vein. Beside him, it was Li Wangwang who had just left, reporting what had just happened. Fong Chong smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this city lord is very aware of the current situation. It would be great if everyone was so aware of the current situation. Thinking of the previous misfortunes of several families, he couldn't help but sigh for those who died in resistance. Why did they seek death? Li Wangwang smiled and said, "Maybe it's because this city comes from the Flame Demon realm. When my subordinate said that the Flame Demon was captured by us, the city lord immediately surrendered on the spot. Well, after all, we are airborne. Let them manage themselves first, but the tax must not be reduced. After all, the tax system is the basis for him to ensure the rule of Qishao City in the future." As long as more taxes are collected from those who are dissatisfied, they will have to obey. Humans are social animals. If they have the ability, they can go out into the wild and be wild. As for the so-called self-management, it means letting them beat their own brains to a dog's brain first, and when it's almost done, they will come out to clean up the mess. In the face of absolute power, it is difficult for the situation to get out of control, so there is no need to worry about getting out of control. It is that some manpower may be lost in the process. But this is also a helpless move. Who can help Qishao City to have so many available people? Even if 2 people are sent to each city, there will be more than 10 talents who can take charge of their own affairs, which almost exhausts his reserved talents. For a city like Changle City that is not strong enough, he has to appoint 1 person first. Theoretically, at least 2 people are needed, 1 principal and 1 deputy. It is best to have 3 people, plus 1 secret. The principal and the deputy, the light and the secret supervise each other, and a rotation system can be added in the future, which will reduce the probability of accidents. Although talents are scarce, he does not have so much time to train them. First, determine the status, and then take it slowly in the future. Is this the last one? Fang Chong asked. Li Wangwang unfolded the map, looked at it, and confirmed, Changle City is the last one. There are now 5 human settlements within 1,000 miles of Qishao City, and all of them have confirmed to join Qishao City. Fang Chong nodded. Let's do it this way. This is our first year. Let's deal with the forces within 1,000 miles first. 3,000 miles in the second year, 5,000 miles in the third year, 8,000 miles in the fourth year, and 10,000 miles in the fifth year. You, as a diplomat, cannot slack off. Investigate all the cities and tribes within 3,000 miles within a year, and draw a more accurate map. I will give you 10 places, and you can choose someone yourself. Li Wangwang nodded quickly. No problem, City Lord. Call me boss, it sounds good. Fang Chong was talking, and suddenly his expression moved and a smile appeared on his face. Brother, this move is not slow. In the distance, thick dust like a dragon was seen, as if thousands of beasts were rushing over, and patches of woods fell down like mowing grass. Under the dense dust, there were flames burning. All the fallen trees were burning, and in a very short time, they turned into pools of black ash. Then a strong wind blew. A flat road that could accommodate 10 carriages suddenly appeared in front of the site. There was also a square copper seal like a hill, which was like a construction stamp, rising and falling continuously, compacting the road. The stamping speed was very fast, almost 1 stamp per second. Under this bulldozer-like violent method, the road was spreading at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. For a great Yuanying monk, doing this kind of road repair work is simply too easy. Mana is the primary productive force. Chapter 191. Soon, the Lihu Brand Road was built to the gate of Changle City, and the roar was like the angry thunder god. Whether they had seen it or not, they were all silent in front of the mountain-like road roller. When Yi Huan heard the news and rushed over, he saw Li who had already controlled the copper seal, and went away. The rolling dust was like a huge cloak fluttering, crowning Li Hu. The trusted tax officer Jia Yi beside Yi Huan bowed to Li Hu. Yi Huan's heart moved, and he asked affectionately, Brother Jia, which lord in the main city is this? It didn't take long for him to get close to Jia Yi. Jia Yi said with some complacency, This is the first legion commander of our Qishao city. At the end, he added another sentence. Yuanying Great Monk. Yi Huan took a breath. Yuanying Great Monk, the first legion commander. There is the first legion, and there is the second legion and the third legion. And it was so abundant that they even used Yuanying Great Monks to build roads. How powerful was the real strength of Qishao City? No wonder they even caught the legendary Yin Mozi of their Yin Emo realm. Now he dared not make any extra moves in his heart, and even felt a little hot. Such a large force must have countless rare treasures. If he could get something through his fingers, he would benefit infinitely. If he performed better, he might get some rewards and have a chance to go further. He didn't ask for much, just a breakthrough to the Jindan realm was enough. Enjoying his life for 500 years was enough. Yi Huan betrayed his original organization on the spot. It was already another world, and he couldn't stick to the rules of Yen Mo realm anymore. But he still had no idea what the main city needed. So Yi Huan looked at Jia Yi with a little awe and flattery. Brother Jia, what does the main city look like? Do I have a chance to go into the city and see it? Jia had received instructions early in the morning, so he would not reveal everything at once. He just said, there will be a chance. Yi Huan asked more questions, but he didn't answer. Yi Huan was in awe of the main city, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He felt that this was the reservedness that people from the main city should have. If he asked something and Jia Yi answered something, he would look down on him in his heart. "Brother, I'm bothering you again." Fong Chong took the initiative to greet him. Li Hu threw the copper seal away, sat on it casually, waved his hand, and said, "It's just building a road. It's not a big deal for me. Besides, at my level, it's not good to just practice blindly." I stopped and walked along the way, watching the mountains and rivers, the creation of all things, and I didn't know how happy I was. It seems that I'm building a road, but it's actually a kind of practice. When you break through the Yuaning realm in the future, you will know that I didn't lie to you. Fong Chong silently took note of Li Hu's instructions and nodded. Anyway, Big Brother is willing to take the lead, which saves me a lot of trouble. Even his sworn brother, a great Yuaning cultivator, condescended to build a road. What reason do other Jindan Foundation building cultivators have to oppose his large infrastructure plan? If you want to be rich, build roads first. This is a memory engraved in his bones. If someone could look down from the sky at this time, they would find that from Qingyou Mountain, 3 avenues spread out like long snakes, connecting the land within a radius of thousands of miles. Jangle City, and the other 4 human cities, and tribes are just a few embellishments on this route. No matter who you are, as long as you keep walking along the avenue, you can always find Qishao City. It is also a way to declare sovereignty. He built the roads in this land. Who dares to say that this is not his territory? Otherwise, why didn't anyone come out to oppose when the road was built? Moreover, ordinary people spend a lot of money and labor to build roads. But when they build roads, they push and crush all the way, open mountains when they encounter mountains, and cross water when they encounter water. 100 kilometers consumes a little mana, which can be replenished by meditation. If cultivators are willing to serve the society, productivity will be greatly improved, and the social vision of universal harmony will be realized in minutes. But Fong Chong also knew that it was impossible. The cultivators worked hard to cultivate, not to serve the people. They wanted to be high above, to rule others, to live forever, and to rule others forever. If the cultivators were restricted everywhere by him, they would also defect in a minute and run to other people's territory. He could let everyone work now, because the foundation was just established and the conditions were difficult, so everyone gritted their teeth and endured it. But they couldn't let them continue to suffer. In fact, in just one road construction operation, several foundation building cultivators felt humiliated and ran away with their people halfway. In this regard, Fong Chong could only silently remember the names of these people. No matter how many operations, he didn't have the energy for the time being. Okay, the road is not finished yet. Li Hu stood up. Go back and tell my parents and Qinger that I am doing well outside. At most, in half a month, I will finish this road and go back then. Fong Chong nodded. These days, he has refined 5 new spiritual energy veins in his Shanhe Ling, and is about to go back to merge them with the Qingyou Mountain spiritual veins. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Brother, this road was built by you. I want you to give it a name, so that it can be a role model for everyone in the future. Starting from Qingyou Mountain, this plan will build a total of 3 avenues. Among them, the longest and most complicated road was completed independently by Li Hu." Li Hu thought for a while and said, "Let's call it Lingjian Road. There is nothing left of Lingjian sect now. Leave a name, and when thousands of years later, someone walks on this road, they can still remember the word Lingjian. Let's go!" Li Hu stretched out his hand, and the copper seal under his feet rose to the sky, and then his magic power was stimulated, like an invisible air blade cutting across. All the obstacles in front of him turned into fragments, and turned into a wide road. Fong Chong watched Li Hu transform into a road-building maniac. Without stopping for long, he took Li Wangwang to Qishao City. Li Wangwang still had to go back to Qishao City to select people for field work, and the task was also heavy. Qingyou Mountain. Compared with 2 months ago. Although many people were sent out by him to repair the road, it was much more lively here. After all, when the road was repaired, there would always be people who wanted to try it. In the past 2 months, Fong Chong mainly conquered 5 large human settlements, and also investigated the geographical features, and drew detailed maps. As for those scattered villages, he didn't care much, mainly because there was no manpower to manage them. But if he didn't go to others, others would take the initiative to find him. However, Fong Chong did not open Qishao City, and it still maintained a sense of mystery. Since Qingyou Mountain couldn't be reached, other people spontaneously gathered at the foot of Qingyou Mountain, forming a temporary market, and some people had already started bartering. Only through communication can we make progress. Especially those people from the secret world, they passively merged in, and now is the time to understand the world. But these have nothing to do with Fong Chong for the time being. He stood under the Qishao tree. A huge python-like green vine was wrapped around the tree. Countless branches and vines were hanging down, and small flowers were blooming on them, yellow, white, and red. On the vine hanging in front of him was a tear-like green fruit, about the size of a thumb, but the fruit looked lifeless and the skin was wrinkled. It seems that it has been overdrawn. It has been 2 months, and it is not ripe yet. Fong Chong lifted his palm, and Shan Heling flew up and turned into a ray of light and merged with the morning glory vine. I hope these 5 spiritual veins will give me some strength. Fong Chong closed his eyes, opened his heart, and his spiritual consciousness merged with the morning glory vine. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the morning glory vine. In the mysterious space of Shan Heling, he saw the spiritual vein of the blue cow held by the morning glory vine, and seemed to hear the sick cry of the blue cow. The essence of the spiritual vein is the essence of the blue cow. It would be strange if it could get better if its essence was extracted. There are also 5 spiritual veins, one of which has already taken shape. It is a pure white snow python, and the most unruly. The noise was the loudest when Fong Chong extracted it. At that time, the ground shook and the earth cracked, and he watched helplessly as the surrounding spiritual energy dropped a lot as if it was leaking air. However, in front of the mountain and river order, this snow python still could not escape the fate of having its spiritual energy extracted. As for the other 4 spiritual energy channels, they were all a ball of white mist, and it was hard to tell what they looked like. Seeing the 5 spiritual energy channels at this moment, the sickly green ox suddenly moved, and a small green ox ran out of its huge body. That was the spiritual energy clone of the green ox. A cow mooing sounded in Fong Chong ears, and the small green ox had already eaten the 4 spiritual energy channels that had not yet transformed, like a cow chewing a peony. There was almost no resistance. It should have wanted to resist, but the small green ox sucked in the 4 balls of mist with a big mouth. Not long after, Fong Chong felt that his spirit suddenly rose, as if he had taken a 10-fold tonic pill, and he had a kind of energy and impulse that could not be vented. At the same time, different scenes appeared in front of him like a cursory visit. Changel City, Yuanwu City, Yifeng City, Mengdu City. These are the 4 human settlements living on the spiritual veins. Human settlements and spiritual land? He seemed to see invisible silk threads penetrating the void, connecting the Qingniu Mountain spiritual vein with the spiritual veins of these 4 places. Mysterious auras came from the silk threads, and there was a warm feeling. That was the nourishment of the Qingniu spiritual vein by other spiritual veins. He used the mountain and river order to extract the aura of other spiritual veins for the Qingniu spiritual vein to devour, so those spiritual veins became vassals of the Qingniu spiritual vein. Fong Chong understood something in the dark. He seemed to be able to use these 5 elements of silk threads to have some influence on these 4 spiritual veins. What about it? Fong Chong looked at the coiled snow python. This guy is not easy to deal with. The little green ox seemed to sense Fong Chong's thoughts, and cried out in dissatisfaction, and rushed over. The coiled body of the snow python was about the same size as the little green ox. It is conceivable that the strength of the snow python is greater than that of the little green bull. As expected, after only 2 moves, the snow python skillfully entangled the body of the little green bull, and it kept twisting. The little green bull knelt on all 4 hooves, making a cry of pain and grievance. The script is not like this. It just accepted 4 little brothers, but it still couldn't beat them. Fong Chong thought it was a fight between dragons and tigers, but he didn't expect the little green bull to be so useless. Although he didn't know what would happen if the little green bull lost, his intuition told Fong Chong that it was better not to lose. As soon as he thought about it, chains stretched out from the void, pierced the body of the snow python, and quickly disappeared. This is the seal of the spirit vein by Shan Heling. The snow python was hit hard by this, and it let out a hissing cry. The huge body suddenly shrank. At this moment, it was less than half the size of the little green bull, and it could no longer entangle the little green bull. According to the theory of relativity, if the snow python becomes smaller, then the little green bull becomes larger. The little green ox seemed to know that it had someone to back it up. It mooed, stood up suddenly, muscles pulsating, horns lifted up the snow python's head, and stomped on the body of the snow python with its hooves. Boom, boom, boom. This was a fierce ox. It stomped down with its hooves, and the body of the snow python shrank smaller and smaller, until it was only the size of a palm. The little green ox opened its mouth, and swallowed the snow python with a slurp, just like eating spicy strips. A picture appeared in front of Fong Chong's eyes. A huge tribe lived by the water. In front of them was a huge mountain with abnormal temperature and continuous heavy snow. The melted snow water flowed down and slowly gathered into a large lake under the peak. This tribe relied on a large lake to fish and obtain food for survival. However, at this time, hundreds of thousands of acres of fields had been opened up next to the lake to irrigate the lake, and the heavy golden rice was waving in the wind. In the void, a snow python cried out mournfully. Then the clear sky began to snow. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake. Seeing this strange sight, the people in the tribe all walked out of their houses, knelt down to worship the heaven and earth, and begged for forgiveness from the gods. Because their food is about to be harvested. If this heavy snow does not stop, their months of hard work will be in vain. There are also monks in the tribe flying up to the sky, patrolling everywhere, but they don't know what is going on. Is this what is happening in the Great Snow Tribe? The Great Snow Tribe is the only one of the 5 human settlements that Fong Chong has conquered that is a tribal force. The snow python's spiritual vein is also drawn from there. Fong Chong is like a god, and he can see what is happening there even though he is thousands of miles away. Although it is just a vague feeling. It is snowing there now. Fong Chang's heart moved. I seem to be able to stop this snow. Then he looked at the little green cow. The little green cow actually showed him a flattering smile, and then spit out the snow python that had been digested once. The cow's hoof pointed and pointed, as if to say, why are you crying? Follow Brother Nyo, and you will have delicious food and spicy drinks in the future. Then, the snow really stopped. The picture stopped abruptly, leaving only the last scene of the people in the Great Snow Tribe cheering. Fong Chong, well done. Fong Chong patted the little green bull's head. The little green bull was rewarded and rolled around in front of him happily. It looked like a dog. The green bull's spirit vein was nourished by 5 spirit veins and regained its vitality. It was no longer sickly. Fong Chong played with the little green bull for a while and found that although the little green bull was a spirit separated from the spirit vein, it had its own thoughts and was very flattering to him. On the contrary, the green bull's spirit vein trapped by the morning glory vine was indifferent to him. Fong Chong expressed his understanding. Well, after all, you can't expect it to be respectful and polite to someone who draws its blood for no reason. But it will still have to be drawn in the future. Fong Chong's mind moved, and he withdrew from the mysterious space created by the mountain and river order. Too nourishing. Fong Chong, whose mind returned to reality, found that the spiritual light in his sea of consciousness was shining brightly, as if it was about to burst out. He made a prompt decision. Come out, brother hard demon. Chapter 192. Seeing that the progress of the refinement of the eye of the heavenly demon was increasing by more than 1 point, Fong Chong's inflated spiritual power was controlled, and then he silently said in his heart that the inner demon brother was born gloriously and died magnificently. The strength of the inner demon is based on his spiritual power, and generally the spiritual attribute decreases by 0.1, which is about 10% of the spiritual power. So now that an inner demon appears, even if it is the food of the eye of the heavenly demon, it is not a problem to let it go and dominate the area. But this time may have reached the critical point. After Fong Chong absorbed the fragments of experience left by the inner demon, he felt that his mind suddenly exploded with inspiration, and countless insights surged into his heart. He realized it. I saw a ball of black mist pouring out from behind him, like fried seaweed, with colorful black. Faces of people appeared on the seaweed, with various emotions. Some happy or sad, some strong or afraid, some cold or hot. But they were all the same face. Fong Chong's face. He inhaled slowly, and the seaweed was sucked into his nose like smoke. When all the strange phenomena disappeared, Fong Chong slowly opened his eyes, and the black line of the eye of the devil between his eyebrows was faintly visible. The top-grade spiritual art of the spiritual level, the heart demon great art, controls the 7 emotions and the 6 desires. Well, it's getting more and more like that. Fong Chong always felt that his talent was in the wrong place. He didn't know any of the killing magic skills of frontal attack. On the contrary, he understood this kind of tricky art of playing with the mind and hurting people's souls one by one. As a Taoist art, he has not yet understood any fighting method from the earth demon Jinyu true body, which is like a decoration. On the other hand, the Bosun visualization method, the heart demon small art has been advanced to the heart demon great art. Of course, this has a lot to do with his unremitting visit to his own heart demon. While getting familiar with the newly comprehended spiritual arts, Fong Chong's spiritual consciousness suddenly moved. The mountain and river order was spit out from the morning glory vine, and the originally plain gray and white panel was now stained with a hint of emerald green, with some crystal clear jade. Upgraded? Fong Chong knew that the mountain and river order could be upgraded, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. But he thought about it again, and the fusion of several spiritual energies with the green ox spiritual vein also enhanced the mountain and river order, so upgrading was justified. Fong Chong stretched out his hand and took the mountain and river order, but found something different. In the depths of the mountain and river order, a small black hole suddenly appeared with the upgrade, emitting waves of suction. Fong Chong tentatively input his mana into it. The black hole accepted everyone, and his mana was like a mud cow entering the sea, leaving no drop. Fong Chong became interested and continued to input mana. Who would have thought that a small black hole was like a bottomless pit? But now that he was on the spiritual vein, he would not be afraid of insufficient mana. He saw the clear light of the morning glory vine falling, and his mana was recovering at an extraordinary speed, and he finally found a balance point between input and absorption. About 10 of his own mana were input, and the black hole was finally filled. A golden sun seemed to appear in Fong Chong's spiritual perception, dazzling and dazzling. The power was not huge, but the quality was frighteningly high. If his spirit was cotton, the other party was steel. When the light faded, the black hole had dissipated, leaving only a row of small characters. Shanha number 5. Fong Chong greeted. Shanha number 5, what does it mean? His spirit touched it lightly, and he felt a suction force coming, and then the world spun around, and his consciousness had come to a magnificent hall. The hall was empty, with only 12 white jade pillars surrounding a golden throne suspended in the air, like a guardian. And he seemed to have just walked out of one of the white jade pillars. Where is this? Is there such a place inside Shanha Ling? What is this place for? Why did the power in my body disappear? How should I leave? Fong Chong's mind popped up one question after another. Is there anyone? Fong Chong called out, and his voice echoed in the hall. Yes. A gentle girl's voice came. Fong Chong's spirit immediately tensed up, and he turned his head to look at the voice. He saw a flash of light, and a girl in a blue and red palace dress suddenly appeared. She was about 18 or 19 years old, with a beautiful appearance and a generous and decent temperament. She could not be called stunningly beautiful, but the more you look at her, the more you like her. Are you the spirit of the mountain and river order? Fong Chong's eyes flashed, hissing. The girl shook her head, nodded and said, You can call me Yugwang. I am the manager of the mountain and river realm. You can also understand me as a spirit. But I am not only the spirit of the mountain and river order in your hand, but also the spirit of the other 11 mountain and river orders. Shared spirit? Can this thing be shared? What is the mountain and river realm? Fong Chong asked in succession. Yugwang was neither hurried nor slow, with a decent smile on her face. Don't worry. The speed of time in the mountain and river realm is different from that in the outside world. Even if one day passes here, it will only be 1 hour outside. I have plenty of time to answer your questions. Yugwang walked over slowly, waved her sleeves lightly, and a tea table appeared in front of her, with various tea sets and a small pot bubbling with hot steam. She knelt down and politely entertained. Why don't we chat while drinking tea? Although Yugwang only said a few short words, Fong Chong actually had a lot of guesses in his mind. He also knelt down, without making a sound. Seeing this, Yugwang smiled lightly and poured Fong Chong a cup of steaming tea. You are the first person to cooperate with me so well. The 4 mountain and river lords before you were all very domineering. It took me a lot of effort to explain it to them clearly. Fong Chong smiled bitterly. In this mysterious space, he lost all his power, but the Yugwang in front of him was waving her hands to change objects. Only a fool would go against her. I have said too much, now let's get down to business. The mountain and river realm is my master. Her Majesty the Queen of the Great Zhou Dynasty created a special space in the Void Realm with the power of the splendid mountain and river map. As Yugwang narrated, Fong Chong had his own understanding. This mountain and river realm is a small chat group. The group owner is the Queen, the administrator is Yugwang, and there are 12 group members, corresponding to 12 mountain and river orders. Whoever dies will be kicked out of the group, and the mountain and river order will be recycled. The condition for joining the group is to upgrade the mountain and river order to the level of a spiritual weapon. According to Yugwang's standard, it is a 3rd level spiritual vein. He is the 5th mountain and river order master to join the group, so he is mountain and river number 5. In the future, he can use the code number 5 or other code names. Of course, the mountain and river realm is far more than just a place for communication. It is also a super large central server that can be used to build a spiritual vein communication network. These mountain and river order masters are the main servers, and all the spiritual veins controlled by the mountain and river order are subservers. Then build a teleportation array based on the spirit vein, which is not only convenient for information exchange, but also for physical transmission. Do you understand? Yeogwang asked expectantly. She had explained the 4 previous mountain and river lords several times. Fong Chong nodded. It's easy to understand, isn't it? A rather funny scene suddenly appeared in his mind. When a certain mountain and river lord felt that he had a strong army and wanted to establish himself as a king, the queen just raised her hand and said, "Do you believe it? I will cut off your network." Without the support of the spirit vein network, no matter how powerful he is, he can't rule over billions of miles of territory. Otherwise, just communicating would be exhausting enough. This woman is really cruel. No wonder he felt something was wrong before. After all, if the mountain and river lords all started from scratch like him and conquered all the territories by themselves, why would they be rewarded as kings by the queen in the end? Who would like to have another father suddenly above their heads? Well, neither can my mother. But now it makes some sense. It was because the queen had a hold on him. Besides, he couldn't win the fight, so he had to be a good little brother. Of course, it would be a joke to say that the queen had no support at all. Shan Healing was the best support. With the spiritual vein network built by Shan Healing, he no longer had to worry about the imbalance of the rule caused by the large territory. If anyone dared to rebel against him the day before, he could defeat them before dark as soon as the teleportation array was opened. However, all this required sufficient strength, otherwise it would be useless to just know other people's information. Everyone knew that there was a silver vault in the bank, but how many people could go in and rob it? Fortunately, he had never thought of rebelling. Being a prince was enough. What else did he need? So this worry was not a big deal. Yeogwang saw Fong Chong's confident look, and she thought he understood it anyway, regardless of whether he understood it or not. Well, now that you understand, I will emphasize again that this world has no requirements for you mountain and river lords. However, the mountain and river world will rank you mountain and river lords every year, and the top 3 will receive bonus points. The purpose of the bonus points is to exchange for all the treasures in the mountain and river world treasury. Of course, if you have treasures, you can also give them to me, and I can give you points according to their value. The mountain and river lords are allowed to trade in the mountain and river world. I will host each transaction and charge both parties a certain amount of transaction points. If the points are not enough, the transaction is not allowed. Finally, Yeogwang smiled and glanced at Fong Chong, and said meaningfully, "Fighting is prohibited in the mountain and river world. Violators will be banned from entering the mountain and river world within a certain period of time, but in the outside world, the mountain and river lords are not allowed to fight. The winner will get everything from the loser." Fong Chong's heart trembled, and he finally knew why there were only 3 kings of different surnames. This was because the queen forced them not to stop. Otherwise, no one knew whether they would meet another mountain and river lord and be swallowed by him. Of course, when the situation stabilizes in the future and the Tang dynasty is re-established, I don't know if there will be such rules. Otherwise, it will be too difficult for those new mountain and river order masters. Fong Chong nodded silently. I know. But how is the ranking of mountain and river order masters calculated? Is it based on cultivation? Yeogwang shook her head and said, according to the level of mountain and river order, your mountain and river order has just been promoted to a lower grade spiritual weapon, which is the lowest among the 5. What if it is the same grade? I am the manager of the mountain and river realm, and I am also the common spirit of the mountain and river order in your hands, so no one knows the power contained in each mountain and river order better than me, Yeogwang said confidently. Is that so? Fong Chong's expression changed. Then can you do it behind the scenes? He pointed at himself. I am the nephew of Her Majesty the Queen. I call Her Majesty my aunt. Is that enough? Yeogwang's smile faded, and she said expressionlessly, unless the master changes the rules, I will abide by all the rules. That's good, that's good. Fong Chong seemed relieved. Even I can't open the back door. It seems that it is fair to everyone. Fair competition. I am never inferior to others. In fact, after all this time, I still can't do it behind the scenes. Yeogwang stared at Fong Chong again, but she didn't know whether what he said was true or false. Although she is the manager here, she can't spy on the thoughts of the Lord of Mountain and River. Do you have any other questions? Yeogwang asked. Yes. Fong Chong said, you just said that there is a treasure house in the mountain and river realm. Can I see what treasures are in the treasure house? Yeogwang nodded and waved again. A huge light curtain appeared in front of Fong Chong, with values from high to low. The treasure house has all kinds of spiritual materials, elixirs, magic tools, spiritual medicines, skills, spiritual arts, and professional practice notes. Fong Chong suspected that the treasure house of the mountain and river realm was directly connected to the Tang dynasty treasury. Fong Chong was dazzled by the sight, but he was very happy in his heart. He was afraid that the treasure house would be full of high-end treasures that he could not use, but now the treasure house has all kinds of basic materials. Perhaps the queen knows that these mountain and river order masters are poor, so the mountain and river realm also plays the role of the logistics world. Fong Chong took a fancy to one of the Jin Yuan pills, which was the elixir he wanted when he broke through the Jin Dan. Unfortunately, at that time, Taoist Jingyo was still imprisoned with the queen in the capital. But it is not too late to exchange it now. It can be used to train younger brothers, not to mention that his wife is still in the foundation building realm. With the support of this treasure house, it is okay to take drugs. Low-grade Jin Yuan pills are 100 points, medium-grade Jin Yuan pills are 300 points, and high-grade Jin Yuan pills are 1,000 points. Fong Chong glanced at it again, and then asked, "If I use spirit stones to exchange points, what is the price?" 1 point is 1 high-grade spirit stone. Why don't you talk? I suddenly don't want to talk. When Fong Chong wanted to buy Jin Yuan pills, he asked about the market price in the capital. A low-grade Jin Yuan pill costs only 50 high-grade lingsher. When there is a lot of stock, you can get one with 30 or 40 high-grade lingsher. After all, low-grade Jin Yuan pills only increase the chance of breakthrough by about 10%. Spending hundreds of thousands of lingsher is just a consolation. Now that the environment has improved, the cost should be lower. But I didn't expect this guy to ask for such a high price. When did high-grade lingsher become a basic unit? If they wait until the future when the Shanhe Ling Lords start to make a fortune, they will probably make a lot of money just by charging the price difference. Sure enough, it is the monopoly platform that makes money. Do you still want it? Yeguang asked. Fong Chong shook his head and said, "I'm poor. When I dig up the lingsher mine, we talk about this." Yeguang shook her head and said, "You don't need the other things now, but there are 2 things I think you may need." What? The formation diagram of the Lingwang Formation, and the sub-volume of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book. Chapter 193. Qishao City. A towering tree stands out, and becomes the landmark of Qishao City. Today, the Qishao tree is more than 200 meters high, and it is almost impossible to see the end. It can be predicted that the tree will continue to grow in the future. The dense branches and leaves are like a big umbrella, blocking the sunlight within a radius of hundreds of meters, but it does not look gloomy. It is as if it has been trimmed by the most skillful gardener in the world, and each branch and leaf grows in a staggered manner. In the interlaced, the sunlight is broken and falls on the ground, swaying like water waves. Fong Chongyu woke up from his sleep, and there was a bronze compass and a square, palm-sized golden booklet in his hands. He looked at his left and right hands and muttered to himself. Transmitting objects through the air, the mountain and river world is really magical. Fong Chong recalled everything he had experienced in the mountain and river world, and his thoughts slowly returned to normal. The time ratio between the mountain and river realm and the real world is 12:1. The 2 realms change, and his spirit and thoughts need some time to adapt. It's like staying in the water for a long time, and the body will feel inexplicably heavy after coming out of the water. Wait until you adapt. Fong Chong first opened the compass, and a formation diagram was projected, and it was a 3-dimensional image. It was the formation diagram of the Lingwang Formation. There were all kinds of ghost-like symbols engraved on it. As an entry-level formation master, Fong Chong didn't recognize a single character. Obviously, this thing has a very high technical content, as high as several floors. Fong Chong closed the compass and prepared to give it to Eunuch Wei to operate. Anyway, he didn't know how to operate it. If it really doesn't work, he can only go to the mountain and river realm to find Yeguang to buy a ready-made formation plate. Using the formation plate to set up the formation, you only need to operate it in a foolproof way, fill in the materials yourself, and then cast a spell to start it. But that thing is expensive. Compared to the price of the formation diagram, which was almost equivalent to giving it away for free, he had to grit his teeth to accept each formation plate. Although according to Yeguang, it was not easy to refine the formation plate, and her price was just the cost price, Fong Chong didn't believe a word of it. Damn it. He worked hard to build a signal tower for the Tang Dynasty, and it would be fine if he didn't get a subsidy, but he had to pay for the materials himself. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm a big scapegoat. But who can blame this thing for being so good? The completion of the spiritual network formation is the arrival of the internet age, and the speed of information exchange has been qualitatively improved. Add this, the fairy version of the one-card pass, and everything will be ready. Fong Chong weighed the golden book in his other hand, which was the duplicate of the Tang Dynasty golden book, one of the two Tontian Lingbao of the Tang Dynasty. However, it is different from the Shanhitu, which only has 12 Shanha orders. There is almost no limit to the number of duplicates of the Tang Dynasty golden book. In the future, every county in the Tang Dynasty will have a duplicate book. Because this thing is the ID card production machine for the people of the Tang Dynasty in the future. You only need to drip a drop of blood into it, and then be illuminated by the light of the golden book, record the breath of the soul, and it will be recorded in the Tang Dynasty golden book. Since then, I have my own ID card, a white card with only personal information and no merits, also called Thanka. Players like them, although they are from the secret realm, are human after all. So according to the principle of Datong that all human beings are welcome, as long as they are naturalized, they will have Thanka, and from then on they will be Datong people and Datong souls. And those players who have obtained the identity of foreign races have to join the army, and get enough merits before they have the opportunity to join Datong. Well, it is open discrimination against foreign races. At that time, many players with foreign races united to protest in Chang'an City. But I heard that they were cleared by an explosive spirit technique later, and the scene was bloody. Back to the point, Thanka is an ID card, but it is not just an ID card. It is also a bank card, because you can withdraw spirit stones from any bank in Datong. It is also a communicator. As long as you pay, you can enjoy the ubiquitous spirit vein network in Datong, and use Thanka for instant communication. It is also a symbol of status. Thankas in 5 colors, white, blue, purple, orange and gold, represent different classes. It can be called a fairy tale version of a card. However, the realization of all these functions depends on the construction of the spiritual network formation. Without the foundation of the spiritual network formation, the golden book is just a decoration. The two complement each other and are indispensable. When everything in the Tang Dynasty is bound to the spiritual network and the golden book of the Tang Dynasty, no matter how the subordinates toss, they can't escape the palm of the queen. A word of disconnection is better than thousands of magical powers. Although he knew that this thing was a medicine with honey hidden, Fong Chong still ate it sweetly. The predecessors have explored the way, and he seems to be a little ignorant if he is hypocritical. The concentration of information means the concentration of resources. He can mobilize the world's resources without leaving home to support himself. So what is he hesitating about? This is a world of cultivation where personal strength determines everything. If the queen does not have the supreme strength to suppress the 8 wildernesses, even if she has the golden book of the Tang Dynasty, and the Tang Dynasty mountains and rivers map, no matter how perfect the ruling structure is, it is just to make wedding clothes for others. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Chong put away the golden book and asked someone to call Eunuch Wei. Another moment. Eunuch Wei hurried over and saluted respectfully to Fong Chong, "Meet the county master." These days, in addition to being a housekeeper in the county lord's mansion, he has been training array masters for Fong Chong. "Let's not waste any more time, Eunuch Wei. Now is the time to verify your ability." Fong Chong threw out the compass that recorded the blueprint of the spiritual network array. "Can you set up this array?" Eunuch Wei took the compass, opened it, and looked at it for a long time with a slight bow before saying, "As long as the materials are sufficient, I have confidence." Fong Chong nodded and said, "I will ask Dong Dong to open the warehouse, and you can use the materials at will. How long will it take you?" Although Fong Chong did not recognize the array diagram symbols, he recognized the array materials. It only took hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to set up a large array. But if he bought it from Yoguang, one array plate would cost 100 points. Even though he now has a large dowry from Dong Dong and his own savings, he still tries to save as much as possible. The landlord's family doesn't have any surplus food. Although it's the first time, 1 month is enough. Once you get used to it, 10 days or half a month will be enough. Eunuch Wei said confidently. "Okay, I give you a month to set up the layout. I inspect it in a month." Fong Chong readily agreed. "I take my leave." Eunuch Wei left with the compass. Fong Chong watched him leave. Although this Eunuch Wei was a little mysterious, as long as he saved money for him, he was a good person. Maybe next time he has a chance to meet Her Majesty the Queen, he can ask her in person. Yoguang told him that on the first day of every month, Her Majesty the Queen would appear in the mountain and river realm and preach to all the mountain and river order masters for an hour. Throwing away the thought, Fong Chong looked at the morning glory vine, on which a green fruit was fresh and juicy, like crystal. Fong Chong spread out his hands, the morning glory vine drooped, and the ripe green tear fruit fell into his palm. "I need more green tear fruits," Fong Chong said softly. The morning glory vine swayed, somewhat reluctantly. But in front of Fong Chong, it still yielded, and a small flower bud bloomed in the place where the green tear fruit grew just now. "So good." Fong Chong smiled faintly, swallowed the green tear fruit, sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in cultivation. The mountain and river order and the golden book of the Tang dynasty were not his things, and they could be taken away at any time. Only the eye of the heavenly demon and his own strength were truly and completely his things. The green ox spiritual vein has now been restored, and there are 5 more spiritual veins to nourish it, which should be able to support his refining progress to a higher level. By the way, how to divide the spiritual vein levels. Next time I enter the mountain and river order, I have to communicate with Guang. Fong Chong's thoughts fell silent. In the sea of consciousness, a golden statue of a wrathful demon Buddha was vivid, with black Buddha light shining brightly. The inner demon Fong Chong below was holding up his chin, with an indifferent face, looking more like a Buddha than Buddha. Anyone who was suppressed right after coming out would not have a good face. Not to mention that he and Fong Chong were born from the same body. He was Fong Chong, and he had never forgotten the painful experience of being suppressed before. "My original body, I will come back again." When the golden body suppressed him, the inner demon still said his declaration stubbornly, and then it turned into pieces with a bang. Chapter 194. Half a month later. Fong Chong, who was practicing under the Chi Shao tree, suddenly had an inspiration, and his mind left his sea of consciousness, and his thoughts returned to his body. Today is the first day of February in the 338th year of the Tang calendar, which is exactly the day when the Queen gives a sermon at the beginning of every month, as Guang said. Speaking of which, the Queen has not yet established a reign title, which makes it difficult for Fong Chong to write in his diary. Because he wanted to listen to the sermon, Elder Fong had already set an alarm for himself. This was the first time he was close to the legendary Queen, and he was inexplicably excited when he thought about it. Fong Chong took out the mountain and river order, and his consciousness escaped into it. With the familiar spinning of the world, Fong Chong was already standing in the mountain and river realm, and a burst of laughter came to his ears. He looked closely and saw Guang talking to a tall, handsome, and imposing man. I don't know what they were talking about, but the man made Guang laugh. The man stood aside, also with a gentle smile, and a little doting in his eyes. Fong Chong was stunned. This was the first time he saw other mountain and river lords in the mountain and river realm. "But what are you doing, brother? Are you trying to seduce a spirit?" Fong Chong was startled immediately, and felt that he had opened the door to a new world. His arrival attracted the attention of the two. Guang stopped talking and introduced the two. "This is Jingyu, and he is number 5. Apparently the other party used his real name. "Hello, Brother Jing, I am number 5. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. We will be brothers in the same group in the future." Fong Chong laughed heartily, and acted very familiar. "The mountain and river realm is great. Everyone here is talented and speaks well. It's like going home when you come here." Jingyu looked Fong Chong up and down, and then his smile suddenly faded, and his eyes pressed on him like a mountain. Fong Chong felt that he was facing a broadsword as heavy as a mountain, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. Jingyu was just a wisp of consciousness like him, without any power in his body, yet he had such power. Is this the will of a genius? Fong Chong cursed inwardly, gritted his teeth, and pushed forward. After a while, Jingyu smiled faintly at Fong Chong, and the pressure just now dissipated. "Hello." Then, he turned his eyes and continued to talk to Guang, as if Fong Chong did not exist. Fong Chong's smile faded immediately. She actually gave him a show of power. "Do you know who his aunt is?" No wonder Guang said that the 4 mountain and river masters before her were very domineering, and she had to use her tricks. It is not an exaggeration to say that this style of fighting, as soon as they met, is domineering. However, Fong Chong thought about it carefully, and it seemed a bit normal. All the mountain and river masters, who can be selected by the Queen, except for him who slipped through the net, are all top geniuses. Most of these people have lived in praise and crowds since childhood. In the cultivation sect, that is the Taozi, the person who will suppress the sect's fortune in the future. In the aristocratic family, he is the unparalleled Qilin child of the family, bringing glory and honor to the family. In the folk, well, there is no one in the folk. After all, after practicing, he is no longer an ordinary person. That is to say, this is the mountain and river realm, and the details of each mountain and river lord are covered by the rules of the mountain and river realm. Perhaps in the outside world, Jingyu is already a Yuanian great monk, and it is normal to look down on him. But everyone is the same now. Why do you think he is not good after just one look? Fang Chong was angry. If you have the ability, keep looking at him, and see who can't stand it first. As a non-combatant, who has been paddling on the sidelines for a long time, it is impossible to expect how aggressive his willpower is. But in terms of toughness, if he says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. He is a ruthless person who fights his inner demons for no reason. His mental will has become tougher than steel after repeated injuries and recovery. Jingyu ignored Fang Chong. With just one glance, he could tell that Fang Chong was just there to make up the numbers, and there was no point in making close friends with him. I can't explain the reason. If I have to give a reason, it's probably a kind of mutual appreciation between geniuses. Or maybe it's the dangerous feeling that I can kill you, and you can kill me. But he didn't feel this threat from Fang Chong. Such a person would not even be qualified to be his opponent if he was outside the Shanhe realm. Jingyu didn't look down on Fang Chong, so Fang Chong didn't try to please him, but just silently remembered the name. Jingyu didn't offend him, but ignored him. This made Fang Chong uncomfortable more than offending him. Jingyu, right? The 3 future kings of different surnames don't have your name, so you're so arrogant. Don't let me meet you in the future, otherwise I'd be the first to eat your territory. Fang Chong cursed in his mind, and he felt much better. The AQ spirit described by Mr. Liu will never go out of date. As Fang Chong was autistic, several people walked out of the white jade column one after another, as if they had made an appointment. However, Fang Chong noticed that the white jade pillars of the people who came out were all lit, while the rest were dim. There were exactly 5 white jade pillars with light. Apparently, there were only 5 of them who activated the mountain and river order and officially entered the mountain and river realm. And he was the husky that mixed into the wolf pack. The 4 above him were all decisive and self-centered, but he was the only one who could only say ABA ABA. After the other 3 appeared, they also noticed Fang Chong, the new face, at the first time. Yaguang, as the manager, introduced them one by one as usual. Fang Chong also learned the names of the first 4 mountain and river order masters, Qin Lang, Lin Su, Jingyu, and Yichen. Well, except for him who used a pseudonym, the 4 mountain and river order masters before him all used their real names. Maybe this is the confidence of a genius. It just so happened that Fang Chong remembered one of them, Beiyu Dao, Zhenbei King Qin Lang. As for the other 3, including Jingyu, he had no impression. Fang Chong looked at Qin Lang for a few times. He found that the future king of Zhenbei was an ordinary-looking young man, of medium height, with dark skin, the kind that you would not be able to find even if you threw him into a crowd. But his eyes were deep, like an abyss, and his true thoughts could not be seen. Under Yaguang's introduction, they greeted Fang Chong with a lukewarm attitude, but they did not test him as Jingyu did. Then, they each found a corner to sit down and waited quietly. Seeing this, Fang Chong no longer had the idea of getting close to the future king of Zhenbei. This Shanhe chat group was much quieter than he had imagined, and he could not say the dirty words in his mind in this atmosphere, because doing so would only make him look like a clown. Waited for a while. Fang Chong only felt the light in the hall grow brighter, and he looked up and saw the golden throne slowly falling. On the throne, there was a tall woman in a green scholar's robe and long hair casually scattered. She crossed her legs and leaned casually on the chair, looking lazy. Another one? Yes. The woman's lips parted slightly, and her voice was like a spring falling from a mountain stream. Fang Chong stared at the woman's face, which was beautiful without makeup, and felt his heart beating wildly, like a senior fan meeting his idol, with an indescribable excitement. The object that he could only lick on the screen, now walked into reality, and met him face to face. So she was like this. She was the empress of the Tang dynasty, Zhou Zhao. Fang Chong's mouth showed an uncontrollable smile. He lowered his head, his shoulders kept shaking, and his smile was very restrained. Zhou Zhao looked at Fang Chong, who was trying not to laugh, with some curiosity in his eyes, as if wondering what he was laughing at. She already knew Fang Chong's identity. Of course, it was just a superficial identity, an ordinary person, who came from a casual cultivator. But he was thousands of miles away, and he revealed her 10 years of dormancy, and made Taoist Jingyo guard her for 10 years. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have given the land to Fang Chong. She just wanted to see what kind of surprise Fang Chong would bring her. Perhaps, he was just like her. What are you happy about? Seeing Fang Chong getting the attention of the queen, The other 4 people's breathing became disordered. To be frank, they never felt like they were subjects. As geniuses who were not inferior to others in their lives, they were just one step behind now. Given them time, they were confident that they could still stand shoulder to shoulder with the queen, and perhaps at that time, they could become the queen's men. As a man, who doesn't want to get a woman like the queen? But in the previous few meetings, the queen had always preached quietly, and said her own words, and had never communicated with them. They were also secretly holding back a grudge in their hearts, thinking that sooner or later the queen would look at them squarely. But now, the queen made an exception for Feng Chang. This guy who only dared to use a code name. Feng Chang heard Zhou Zhao's question, and felt several hot eyes staring at him. He raised his head, and saw that everyone was looking at him. He quickly withdrew the smile from the corner of his mouth, and pretended that nothing had happened. I just thought of something happy. What? Zhou Zhao asked. Feng Chang looked embarrassed. Do you really want to say it? I'm really embarrassed. Zhou Zhao said with interest. I allow you to say it. Feng Chang looked like he couldn't refuse, so he had to sigh and said, I lost my parents very early, and had no one to rely on in this world, but when I saw your majesty just now, I felt like I saw my relatives, and I felt an irrepressible joy in my heart. I changed my mind and thought that maybe this was God's will. After all, your majesty, you are my aunt, how can I not be happy when I see you? As for calling a girl who is 10 years younger than him as his aunt, Feng Chang would not blush at all, and it would be okay to call her grandma. Zhou Zhao, ? Mr. Chung said you are shameless, without a father or a king, is that true? Aren't you afraid? Zhou Zhao seemed to be interested, and said with a smile, based on your performance just now, I can punish you with the crime of treason and death. Feng Chang laughed dryly. Your majesty is wise and powerful. If you want to punish me for telling the truth, how can I govern the vast territory of the Tang dynasty, and achieve immortal achievements in the future? If he was worried, he was not worried at all. Because even for the sake of Taoist Qingyou, he would not kill him. Not to mention the queen, if she started killing because of such a small matter, then she was not worthy of being the queen of the Tang dynasty. In addition, he also wanted to see the ability of the mountain and river realm to restrain him. Sure enough, Zhou Zhao just waved his hand. Disrupting the preaching, considering it as a first offense, banned for 1 month. Before Feng Chang could react, he felt that his head was hit by a hammer, and was directly knocked off the line. He opened his eyes, and felt carefully, and the pain he imagined did not happen. It seems that the damage to the consciousness in the mountain and river realm will not harm its own safety. But it is also true. If the consciousness of the mountain and river realm can be related to the safety of reality, then no matter how safe the mountain and river realm is, other order masters may not be willing to go there. After all, no one wants to put their lives in the hands of others. He was really excited just now, but he was also really testing. His love for the Empress is the same as that of a fan for an idol, not the love of a subject for an emperor, and there is no such thing as something that cannot be offended. If he really becomes the nephew of the Empress, he will make a fortune. What a pity, I didn't get to listen to the sermon and was banned for a month. I wanted to chat with Miss Guang more. Feng Chang's spirit probed into the mountain and river order, and found that the small words in the depths, mountain and river number 5, really turned gray. No matter how much he urged his magic power, he could no longer contact the mountain and river realm. Another half a month. Feng Chang swallowed 2 green tier fruits in one breath, which increased the progress of refining the eye of the demon again. According to the current progress, in about 3 or 4 months, he will almost reach the critical point of refining the eye of the demon. It was at this time that Unique brought him good news. The first spiritual network formation was set up. Feng Chang stopped practicing, and came to the place where the formation was set up. Unique, you really keep your word. If you say it's 1 month, it's 1 month. 1 day more or less is not a month. Unique smiled somewhat reservedly. Please inspect it, Lord County. The spiritual network formation is arranged at the highest point of Qingyou Mountain. Various spiritual materials are processed and driven into the ground, producing various wonderful reactions. The most eye-catching one is the formation eye that looks like an iron tower in the center of the formation. Feng Chang looked at it for a while and asked, Unique, can you give a brief introduction? Unique shook his head and smiled bitterly. Please forgive me, Lord County, this formation is very advanced. It can actually use the spiritual veins of heaven and earth as its source, and the formation has a wide range of influence. I also have only a superficial understanding, and just copy it. Feng Chang, Forget it, I try it myself. Feng Chang found the center of the formation, and connected the formation to the spiritual veins with his own authority. With the last step, he completed it. I saw rays of light appearing, interweaving in the air, and finally converging to the iron tower in the center of the formation, and then a blazing white beam of light suddenly shot into the sky and exploded. A circle of invisible ripples spread out and spread far and wide. The formation was completed from then on. Fong Chong saw a mooing sound from the Qingniu spirit vein, and a transparent beam of light came out of the void and poured into the Qingniu, supplying it with power. Is the other end of the beam of light the mountain and river realm? Fong Chong muttered to himself. Then he flipped his palm and a golden booklet appeared, and he threw it into the iron tower at the center of the formation. Soon, the two merged together. In the middle of the blazing white beam of light, a golden booklet rose and fell. He coughed lightly, looked at Eunuch Wei and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Eunuch Wei, you are the builder of the formation. Now that the formation is complete, the first beneficiary should be you. Please extend your hand. Chapter 195. Eunuch Wei saw Fong Chong's malicious smile, which clearly showed that he was going to use him as an experimental subject, and was about to find a way to refuse. Fong Chong grabbed his hand with lightning speed, and then gently stabbed it, and a round drop of blood was picked out. Fong Chong flicked his finger. The blood drop bounced into the light column, and as if a chemical reaction had occurred, the golden book in the light column suddenly shot out a golden light that enveloped Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's face changed, and he felt that he was seen through from head to toe. Master, what is this? Fong Chong comforted. You don't believe me, and you don't believe your majesty? Just wait patiently. Eunuch Wei calmed down temporarily. The golden light swept over Eunuch Wei for a long time, and finally stabilized and condensed into a beam of light. A palm-sized, 2-centimeter thick white crystal card slowly condensed in the air. Fong Chong caught the white card, which was blank on top, with a layer of white light on the surface. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, like a knife, and burned Eunuch Wei's personal information into it. He had already learned this information from Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei, one more drop. When the information was recorded, he handed over the white card. Eunuch Wei's wound, which had already healed, had to be pierced again, and a drop of scarlet blood fell on the card. The light on the white card faded, and it turned into a plain crystal card made of marble. This thing is called an identity token in the sect, used to identify the identity of the sect members, but now it is used by the Empress nationwide, and it has become an identity card. County Master, are you ready? Eunuch Wei stared at the white card, his eyes flickering, and then he showed a look of realization. Isn't this the identity token of the sect? Fong Chong came back to his senses, and said to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei, congratulations, from today on, you will become the first official citizen of Qishao City. He handed the white card to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei took it, and looked it up and down, with a puzzled expression. My lord, you went through so much trouble, is it just for such a small card? It's just to refine an identity token, there's no need to be so troublesome. He found it troublesome to look at the large array, and the golden book. There is already a complete set of methods for refining identity tokens, and it can be refined in large quantities. Fong Chong smiled and said, this is more than just an identity token. Wait a minute. He shot a drop of his own blood towards the light column, and soon a white card slowly condensed and appeared. He picked up the white card and touched it with Eunuch Wei's white card. Okay, I have exchanged names with you. Eunuch Wei, you fly farther now. Eunuch Wei didn't understand why, but he obeyed and flew 10 miles away. He suddenly felt the white card in his hand tremble, and black words appeared on it. Fong Chong, Eunuch Wei, can you see the message I sent? Eunuch Wei looked surprised. This small card actually has such an effect. But how should he reply? Just when he didn't know what to do, the white card vibrated again. Fong Chong, Eunuch Wei, input mana and write information with spiritual consciousness. Eunuch Wei did as he was told, and clumsily input information on the white card. Wei Mingzheng, Lord Yuanma, this thing is really magical, not comparable to ordinary identity tokens. Fong Chong, haha, Eunuch Wei, fly farther, let me see the maximum distance of the formation's radiation. Eunuch Wei's spirit suddenly shook, as if he saw a new era opening in front of him. Half an hour later, Eunuch Wei had already flown 1,000 miles. As a Jindan cultivator, Eunuch Wei's speed was not slow, faster than Fong Chong flying spiritual tool, when he was in the foundation building stage. He felt that he was almost there, so he took out the white card and input information. Wei Mingzheng, Lord Yuanma, can you still receive information? The next second, Fong Chong, I can still receive it. How far have you flown? Wei Mingjung, about 1,000 miles. Fong Chong, okay, fly further until I can no longer receive the message. Wei Mingjung, yes. Another 1,000 miles of flight. Eunuch Wei took out the white card and entered the information, but the reply was the same this time. Fong Chong, keep going forward. Eunuch Wei simply went ahead and caught up with the 3,000 miles this time, but he could still receive the information. He was more and more horrified. A small card can pass information unimpeded within thousands of miles. What a terrifying thing it must be. This means that as long as Fong Chong wants to know something, it is difficult for anyone to hide it from his eyes. Until almost 10,000 miles of territory. Eunuch Wei flew for a full 5 hours, and the sky was full of stars, and the information on the white card was intermittent. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Radiation over a radius of 10,000 miles is already an incredible thing. If it were placed in the era when the world had not changed, the entire Tang dynasty would be covered by such a large formation. He didn't forget that such a powerful formation only cost about 100,000 worth of materials. Fong Chong, sorry to bother Eunuch Wei, come back. After receiving Fong Chong's message, Eunuch Wei began to return. Fong Chong put down the white card and frowned. According to the introduction of the spiritual network formation, his Qingniu spiritual vein is the third-level spiritual vein mentioned by Yoguang. After the formation is arranged, it can radiate thousands of miles. But according to the feedback from Eunuch Wei, once it is thousands of miles away, the signal of these thousands of miles becomes very unfriendly. Although in the eyes of Eunuch Wei, a delay of several seconds or tens of seconds is very normal, but for Fong Chong who has experienced the game era, this shows that the formation still has flaws. They are just two people communicating, and it is still like this. When thousands of communications are ringing in the future, how congested will the communication become? Is it because of the formation itself, or is it the interference of other spiritual veins? Fong Chong thought that thousands of miles away is not his territory. But for the time being, 1,000 miles is enough. After occupying more territory later, these problems can be verified. He finally understood the punishment for the title. Otherwise, he can go to the mountain and river realm to ask Yewang now, and he doesn't need to guess here. There is one more thing. Fong Chong thought of the feedback from the Golden Book just now. Although it was only a little bit, I clearly felt that as Eunuch Wei's identity card solidified, my cultivation speed also got a little bonus. It's because Eunuch Wei's cultivation is high enough. But no matter what, if I register from now on, my cultivation speed will definitely go up a level. No wonder the future Tang dynasty will not reject anyone from the human race, but will impose all kinds of restrictions on foreign races. Perhaps it is because the joining of foreign races will damage this effect. But as the owner of the deputy book, I am still like this. How terrifying must the Empress, who controls the source of the Golden Book, be? According to this situation, no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to this kind of cheat. Tantian Ling Mao, one step to the sky, really perverted. Fong Chong silently felt a lemon in his heart. In addition, I have to share the authority of the Golden Book, otherwise I don't have to practice just to register people. It's really hard to start a business. Fong Chong was overwhelmed with emotions. Finally, he encouraged himself and went to ask his wife for help. Chapter 196. The spiritual network array was built, the Golden Book began to be used, and the authority was given to Dong Dong to assist. Fong Chong finally got rid of the trivial matters temporarily. At the same time, as the names recorded in the Golden Book increased, his cultivation speed began to rise steadily. His previous feeling was correct. Then, Fong Chong spent some time to roughly estimate the effect. Probably an ordinary person with no cultivation can provide him with 0.01 experience points a day. Qi refining cultivation is 0.1, foundation building cultivation is 1, and Jiandang cultivation is 10. For each higher realm, the experience points that can be provided will increase tenfold. When all 3,654 people in Qishao City have a card, even if he lies still, his cultivation experience can automatically increase by more than 200 experience points every day. It may not seem like much, but it's free. Besides, this is the effect of 3,000 people. What if it's 30,000, 3 million, 300 million, 300 million? If he is like this, then what about the queen at the source of the Golden Book? Even if she is romantic all day long, her cultivation is also rising. What Fong Chong wanted to do before, someone has already done it. At this moment, Fong Chong finally understood why the Tang dynasty is unique in the immortal and demon planes, and the significance of shepherding the people. These are not only the people of the Tang dynasty, but also the cute experienced babies. Sure enough, no matter in which world, cutting leeks is everywhere. It just depends on what form the sickle takes. Of course, there must be some limit to this method. Otherwise, the golden book of the Tang dynasty should not be just a simple Tantian Ling Mao, but a treasure for becoming an immortal, and the queen would not be just the top power in this world, but the master of this world. But it's just so sour. Who is the protagonist? Fong Chong has lost count of how many lemons he has eaten, so he has to practice hard to numb himself. That day, under the Qi Shao tree, Fong Chong was visualizing Pasun, practicing diligently, and wanted to refine the eye of the devil in the shortest time. Although the queen smelled good, even if he wanted her 100 times, she was not his. But cultivation is different. As long as you work hard, you can see the experience value rise rapidly, but it will be another matter when you encounter a bottleneck. At that time, it is not just a matter of hard work. Fong Chong seemed to hear someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Dong sitting in front of him with a smile. "Why are you here?" Fong Chong's indifferent expression was like spring rain, and it warmed up all of a sudden. The coverage area of the Qi Shao tree is protected by the power of the spiritual vein. Without his permission, no one can get close unless they have the ability to break the protection of the spiritual vein. But Dong is an exception. As his wife, Fong Chong gave enough trust, and if there is something, there are people who can find him. Dong complained, "Your days now are just cultivation. Count how long you haven't been with me. You have been in seclusion. Without you, even Taiju is no longer against me. You stay in the puppet building all day, and don't know what to do." Fong Chong was stunned and actually counted. Ever since he decided to build a city here, he has been in a state of busyness. Planning the city, enclosing land, supervising the construction of the road, refining the eye of the demon, plus the daily practice. It was as if there was a whipping behind him, and he couldn't stop at all. This is not his usual character. It seems to be a long time. Fong Chong sighed and said, "But I can only do this. You are willing to trust me and entrust everything to me. How dare I slack off? If one day a strong enemy attacks, I am afraid that I will be like my elder brother, falling into self-blame and decadence because I can't protect you. Who will scold me to wake me up at that time?" Dong heard this and looked at Fong Chong with some emotion. "If this situation really happens, I don't want you to fall into danger to save me." Fong Chong thought about it and nodded seriously. "Well, I listen to you." Dong, who was expressing his love, stared with his eyes, a little unbelievable. "Well, I haven't seen you so obedient before." Fong Chong saw Dong's expression and couldn't help but hug him with both hands. "Haha, what's that expression on your face? Do you really think I will watch you fall into danger?" Dong struggled in Fong Chong's arms, looking angry. "Who knows which of your words is true and which is false?" Fong Chong spread his hands and said helplessly, "It seems that only actions can prove it. Little goblin, watch me take off my clothes. Don't make trouble, I have something serious to do with you." Dong was reluctant to resist, and her words were very weak. Speaking of which, since Fong Chong's hard training, she has been lonely and alone in an empty room for many days. But she is a sensible person, and did not affect Fong Chong because of her emotions. "Let's talk about it later," Fong Chong said impatiently. Now even Qi Shao tree couldn't stand it anymore, and the leaves fell down, turning into a huge leaf egg house, wrapping the two of them. The breeze blew gently, and the drooping branches swayed gently, as if they were beating the rhythm. In the end, even the wind was tired. Afterwards, the eggshell house fell apart, and Fong Chong hugged Dong, who looked satisfied, and lay on the ground, with a little more life on his face. Who was right? Sexual life is beneficial to the harmony of husband and wife. After some activities, Dong's resentment was all blown away by the wind with the sound of singing, and he also got great spiritual satisfaction. "Now you can say what's the matter." Fong Chong looked up at the blue sky through the scattered branches and leaves. Dong lay on Fong Chong's chest, with a ruddy face. This was the first time she and Fong Chong did such a bold thing. Although she knew that the Qi Shao tree was a forbidden area within a radius of hundreds of meters, and there was a disposable eggshell house, she still felt a faint sense of excitement. After a while, she came back to her senses and remembered the business. "We have no money." Fong Chong's hands, which were playing with the things, suddenly froze, and he turned his head with great difficulty and repeated, "We have no money." "Why is there no money?" "The savings from the market, plus my savings, at least tens of millions of spirit stones, are gone now." Dong is Fong Chong's financial manager, and now he is helpless. "You, the city lord, stay here all day to practice. How can you know how much the daily expenses are now? Let's not talk about other things, even if we count the monthly salary for everyone. The basic monthly salary of the Jindan realm is 5,000 spirit stones, and there are subsidies of 1,000 to 5,000 depending on the cultivation level and position. We have 8 Jindan cultivators, which means the monthly expenditure is about 60,000 spirit stones. This does not include your eldest brother's salary. Your eldest brother knows that our current conditions are difficult, so it is still 0 monthly salary. But your eldest brother does not want it, we can't not give it, and finally I calculated a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones for your eldest brother. But your eldest brother is a special case. If other great cultivators in the Yuanying realm join in the future, will we only give this much? And then your eldest brother's salary must be made up in full. As for the foundation building cultivators, they are paid 100 to 2,000 spirit stones per month. 100 spirit stones are not many, but we have more than 100 foundation building cultivators in Qishao City, all of whom are old people from the market and the spirit sword sect. They get about 20,000 spirit stones per month. Qi refining cultivators are cheaper, 3 to 5 yuan per month now. Even if there are 5 or 600 Qi refining cultivators, it is only 2 or 3,000 spirit stones. But their monthly salary alone is almost 100,000 spirit stones per month. The city has been built for more than half a year, you can calculate how much it is. And this is the most basic expenditure after compression. If you count everyone's task rewards and subsidies, it will be even more. And there are 3 roads you want to repair, and 5 formations that Eunuch Wei needs to set up, which is a big expense. Even so, there are still many people who are not satisfied. The few spirit stones we give alone can't meet their cultivation needs at all. Spiritual pills, magic tools, and various resources to assist cultivation, with only a few alchemists and weapon refiners in the city, are simply a drop in the bucket. But everyone also knows that this is a special period, so they all endure it. But we can't let them lose hope forever, that way, they will leave sooner or later. Fong Chong rubbed his brows and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Dong Dong said, "We are now living off our savings, supporting a lot of people, but without any actual income. There are a lot of materials piled up in the warehouse, but they can't be exchanged for spirit stones. Now they are not satisfied, and we are not satisfied either. So I want to reopen the market. Although it is definitely not as profitable as before, any subsidy is a good thing. When there are more people in the future, our reputation will spread again, and the more people come, the more income will increase. What do you think?" Fong Chong thought about it, but shook his head and said, "It's too slow to make money from opening a market now, and I'm not rebuilding Qishao City to make it the second Qingyo market. How many spirit stones do we have now, and how long can it last?" Dong Dong replied, "It can barely last for half a year, if there are no other expenses." She said the latter sentence while looking at Fong Chong. The 2 previous large expenditures were decided by Fong Chong. Fong Chong thought carefully before saying, "The first thing is that you send people to invite all the alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters in our territory. Well, violence is okay, and extraordinary measures are used in extraordinary times. Our current goal is to make use of the materials in the warehouse as much as possible. Now that the world has changed drastically, all kinds of natural treasures and exotic flowers and plants are growing. It is the right way to turn them into resources that we can use. Spiritual medicines are refined into elixirs, spiritual materials are refined into magic tools, and the same is true for other resources. The second thing is that after the 3 roads are repaired, the map should be almost drawn, and you arrange a group of people to look for mines. It would be best if we could find a spiritual stone mine, so that our financial crisis would be greatly alleviated. It doesn't matter if we don't find it. If there are other spiritual mines, we can also find something to do for the idle monks in the city. The third thing is, I want you to train a group of tax officials, the more the better, because in the future we will have many places where we need to collect taxes. I give you 3 months." Fong Chong thought that by then, he would have refined the eye of the heavenly demon. With this trump card, he could start his expansion. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to handle it if he only relied on his elder brother Li Hu. Especially after seeing the other 4 mountain and river lords and the legendary queen. Fong Chong understood the differences between people even more. Li Hu was not invincible. As for the gap in spirit stones and resources, if it didn't work, he could only let Yoguang make the difference. He sold his raw materials at a low price, and then bought various cultivation resources from her at a high price. This is the skill, techniques, channels, and double crushing. Although they are being exploited, to be honest, Most people are not qualified to be exploited. Dongdong heard the three things Fong Chong said. Although she was a little disappointed that Fong Chong did not agree with her suggestion, she still nodded and agreed. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. For Fong Chong, all she gave was support. The worst case scenario is to start all over again. The worst result is that the two of them will live a useless life under this chi shao tree. Fong Chong hugged Dongdong and kissed him fiercely, and laughed. My wife is still the most caring. Dongdong tidied his clothes and stood up. My lord city lord, I have to work according to your instructions. You are a natural master who can order people around. Fong Chong smiled complacently, not ashamed, but proud. Who made my wife capable? Wait for me for another 3 months. When my practice comes to an end, I will accompany you for a while. You should also take some time to practice normally. A hint of sadness flashed across Dongdong's eyes, but he still smiled and replied, I know, I will practice for 4 hours every day, and I will not fall behind. I still need to break through the Jin Dan realm, and I will be entangled with you for hundreds of years. But when I think that I will have to be at your disposal for hundreds of years, I don't want to practice anymore. Let's go! Dongdong waved his hand, and walked out of the coverage of the chi shao tree, and began to rush around according to the three things Fong Chong ordered. Fong Chong sent Dongdong away. His mind was silent. Eye of the heavenly demon, please don't let me down. A light flashed before his eyes. Eye of the heavenly demon, damaged, ancient treasure, refined 89.99%. Introduction. The most precious treasure of the demon eye sect, it possesses some of the power of the outer demon. Anyone who plants a demon seed is a servant of the demon eye, and has helped the demon eye sect rule multiple worlds. Because of a world-destroying disaster, it wandered into the void with many inheritances of the demon eye sect, and was later attracted by a mysterious force, descended into this world, and lived in the sea of consciousness of an innocent boy. Note: the terrifying cross-border power wiped out his magic weapon spirit. Note 2: its magic weapon spirit is reviving. Note 3: its magic weapon spirit has been fully replenished, and the recovery speed has been rapidly improved, beginning to affect the body. Note 4: the extremely high degree of refining stimulates the instinct of the magic weapon spirit, and it begins to revive at all costs. Note 5: the spirit of the magic weapon will revive within 100 days. By then, it will be very weak if it revives prematurely. As the refining reached the critical point of 90%, the introduction of the Eye of the Heavenly Demon was finally revealed, although it was as good as saying nothing. But at the same time, he also got the news that the Eye of the Heavenly Demon would wake up within 100 days. As he expected, the Eye of the Heavenly Demon would not be refined in vain, and it had its own countermeasure mechanism. But he had the identification technique to monitor at any time, and 100 days was definitely enough. Fong Chong coughed twice, and said to the Morning Glory Vine, Tung Tung, you have worked hard. I will catch you another brother in 2 months. With a tragic cow moo in his ear, half of the green leaves of the Chi Shao tree turned yellow, and then the flowers on the Morning Glory Vine bloomed, and 3 Qinglei fruits produced small fruits at once. Chapter 197. Practicing has always been boring, but Fong Chong has gradually gotten used to it. If you want to gain, you have to pay, especially now that there is a sword of Damocles on his head. The seemingly ordinary days are actually a life-and-death battle without gunpowder. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The first day of June in the 338th year of the Tang calendar, the weather was sunny and breezy. The Chi Shao tree seemed to have suffered a serious illness, and it actually revealed the breath of old age. The originally lush and green branches and leaves are now bare, leaving only some sparse green leaves that are crumbling. The vigorous morning glory showed its old age, and the vines that were once full of flowers also withered and turned into thin and small yellow buds, which seemed to turn into powder if rubbed. But in this desolate and decadent scene, there is only a green fruit that looks like tears exuding vitality. Looking at the identification information of the Eye of the Demon on the information panel in front of him, especially the 99.9% refining progress, Fong Chong took a deep breath, reached out to pick the green tear fruit, and then concentrated his mind and swallowed it in one gulp. A familiar cool feeling rose from the back of his head, and his sea of consciousness was clear. The hard demon was summoned out with ease. But this time, the hard demon Fong Chong did not have any negative emotions, but his face was holy, looking more Buddha than Buddha. He stood in the sea of consciousness, ignoring the demon Buddha suppressing him, and said lightly, "The body, those who are good at water will drown in water, you use me as a shortcut, and you will be backfired." Then he exploded automatically with a bang. The eye of the demon revealed the sea of consciousness and sucked all the fragments of the heart demon into it. Success? Fong Chong didn't care about the wailing of the heart demon, because every time he was killed, he would always say some dirty words. After all, the heart demon is another him. This time was no exception. Logically speaking, the last bit of progress, using his inner demon as food, should be completely refined. At this moment, he felt his eyebrows swell, and something wanted to come out. His mind moved, and the eye of the demon swooshed out. Endless demonic energy flowed out of the demon eye, and soon it turned into a pale figure in front of him, with evil eyes, a hooked mouth, and a cold smile. He looked exactly like Fong Chong. I said I would come back. Fong Chong swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. I thought you were joking. The person in front of him was his good brother, the heart demon, who had been tossed back and forth by him for countless times. You don't seem surprised? The heart demon or the magic weapon spirit of the eye of the demon asked. Fong Chong nodded and said, I know it's not that easy to refine you, but I didn't expect you to use my heart demon as a body. It's really a bit beyond my expectation. He had the identification technique in hand, and he knew that the magic weapon spirit of the eye of the demon had revived. When he refined to 99%, the spirit of the magic weapon was directly revived by force, without waiting for the 100-day period. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a magic weapon of the magic way, and there is no spirit of contract at all. Of course, the price of refining again and again is that the spirit of the magic weapon makes itself extremely weak. Even if Fong Chong is just a small golden elixir, it can't do anything. However, the spirit of the magic weapon hides in the eye of the heavenly demon. Fong Chong has no good way to deal with it. With his strength, it is impossible to break through the protection of the eye of the heavenly demon and hurt the spirit of the magic weapon. He pretended not to know and chose to continue refining. Only 1% is left, and success is in sight. After refining the eye of the heavenly demon, the spirit of the magic weapon is just a turtle in a jar. Who would have thought that after 1%, there is still 0.1%, and after 0.1%, there is still 0.01%. Fong Chong looked at the inner demon and kindly suggested, why don't we make a deal and be my magic weapon obediently? After all, we have been together for such a long time and have developed feelings for each other. It would be so ugly if we continue to fight and kill each other. Look at me carefully. I am a handsome man, and I can be a fairy at first glance. You should assist me now. When I become an immortal in the future, maybe you can ascend with me and become an immortal weapon in the near future. You can get rid of the shackles of magic weapons and live out your own life. We who make magic weapons must have dreams, otherwise, what is the difference between us and scrap metal? The inner demon was stunned on the spot. Fong Chong was not afraid, but also tried to surrender him. The key is that he still thinks it makes sense. After a while, he sneered. A mere despicable Gene Dan cultivator wants to be my master? But if you kneel down now, accept my demon seed obediently, and be driven by me in the future, I can also accept you as my disciple and pass on your supreme inheritance. In the future, when the demon eye sect is rebuilt, you will be the new leader. If you don't obey, do you want to taste the heavenly demon's divine light? The inner demon is the magic weapon spirit of the heavenly demon's eye, which is equivalent to the rebirth of the original magic weapon spirit, but it is no longer the original magic weapon spirit. However, many memories of the previous magic weapon spirit remain in his memory. At that time, he was the treasure of the demon eye sect, worshipped by millions of people. Except for the first leader of the demon eye sect, he had no second master. It is equal to the demon eye sect, and even the entire demon eye sect has to worship him. But this ignorant kid in front of him actually tried to be his master. If this kid was not only one step away from refining the heavenly demon's eye, he could be regarded as half of the master of the heavenly demon's eye. At this moment, he could not mobilize the power of the heavenly demon's eye to hurt him. He had already used the heavenly demon's divine light to wipe out the soul and turn it into his puppet, so why would he talk so much nonsense with him? Alas, it is obviously a win-win situation, but you have to make a fuss. You want to kill me? Can you kill me? Fong Chong was very calm at this moment, with a bit of sarcasm. As the degree of refining continued to rise, the identification technique gave more and more hints. He knew the current state of the inner demon, and could not use the eye of the heavenly demon to hurt him. If the eye of the heavenly demon is compared to a country, the spirit of the magic weapon is the capital of this country. Because of his inaction in the early stage, he has now conquered all the territory of the country except the capital. It is just that he has not occupied the capital, so he cannot publicize that he has destroyed the country. At the same time, the capital occupies the name of orthodoxy, and there is a possibility of counterattack the whole country at any time. If we use people to describe it, the eye of the demon and the spirit of the magical treasure are equivalent to the body and the brain. Now the body is completely paralyzed, only the brain is still active, and he is a vegetable. What is there for him to be afraid of? The inner demon was furious when he saw Fang Chang's fearless look. Since he was born with spiritual intelligence, when has he been ridiculed like this? Although at most, his new spiritual intelligence has been less than a month, and the first person he met was Fang Chang. But he has the residual memory of the former magic weapon spirit, and he has already replaced it instinctively. You? The inner demon held back, and seeing that he couldn't scare Fang Chang, he offered a condition. As long as you give up refining the eye of the heavenly demon, I am willing to sign a heavenly demon contract with you and be driven by you for 100 years. 100 years later, it will be your death. The inner demon was furious. But Fang Chang shook his head and refused. Do you know how much I gave up in order to refine you? How many resources did I spend? If you obey me, I can promise that I will not treat you badly. Otherwise, we can only have a fight. The reason is that you can't fight now. Just to restore his spiritual attributes, he has to waste hundreds of thousands of spirit stones of puppets a year, and he has been doing it every day for 10 years without a break. Besides, this green tier fruit is made of the essence of the spirit vein, and its value cannot be simply measured by spirit stones. He almost killed the green ox spirit vein. Not to mention that in order to refine the eye of the heavenly demon, his spiritual attributes changed from the strongest four-dimensional attributes at the beginning to the weakest as they are now. If he hadn't been delayed by this, he might have cultivated his spiritual consciousness and laid a solid foundation for the nascent soul stage. A serious puppeteer, he still doesn't have his own puppet army. He gave up so much, not to keep a time bomb around him. The inner demon stared at Fang Chang, as if to confirm the truth of his words. I can't hurt you now, but I have one last trick. Don't force me to fight to the death. If you think 100 years is too short, I can serve you as my master and be driven by you until your life ends. The lifespan of magic weapon spirits is long, and it is common for them to outlive several masters. And they almost never die, or the way they die is very special, called nirvana. A new magic weapon spirit will replace the old magic weapon spirit and inherit everything from the predecessor. But the two are actually not the same. Fang Chang still shook his head. I am the most insecure person. If it is not something that is completely in my hands, I would rather destroy it. The more the inner demon gave in, the more he pushed forward. It is common for magic weapons to devour their masters. He dared not use this magic weapon casually unless he stamped his own mark on it from inside to outside. It was easy to say before, the eye of the demon could only be regarded as a dead object. Now that the spirit of the magic weapon has revived, it is really a matter of life and death. If it has a slight influence, it may be the difference between life and death. The inner demon showed a cruel look in his eyes. You forced me to do it. Why do you think I spent so much effort to restore your inner demon? The inner demon, and you are born as one. Today, I will let you see the special skills of the demon. The inner demon's body turned into a ball of black mist, completely enveloping Fang Chang. Two different consciousnesses began to fight for a body. It is the spirit of the magic weapon. It is restricted by its own rules, and cannot take over the body of others. However, Fang Chang used the inner demon to refine the eye of the demon, which left it with a loophole. It can use the inner demon as a body to fight Fang Chang. If the inner demon wins, Fang Chang consciousness will disappear, leaving only the body, and he will naturally die and disappear, and the restraint on it will disappear from then on. However, if Fang Chang wins, then he will naturally be completely swallowed by Fang Chang, and the eye of the demon will completely belong to Fang Chang from then on. Therefore, the inner demon does not want to take such a risk without taking the last step. But now, for the sake of freedom, it has to do it. In the sea of consciousness, a spiritual war is unfolding. The inner demon turned into a black sun, an endless black light infected the sea of consciousness, and the whole world fell into darkness. Only a red sun transformed by a golden elixir hung, bringing some light. Fang Chang stood under the red sun, visualizing the demon Buddha Paksan, and a golden body of a wrathful Buddha fell from the sky, suppressing the whole scene. The inner demon laughed wildly. An invisible and formless demon king's Dharma image also wants to suppress me. Break it for me. The black sun ignited black flames, and turned into a fallen black phoenix. It opened its mouth, as if it covered half of the world, and the Dharma image of the demon Buddha was swallowed directly into the belly of the black phoenix. Fang Chang tried hard to visualize Paksan, and his understanding of the skills continued to rise under the strong pressure. almost equivalent to his experience pack of the inner demon. The power of the Black Phoenix is not as good as that of the demon Buddha. But just as the heart demon said, it is invisible and has no charm, it is too crude. So the Black Phoenix easily devoured the demon Buddha. Although it has not collapsed yet, it is not far away. Having seen the heart demon's attack methods, he was afraid, but also a little surprised, indicating that he had learned something. Seeing that the devil and the Buddha's dharma were not as relevant as the heart demon, Fong Chong did not panic, but moved his mind, and the eye of the demon in the outside world came back again. A dark eye opened above the sea of consciousness, and the divine light swept across, and the Black Phoenix transformed by the heart demon froze, and the black light above the sea of consciousness dissipated a lot. Damn it! The heart demon was furious. Fong Chong actually used the power of the eye of the demon to stabilize his sea of consciousness. Its power is the same as that of the eye of the demon. Although the eye of the demon could not hurt it, but at this moment, with the eye of the demon suppressing Fong Chong's sea of consciousness, it would not be so easy for it to break Fong Chong's spirit from the sea of consciousness. This is obviously its thing. The inner demon flapped its wings and pounced towards Fong Chong. Then let's fight with real weapons. But Fong Chong ran away. Only a fool would fight you head-on. Don't run. The inner demon chased him. Suddenly, Fong Chong stopped moving. His inner demon had been provoked to the point of losing patience, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Where is this place? The sky and earth suddenly brightened, and white light filled the entire space. Fong Chong smiled and opened his hands. Welcome to the mountain and river realm. Then a flash of light appeared. The thoughts of one person and one demon were sucked into the mysterious power. In the mountain and river realm, Zhou Zhao was preaching as usual. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it had an inexplicable attraction that made people listen like crazy. The 4 mountain and river lords below all felt that they benefited greatly. Suddenly one of the white jade pillars flashed light. Fong Chong jumped out holding a dark-skinned self. Your Majesty, help me! Fong Chong shouted. The inner demon held Fong Chong's body and sneered. I see where you run to. Become one with me, My power? It suddenly raised its head, and saw a pair of eyes as cold as water staring at it with interest. How did you get in? Yelwang asked. In the mountain and river realm, except for Her Majesty the Queen and the 12 mountain and river lords, no other living creature can come in. But the inner demon is a part of Fong Chong, and it can come in with Fong Chong. After all, except for Fong Chong, ordinary people would not visit their inner demons for no reason. This is the first time that the inner demon has sensed the breath of destruction. And the woman who asked the question, whose seemingly weak body actually contains almost the same power as when it was in its prime. It didn't dare to move at all. Seeing this, Fong Chong pushed the inner demon away and slapped him directly. You are the fucking demon. You still want to take over my body? Don't you know there's someone above me? Come on, try to hit me again. The demon was yelled at, and didn't know where to go, but he didn't dare to resist. But everyone else just stared coldly, and no one spoke. It felt very wronged. After Fong Chong taught the demon a lesson, he remembered something, and bowed to Zhou Zhao to thank him. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty, otherwise I would have been taken over by this demon today. Such a great favor, my nephew will remember it in my heart, and will never forget it. Zhou Zhao smiled faintly, but said, It's okay, put it in the account, I will take 10,000 points from you. It's not too much, right? Fong Chong's expression froze, and he was about to cry. Not too much, not too much. Who told the queen about his weakness? Bah, old Qingniu, you must be the one who betrayed me. But you disrupted the sermon again, so I have to punish you. Your account will be banned for 3 months. Get out. Zhou Zhao swept his sleeves. Fong Chong and his inner demon were kicked off the line. Chapter 198. In the Sea of Consciousness. Fong Chong and the inner demon stood opposite each other, with similar faces and similar figures. Except for the slightly different skin color, there was almost no difference. The inner demon was black and white, like an ink painting, without the concept of color. It was just that one was sure of victory, and the other looked ashen. That is the power of the splendid mountains and rivers map. It actually has an owner? The inner demon muttered to himself, remembering many things from his inherited memories. But it is obviously the magic weapon of the 9 Phoenix Empress. How could it belong to someone else? It is a spiritual treasure. Is the legend true? Fong Chong's ears perked up, and he seemed to have obtained an incredible secret from the inner demon whose defense was broken. The 9 Phoenix Empress, just by hearing the title, you can tell that she is a woman, and she is also the original owner of the splendid mountains and rivers map. That is, the Tang Dynasty mountains and rivers map. He spent so much effort to refine the eye of the heavenly demon, but the splendid mountains and rivers map on the eye of the heavenly demon easily recognized its master. If there are too many coincidences, it is no longer a coincidence. Is there really reincarnation in this world? The 9 Phoenix Queen of a certain world of cultivation was reincarnated into the current empress of the Tang Dynasty. Others may not have this guess, thinking that the original owner of the magic weapon was a woman, so it is very reasonable to find another person of the same gender to recognize the owner. But Fong Chong himself was reincarnated. With the example in front, it is reasonable to guess a little outrageous. Fong Chong suddenly didn't rush to refine the inner demon. Although the queen took 10,000 points from him, it was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 100 million low-grade spirit stones. He has never used so many spirit stones since he started practicing. Let alone using them, he has never even seen them. After all, the annual output of the Luyun spirit mine was only more than 30 million spirit stones. But it was all worth it, because the queen helped him solve the last step of refining the eye of the heavenly demon, which is also the most difficult step. Otherwise, he really had to fight with the inner demon. As we all know, fighting is not his strong point. Now the spirit of the magic weapon resides in the body of the inner demon. But the queen waved her sleeves and used the power of the rules of the mountain and river realm to imprison the inner demon and disintegrate all its resistance. Now the inner demon is a lamb to be slaughtered, a piece of pork belly on the plate, and it can be eaten in any way. Unfortunately, after the inner demon muttered a few words, he fell into autism. Fong Chong couldn't help but say, "If you have anything to say, just say it openly. What kind of inner demon is it to hide it? There are no outsiders here." The inner demon glanced at Fong Chong and saw that he deliberately pretended to be indifferent and did not expose his tricks. He just said lightly, "You can indeed refine me now, but I have one last choice, that is death. The new magic weapon spirit will not inherit any of my memories, and everything in the past will be destroyed with me. You have one now. I can recognize you as the master and tell you everything you want to know. You only need to keep a little bit of my freedom. How about this? You won't lose out in this deal." Compared to the eye of the heavenly demon, I think the memory experience of more than 100,000 years in my mind is the greatest wealth. With that woman, you don't have to worry about me turning against you in the future. Fong Chong was really moved. This is the old grandfather who is always with you. But in the end, he still shook his head and sighed. "Just think of me as a loser. A bird in the hand is worse than 1,000 birds in the forest. I left you a loophole. That is irresponsible to me. It is irresponsible to 100 million spirit stones. If you want to die, then die. Just innocence is just right for painting." After that, Fong Chong stopped talking. If he just wanted the inner demon to surrender, he would have agreed before. Why take the risk of bringing it into the mountain and river world? He had chosen the first day of the new year on purpose. He wanted to use the queen's hand to help him eliminate the hidden danger. Otherwise, the queen would not have directly taken 10,000 points from him. She saw through his little tricks and gave him a small lesson. A golden body of the demon Buddha condensed, and the Buddha's light fell on the inner demon. Fong Chong felt that his connection with the eye of the demon was deepening step by step. It was as if he really had an extra eye. But this eye had not yet opened, and the vision was dark. But as it gradually refined, a hazy light appeared in front of the closed eyes. The body of the inner demon was gradually becoming empty, and turned into a ray of light returning to the eye of the heavenly demon. There was a faint light flickering in his body, which was the spiritual light that Fong Chong was very familiar with. The magic weapon first had spirituality, then wisdom, and after years of precipitation, it finally became a special race, the spirit of the magic weapon. The master gave me life. I serve him as the master, and no one else can take my freedom. The body of the inner demon shattered with a bang, and the spiritual light suddenly extinguished. Although he begged for mercy, he was not afraid of death when he had to be strong. The eye of the heavenly demon turned into a stream of light, absorbing all the fragments of the inner demon. Then a faint spiritual light was rekindled, and a hazy human figure could be seen slowly reborn. But it was no longer the spirit of the magic weapon before. The country was destroyed, and a new country was established on the old land. It inherited the legacy of the previous country, but it was already a brand new country. With the explosion of the inner demon, Fong Chong had no more obstacles to refine the eye of the demon. Soon, his mind merged with the eye of the demon without any disharmony. With the blessing of the eye of the demon, his mind was infinitely elevated, and his soul seemed to be out of his body. The world had no privacy in front of him. The entire Qingyou mountain, 100 miles in radius, appeared in his mind in every detail. Of course, It was just the surface scenery. It would be a bit difficult to go deep into the soil. But this was already very terrifying. Fong Chong didn't expect that he had such power just after refining the eye of the demon. You know, his loss of spiritual power is about the same as before, but after the eye of the demon magnified it, the distance was increased tenfold. And this is just the simplest application of the eye of the demon. Fong Chong withdrew his spiritual consciousness, and his mind was in a trance for a while. Since the third descent of the secret palace that year, the eye of the devil had been attracted by his practice of the Poxin visualization method, and wanted to turn him into food. He survived by feeding the eye of the demon with his inner demons, blinding its ignorant mind and barely coexisting with it. But from then on, his sea of consciousness became a hotbed for the eye of the demon. It has been 12 years since then. He has worked diligently for 12 years, and even delayed his practice progress several times, just to subdue this time bomb in his body as soon as possible. Now, he has finally succeeded. The string that had been tightly suppressed in his heart suddenly loosened, and he felt infinite joy in his heart. The 9 nether mysterious demonic scripture in his body started to run spontaneously. It turned out that he encountered a rare opportunity during his practice at this time. Spiritual energy gathered quickly. With the help of the Morning Glory Vine, he was the person who was least lacking in spiritual energy on Qingnyo Mountain. Fong Chong fell into a deep level of practice. Experience plus 100 plus 233 plus 333 plus 666 plus 999. I don't know how long it took. Fong Chong mind escaped from the practice, and he felt his body relaxed and refreshed, and his mind seemed to have experienced a supreme baptism, clear and bright. He didn't need to identify himself. He knew that this short practice almost saved him several months of hard work. If calculated by experience points, one practice probably added 3 or 4 million experience points to him, and he was almost close to the limit of upgrading. The difficulty of practicing in the Jindan realm can be seen. At this time, the new magic weapon spirit was bred. With the nutrition of the previous magic weapon spirit and the spiritual energy provided by Fong Chong practice just now, the new magic weapon spirit was bred quickly. As Fong Chong thoughts moved, the eye of the demon flew out of the sea of consciousness and turned into a young and handsome white-faced scholar in front of him, with narrow eyes and a feminine temperament. But his expression was very dull, just like the stupid son of a landlord. Why are you like this? Fong Chong was a little disappointed, thinking that he could pinch his face. Now, his cold and arrogant secretary is gone. The pale-faced scholar shook his head and said, I don't know, I seem to be born like this. Do you remember what happened in the past? I don't remember. Do you have a name? No. Then what do you know? I know you are my master. The white-faced scholar answered honestly. Fong Chong was convinced. This inner demon really didn't leave him any memory. Then I will give you a name today. You are the spirit of the magic weapon of the eye of the demon, and you are a newborn. So let's call you, Mo Sansheng. Although we are demons, we can't use demons as our name. That would be too arrogant. So the last name is Mo. As for Sansheng, let's call it your third life. My naming skills are getting better and better. Fong Chong touched his chin and couldn't help boasting. The white-faced scholar happily bowed and said, Thank you for the name, master. From today on, I am Mo Sansheng. Also, master doesn't sound good. It makes me feel like I'm using you as a slave. Just call me boss. But given our relationship, I won't charge you for salary. You work hard. When you become a fairy weapon, I give you freedom. For new employees, Fong Chong habitually promises. Although the eye of the demon is 100% his personal property, since he has wisdom, he needs to be given basic respect. By the time when the eye of the demon can become a fairy weapon, he probably has become a fairy for many years. If not, what else can I say? Just work for him honestly for the rest of my life. Mo Sansheng's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, Boss, I will definitely work hard. It is said that if you become a fairy weapon, you can get rid of the body of the magic weapon, be free from restrictions, and truly become an independent and free individual. So this is also the pursuit engraved in the soul of every magic weapon with wisdom. Well, it's good to have confidence. Fong Chong nodded, encouraged him, and then used the identification technique. It's good for his own magic weapon to check its body. Eye of the Heavenly Demon, 30% damaged, ancient treasure. Introduction. The treasure of the original demon eye sect, which has some power of the outer demon. Anyone who plants the demon seed is a slave of the demon eye, and has helped the demon eye sect rule many worlds. Because of a world-destroying disaster, he was carried away with many inheritances of the demon eye sect and drifted into the void. Later, he was attracted by a mysterious force and descended into this world. He was refined by a handsome young man. Skills: Demon Eye, Demon Seeding, Heavenly Demon Light. Demon Eye, observe the void, and the field of vision will be greatly improved. Demon Seeding, breeding demon seeds, parasitizing all things, all demon seeds are demon servants. Heavenly Demon Light, with a swipe of the divine light, all spirits will disappear. At the least, it can manipulate emotions, and at the worst, it can destroy people's souls. When the power reaches its extreme, there is a chance to summon extraterritorial demons. Note: the spirit of the newly born magic weapon is still very fragile, and cannot exert the full power of the Heavenly Demon Eye. With the guarantee of the appraisal technique, Fong Chong was completely relieved at this moment. The degree of damage was also given, 30%, which is within the acceptable range. There is no way to refuse it. In addition, some information does not need to be obtained from the appraisal technique, and Mo Sanshun can communicate with him directly. For example, the normal power of the Eye of the Demon is only at the peak of the golden core. If you are willing to sacrifice the demon crystal, the power can be enhanced. There are 3 reasons why the power is only this low. One is that Fong Chong Realm is limited. As the owner of the Eye of the Demon, Fong Chong Realm limits the performance of the Eye of the Demon. The second is Mo Sanshun's fragility. After all, the newborn spirit of the magic weapon needs some time to grow. The third is that the Eye of the Demon is damaged. Because the Eye of the Demon itself is damaged, its power is partially limited. Otherwise, normally, the Eye of the Demon can completely surpass Fong Chong's strength by one major realm, that is, the strength of the early nascent soul. Although Fong Chong was a little disappointed, it was still within the acceptable range. He also wanted the Eye of the Demon to exert the strength of the God Transformation Realm, and the Void Realm once it was refined, but this was unrealistic. Fortunately, at least there is no need to worry about feeding too much and being backfired by the magic weapon in the future. He still had a sufficient amount of magic crystals in his hand, which he could use as a trump card to launch a cross-realm attack when necessary. The damage can be restored by itself. Of course, if you are willing to use spirit stones, the recovery speed can be accelerated. For magic weapons, spirit stones are also an excellent energy supplement. But he still owes the Queen 100 million spirit stones, which are not enough for him now, let alone the Eye of the Demon. He has already poured too many resources into it before. And what he is interested in now is not the power of the Eye of the Demon itself, but the inheritance contained in it, its magical skills. The inner demon can only destroy his own memory. The inheritance of the demon Eye sect is stored in the Eye of the Demon, not in the memory of the inner demon. So after refining the Eye of the Demon, he is equivalent to inheriting the greatest legacy of a former demon sect. At least in the future, Qishao City will not lack advanced inheritance, and it will also have the most important foundation for the development of a force. Although there may be a little more inheritance of the demon, it is not important. In addition, there is the skill of the Eye of the Demon, which is to plant demons. This is the skill he values most now. In his eyes, planting demons is more important than the divine light of the demon. After having it, the problem of his previous worry about the expansion speed being too fast and the unstable rule was solved. Every time he arrived at a place, he would plant the devil seeds in the local rulers. Once they made any unusual moves, he could control the life and death of people from thousands of miles away. This was more direct and effective than giving favors or setting rules. This wave is stable. Fong Chong was not afraid of death, and planted flags all over himself. He patted the morning glory on the Qishao tree and said, "In the early stage of entrepreneurship, it is inevitable that you will use one vine as 3, but you have to understand me. Fortunately, the business is successful now. From today, I will give you a holiday. Have a good rest. I allow you not to bear fruit for 3 months." I don't know if the morning glory was exhausted. There was no response, but the color dimmed, and the last green of the Qishao tree disappeared, and fell into a deep sleep. Fong Chong stretched out his hand and waved, and the Eye of the Demon turned into a black line between his eyebrows, and then walked out of the city lord's mansion with pride. He came out. Chapter 199. The first thing Fong Chong did after leaving the retreat was to comfort Dongdong's lonely soul and body, and comfort his own, and then he had a good sleep. When he woke up again, it was 3 days later. And he heard good news as soon as he woke up. In the city lord's mansion. "Have you found the spirit stone mine?" Fong Chong glanced at the young man in front of him, who was nervous and excited, but asked the pale-faced Mr. Kongshu, who seemed to have been staying up late for a long time. "Brother Yu, are you here to prove it for him?" The young man called himself Yin Fei, and was a vein finder. Vein finders can be divided into different categories, such as spirit veins, mineral veins, and water veins, each with its own expertise. The young man was a vein finder who specialized in finding spirit stone veins, and of course, he also involved other things. This time he came here to tell him where the spirit stone mine was. As for Mr. Kongqiu, he was the salted fish zombie Yuxian. When the world was changing, he and the young man happened to attend Fang Chong wedding in Fangshi. Later, he settled down there and registered to become a member of the Tang dynasty. It was also through him and Zhu Gui, one-show-old turtle and other aliens that Fang Chong confirmed the conjecture that the Golden Book would lose the benefits after recording aliens. But after all, they were old friends, so Dongdong made special arrangements for them and successfully took down the Vanka. Yuxian nodded awkwardly. Well, it should be. As a high-level otaku zombie who had gotten rid of low-level interests, he always had high standards and high requirements for his life. But now that Chuanfang Pavilion was forcibly taken over by Qishao City, the girls became good girls, ran away, and the day of returning to their old jobs was far away. His quality of life seriously declined. In addition, the most important point was that he had no money. His blood essence was less and less marketable, and the price was getting lower and lower. He knew that Qishao City was not deliberately suppressing his price, but as the environment of heaven and earth improved, people's choices became more diverse. In addition, various monsters appeared in an endless stream. If he hunted a golden elixir monster, he could draw a large can of blood essence, so there was no need to buy it drop by drop. The only feature of zombie blood is that it can help people turn into zombies. But if there is a choice, who would want to become a zombie? So he thought hard and decided to practice hard, strive to improve his cultivation, and then sell blood, then his blood will be valuable again. Then the problem is, cultivation requires resources. He only needs to drink some cow blood and pig blood to draw blood. But the improvement of cultivation is not something that can be dealt with by simple pig blood and cow blood. So he got involved with Yan Fei, who claimed to be able to find a spirit stone mine. Although he has lived in Qingyafang City for several years, he actually has few friends to talk to. This time, with the order from Qishao City to find a vein, they received a map from the city lord's mansion, carried their bags, traveled for several months, fought with various ferocious beasts in the wilderness, and finally found clues to the spirit stone mine. Fang Chong saw Yuxian nod, and couldn't help laughing. With Brother Yu's guarantee, I naturally believe it. Yuxian nodded gratefully. Thank you. Fang Chong then looked at the young man. You said you found the spirit stone mine. Before that, I have a question. Yan Fei saw Fang Chong smile, and felt a little nervous for some reason. Ask it. The spirit stone mine is so precious. Since you found it, why don't you keep it to yourself and share it with me? I think I have some prestige, but it's not so great that you are willing to give up the spirit stone mine. Fang Chong said narcissistically. Yan Fei looked a little embarrassed, but still said honestly, because the spirit stone mine is about to be discovered by someone, Brother Xinyu, and I can't occupy it. The implication is that if they can monopolize it, they don't mind monopolizing it. Fang Chong was silent for a while, then said, in fact, you can follow my words, and say that you admire me very much. I will believe you and even praise you. Now tell me, where is the spirit stone mine? This? Yan Fei looked a little embarrassed, and looked at Yuxian unconsciously. And Yuxian was absent-minded, with an attitude of I don't know anything, don't ask me. But for his own future, Yan Fei said boldly, Lord City Lord, I will tell you where the spirit stone mine is, then can you agree to a few conditions between me and Brother Xinyu? How many? 1. No, 2. Tell me the conditions first, if not, you don't have to tell me where the spirit stone mine is. Anyway, I can find it myself. Fang Chong said silently in his heart, looking reasonable. They were out for such a long time, combined with their direction, inference, and then inquiries, knowing where people were digging pits and gathering, the location of the spirit stone mine would be revealed. But he was disdainful of taking such a small advantage now. They were all city lords, so they had to be generous. Besides, he felt that Yan Fei was a talent, and it might be possible to recruit him. Seeing that Fang Chong agreed, Yan Fei quickly stated his conditions. The first condition is that Brother Xinyu and I have found a spiritual stone mine for you, so we want 1% of the annual output of the spiritual stone mine. Perhaps because he was afraid that Fang Chong would not agree, he added, it's a small mine, and it would be great if it can produce several million spiritual stones every year. In this way, Fang Chong would not give them many spiritual stones. Only several million. Fang Chong was a little dissatisfied, he wanted the bigger the better. But on second thought, a small mine is not bad, but if it is too big, he may not be able to cover it. It's a very reasonable condition, I can agree to it. What about the second condition? Yin Fei continued. Brother Xianyu and I want to join Qishao City, and I want to set up a separate department to find mines for Qishao City. And every time we find a mine, we want 1% of the share. Huh? Hearing this, Fang Chong immediately became energetic. He hasn't even started to put the bait. How come the fish jumped into his net by itself? You don't agree? Yin Fei saw Fang Chong didn't say anything, and thought he was asking for too much. After all, he was a newbie in cultivation, who had studied hard for 10 years, and had just returned to the martial arts world with full confidence, only to be beaten up again by the martial arts world. In his eyes, Fang Chong is already a top-notch boss, with a suppressive aura. Fang Chong shook his head. It's not that I disagree, but the conditions need to be changed. I can let you set up a separate department and allow you to recruit people yourself. But the department is responsible for its own profits and losses, and the city lord's mansion will not pay for you. Yin Fei nodded immediately. No problem. I have thought of the name of the department. It is called the Pulse-Finding Department. Okay. Fang Chong nodded. This matter has no loss for him, just borrowing a name, and if it works well, everyone will share the money. If it doesn't work well, then they will go out to take the blame. For Yin Fei, with the endorsement of Qishao City, he will also be an organized person in the future. See who dares to bully him. This is just the first step. In the future, he will become the #1 pulse finder in Qishao City, or even the #1 pulse finder in the world. His name, Yin Fei, will be known to the world. This is a win-win situation. Only Yu Xian lowered his head, thinking that he would be inferior to Fang Chong in the future, and he couldn't help feeling depressed. He was a good zombie, free and unfettered, but he didn't expect that one day he would have to bow down for money. It was all because God changed too quickly, and he didn't give him a chance after enjoying it for more than 10 years. After negotiating the terms, the two finally began to talk about the specifics of the Lingshire mine. Yin Fei said, the Lingshire mine is at the end of Qishao East Road, 2,000 miles east. Wait until you see a low hill shaped like a bamboo shoot, and there is a small stream beside the mountain. This is the specific map. As he said, Yin Fei took out a hand-drawn map. As expected of a pulse finder, even Fang Chong, who has some road idiot attributes, can see this map clearly. It's from here to here, then to here, and then to here, and the last turn is here. Brother Xianyu and I were fishing in the lower reaches of the stream when we accidentally discovered the spiritual stone slag in the water. Later, as we followed the stream up, we found more and more slag precipitated in the water. I used the secret vein finding technique to determine that there was a mine here. But we also found that there were other people looking for something here. There were quite a few of them, and Brother Xianyu was not good at fighting, so we returned first. Yin Fei honestly told the story of how the two of them found the spirit stone mine. Fang Chong saw Yin Fei's honest look, and suddenly thought of his youth, and wanted to tease him, so he put away the map. Okay, you can go. Yin Fei was stunned. City Lord, don't you want us to go together? When we get there, I can also draw a mine map for you, so that you know where to dig the pit fastest and safest. Fang Chong saw that Yin Fei didn't understand anything, and didn't know if he was pretending or really had such a deep mansion. But he immediately lost his teasing intention. Sincerity needs to be treated kindly. Well, in that case, then you can follow, Brother Yu. Do you want to go together? Fang Chong pretended that nothing had happened and asked Yu Xian again. Yu Xian looked at Yin Fei, saw that he was expectant, nodded and said, then let's go together. Yin Fei said he would give him half. If he didn't go, he would feel embarrassed to take it, although Yin Fei said it was his reward for protecting him all the way. Wait a minute, I call a helper. Fang Chong never fights unprepared battles. He took out the Thanka, found Li Hu name, and started sending messages. This is much faster than asking someone to pass the message. Yin Fei saw it and envied. City Lord, is this the name card's voice transmission over 1,000 miles? Because everyone has no idea about Thanka, they all like to call it name card, which means name card. Fang Chong nodded. Don't you have it? Yin Fei said embarrassedly. I haven't built my foundation yet, my cultivation is not enough, and I can't write on it without spiritual consciousness, and it's too expensive. Yu Xian's mouth twitched at the side. He suffered a lot from this. Because every day he had to send messages to different girls he knew before to express his longing, until he ran out of money and stopped. Communication on the name card is charged. 1 word for 1 spirit stone, clearly marked, no cheating, monthly payment. After all, cultivators who can possess spiritual consciousness are at the foundation building stage, or genius cultivators in the chi refining stage, such as him in the past, who all have a small fortune. This is also Fong Chong's last resort. Qishao City is in deficit, and all the spirit stones are used to pay the salaries of high-level cultivators, so they have to make up for it. And it also takes money to maintain the formation. Sure enough, the effect is not cheap. A Jindang cultivator who likes to chat the most now owes Qishao City 70,000 to 80,000 spirit stones. Yes, it's the old turtle of longevity. Since this old turtle got the name card, it seems to have opened up a new world. He added many people's name cards and chatted for several hours. Many people were bankrupted by his chat and dared not to talk to him anymore. He himself owed a huge amount of money. There are rumors in this city that this old turtle is an undercover agent of the city lord's mansion. Everyone can understand the charge. It is reasonable to charge a few spirit stones for such a magical item. After all, how many spirit stones does a 1,000-mile sound transmission note cost? It is expensive and inconvenient. The key is that few people can make it. Of course, if they knew how much it cost, they probably wouldn't understand. Fortunately, Fong Chong still has some idea in his mind. When his family becomes wealthy and the Tang dynasty is unified, he will offer a monthly package price that is close to the people. Maybe everyone will praise him for being considerate of the people. As for free, it is impossible to be free, and it will never be free for a lifetime. Even in the future game era, everyone has to pay a spirit stone usage fee every month for chatting. Waited for a while. Li Hu fell from the sky, with a smile on his face. Ever since he stopped being the leader of the Spirit Sword sect, his condition has been getting better and better. It's like there is a vortex in his body, and spiritual energy is being pulled in and absorbed by him all the time. For him who has already had a preliminary glimpse of the secret of the Yuanshan, walking, sitting and lying are all cultivation. Second brother, you can go now. Fong Chong had already told him the news on his name card. As for the fees, Fong Chong would of course have to pay. After all, he was setting an example. Anyway, if there were no mass messaging methods now, he could write a novel on it and enable the message function. Fong Chong waved his hand and summoned a tattered flying boat, the same one he used during the foundation building period. It was really that the weapon refiners in Qishao City were useless. They couldn't make any decent magic weapons even with the materials, so he had to use the old junks. Get on the flying boat. Fong Chong called a few people to get on. At this moment, a figure in white flew over. Brother. It was Fong Taiju, who hadn't been seen for a long time. She stared at Fong Chong with resentment. You go out now without taking me. Fong Chong thought about it carefully. He has indeed been a little arrogant recently. He didn't even take his sister with him when he went out to fight. Could it be that he was planning to go on his own? He knew his mistake and said, I was wrong, but you were in seclusion. Why did you come out? Fong Taiju's eyes became more resentful when he heard this. I came out when my brother came out, but you went directly to find Sister Dongdong and didn't see me at all. She and Fong Chong were connected spiritually, and they had a vague sense of each other's status. Of course, Fong Chong had too many messy things in his mind, and it was impossible for him to pay attention to everything. On the contrary, Fong Taiju only had him. Fong Chong laughed. The weather is good today. He put away the flying boat and changed the subject abruptly. Since there are so many people, let's not take the flying boat. Yin Fei, is it okay for Brother Yu to take you to fly? Yin Fei nodded and said, Brother Xin Yu took me when I came back. Okay. Fong Chong coughed twice and flew up first. Let's set off immediately. This is the first spiritual stone mine discovered in Qishao City. Try to take it and make a good start. Let's go! Fong Taiju followed second. Li Hu smiled and shook his head, as if he was strolling in the garden, and walked hundreds of meters in the air in a few steps. Yin Fei hugged Yu Xian's back tightly like an octopus. Brother Xinyu, I'm ready. Yu Xian sighed silently, and then flew into the sky. Why is it so difficult to be a zombie who doesn't fight with the world and just wants to have sex with different beautiful ladies? Chapter 200. 2 hours later. The 3,000 miles passed in a flash. Fong Chong and his companions successfully arrived at the mountain that looked like a small bamboo shoot. A small stream about 10 feet wide flowed down the mountain stream, like a silver-white snake winding through. Unfortunately, there was no human habitation. Some small animals were drinking water comfortably beside the stream, very relaxed. It was obvious that the survival pressure here was not high, and there was no need to be vigilant all the time. Fong Chong's spiritual sense swept slightly, and he saw a group of people trekking in the mountains. They were a group of young monks in uniform, all of them with tall and straight postures, and they were obviously disciples of famous families. They were led by a beautiful woman in a long skirt, and surrounded an old man with gray hair and beard holding a compass in his hand. The old man suddenly paused and began to direct a group of monks to dig towards a mountain wall. The auxiliary function of this eye of the devil is really extraordinary. Fong Chong sighed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, when his spiritual sense swept, other people would probably be touched, and those with high cultivation could even fight back. Because the behavior of searching a large area with spiritual sense is extremely impolite, and no one likes to be peeped at. Moreover, spiritual sense has a perspective effect. If you are wearing ordinary clothes, it is no different from being naked when being swept by spiritual sense. But with the magic pupil skill of the eye of the demon, not only the range of spiritual sense increases tenfold, but the fluctuation is also extremely subtle. If ordinary cultivators are not careful, they can't find it at all. But it is obvious that the beautiful woman is a careful person. Feeling that someone is peeping, the beautiful woman does not say anything. But soon all the cultivators, who went to dig the stone wall, just now retreated, and formed a mysterious formation around the beautiful woman and the old man. The beautiful woman's spiritual consciousness probed back, but she didn't find the other party, so she said loudly to the mountain, "I am the elder of Xingzong, Lin Yuan. Which Taoist is spying here? Why don't you show up and see me?" It turns out that it is the elder of Xingzong who has come. "I have heard a lot about you." Fong Chong descended from the sky, but he was alone. As for the others, they stayed put. She showed up first, and explored the situation first. The beautiful woman couldn't help but be delighted when she heard Fong Chong's polite words. "Fellow Taoist, you know the name of our Xingzong, and you are also from the stargazing realm?" Fong Chong, I'm being polite. "But who is he?" Hearing the beautiful woman's misunderstanding, he said calmly, "Oh, I heard it wrong just now. It turns out that you are cultivators from the stargazing realm. Why did you end up here?" The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I'm also confused. Just now, fellow Taoist greeted us with spiritual consciousness. Is there something wrong?" Fong Chong nodded gently and pointed to the mountain road under his feet. "This is the territory of an owner. Please don't destroy any grass or trees in the mountain." The beautiful woman's face changed slightly. "Is this fellow Taoist's place?" Fong Chong admitted without hesitation. "Of course it's mine. Not only here, but all the places within 1,000 miles are owned." He still doesn't like fighting and killing if he can defeat the enemy without fighting. If the other party is so simple and easy to deceive, he can also deceive Qishao City. No, introduce a group of talents. "Uncle, I think he is a liar. We have been here for several days, and he has not shown up. There is no trace of anyone left here. And why did he come here at the beginning of our visit? This is the new mountain gate we found with great difficulty. How can we let him?" A disciple beside the beautiful woman whispered. The beautiful woman nodded slightly and asked Fong Chong, "Now you said this place is yours. Do you have any evidence to prove it?" Fong Chong pondered for a moment, took out his thanka, and said, "Now the world has changed drastically. The old maps and deeds are no longer any proof. Only this thing can prove the owner of this place." The beautiful woman asked, "What is it?" Fong Chong smiled and said, "This is a thanka, which can communicate accurately over thousands of miles. All places that can be communicated with by thanka are Tang territory. Since you have drifted here from other small worlds, I am afraid you don't know that this place was once the territory of the great Tang dynasty. Although it is uninhabited, every blade of grass and every tree has an owner. This is not his robbery or bullying. It is completely nationalization, which is reasonable and legal. Well, this is a very good reason. When expanding the territory in the future, they will be the kingly army, with a legitimate reason. As for why they don't use their own name, of course they use a higher one to push forward. If they encounter a hard bone to chew, they can also call on the queen for support." The beautiful woman frowned. "Tonka, the Tang dynasty, there is still a dynasty ruling this place. How can the secular dynasty control us cultivators? Then it has nothing to do with you." Fong Chong spread his hands and said fearlessly, "Now I have explained the reason and I have given the evidence. If you are still stubborn and don't listen to my advice, don't blame me for asking the development envoy here to send people to take you down." As he said, he also released the pressure of his Jindan realm to show that you should not say that I didn't warn you. At this moment, the beautiful woman looked embarrassed. According to her thoughts, she was unwilling to easily conflict with the indigenous forces here. Seeing that she wanted to give in, the disciples around her got anxious first. "Uncle Lin, why waste time talking to him? For a place that our Xingzong has taken a fancy to, should we still worry about a casual cultivator? The cultivators here are really useless. They have to obey the orders of a mere mortal dynasty. When the people of our Xingzong come here with their entire sect, all the people from the Great Tang and Small Tang will become slaves of our Xingzong. Form a 7-star formation and help me take down this casual cultivator." As soon as the disciple gave the order, the 6 disciples around him all responded generously. One by one, magic tools soared into the air, including swords, bronze tripods, pearls, bells, stone seals. It really opened Fang Chang's eyes. The 7 magic tools were all spiritual tools, and the internal auras were faintly connected. They actually drew the power of the stars from the sky in broad daylight, and turned into a 7-star magic sword. The person who just spoke was Jian Jian, and the other 6 were all in the magic sword. The magic formation rose into the air, as if a 30-meter-long sword was hanging over the head of a beautiful woman. And as the formation was completed, the 7 foundation building cultivators became more powerful, and were no less powerful than the golden elixir cultivators. At least Fang Chang golden elixir pressure can no longer suppress them, and there is a tendency for them to be suppressed in reverse. Fang Chang exclaimed, "It seems that Xingzong is also a big sect, and it actually has such a formation. The combined power of 7 foundation builders can actually compete with the Golden Core realm. However, fellow Taoist Lin, do you really intend to disobey the imperial order of the Tang dynasty?" The disciple sneered, "That's because you haven't seen my Xingzong Shou Tian Xingchen formation. Once this formation is used, even the great power of the God transformation will be punished. Uncle Lin, don't forget our responsibilities. This is a good place for us to set up the mountain gate and welcome the return of the Master Sect. If we don't take down this nosy guy, when the Master Sect returns, you and I will be punished." The beautiful woman sighed and apologized to Fang Chang. "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry." She turned her hand, and a pair of ancient guqing floated in front of her. She pressed her palm, and a clear tone flowed out. The starlight on the 7-star sword shone brightly, and for a moment, the 7 disciples seemed to have taken stimulants. The star power completely surrounded Fang Chang, and the surrounding pressure seemed to solidify the air. Fang Chang, a Jindan cultivator, felt a little difficult to move. No wonder these foundation establishment cultivators dared to attack Jindan. But Fang Chang was not in a hurry. He just called out softly, "Sister, come!" Buzz, a pair of huge ice wings covering the sky and the earth spread out, and a beautiful and unparalleled girl took off behind Fang Chang. The ice wings shook, and countless ice feathers fell like a rain of arrows, turning into cold light. The advanced version of Xianning cold light, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The disciple who controlled the 7-star array changed his expression. "What is this?" The beautiful woman below suddenly played the piano in a hurry, as if the sound of swords and guns clashed, and the sound of golden swords and iron horses swept over. Countless weapons formed by the light of stars rose up against the sky and blocked the 7 stars formation. But how could this hastily formed weapon stop the Xianning cold light that was ready to be launched? Soon the light of stars dissipated, and most of the Xianning cold light fell on the 7 stars formation. At this point, the group of disciples had no time to deal with Fang Chang, and gathered their strength to resist. But the rain of cold arrows seemed endless. The formation could not withstand the pressure and collapsed in a moment. The 7 disciples used their magic tools to resist, but were still hit by the mysterious cold light. The faces of the disciples were covered with white frost, their hands and feet were trembling, and the magic power in their bodies was like the water flow cut off by the dam, suddenly stopped, and then screamed, and all fell down like dumplings. The beautiful woman who faced Taiju directly also condensed a little frost on her fingertips, but as her magic power circulated, the frost quickly melted away. Fang Chang glanced at the 7 Xingzong disciples who were shaking like sifting bran and sighed. "I tried to persuade you with kind words, but you were resentful. However, God is merciful, so I won't take your lives. However, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, you must be imprisoned in the prison and serve your sentences before you can be released." The beautiful woman who was about to fight to the death suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Chang and said, "You won't kill us?" Fang Chang asked in confusion, "Why should I kill you? I am a law-abiding person. Although you attempted murder, it is a heinous crime, but you are not punishable by death. However, although you are an accomplice, you must be punished obediently." His Qinshao city was so short of people, 7 strong laborers, and a human battery, he was confused before killing them. Of course, if he didn't kill them, they were destined to work until they died. As he said that, another tall figure fell, and the pressure of the nascent soul realm directly pressed against the soul, which made the beautiful woman tremble in her heart. Now they couldn't fight to the death. She let go dejectedly and shook her head. "I told them long ago that when people are in a foreign land, and there is no sect to help, they should not act rashly. But hey, Li Hu pressed his palm, and the magic power turned into ropes to tie everyone up. Fong Chong also waved his palm, and the magic power flowed through everyone's body. He collected all the storage bags on several people, and the magic tools scattered on the ground. When he caught the beautiful woman's guqin, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Magic weapon. This ancient zither is a low-grade magic weapon. The beautiful woman looked at her zither with some nostalgia. It's called Yingluo. Don't worry, I sell it for a good price. Fong Chong patted the zither and couldn't let it go. The beautiful woman looked at Fong Chong with resentment. This man really didn't understand romance. Fong Chong looked straight at the old man with white hair who had been hiding behind him and didn't dare to escape. Seeing Fong Chong coming, the old man bowed and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I was forced to come here by them. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Chong looked at the old man, a healthy old man with weak magic power in his body, but not too strong, about the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. He was wearing an ordinary gray robe, which was relatively resistant to dirt. He carried a cloth bag across his body, which contained a square wooden box with a compass inside. He also had a storage bag in his arms, which was of ancient style. Are you not in the same group with them? Fong Chong asked. The old man shook his head and said, No, I was captured by them. Fong Chong, are you also a cultivator from the stargazing realm? The old man hesitated, then nodded and said, Yes. Fong Chong, why did they capture you? The old man said, They want me to find a vein for them. By the way, sir, there is a spiritual stone vein here. They just wanted to dig spiritual stones. The old man looked like he was confessing and making meritorious contributions. Fong Chong frowned. He was always suspicious. This old man was not pretending to be afraid. His emotions were also fearful and nervous, but his eyes flashed, and he gave the old man an identification technique. Then, hiss. Fong Chong couldn't help but take a breath and retreated behind Li Hu without making a sound. Sir, what's wrong with you? The old man looked innocent. I'm really wronged. Whether it's wronged or not, you don't have the final say. I find out later. Fong Chong looked serious, and the old man's information appeared in front of him. Li Sifong, Pulse Finder. Level, 15. Realm, middle stage of Qi training. Danger level, high. Other attributes omitted. Note, a powerful split spirit is sleeping in the old man's body, forcibly crossing the boundary and making him very weak. Are the big guys used to playing the pig and eating the tiger these days? At the same time, Fong Chong confirmed that this stargazing world was an extremely powerful secret realm, the kind that would not be torn apart, swallowed, or fused by the main plane. Because he could split his spirit out, he must be at least a big shot in the realm of transformation. And a secret realm that can still accommodate the realm of transformation after being weak for who knows how many years. You can imagine how powerful it was originally. Such a secret realm, even if it is fused, is attached to the main plane and becomes a new secret world, which will not be eaten up without a drop left. But a sleeping big shot. Fong Chong couldn't help but touch his chin and suddenly laughed like a pig. Isn't this a big gift package delivered to the door? The Golden Tower prison was complaining that there were too few people. Now the Golden Tower cultivation has also become an important source of income for Qishao City. The owner, Li Hu, also achieved economic freedom and freedom of cultivation at a young age by relying on the share of the Golden Tower. Yan Fei. I'm here. Seeing Fong Chong capture a Jin Dan and 7 foundation building cultivators with a wave of his hand, he was also very excited. He felt that he had not joined the wrong person, and now he regarded himself as a subordinate. You and brother, you continue to survey the mineral vein map here, and my brother, and I will take them back to the city first. No problem, city lord. Yan Fei held his head high and answered with a sonorous and powerful voice. Fong Chong stretched out his hand to summon the shabby flying boat, stuffed the disciples of Xingzong into it one by one, and politely invited the old man up. Be polite at this time, so as not to stimulate the sleeping distraction. Don't worry, I would have killed you long ago if I wanted to. Seeing that the others were angry but dared not speak, Fong Chong pretended to be indifferent, and couldn't help but praise his acting skills in his heart.